Chapter 111. Andres noticed Dobby staring at him with wide eyes, so he waved to Dobby and said, "Don't worry about me, you go about your business." Then Andres accessed the system and spent another 300 points to buy 10 owls, and also upgraded the owl tower by 1 level. He found that 30 owls crammed into a level 1 tower was really too crowded. The big-eyed thieves, who were originally preparing to set off, became excited upon discovering they had many more companions and their home had grown larger. They flapped their wings frantically, as if welcoming their new friends. Andres didn't leave immediately, but instead started petting the owls, and also went to the tent to feed Thunder. Thunder was very unhappy that Andres was going out without taking him, and Andres could only appease him by promising him many benefits. That evening, at the dinner to welcome the new professor, everyone drank a little too much. Even the next day, Andres slept until noon before getting up. He packed his things, stuffing some clothes he needed a change of clothes into his spatial bag. Finally, he also packed the admission books for the Asian and American regions into his spatial bag, because he was leaving for Yin country that evening with the professors. After dinner, Andres instructed Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, we're leaving soon. We'd be relying on you all here at home. If there's any emergency, call this number. It's Catherine's emergency contact number. She be with us. Don't worry, Headmaster Andres. Professor Snape and I will take good care of Hogwarts. The students are also helping with the new student home visits. There won't be any problems." "That's good, now we can go abroad with peace of mind." Andres brought Lupin, Mrs. Hodge, and Professor Sprout on this trip. Originally, Andres hadn't planned to bring Lupin, but his minor altercation with Snape yesterday made him a little uneasy. So Andres decided to take him. As for Mrs. Hodge and Professor Sprout, they were simply looking for a trip. After consulting with everyone, the two of them whispered among themselves for a while before signing up. The other professors all declined for various reasons. They had been busy all year and wanted a good rest. After everyone waved goodbye, Andres apparat with the professors to Catherine's office. Catherine was already waiting in her office, and upon seeing Andres and the professors arrive, she distributed their passports. Catherine's secretary stood bewildered at the company entrance, seeing Catherine and the big boss off. She once again felt her memory was failing her. Not seeing the big boss alone was one thing, but she hadn't seen the 3 people behind him either. Catherine, of course, was unaware that her secretary was already questioning her existence. She was still excited about going on a business trip with Andres, silently reminding herself to seize this opportunity. The group quickly arrived at the airport, completed departure procedures, and smoothly boarded the plane, leaving Great Britain. On the plane, the flight attendants distributed drinks before returning to the galley to prepare a late-night snack. Meanwhile, our professors began discussing their impressions of the flight. Muggle security checks on boarding passengers are inadequate. How can they verify the identity of the person boarding based solely on a passport? The question came from Lupin, now a professor of defense against the dark arts, whose concerns stem from security. For long-distance flights, this Muggle machine is far superior to magical flight methods. At least it's more comfortable. The only drawback might be the long preparation time for takeoff and landing, unlike the agility of a broomstick, commented Mrs. Hodge, a flight expert. If there were some flowers and plants on board, it would be very pleasant. Professor Sprout, having run out of ideas, finally offered this suggestion after much thought. After a flight of over 10 hours, Andres and his group finally arrived in the capital of Yin. The British Embassy in Yin sent a car to take them to a hotel to rest. They had originally planned for Andres and his group to rest for a few days and travel around, but Andres declined due to time constraints. Andres suggested that embassy staff contact the relevant personnel in Yin, as he wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. Seeing Andres' resolute attitude, the embassy staff did not refuse and began contacting the Yin side. They finally agreed to arrange a meeting between Andres and the Yin officials the following afternoon. Andres had finally returned to his homeland, setting foot on his native soil again after more than a year. He was eager to explore, and as soon as the embassy staff left, Andres immediately suggested taking everyone out for a walk. Since everyone had slept and rested on the plane and wasn't too tired, they all agreed to Andres' suggestion. The wandering around was really just Andres' craving. It wasn't that the house elves' cooking was bad, but when it came to food, Yin country was the place to go. Western food looked nice, but the taste was generally mediocre. Yin country people generally didn't expect great food. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Soon, Andres led them to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Seeing that it was relatively busy, he led everyone inside. The proprietress was initially busy serving customers, and was happy to see 5 more people walk in. But when she saw who they were, she panicked. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, without a single Yin country person among them. What to do? She didn't speak English. Maybe she should bring her son along? He was in middle school and knew a few words. Just as she was about to call for her son, the handsome young man at the head of the group spoke up. Do you have a private room, boss? Ah? A private room? Yes, yes. Please come in. Your Chinese is so good. Thank you. Boss, we just arrived and haven't exchanged RMB yet. We only have pounds on us. Would you mind if I gave you pounds? Ah? I don't know pounds. It's all right. I'm staying in room 1101 of the hotel next door. If you find anything wrong with the money, you can come to me anytime. I'll be staying here for the next few days. The landlady thought for a moment. She'd never seen pounds before, and keeping a few for her collection wasn't a bad idea, so she nodded in agreement. Andres, having finally returned to Yin country, ate like crazy. Originally, Catherine and the others were hesitant to eat much. But the aroma of the barbecue was irresistible, and seeing Andres enjoying his meal, they boldly tried it. Once they started eating, they couldn't stop, not even having time to talk. Then, the landlady watched in astonishment as the foreigners frantically showed off their lamb skewers. She wondered if these people had just come from a refugee camp. They were so hungry. After enjoying a delicious barbecue, Andres and his group left 100 pounds and returned to their hotel, as they needed to prepare for their meeting with Yin officials the next day. Chapter 112. Upon returning to the hotel, Andres and the professors opened the book of admission. They began selecting from the list, initially choosing 300 people based on Andres' suggestion. Andres planned to meet with all 300 and then select 100 from them. Looking at the densely packed names in the book of admission, Andres remarked that there was indeed strength in numbers. With more people, there were also more people with magical aptitude. Compared to the small number admitted each year in Great Britain, the entire list in Yin country likely contained hundreds of thousands of talented individuals. Of course, this was probably because these numbers were accumulated, and the annual increase was certainly not that many. However, Hogwarts could not possibly admit that many people, and many would only be disappointed. Soon, Andres and the others selected 300 people from the list, 100 each from the capital of Yin country, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. After compiling the list, Andres searched the system again. He needed a confidential item. He planned to gather students and parents from all over the country into one place for centralized instruction, which would save a lot of trouble. However, the downside was the inability to maintain secrecy. The situation in Yin was far more complex than in Great Britain. Great Britain wasn't very large, and if any problems arose, both Andres and Catherine could suppress any leaks. But Yin was too far away to arrive and handle the situation promptly. Therefore, he needed to take preventative measures, and the same applied to the Beacon of Light, Bering, and France. While Andres was browsing the system, he found something called a soul contract. Judging from the name, it wasn't something benevolent. After a brief look, he learned it was an enhanced version of the unwavering loyalty spell. The unwavering loyalty spell allowed one to actively betray others, but this thing couldn't. It was imbued with powerful mental magic. This thing is simple to use. You just write down the agreed upon terms, and it becomes effective once both parties sign it. Andres and his group, as the party making the demands, naturally have no problem, while the other party must abide by the terms of the contract, otherwise they will suffer a huge backlash. However, this thing costs 500 points, but fortunately, the contract size increases with the content, meaning it can be used indefinitely without worrying about running out. The next day, Andres took everyone to experience the breakfast of Yin country: wontons, soy milk, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. The taste was so delicious that everyone praised it, suggesting that Hogwarts should consider offering Chinese food. Catherine, however, complained that she ate too much and would gain weight, completely forgetting who had just been asking for another bowl. After a delicious breakfast, Andres and his group waited for the embassy staff to pick them up. The embassy had assigned a secretary to accompany them throughout today's itinerary. This wasn't just a task assigned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Andres and his group were also the embassy's major clients, so it was only right that someone accompany them throughout. The liaison personnel from Yin country were quick to arrive, including an official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and an official from the Ministry of Education. Initially, the Ministry of Education was puzzled upon receiving the notification, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has an education department. In principle, matters concerning studying abroad shouldn't require discussion with them, But they later learned that their cooperation was needed to notify eligible students to participate in this exchange program. Originally, the Ministry of Education considered simply recommending a few people to the British side to get by, but unexpectedly, Andres and his team presented a list of 300 people during the meeting. This list included detailed names, genders, ages, and home addresses. The Ministry of Education only needed to find the right people based on these criteria. An official from the Ministry of Education glanced furtively at the person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Their look was meaningful, implying, "You already have this information and provided it to them. So why are you contacting us?" The person from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly returned the glance. "We didn't know they'd launch a surprise attack. We don't know where they got the information." However, since both sides' leaders had already approved the plan, they decided to proceed regardless. A few exchange students, no need to make a fuss. Thus, both sides happily agreed, and the Ministry of Education immediately issued the notification. The first meeting would be held the day after tomorrow in the conference room of the Capital Education Bureau, where Andres and his group would personally introduce their school to the invited young wizards. The remaining 2 meetings would be held every other day. After agreeing on the arrangements, the Ministry of Education personnel took the list back and notified each school accordingly, who would then notify the students and their parents to attend the meeting. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs personnel used this opportunity to show Andres and his group around the capital of Yen. At noon, they took Andres and his group to eat the famous Quanjued Peking duck, and in the afternoon, they took everyone to visit the Forbidden City. Of course, these weren't the main objectives. The main objective was for him to find out what Catherine's supermarket investment plan was all about, given that he'd been tasked by the ministry. So, during a beverage purchase, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs official casually mentioned that consumption levels in Yen country were steadily increasing, with convenience stores like these springing up like mushrooms after rain. Andres instinctively replied, "Yes, it's precisely because of Yen country's rapid economic growth and people's rising living standards that we plan to invest £100 million to build a few large warehouse membership supermarkets as a trial." Upon hearing that Andres and his group were only investing £100 million as a trial, the foreign ministry official's heart skipped a beat. That was £1.5 billion. He had to report this to the ministry immediately. He couldn't let these wealthy tycoons slip away. Merlin's beard, the wisdom of Muggles is truly unimaginable. How did they build such a magnificent palace hundreds of years ago without magic? Yes, and they also protect the environment and plants very well. The guide just mentioned that their king kept hundreds of slaves just to maintain the greenery of the entire town. Andres was stunned. What kind of king would keep so many slaves just to maintain the greenery of the entire capital? Later, Andres realized, well, Professor Sprout didn't quite distinguish between a king and an emperor, or between a palace and a city. In her mind, such a large, walled area must be a town. Andres suddenly felt that the wizarding world might actually be quite dull. To wizards, possessing magic was commonplace, nothing surprising. Perhaps it's things that exist in the Muggle world that will surprise or delight them. Maybe I should take the professors to experience the fun of the Muggle world when I have free time in the future? While Andres and his group were touring the capital of Yen, the people at the Yen Capital Education Bureau were in a frenzy. This was a task assigned by their superiors, and they had to find the 100 people on the list today and send out the notices to ensure that everyone would be present at the meeting the day after tomorrow. Chapter 113. Principal Chien was watching a football match in his office when the phone rang. He answered it with a hint of annoyance, thinking, if someone wants a favor from me, I make them run around like crazy. Hello, is this Principal Chien of Willow Lane Middle School? Yes, this is old Chien. What's up? What's the matter? This is the Beijing Education Bureau. This is Lee from the junior high school group. I have something to inform you about. Upon hearing that it was someone from his superiors, Principal Chien immediately responded with feigned enthusiasm. He knew that it was best not to offend even a lowly person from a higher level unit, who knew what kind of background they might have. Oh, it's Xiao Li. Please let me know what instructions your superiors have. Oh, Principal Chien, you're too kind. We don't have any instructions. We just received a notice from the ministry asking 2 students from your school to come to the bureau with their parents the day after tomorrow for a meeting. 2 students and their parents? May I ask what it's about? Did the ministry organize some big event without informing us? Principal Chien was secretly puzzled. Although his school was in Beijing, the relationship between the school and the ministry was vastly different. Why would the ministry suddenly issue instructions for 2 students and their parents to attend a meeting at the bureau? Did he not know about 2 powerful figures in his school? No. Principal Qian, you're overthinking it. It's like this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reached an exchange student agreement with Great Britain, sponsoring a group of Chinese students to study there. Ah, that's a good thing. But what does this have to do with my 2 students? I don't recall submitting any personnel list or anything like that. I don't know, it seems the list was provided by them. Anyway, we need to notify the students and parents to come to the bureau for a meeting the day after tomorrow. Please take care of it. You're welcome. Since it's an instruction from the ministry, of course we fully cooperate. After hanging up, Principal Qian began to ponder. He couldn't recall any parents with powerful connections among these 2 names. How did they get the foreigner's favor? Or was it just a random selection? So Principal Qian called the custodian of the archives and brought out the 2 students' files. Sure enough, there were no noteworthy figures in either student's files. You see, Principal Qian had gone to great lengths to understand the students' family networks. He required the students to truthfully fill in even the former workplaces of their grandparents, just in case they accidentally offended anyone. Since these 2 students weren't the children of any important figures, it didn't matter who got the 2 study abroad spots, especially since they wouldn't have to pay for it themselves. His nephew wasn't a great student anyway. Sending him abroad for 2 years would surely make him a high-achieving student. But the other party's list was already finalized. How could he change anyone? Change someone. How could he put his nephew on the list? Changing the list on the Ministry of Education's website was definitely unrealistic. He picked up the files of the 2 students the other party wanted to notify again, and suddenly realized that the notification information didn't include ID numbers. In other words, the other party was only notifying someone named Xiaoming to attend a meeting. As for whether the Xiaoming who went was the same person who was supposed to go, who knew? The only person who truly knew was Principal Qian himself. The other party didn't even know that Xiaoming had been impersonated, so they certainly wouldn't come to the school to confirm. Even if they did confirm, with this cover-up, they definitely wouldn't find out. Yes, that's it. The problem now is how to get my nephew an identity with the same name to replace them. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered a student's parent from last year who was a deputy director of a nearby police station. The deputy director had visited their home before the child enrolled, wanting to arrange a good class for him. However, this director seemed difficult to talk to, while his wife was quite snobbish. So, Principal Qian got the child's mother's phone number through the child's homeroom teacher. Hello. Is this Ai Weidong's mother? Yes, and who is this? Ah ha ha. This is Principal Qian from Ai Weidong's school. Do you have time to come to the school? Ah? Has my Weidong gotten into some trouble? Please bear with him, or I beat him to a pulp. Hey, it's not what you think. This is good news. Good news. It's just not convenient to say it over the phone. He hasn't gotten into trouble? That's good. Principal Qian, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Principal Qian continued watching the game while waiting for the other party to arrive. About 20 minutes later, Principal Qian finished watching the match, and the other party arrived. Is this Wei Dong's mother? Yes, it's me. I wonder what Principal Qian wanted to see me about. It's good news, very good news. But we need your husband, Lao Ai, to help us with this. We need Lao Ai's help. Tell me what it is. Please sit down and have some water. The situation is like this. Recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Great Britain launched an exchange student program. All expenses are being paid by Great Britain, and the benefits are excellent. But for some reason, they chose 2 students from our school. Oh! They chose our Weidong? No, they chose 2 students with very ordinary qualifications. Then what does this have to do with our Lao Ai? Think about it, Weidong's mother, your child's future is a big deal. Shouldn't we parents be wholeheartedly thinking about them? Of course. We only have one child. Of course we hope he can succeed, but what does this have to do with the overseas student program? Hey, Weidong's mother. Think about what a great opportunity this overseas study is. So many people want to go but can't, right? Not to mention anything else. Just the cost of studying abroad is something that ordinary families can't afford. And those who come back from studying abroad, they can easily find jobs with low salaries. Even if they take the civil service exam, they'd be at a higher level than your Lao Ai. The more Ai Weidong's mother listened, the more she understood, but she still didn't understand why her son hadn't been selected. Seeing how oblivious Ai Weidong's mother was, Principal Qian had no choice but to explain the situation clearly. Weidong's mom, it's actually very simple. The higher-ups only know that 2 students were selected to attend the meeting, but how would they know who they were, right? All you need is for your husband, Mr. AI, to help with 2 sets of household registration information, and I supplement 2 student files, and that be it. Huh? This is forgery and impersonation. Oh, what impersonation? If we're caught, at most it'd be because we were careless and got the wrong person. After all, they all have the same name, so it's normal to make a mistake. But will that really work? Why not? As long as we adults handle things properly, and make sure the kids don't talk nonsense, it'd be fine, right? Besides, only I know about this at our school, so what problems could there be? Think about it, what's a little risk for our child's future? Even if it comes to light one day, that's many years later. It's already a done deal. What can they do? They just give them some money to get rid of them. Chapter 114. But Principal Chien, even so, it won't be quick for old AI to get 2 sets of valid household registration information. Now that everything is online, getting things done is very troublesome. It's alright. We're just going to a meeting the day after tomorrow, and we didn't tell you to bring your household registration documents. This process definitely won't be quick, but we still have time. I fill out 2 sets of student files in a bit, then we go to the meeting the day after tomorrow. Really alright? Really alright. Okay, I go back and talk to old AI. This is all for the children. Seeing that AI Weidong's mother had agreed, old Chien was very happy. After seeing her off, old Chien picked up the phone again and called his older brother. Hey, big brother? It's me, third brother. Oh, what's up, third brother? Calling me because you need something? Is your nephew causing you trouble again? No, this time it's good news. The Ministry of Education has organized a study abroad exchange program, with the host country covering all expenses for the student's studies. I like to get a spot for my nephew. Aw? Really? Thank you so much, third brother. I can't believe it. Come over tonight, let's have a drink together. Sigh, he's my own nephew. Of course I care, but you know your son doesn't meet some requirements. I need to pull some strings, about 10 people, I guess. The person on the other end of the line fell silent upon hearing it would cost around 100,000 yuan. Big brother, have you thought this through? This is a major event in my nephew's life. Principal Chien quickly added, even though he was his own nephew, he still had to get the money he needed, even if it was a little less. He heard heavy breathing on the other end of the line, then spoke as if he had made a huge decision. Okay, 10 for the sake of the children's future. Come over for dinner tonight, I start preparing now. After hanging up the phone, Principal Chien was beaming. He thought to himself, power is good, power unused is power wasted. While Principal Chien was busy making money, the Beijing Municipal Education Bureau finally notified everyone, and the Ministry of Education also notified the Shanghai and Guangzhou Municipal Education Bureaus, all waiting to host the event. The extra 200 people notified were actually a smokescreen arranged by Andres. These 200 students and parents were destined to become cannon fodder in this event, but they were still unaware and dreaming of a bright future. Time quickly arrived for the Beijing Municipal Education Bureau meeting. The students and parents who had received the notification arrived early, sitting in small groups in the meeting room waiting for the meeting to begin. Most were parents accompanying their children, and some grandparents had also come with their parents. You could hear them praising their children, saying things like, "My grandson is so outstanding, he was selected by the country to study abroad." There were also comments like, "My granddaughter has been smart since she was little, and gold shines wherever it is," which made the nearby parents roll their eyes. At 9 o'clock, the conference room was full. Andres and his entourage, accompanied by relevant personnel from Yin, entered the conference room. Then came a round of mutual flattery from the Education Bureau staff, which took about 10 minutes before they got to the point. They introduced the background and details of the event to the students and parents. Most of the students and parents only had a general idea beforehand. Attending the meeting was a good thing, as if they had been selected by the state, which would greatly benefit their children's future, hence their attendance. After the Education Bureau staff's explanation, they realized that their children might have hit the jackpot. This study abroad program not only had the backing of the nation's reputation, guaranteeing the children's safety, but the British side also promised to cover all expenses during the children's studies. That's nearly 100,000 a year, an expense most families can't afford. The parents grew increasingly excited as they listened. Finally, the Education Bureau personnel handed the stage over to Andres. The parents below the stage buzzed with excitement at the prospect of a foreigner speaking, as most didn't speak the foreign language. They were afraid of missing something that would prevent their children from going abroad. However, things took an unexpected turn. They heard standard Mandarin. "Parents, please be quiet. I am Andres, representing the British side. This is an event we initiated, and we are covering all the expenses. Therefore, we are not offering unconditional support. Hearing that there were conditions, the parents immediately became worried. To select the most qualified students, we specifically notified 300 students. But we only want 100. And these 100 spots are allocated to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. That means out of the 100 students present, we will take a maximum of 34. The murmurs from the audience resumed. It's not that simple after all, they still have to eliminate people. A 1/3 chance is already quite high, I just don't know how they choose. Don't worry, my grandson is a smart kid, he'd definitely be chosen. Don't worry, granddaughter, look at our family's circumstances. Look at theirs. How can they compare to you? You'd definitely be chosen. Seeing the murmurs below subside, Andres spoke again. Now, our colleagues will be conducting individual interviews with each student. Before the interviews, do any parents have any questions? At this moment, a male parent raised his hand, and Andres, seeing this, had someone hand him the microphone. Excuse me, my child is only 11 years old. I'm worried about his life and studies abroad. Also, you haven't mentioned what school our children will attend or how things will be arranged. Hearing this parent's question, many other parents nodded in agreement. Please rest assured, sir. First, they must meet our requirements. Once a child passes our selection, we will arrange for them to stay at the Foreign Affairs College in Yin for about 50 days. During these 50 days, we will arrange language classes for the children to ensure they can communicate and study normally in England. As for arrangements abroad, we will consult with the children and parents to arrange schools after selection. Therefore, I think we should conduct interviews first. After the interviews, we can then answer everyone's questions collectively. The parents in the audience nodded in agreement. The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner was right. Discussing future issues after selection is necessary. Discussing them now, before passing, is a waste of everyone's time. Seeing that no parents were raising any more questions, Andres continued. Since everyone is okay with it, let's begin the interviews. Those who feel confident in their language skills can line up with my colleagues, while those who feel they need to communicate in Yin language can line up with me. Andres and the professors were then led by Yin staff into an empty room to wait for their interviews with the students. It's worth mentioning that the students from Yin's capital city had quite good foreign language skills. Most chose to communicate in their foreign language to impress, with only the younger children opting to communicate with Andres in Chinese. Chapter 115. With the help of the staff, the interviews quickly began. Since Andres had already distributed the list of candidates to everyone, they knew the interviews were just a formality. So the professor started chatting with the students about everyday things. For example, Lupin was discussing his travel experiences with a boy who had just taken the college entrance exam this year. His scores were pretty good, and he was waiting for his university acceptance letter. You know, Professor, I prefer natural scenery to historical sites. So I did a road trip on the 318 National Highway, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking. I recommend you experience the magnificent landscapes of Yin country. Thank you for your recommendation. I remember your application shows you don't have a driver's license. I paid for a tour group. I didn't need to drive. Oh, I see. How long did your trip take? 15 days. It was quite tiring. On the other side, Professor Sprout was asking a little girl a question. Child, do you like gardening? Gardening? I never grown plants. At most I just water the flowers at home. That's a real shame. Besides studying, you should have some hobbies. Hearing this, the little girl thought Professor Sprout had rejected her, and tears welled up in her eyes. Andres, being younger, couldn't ask many questions, only inquiring about her studies, whether she liked England, whether she knew any historical figures from England, and whether she planned to stay in England or return home after graduation. The children's answers were all sorts of bizarre and hilarious. During the interviews, Andres and the others told the students who were just there to wait for further notice. The students with magical talent were told to rest in an empty conference room. As more students entered, those in the room seemed to understand something. Some had left the Education Bureau with their parents before them. So those who hadn't left had entered the next stage. The students in the empty conference room became increasingly excited. Everyone here has a chance to study abroad. Andres quickly finished the interviews. He prepared to reveal his true purpose to the students and parents. But Lupin approached and whispered a few words, causing Andres to frown. It turned out that Lupin had told Andres that two students' identities were incorrect. On Lupin's list were two students named Zhang Chunlei and He Wenfeng. They had magical talent, But Lupin hadn't sensed any magical energy emanating from them during the interviews. There were only two possibilities. Either they were powerful sorcerers who could conceal their magic, or they were muggles with no magic at all. It was clear that these two children couldn't be in the first scenario, so it had to be the second. However, the Book of Admission hadn't made a mistake in thousands of years. It was impossible for a muggle's name to appear in it. This made things interesting. After thinking for a moment, he told the two children to go back first. He still needed to confront the remaining 30-odd children and their parents. He'd deal with these two children later. So Andres led the professors to the empty conference room. The parents and children in the meeting room were excited but remained quiet when Andres and his team entered. Andres looked at everyone and began, "All right, first of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the interview. Now, I'd like you to sign a confidential document. This document concerns the schools you will be attending, and the confidentiality period is 10 years. That means you cannot mention your school or curriculum to anyone." The children and parents below were immediately bewildered. What was going on? Why sign a confidentiality agreement? Could they not even mention it? Was this a national secret project? Would it be like the nuclear weapons operation, disappearing for years without a trace? Could their children endure this hardship? Fortunately, it was only for 10 years, after which it would be declassified. The murmurs below grew louder. Some parents, worried about their children's safety, considered giving up. Andres quickly stood up and continued. "Dear parents, I think I should introduce the school we represent so that you can make the right choice. We are from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Great Britain." The words had barely left his lips when the audience erupted in laughter, and some children shouted questions. "Professor, are you kidding us? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Isn't that the magic school from the Harry Potter novels? Don't tell us Harry Potter actually exists. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Is this some kind of prank show? Are there hidden cameras around?" Most of the parents hadn't read the Harry Potter novels or seen the movies, and upon hearing it was a magic school, they assumed it was some cheap, low-class magic school. If they weren't in the Ministry of Education, they would have been ready to curse. Several hot-tempered parents even stood up and tried to drag their children away to save time. Faced with the chaotic situation below the stage, Andres didn't answer any questions. He drew his wand and cast a spell. Clear spring. Then, under Andres' control, a blue water sphere formed in front of him. It had to be said, this method was quite effective. Everyone below the stage stared in disbelief at the scene before them, watching a water sphere spin rapidly in the air and grow larger. However, some still raised doubts. Don't be fooled, everyone. This might be 3D projection or some other kind of light and shadow technology. How could there be magic in this world? That's all fuel superstition and deception. Sir, on stage, you better give us an explanation or we call the police. The Education Bureau officials must have been fooled by you. Upon hearing this, the accompanying official from the Yen Kingdom's capital Education Bureau immediately retorted. Don't talk nonsense. We're just following orders from our superiors. We didn't know about any 3D projection. This meeting room was just randomly selected. We don't know the specifics either. If you want to complain, complain to the Ministry of Education. Seeing that some people were still stubborn, Andres then manipulated the water sphere, which transformed into the shape of a snake under his control. This water snake circled the entire conference room. Amidst gasps of surprise, the enormous snake approached the parent who had just argued with him. The parent, startled, instinctively backed away, but perhaps feeling humiliated, shouted, "This must be fake. I won't fall for it. I just lost my balance." He then reached out to touch the water snake. The instant he touched it, his expression turned to astonishment. "It's real." Chapter 116. The moment the parent uttered those words, the parents and children in the audience fell silent. They realized this might not be a joke. Seeing the situation under control, Andres waved his wand, and the water snake returned to its spherical shape, rising to near the ceiling and spreading out. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a mist began to fall in the conference room. Everyone felt a slight chill. The parents and students no longer doubted that what they had just witnessed was a 3D projection. Seeing the silence, Andres continued, "Now, do you all still believe your understanding of this world is correct?" They couldn't answer, because reason told them it was fake, but reality told them their feelings were real. Seeing no one answer, Andres waved his wand again at a chair beside him. A cat appeared before them, jumping onto the stage and licking its paws. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he waved his wand again, and the cat transformed back into a chair. I believe most of you know that the spell I just cast was a transfiguration charm. Now, Are you all willing to sign the confidentiality agreement? Professor, I do. I want to go to Hogwarts to study magic. I never knew I had magical talent. I can finally go to Hogwarts. A quick-witted child jumped up excitedly, his words inspiring the other students. Indeed, going to Hogwarts to study magic is a childhood dream for so many children. So many dream of one day an owl delivering an acceptance letter. Now that the opportunity is before them, how could they possibly miss it? Alright, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Our Hogwarts was only established last year, but all living and learning facilities are complete and will not interfere with the children's studies and lives. Also, the existence of magic in this world must never be leaked, so those who refuse to sign the confidentiality agreement will be considered to have voluntarily given up their opportunity to study at Hogwarts. You must understand that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the only school in this world that cultivates extraordinary beings, and wizards are the only extraordinary power in the world. Therefore, I believe you will make the right choice. The parents in the audience recovered from their shock. They finally understood what their children were facing. This was an opportunity to become extraordinary. Who wouldn't want their child to succeed? Now the opportunity was right in front of them, and even if their children disagreed, they would force them to go. So everyone began to sign the soul contract, including some of the Yin Kingdom staff present. They were told they could choose to sign or not. However, if they didn't sign, this memory would be erased. After careful consideration, they all chose to sign. Rather than have their memories erased, it was better to keep this secret for 10 years. This was a testament to the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. They became among the very few who knew the truth. After everyone had signed, Andres, representing Hogwarts, began answering questions. Professor, do Death Eaters still exist in the British wizarding world? Can we meet Harry Potter? I'm sorry, children. I am the first wizard in this world, and I founded this Hogwarts. Therefore, there were no other wizards before me, and naturally Death Eaters didn't exist. Of course, Harry Potter was one of them. One parent, a science researcher, astutely grasped the message in Andres's words. While the concept of different planes had been proposed by the scientific community, it was too fantastical to be proven. If they could prove it from another perspective, their future achievements would be unimaginable. Ah? So there's no magical world? Did the professor mention Hogwarts in this plane to mean there are other planes? Yes, there is no magical world. That's why we train so many young wizards. Once they graduate, we can establish our own magical society. As for whether other planes exist, I can give you a definite answer. They exist. It's just that we don't yet know how to control them, but I believe this can be resolved. Despite Andres' efforts to answer the children's various questions, the overly excited children were still unsatisfied. They yearned to learn more about magic. Finally, Andres had to abruptly end the interview and inform the children that their language courses would begin at the Foreign Affairs Academy in a week. After lunch, Andres and his group returned to the hotel. Andres took out the admission documents and, after double-checking the information of the two problematic students with Lupin, fell into deep thought. What was going on? The information was correct, but the people were wrong. Andres' first reaction wasn't that someone was sabotaging them, but rather that they had been notified of the wrong people. So he arranged for Catherine to send someone to verify the situation, and he also contacted the embassy to have them notify the Yin side to double-check whether the two students had been mistakenly notified. After receiving feedback from both sides that evening, Andres realized something was amiss. Principal Qian, on the Yin side, confidently insisted on the phone that he hadn't made a mistake in notifying the wrong people. It was indeed these two students. He even seemed quite displeased that the other party doubted him. Meanwhile, when Catherine's representatives visited the two families, both parents claimed to know nothing about it. They hadn't received any notification, and even thought their children might have forgotten, checking with each of them. However, the result was the same. No one knew anything. This made Catherine's representatives suspicious, and before leaving, they confirmed with them whether there were any students with the same names at the school. The children could only guarantee that it wasn't in their familiar classes, but they didn't know about other grades. Andres thought about it, and handed the matter over to Catherine's team, asking them to continue investigating. He felt something was wrong. However, he didn't have time to investigate personally. He conducted home visits to both families that night. Initially, the parents were happy that their children had the opportunity to study abroad, but they were later shocked by Andres' explanation. Fortunately, having learned from the daytime experience, Andres knew how to persuade them. Then, a magical performance successfully convinced them. Thus, Andres and his group successfully completed their recruitment mission in the capital of Yin Kingdom, and they boarded a plane the following morning to Shanghai. Upon arriving in Shanghai, in Catherine's words, "How can it be so delicious?" Chapter 117. On their first day in Shanghai, which was supposed to be a rest day, Andres led the group on another day of sightseeing and dining. Since they were staying near the Bund, Andres' first thought was to visit Yugarden and the city god temple. While visiting Yugarden, several genuine foreigners kept exclaiming in amazement, especially Catherine. "Principal Andres, you said this estate is privately owned?" "Well, not entirely. It was privately owned when it was first built, but after hundreds of years, it now belongs to the state. And Yin Country decided to open it to the public so everyone can visit. It's unbelievable. This is more beautiful than most mansions in Britain. And they are basically all privately owned, outsiders can't get in at all. I've been invited several times, but their estates can't compare to this one." Andres thought to himself, "You only been rich for a few years, what do you know about luxury?" So he proceeded to explain to everyone again. "This manor dates back approximately 440 years, a time when we were quite primitive. Our so-called manors were mostly small fortresses built around castles, lacking any aesthetic appeal. The reason was that our manor's primary function was defense and protecting property. Others didn't have security concerns, so their primary function was simply to enjoy life," Professor Sprout interjected. "It is indeed quite luxurious. I don't know if you noticed. The vegetation here is very dense, and it's not just randomly growing plants. I just observed it, and I saw over 20 different species of trees, numbering in the hundreds, many of which are hundreds of years old. Principal Andres, may we buy some to take home?" Andres was a little overwhelmed. "I'm afraid that won't work, Professor Sprout. Leaving aside whether these trees would even survive in Scotland, their rarity means the Yen government wouldn't sell them. They're an important part of this garden. That's a real shame. I seen ginkgo wood in Garrick Ollivander's shop. Garrick said it's excellent wand material. How about this, Professor Sprout? When we go back, we can buy some saplings from Yen for you. Don't even think about the trees here, they lived in Yugarden for hundreds of years, and probably don't want to move." "Alright, Principal Andres. Thank you in advance." After strolling around Yugarden until noon, Andres found a restaurant that claimed to be hundreds of years old, dating back to the Qing dynasty. He ordered several bowls of crab roe noodles and some soup, and the foreigners almost licked their plates clean. Andres, however, found it a bit greasy, but that didn't matter, as long as the foreigners enjoyed it, that was enough. In the afternoon, they went to the Shanghai First Food store again. It took Catherine, Professor Hodge, and Professor Sprout over 2 hours to finally emerge from the large store. Andres and Lupin, meanwhile, were carrying large bags of various pastries and sweets. Finally, Andres was too exhausted to carry any more. He and Lupin found a moment when Lupin could cover for him, while Andres secretly tossed all the bags into his spatial bag. Only then did the two men breathe a sigh of relief. On the way back, Catherine kept rubbing her stomach saying, "Wha, I really can't eat any more, but there are still so many kinds of pastries I haven't tried." Finally, when it was time for dinner, Catherine, having eaten too much during the day, was too exhausted to eat and skipped dinner. Around 11 or 12 at night, Catherine was so hungry she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. So she secretly got dressed and went to find some delicious barbecue. In England, she would never dare go out alone at this hour, but in Yin Country, it was relatively safe. Catherine used her few broken Chinese phrases to complete this grand adventure of going out to buy barbecue, happily munching on her skewers as she walked back. But unsurprisingly, an unexpected event occurred. A little girl, her clothes disheveled and crying, rushed out of the hotel entrance. Two men, furious, ran out and stopped her. Catherine, still eating, observed the situation. She had only been passing by out of curiosity, but the more she looked, the more something seemed amiss. Although she couldn't understand what they were saying, she could clearly see that the two men were dragging the girl back to the hotel, obviously intending to do something she didn't want to do. Remembering the harassment she experienced with her boss, Catherine rushed forward. Catherine shielded the girl behind her and shouted at the two men. "What are you doing?" The two men were clearly taken aback by someone interfering, especially a foreign woman. Although they understood what the other was saying, they couldn't answer. So they exchanged a glance, ignored Catherine, and reached for the girl. Catherine reacted quickly, grabbing a bamboo skewer she just used for barbecue and stabbing the two men, drawing blood from their hands and arms. For a moment, the two men hesitated to attack. Just then, a young man dressed in flamboyant attire emerged from the hotel. "You two are useless. You can't even handle a woman. You filthy bitch, you better come back to the hotel with me today, or else." Young Masterly, please let me go. I pay back my dad's gambling debts, please let me go. Pay back? How will you pay it back? That's $1 million. Don't even mention a high school girl like you. Even if you graduated and started working, wouldn't it take you 10 or 20 years to save up that much money? I work, I go out and earn money. Please believe me, I will definitely pay it back, really. I swear to God. Don't be so shameless. While you're still young and have some value, hurry up and have some fun with me, and I might make you pay back less. This young Masterly ignored Catherine's attempt to grab the girl. Catherine didn't care, she fiercely protected the girl, shielding her in front of her. Young Masterly originally didn't want to provoke foreigners, since dealing with foreigners in young country was always troublesome, so he only wanted to bring the girl back. But Catherine protected her fiercely, so they had no choice but to call on 2 of their wounded henchmen to try and subdue her. Just as Catherine was waving the bamboo skewer to scare them, the sound of police sirens grew louder in the distance. It turned out the hotel receptionist had secretly called the police. Hearing the sirens, Catherine knew the police were coming and breathed a sigh of relief, while the young man, Lee, scoffed and cursed. Damn it! Yang Linlin, you better think it over when the police arrive. Your father wrote an IOU, not some gambling debt. The police won't handle economic disputes, and don't forget what we do. Not to mention we have connections with the police, and most importantly, you have a younger sister, right? If she gets kidnapped by bad guys one day, her life will be ruined. The little girl, who had been crying, trembled at his words, looking at Lee with terror. You beasts! My sister is only in middle school, so young. That depends on how you, as her older sister, behave. Chapter 118. The police car quickly pulled up near the hotel entrance, and 2 officers got out. The 2 officers were patrolling their station's jurisdiction, when the front desk received a call reporting a disturbance at the hotel entrance, requesting their assistance. Unexpectedly, they encountered a troublesome figure the moment they stepped out of the car, young Masterly. Young Masterly's family had some involvement in organized crime. His father was a frequent visitor to the police station. Later, his father followed a real estate developer, handling many of the developer's affairs. In return, the developer promoted his father, who then led his men to become contractors, taking on projects from the developer. Later, young Masterly's father, skilled in both dealing with people and handling affairs, expanded his business significantly. He now owns several real estate developments worth billions, and has a large following. Young Masterly himself is a peculiar character. He's the type who commits numerous minor offenses, but avoids major ones. His actions are disgusting, but certainly not enough for a prison sentence. At least, the existing evidence is insufficient for a criminal conviction. Murder and arson are absolutely out of the question, but fighting, brawling, threatening, and intimidating others are second nature to him. However, he has money and influence to settle scores with his victims, and get them to drop the charges. That's his skill. Besides, he has connections above him who smooth things over and let him go. And today, this guy caused trouble again. The 2 police officers weren't exactly afraid of him, they were just disgusted by him. They knew that arresting him today would only result in his release within a few hours, making it a thankless task. The 2 officers stepped forward and began questioning both parties. Young Masterly, what's going on today? What's going on? Are you blind? Didn't you see my 2 friends were beaten by this foreigner? She stabbed them with those bamboo skewers. This is intentional assault. Young Masterly didn't take the 2 young policemen seriously at all, immediately launching into a tirade. What could he do? He had powerful connections. The 2 officers then looked at the little girl, who was crying miserably, knowing she was probably the victim today. So they asked, Little girl, what happened today? Don't worry, you're safe with us here. Yang Linlin, tell the truth. You heard it too, the officer said you're safe with them here. You're still safe even without them, right? Hearing young Master Lee's clearly threatening words, Yang Linlin dared not speak. The 2 policemen glared at young Master Lee, but said nothing. Seeing that Yang Linlin wouldn't speak, they could only ask Catherine. So she told the police everything about how she had saved the little girl. Catherine originally thought that since she had helped the little girl, the police wouldn't do anything to her. To her surprise, the police told her they needed to take her to the station to verify the situation, because Li Xiao and his group had accused her of intentional assault. Catherine looked at Yang Linlin with a puzzled expression, while Yang Linlin simply said a few words to her with a guilty look. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Hearing this, Catherine vaguely sensed that things might be going badly, so she asked the police to let her call her companions to bail her out. The 2 officers understood what was going on and, willing to give this helpful foreigner a break, agreed. However, after Catherine made the call, she was still taken back to the police station with the others. On his way to the police station, this young man, Lee, made a phone call to a leader of the municipal bureau in front of 2 police officers. "Uncle Lou, it's me. Little Lee." The deputy director, surnamed Lou, on the other end of the line, got a headache as soon as he heard the voice. Ever since he accepted some bribes from the young man's father, he'd been constantly cleaning up after this brat. "Little Lee, what trouble have you gotten into today?" "Nothing, Uncle Lou. It wasn't me who caused trouble, trouble caused me. My friend and I were beaten up." The deputy director immediately understood what had happened. This kid must have gotten into a fight, and was now falsely accusing someone. "Give the phone to the investigating officer." Young Lee, holding the phone, said arrogantly to one of the officers. "Hey, it's Deputy Director Lou on the phone." "Deputy Director Lou, this is Xiao Li from the Happiness Police Station." Yes. "It's a foreigner, here on a business trip, and taking a short vacation. He shouldn't have any connections." "Okay, I understand." This young masterly listened smugly to the police officer's phone call, knowing that tonight's matter was resolved. Now it was time to see how he would deal with that foreign girl. Speaking of which, this foreign girl was quite pretty. Maybe he could ride her tonight? Thinking of this, he chuckled again. At the police station, 2 officers handcuffed Catherine in the interrogation room, then took young Masterly and his 2 henchmen to order some medicine to treat their wounds. On the other side, after receiving Catherine's call, Andres quickly went downstairs to find out what was going on. After giving the hotel receptionist a small bribe, the receptionist explained the situation to Andres. And, considering the bribe Andres had given, the receptionist also reminded him that there were security cameras at the hotel entrance. If he wanted any evidence, he could ask the security office. Andres understood the receptionist's meaning, so he went to the security room, gave them a bribe, and successfully obtained a video. From the video, Andres realized things might not end well, so he returned to his room and retrieved a small video camera. This small camera was originally intended by Catherine to record videos as souvenirs, but it unexpectedly came in handy here. Andres cast a phantom-like spell on the small camera. To muggles, it would just look like a slightly exaggerated necklace. So Andres put it on and took a taxi to the police station. At the police station, an officer on duty received Andres. The officer told Andres that although he sympathized with Catherine's situation, there was nothing he could do. Li Xiao had reported that Catherine had intentionally caused harm, a charge that, if convicted, carries a minimum sentence of 3 years, followed by deportation. After listening, Andres explained that Catherine was merely acting bravely and helping the girl. The officer listened patiently, and then told Andres. "That's the problem. Now that girl has changed her story. She says she's young Master Li's girlfriend, and they were playing a role-playing game. She wasn't asked to come to the rescue. It was Catherine who rushed in and stabbed her boyfriend and his friends." Hearing this, Andres was furious. They saved him, and now she's turning around and accusing him. Isn't this a classic case of the farmer and the snake? Seeing Andres' angry expression, the officer understood what was going on, but he couldn't do anything but try to persuade her. "Sir, you better have your friend plead guilty, and try to get their forgiveness, then pay some money. Maybe that will make things go." "No way. This can't be left like this. Do I, Li, need that little bit of money? I'm going to sue her for intentional assault. You need to open a case for me right now." Young Master Li appeared behind Andres with his 2 henchmen. Chapter 119. Just as Li Xiao was declaring his victory, the other party involved and the 2 police officers present arrived, intending to discuss and resolve the matter together. Andres had initially thought it was just a misunderstanding, and that clarifying things would resolve the issue. He hadn't expected to encounter such a cliched scheme. It was obvious that Li Xiao was a spoiled brat. So, Andres didn't waste any words and immediately took out his phone to call the accompanying staff at the British Embassy in Shanghai. "Chris, this is Andres. I apologize for disturbing your rest so late, but I need your help to lodge a protest with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yen. The Shanghai police station has unjustly detained British diplomats, who acted bravely, and even attempted to frame them for intentional injury. Also, please inform the Ministry of Commerce of Yen that we are suspending investment talks with Yen, as we seriously doubt whether Yen's security environment can guarantee the safety of our personnel." Andres made this call in Chinese to the accompanying staff at the British Embassy in Yen, leaving those standing nearby dumbfounded. In Yen's diplomacy, nothing is trivial, especially since this foreigner claimed to be British diplomats, a claim protected by diplomatic immunity. The officers present immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What had they just done? They had been pressured into cooperating with a second-generation scion with ties to organized crime to frame a British diplomat, and now that diplomat was handcuffed in a detention cell? This was real torture. They might lose their jobs. Even the self-assured Li Xiao was bewildered. What was going on? These two foreigners were diplomats? Impossible. It must be fake. They were trying to scare him. Yes, that must be it. They were about to die, and they still tried to frighten him. He shouted at the officers present. Don't listen to his bragging. He's just trying to scare us. A diplomat? He should just say he's the president of Great Britain. Go ahead and file a case, and arrest this swindler too. I put in a good word for you with Uncle Lou. The officers, hearing this, felt much more relaxed. Yes, maybe he was just bluffing. Which diplomat doesn't travel with several government officials from Yin? Yin takes meticulous care of foreign diplomats, fearing even the slightest problem. Although they reassured themselves, they didn't heed Li Xiao's advice to detain Andres. Andres wasn't idle either. He continued making calls, this time back in Britain. Alfred answered. Alfred, this is Andres. Catherine and I have encountered some trouble in Yin. We need you to put pressure on the Yin Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Alfred didn't ask for details, he only knew that Andres and Catherine were on his side, and that they could bring him significant benefits. So he immediately called the military officer surnamed Wang after hanging up. Wang was equally bewildered when he answered. Alfred, considering their good relationship, said he called Wang privately to inform him of the situation and urge him to handle it quickly. If the matter wasn't resolved within an hour, the British Foreign Office would issue a formal protest, given that Andres and Catherine were both high-ranking figures in Britain. Seeing Andres hang up, the young man, Li, arrogantly said, Keep acting. Why aren't you acting anymore? Use whatever connections you have. I'm going to make that woman pay today. How dare she meddle in my business? Doesn't she know who I am? If she knows what's good for her, let the girl inside have some fun with me. If not, she'd be locked up for a few years to sober up. Andres chuckled at his words, but he ignored him, and turned to the two police officers present. You better release my friend now, so the situation won't be too awkward. If our embassy personnel arrive later, you know that putting on handcuffs is easy, but taking them off is difficult. The two officers thought about it and agreed. They understood the foreign woman was acting bravely, but they were also following Deputy Director Lu's instructions. After hesitating for a moment, one of the officers decided it wouldn't hurt to unlock the handcuffs first. Even if the two foreigners were impersonating diplomats, they could handcuff them again later. So he went to release the foreign woman. But Li Xiao, standing nearby, objected loudly. What are you doing? He says release them, so you release them? Don't you know I'm in charge here? Don't be afraid, handcuff this guy too. I take the blame for any problems. Young Masterly, this isn't right. We can handcuff the woman under the pretext of investigating a suspect, but this guy didn't do anything, so detaining him is unreasonable. Didn't do anything? He's disturbing the peace. Do I need to teach him that? Just accuse him of something, that's it. This is your territory, so you get to decide what happens. Just as the officers hesitated, the phone in the police station's duty room rang. The officer on duty quickly answered. Hello, this is the police station. Hello? I'm not hello at all. I'm asking you, did you just arrest two foreigners? Upon hearing the voice, the officer on duty immediately stood up straight and answered loudly. Yes, Director Yin. Tonight, two patrol officers brought in a foreign woman causing trouble. Her companion came to investigate. You guys are really something. Who gave you the audacity to detain a foreign diplomat? Did you even ask about her identity before detaining her? Director Yin, the victim is young Master Li. He called Director Lu again and then... Then what? Tell me quickly. Don't you know what kind of person that Li is? Don't tell me you took action. No. We just handcuffed her in the detention room. Yin Guifu knew immediately that tonight's events wouldn't end well. He was the head of the Shanghai police force. He received an urgent notification from his ministry while resting at home in the middle of the night, informing him that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce were in a frenzy. Because their local police station had detained a British diplomat, the ministry's phones had been ringing off the hook with calls from the two ministries. He understood that the two detained individuals must be of very high status, otherwise, detaining ordinary diplomats would have been a simple matter of investigating the situation the next day before taking any action. Coming to his senses, Yin Guifu ordered, release them immediately and calm them down. I'd be there right away. Understand? Yes, Director Yin. The duty officer put down the phone, looking at the group with a complicated expression. Everyone had heard Director Yan's angry roar on the other end of the line. At this moment, everyone hated young Masterly, including young Masterly himself. He knew who he could and couldn't mess with, so why had he lost his mind today and insisted on causing trouble for that foreign woman? Chapter 120. The rest was simple. The two officers quickly released Catherine from the detention room and led everyone to the conference room. They wanted to resolve the matter before their superiors arrived, otherwise, their situation would be more than just suspension. Although Catherine had been detained for a while, she was unharmed. She knew that given her status, this incident wouldn't affect her at all, so her mental state was good, which relieved many present. At this moment, the previously arrogant young Masterly began to wane. He had already sent one of his underlings to the restroom to inform his family of what had happened. While everyone was waiting, Chris, an entourage from the British Embassy in Shanghai, and accompanying personnel from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs arrived. Both groups were in a hurry. The British side was anxious because they feared Andres and Catherine might suffer, especially Chris, who was in charge of the embassy's handling of the matter. If anything happened to these two under his watch, they would be in serious trouble. They might end up being sent to Somalia to eat sand. The accompanying personnel from Yin were also caught off guard. They'd been providing them with the best food and drinks during the day, worried these big shots might not be satisfied. Who would have thought they'd be detained by the police in the middle of the night? They just got a severe scolding from their superiors, who questioned why they weren't with her when she went out. If they had been with her, this wouldn't have happened. Honestly, how were we supposed to know someone would go out for barbecue in the middle of the night and then act heroically? More importantly, she didn't even notify us before she went out, and we're completely innocent in the local police's detention. Andres called Chris into an outer office. He walked ahead and, when no one was looking, removed the memory card from the small, illusion-enchanted camera and tossed it into his spatial bag. After entering the room and checking that everything was alright, he said to Chris, "Here's a memory card that records everything that happened tonight. Although we don't need it now, since we're in the right, we should make the most of it, keeping it would be a waste. Also, here's a bottle of potion. Go get some water and take it to the conference room, put this in the cups, and give it to that young Masterly." Andres then pretended to take a memory card and a small bottle of truth serum from his pocket. Chris took the items, clearly hesitant. He didn't understand what Andres was going to do, and looked at him with some confusion. "Chris, don't worry, I'm not crazy enough to poison him. It's just a potion that makes people tell the truth. I got it by chance from a pharmaceutical factory. We can try it out later, it won't cause any problems." Chris nodded in agreement. He didn't believe the nonsense about getting it by chance at all. He assumed Andres had bought it on the black market, or it was provided by a special government department. Soon, Andres returned to the conference room, and Chris, seemingly out of nowhere, brought out a large plate and several glasses of water, distributing them to everyone. When he handed the water to Li Xiao, he patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "It's alright, I believe it's just a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, that's all that matters. Have some water." Chris handed the spiked water to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who had been extremely anxious, didn't suspect anything when Chris was so agreeable and drank the water in one gulp. Soon, Director Yin arrived with his entourage, followed by a large group of high-ranking police leaders, including Uncle Lu, who entered the conference room. The Yin country's diplomats quickly approached and whispered a few words in Director Yin's ear before introducing him. "Director Yin, this is Mr. Andres Morley. He is an Earl of Great Britain, a member of the House of Lords, and the owner of a company with assets worth billions of pounds." "Hello, Mr. Andres. I didn't expect you to be so young and accomplished." He then turned to wait for the Foreign Ministry translator. "Thank you, Director Yin. I didn't expect such a small matter to bother you, and I'm so sorry to have made you come so late." I didn't expect Mr. Andres' Chinese to be so good. Let's get down to business. We just arrived. Could someone tell us old folks what happened tonight?" The officer on duty quickly stood up, saluted, and began to recount the events of the evening. Although he explained the situation clearly, his words implied it was a misunderstanding, and he clearly hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. "Mr. Andres and Mr. Li, do you have anything to say?" Chris stepped forward and said, "We have nothing to say. We have the complete video footage of this incident. Everyone can see what happened." The video was then played in the conference room. As a result, the faces of the police leaders present grew increasingly dark. What else was there to say? This was just young Masterly using his criminal connections to blackmail that young girl named Yang Linlin with gambling debts. Catherine had indeed acted bravely, But what was despicable was that the young girl named Yang Linlin had given false testimony to frame the person who helped her. Yang Linlin, already terrified by the sudden turn of events, burst into tears. She had only given false testimony under Li Xiao's coercion. Now, having been humiliated on the spot, she cried even harder. But the video didn't end there. It continued recording all the way to the police station. Everyone was shocked. Was Li Xiao an idiot? He clearly saw they were recording, yet he remained so arrogant and domineering. Deputy Director Lu was already cursing Li Xiao's entire family for 18 generations. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't expect you to be this stupid. Couldn't you have just knocked down the camera first? Li Xiao and the officers were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Where did they get the camera? We talked to him for so long. How come we didn't see it? Were we blind? But one person can be blind, but everyone can't be. Lost in thought, Li Xiao began to dazed, speechless. Director Yan loudly questioned Li Xiao. Mr. Li, what else do you have to say? Do you admit to trying to coerce Yang Linlin? I admit it. I wanted to use Yang Linlin's father's gambling debts to blackmail her. What about the gambling debts? We have several underground casinos in Shanghai, and her father frequents them. Everyone present was shocked. Was this young Master Li crazy? He dared to say anything? Deputy Director Lu was also terrified by this, and quickly reprimanded him sternly. Do you know what you're saying? This is no child's play. Lu Dishing, shut up. If you dare interrupt again, you be dismissed. Mr. Li, if your family has anything else to confess, please continue. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, young Master Li confessed everything his family had done. He even exposed several of his family's protectors, including Deputy Director Lu. Chapter 121. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Had young Master Li gone mad? How could he have turned into a suicide truck? Was he trying to wipe out his entire family? Chris, who knew what was going on, was also extremely surprised. He knew something would go wrong, but he hadn't expected the effect to be so devastating. Was this thing really that effective? Should I also notify the domestic authorities to bring some over as backup? Director Yin didn't care about their reactions. He just wanted to give his superiors a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible. So, after whispering a few words with several high-ranking officials, Director Yin ordered the accompanying officers to detain young Master Li and Yang Linlin. The two officers handling the case were also suspended from duty. As for Deputy Director Lu, because of his higher rank, it wasn't appropriate for him to handle the situation on site. He could only report and await orders from higher authorities. However, he was also arranged to return to the city bureau to rest. Deputy Director Lu understood that rest was actually a form of house arrest. Count Andres, the issue with the man surnamed Li is quite serious and requires a thorough investigation. We will also deal seriously with Yang Linlin for perjury. The two officers involved in the case, who abused their power, will be suspended for reflection. As for Deputy Director Lu, his rank is too high for us to decide. We need to report to the organization. I wonder if you are satisfied with this plan. Director Yin, you're too kind. It's so late, and you come all this way for such a small matter. I really don't know how to thank you enough. What about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Oh, we go and say hello now. After all, the matter is resolved. And it's so late, everyone should go home and rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow. Ha ha ha, that's all for today. I arranged for someone to take you home. No need, our embassy has sent a car. It's best not to take the police car. So the group separated and went back to rest. On the way back, Andres warned Catherine sternly. With your current status, you shouldn't put yourself in danger. You could have just stood by and made a call to the embassy. Rushing into fight? You should be grateful they weren't truly wicked, otherwise I might not even see you again. Catherine could only keep her head down and remain silent the whole way. To be honest, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. She acted impulsively and rushed in, and now she was terrified. Because of this upsetting experience, Andres hadn't slept well. So the next day, when he arrived at the Shanghai Municipal Education Bureau, he skipped the group interview. Instead, he arranged for the talented students and their parents in a conference room, and the less talented students in another office, then left the less talented students to Catherine and her staff to go through the motions. It was 9 o'clock sharp, in a conference room inside the Shanghai Municipal Education Bureau. Do you know what's going on today? I heard it's a joint plan between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education to send our children abroad to study. That's wonderful. I knew my kid was the smartest. She then touched her son's face in praise. An older woman standing nearby looked at her with disdain, thinking, how could he possibly be better than my grandson? Just as everyone was excitedly chatting, the door slammed open. Several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners walked in. After everyone else took their seats at the stage, only the young man leading the group remained standing before them. This young man coldly surveyed the room, then, while speaking, pulled out a stick. I don't want to waste everyone's time today, so I get straight to the point. Andres tapped his wand on his suit, and his clothes began to transform from top to bottom into a black wizard's robe. A sharp-eyed child in the front row saw the badge on the robe and exclaimed in disbelief. Hogwarts? Very good, correct? Unfortunately, this isn't a classroom, so I can't give your house any extra points. With that, Andres cast a Patronus charm. A thunderbird shot out and began circling rapidly around the room. The audience was stunned, not even a loud sound escaping. The children were amazed that Hogwarts from Harry Potter had become a reality, while the adults were captivated by the magical effect. After circling the classroom, the Patronus Thunderbird landed on Andres' shoulder and nuzzled his face. Alright, even if some of you have already guessed, I still introduce ourselves. We are from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Great Britain. And all the children here are little wizards with magical talent. We come to Yin Country to recruit some talented children, and I hope you won't miss this opportunity to become extraordinary. You must understand that there are many people in Yin Country, and many talented children. It's just that you are among the luckiest of these people to be selected, because this is our first time recruiting in Yin Country. In a moment, I have everyone sign a confidentiality agreement, and then in a few days, the children will first go to Beijing to undergo about 50 days of language training with other talented children before flying to Great Britain. Now you can ask your questions. The children below were incredibly excited. They had all fantasized about receiving letters delivered by owls, but they never imagined they would actually have magical talent and be accepted into Hogwarts. The children eagerly asked questions. Professor, what do you teach? I'm the headmaster. Everyone, please be quiet. Raise your hand if you have any questions. You're lying. The headmaster of Hogwarts is Dumbledore, with a white beard. I'm sorry, child. Perhaps I'm not old enough, so I don't have a white beard. Next. Professor, I can't wait to go to Hogwarts. When can I go to Diagon Alley to buy a wand? I'm sorry, child. There's no Diagon Alley yet. But you can go to Hogsmeade Village. There are wand shops there too. Headmaster, are we also taking the Hogwarts Express to school? Yes, but you first need to fly to London. Ah, we have to fly. I thought there would be some special way to get there. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But you could consider inventing an easier way to teleport long distances later. Many parents were getting anxious because their children were asking all sorts of trivial questions instead of getting to the point. One father stood up and asked directly, Professor, don't you think you should explain your current situation to us? We know a little about the Harry Potter novels. You should have a complete social system, and each country should have its own Ministry of Magic. Why are you recruiting students from other countries? Does the government know? Parent, you're not asking the right question. But that's alright, I understand your concerns, so I can give you a brief overview of the current situation. Chapter 122. First of all, you might not quite understand the difference between the Harry Potter novels and the real Hogwarts. You can think of the novels as stories that take place in a parallel universe, while in the current universe, Hogwarts has just been established. You can rest assured that the magical world in this world is just beginning. We are the first wizards. And your children will form the magical society of this world in the future. As for the authorities worldwide are unaware of this, including those in Yin Country. However, we are considering announcing our existence to the world in the future, but until then, I need everyone to keep it a secret. That's why I asked everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. After Andres finished speaking, he continued to look at the crowd below, waiting for questions from others. A middle-aged man shakily raised his hand, and Andres saw this and asked him a question. Sir, what's your problem? I want to know, since you're already extraordinary, wouldn't it be better for you if fewer people were extraordinary? And, since magic exists in this world, what's the point of physics? The middle-aged man looked bewildered. Andres guessed he might work in a physics-related field. Suddenly being told his lifelong beliefs were wrong was hard for anyone to accept. You're right, we do stand at the pinnacle of the magical world on Earth. But you also know that human society needs people to develop. The more people, the faster things progress. On the contrary, you're all alone, so research will be much slower, won't it? And how can you be sure that only Earthlings exist in this universe? What if people from other worlds cross over in the future? How are we supposed to defend ourselves? The middle-aged man suddenly stood up, staring at Andres in disbelief. You mean there are aliens? Or that people from other parallel universes have traveled here? In your understanding, magic is as ethereal as aliens. Now that magic is right in front of you, why don't you believe there are aliens? The middle-aged man sat down and began muttering words like aliens, magic, and physics. Seeing that no one was asking questions anymore, Andres started having everyone sign. He announced that those who signed should leave their contact information with the staff, and that everyone would fly to the capital for training in a few days. When it was a little girl's turn to sign, Andres noticed she wasn't accompanied by a parent. The little girl held the pen, thought for a long time, and finally put it down, shaking her head regretfully. Andres could tell that the child wanted to go to Hogwarts, but she seemed to have made a great decision to refuse to sign. Child, is there a problem? I'm sorry, Professor, I might not be able to go to Hogwarts. What's wrong? Don't you want to learn magic? I do, but... The child's voice grew softer and softer, even starting to sob quietly. Andres knew the child might need help. All right, child, don't cry. You can tell us what's wrong, and the school will try to help you. First, can you tell me your name? Shi Jingy. My name is Shi Jingy. So is there something wrong? The child lowered her head. My father is dead, and my mother is missing. I live with my grandmother, but now she's sick, and I need to go home to take care of her. I understand, you're a good child. Sign the document first, and then we go home to see your grandmother. Believe me, many things that are troublesome for muggles are nothing to us wizards. The little girl struggled for a long time after hearing Andres' words, but finally signed the document. Thus, their trip to Shanghai for the day was essentially complete. At noon, Andres, along with Catherine and several staff members, went to Shi Jingyi's house. On the way, Andres arranged for someone to buy some things to take with them. One cannot visit someone in Yin country empty-handed. Upon arriving, Andres learned that Shi Jingyi's family lived in the police station's family housing. The elderly people downstairs, seeing Shi Jingyi return with a group of people, including blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners, were quite wary and asked, Shi child, who are they? Do you know them? Seeing the old man looking at the group with a suspicious expression, the accompanying personnel from the Yin country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly stepped forward and showed their identification. Grandpa, hello. We're from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yin. We're not bad people. The old man looked at the identification and still asked with suspicion. Ministry of Foreign Affairs? What are you doing bringing foreigners to the Shi family? Shi's father is a martyr. Most people living in the family compound are police officers. These elderly folks are probably retired. The Yin staff quickly explained. Grandpa, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Education are cooperating with Great Britain. We're sending some of our children abroad to study for free. We selected Shi Jingyi, but she's worried about her grandmother, so we came to check on her. After hearing the staff's explanation, the old man slapped Shi Jingyi on the back of the head. You silly child. Such a good opportunity is something others would kill for. What are you worried about? We take care of your grandma. As long as we old folks are here, your grandma won't go hungry. Go ahead, this is the country taking care of you, because they haven't forgotten your father's contributions. Come on, I take you upstairs. With that, the old man, without waiting for anyone's reply, took the child's hand and headed towards the child's house. Seeing this, the others quickly followed, leaving behind a group of elderly men and women discussing amongst themselves. When they arrived at Shi Jingyi's house, they heard a weak voice inside as soon as the door opened. Jingyi's back? Are you hungry? Grandma will cook for you right away. By the way, what did the school ask you to do today? After speaking, everyone saw an elderly woman in her 60s appear before them, surprised to see so many people. Brother Su, what brings you here? And who are these people behind you? Sister Shi, good news. The country hasn't forgotten your son's sacrifice for the nation. They want to send this little Shi girl abroad to study, but she's worried you don't want to go. You must persuade her. We can't let our old bones ruin her future. Is that true? Jingyi, tell Grandma, is what your Grandpa Su said true? Yes, it's true, but Jingyi doesn't want to be separated from Grandma. You silly child, why don't you go? Grandma is perfectly healthy. She doesn't need your care. If you pity Grandma, study hard and earn a lot of money to support her in the future. And so, Andres and the others witnessed a melodramatic scene, and under her grandmother's strong pressure, Shi Jingyi agreed to go to Hogwarts. Before leaving, Andres told the little girl, I just asked, your grandma is just getting old and has caught a cold. Give this cold medicine to her, and she'll be fine after a nap. He then handed the little girl a bottle of potion and left. Chapter 123. Because the little girl had signed a soul contract, she couldn't speak about magic, so she poured the potion into her grandmother's food. After eating, her grandmother, being old, quickly went to rest, and then something the little girl would never forget happened. While asleep, white smoke began to rise from her grandmother's head, then increased, coming from her ears and nose. The little girl wasn't sure what was wrong with her grandmother, but seeing that she seemed to be sleeping soundly, she didn't disturb her. That night, the old lady felt her cold was gone. She stubbornly believed it was because her granddaughter had brought her good luck, and she wanted to cook her granddaughter a delicious meal as a reward. In the following days, Andres and her group progressed smoothly. Their trip to Yangcheng didn't encounter any more dramatic incidents, and they successfully recruited the students. After a day of rest, they arrived in the capital with the students from Yangcheng. In a classroom at the Diplomatic Academy, Andres once again demonstrated magic to them, winning gasps of amazement from the children and making them realize that the current Andres was their future self. Subsequently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yin and the British Embassy in Beijing each sent a teacher to give lessons to the children. The Foreign Affairs College specially opened a school cafeteria for the children, open 24/7 during holidays. Andres also connected the large classroom to the system self-study room to accelerate the children's language learning progress. Afterwards, basically every year, young wizards from Yin would come here to study languages. As for Principal Chien, after being investigated by Catherine's people, it was confirmed that he had replaced 2 students. This evidence was also handed over to the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education of Yin. Andres had no interest in how it was handled and did not want to ask. So, Catherine left a few staff members to continue negotiating the investment plan with the Ministry of Commerce, striving to secure the best possible terms for her side. Andres and his group boarded a plane again to the lighthouse country. This time, Catherine had learned her lesson and specifically arranged for a security company to accompany them. This trip to the Gale country was also a major headache for Andres. The lighthouse country wasn't particularly interested in the plan to begin with. They only agreed because the cunning old fox, Torin, used his connections to find a Gale country conglomerate to push it forward. The politicians in the lighthouse country cared nothing for anything but their own interests. In the end, it was Catherine's people who obtained the complete list of names from Gale country's intelligence department through intermediaries. Despite all these efforts, the enrollment results were still unsatisfactory. Children from impoverished families are especially difficult to deal with. There's the abusive father, the sick mother, the younger brother in school, and the broken heart of the child. Even more outrageous was a black family. When Andres and his team visited, the boy's parents were absolutely ecstatic. Yes, literally ecstatic. Upon hearing that they wanted to send their son to study in England, they shook their heads vigorously, indicating they weren't willing to waste money on such a useless thing. Andres explained that the program was a free collaboration between the 2 countries. They still shook their heads, insisting that unless they received money, their son would have to work to support their drug addiction. Andres was dumbfounded by this bizarre demand. "We're raising your son, and we have to pay you." This absurd logic completely overwhelmed Andres. Relatively speaking, Catherine was more experienced in this area. She immediately had her lawyer draft a document. The gist of it was that Andres would pay them $100,000 in exchange for their voluntary transfer of custody of their child to Andres. The little boy, Mark Jenkins, remained expressionless throughout, as if the whole affair had nothing to do with him. Only when packing his clothes to leave did he reluctantly hug his younger brother, repeatedly telling him, "I'll be back soon, don't be afraid. When I come back, I take you away from here." The next day, Mark Jenkins' parents found Andres and his group again. They accused Andres of being child traffickers and demanded their son back. Andres and Catherine initially thought that after waking from their delusion, they regretted selling their son and still had some humanity. After arguing for a while, they realized that the parents felt they had sold their son too cheaply. They wanted more. Mark Jenkins listened nearby, his once bright eyes dimming again. After talking with him for a while, Andres understood that the boy had completely given up on his parents. So Andres cast a forgetting spell on Mark Jenkins' parents, completely altering their memories. He made them forget they even had a son named Mark, and the money became an accidental find. "Where are we? And who are you?" Before they could utter any more profanities, they were dragged out by the security personnel who had been called in. Andres turned to Mark Jenkins and said, "Son, forget the unpleasant past. You have a new life from now on." To be honest, Mark Jenkins was still confused. He didn't know what studying in England meant for him, but the greatest happiness was being able to stop seeing his drug-addicted parents. He was just worried about his younger brother, who was still so young. He could only pray that his parents still had any humanity, and wouldn't sell his brother too. So, Andres and the others took Mark Jenkins from Los Angeles to Washington. Here, Andres and Catherine were invited to a political dinner, where they met the President of the United States. Because the President's term was less than 2 years, he was preparing for his departure. The British Magic Financial Investment Company was gaining momentum, and was one of his targets for cooperation. During the dinner, Andres joked with the President. "Mr. President, I tell you a secret, I'm a magician. In exchange, can you tell me if there are aliens on Earth?" Everyone laughed and looked at the President expectantly. The President pondered for a moment, then looked at Andres and said, "Thank you for telling me this secret, but I regret to inform you that they forbid me from saying it." This statement was quite intriguing. It was either true or it wasn't. What did they mean by they forbid me from saying it? After leaving the dinner party, Catherine couldn't help but ask in the car. What exactly did he mean? I think he answered. He just can't say it outright. This world is getting more and more interesting. By the way, how's the progress on the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis? James's side has already started taking action. We all agree that the U.S. might initially take some remedial measures, but as the problem grows, they will start to consider the cost of a bailout. Chapter 124. The interviews in Washington, D.C. went smoothly these past few days, perhaps because there are so many wealthy families living there. The students generally had no problems. The issues mostly came from the parents. One parent of a young wizard, whom he had met at the dinner party before, was utterly astonished when he learned that Andres was indeed a wizard. Then he was overjoyed, because his family was about to have an extraordinary member. After hearing Andres's introduction, his laughter grew even louder. So, on behalf of his child, he made the decision to send him to Hogwarts. But that wasn't his biggest concern. His biggest concern was whether the wizarding world was currently short of resources. Did the wizarding world have surplus resources to sell to the Muggle world? Could their family profit from the trade between the wizarding and Muggle worlds? Or perhaps they could have their child focus on practical potion-related courses while studying magic at Hogwarts, so that after graduation they could provide the family with magical potions or items to sell. He couldn't even imagine how much profit those exotic potions could generate for his family. Upon hearing Andres mention that parents could visit the wizarding world, he immediately offered to personally take his child to school. Opportunities to experience the extraordinary world don't come around often. Andres and his group spent about a week in the Lighthouse Kingdom, by which time it was mid-July. Meanwhile, Hogwarts was also a scene of bustling activity. Andres and his group needed to recruit 300 students, while Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Hagrid, who were in charge of Hogwarts, needed to lead 10 three-year students to recruit the remaining 332. Bernhard and Joanna sprawled unceremoniously on Bernhard's sofa, sipping soda and complaining about their day. "Honey, how's it going on your end today? The parents of the young wizards here are so enthusiastic, they kept pulling me into this and that chatter." "Yeah, I'm alright. I almost got kicked out at first, thinking I was a scammer, but luckily I was quick enough to cast a levitation charm. You didn't see their expressions, they were priceless." "Okay, I guess so. We felt the same way back then. Let's go to Hogsmeade Village again after our mission this week. I love their cold drinks and honeydew. It's a good thing we agreed to the headmaster's offer for this part-time job, otherwise I'm worried I won't have enough allowance next school year." "Great. I want to go to the magical animal shop too. I want to buy that dog." "Are you sure? That's a large dog, it'd be a lot of trouble to raise." "I'm sure. I feel sorry for it. It's so big and always kept in a cage." "Fine, since you decided, then buy it. We can raise it together." The story goes back to early July, after Andreas left Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had already begun preparing her student recruitment plan. She first wrote letters arranging home visits, and had over 30 owls deliver them. Because the recruitment area covered the entire British Isles, and students lived in varying distances, these adorable, big-eyed owls frantically flapped their wings for 5 days to finish delivering all the letters. The letters simply stated that they were professors at the school and wanted to recruit the children of the students. They then planned to meet with the parents at a prearranged time, saying nothing else. Many were puzzled, but no one objected, as it concerned their children's future. Then McGonagall wrote to Darius, asking him to inform everyone to wait at her house a week later for the night bus to pick them up. The school would assign them supervising professors and tasks, and then they would go back to their homes for home visits. After receiving the letter delivered by Owl, Darius posted the notification in the MSN group, telling Diane and all the prefects to prepare. Immediately, Some online wizards in the MSN group started to express their envy. I'm so envious of the prefects, who can go back to Hogwarts and visit Hogsmeade Village right away. We have to wait until after school starts. Crying? Erlinda, you still have time to cry? Why don't you finish your holiday homework first? Don't let us go to Hogsmeade Village while you're catching up on your holiday homework at school. Erlinda replied with an angry emoji, warning her roommate not to bring up something sore subject. This MSN group was created by Jason Anderson of Hufflepuff, initially just to discuss homework with his roommates during the holidays. As a result, his roommate, Jordan Misraka, thought that the four of them discussing things was too slow and inefficient, and they needed a clever Ravenclaw to help, so they called Steve Hara. Steve Hara was initially very enthusiastic in helping to answer questions, but later he thought the method was good and brought in his roommate. His roommate said he was annoyed by the questions from Slytherin's Jean and others, so he also brought in the Slytherin quartet. Then it quickly grew, and by the time it reached Darius, more than half of the young wizards were in the group chat. Darius astutely realized this was a great way to strengthen communication among the young wizards during the holidays, so he gathered the rest of them into the group. The group quickly became lively, with young wizards flooding the chat daily. The young wizards were happy, and their homework went much more smoothly. One wonders what Andres would think if he knew. A group of wizards discussing magic online using modern internet technology. However, even if Andres knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. He's not some pureblood who rejects everything Muggle-related. As for how the young wizards found out about Hogsmeade Village, it was because Beretta and Colette, the two left-behind children, revealed it in a letter to their roommates. Beretta wrote to Erlinda, Wendy, and Violet, telling them about Hogsmeade Village and how they could visit. She even tried butterbeer for them, saying it was too sweet and didn't taste very good. Beretta and Colette preferred cherry juice and iced soda with a little umbrella, and the quill she was using to write letters was from the Winrange quill shop. It was flashy but quite pretty, supposedly made from a pheasant feather. When Erlinda and Colette's roommates posted this in their group chat, it went viral. Wow, we finally have somewhere to go during school. I really want to go to Honeydukes. Yeah. The magical animal shop is great too. We can have our own magical pets. I'm so envious of Beretta and Colette. They got to go to Hogsmeade Village first. And they wrote about it to brag. How awful. Chapter 125. Hogsmeade Village remained a hot topic in the MSN group chat, with the young wizards eagerly anticipating their preschool shopping trip there. Unexpectedly, only a week later, the student council presidents and prefects were recalled to Hogsmeade. Previously, only a few close roommates knew they had been hired for home visits to new students, but now the news had spread throughout the group chat. This sparked a wave of envious comments in the group. Everyone could only urge Beretta and Colette's roommates to update the chat with more information, eager to know more. On July 12th, Stan and Ernst made another trip, bringing 10 students back to Hogwarts. On the way, the prefects were having a tea party, eating fruit and drinking beverages, while complaining about their own holidays. Darius, how's it going at home? My mother was happy for the first few days that I was home so early, but after just a week she was complaining about why school let out so early. I'm about the same as you, Halkin, but I haven't been idle at home. Besides finishing my holiday homework, I also took a part-time job at a nearby bar. Ah! Which bar? I patronize your business after this mission. Halkin, I suggest you save up some money. Haven't you noticed how fast the school is developing? I know, but money is only needed when you have enough. I don't have such high ambitions. Ahem, you should understand that we, as the first cohort, have many advantages. We learn about magic before the later students, and we graduate before them. For example, we already know about Hogsmeade Village, while the next cohort doesn't. But what kind of advantage is that? They find out sooner or later. It's just a month later than us. Everyone was captivated by their conversation and gradually quieted down. Seeing that everyone was listening, Darius raised his voice so everyone could hear clearly. I'm sure you all seen Beretta and Colette's description of Hogsmeade Village. In their letter, they wrote that Hogsmeade Village now has about a dozen houses, 10 of which are already owned and have become shops. The remaining few are our opportunity. I just told Harkin that our Hogwarts is developing faster and faster. This semester, the student population will jump from our 68 to 800. What about next year? Will the school enroll another 800 or even more next year? As long as Hogwarts continues to develop like this, the number of students will only increase. Then Hogsmeade Village, as the first magical village, will rise in status. Diane asked, seemingly understanding. Darius, you mean the value of those empty houses will skyrocket? Exactly, Diane. It's basic economics. The demand from Hogwarts students will only increase. Hogsmeade Village, as the supplier, only has so many houses, so a price increase is inevitable. But can't Hogsmeade Village expand? Melissa, you better listen. Because even if it expands, these dozen or so houses will still be the core of Hogsmeade Village. So Darius, what are your plans? I'm going to ask the school's opinion. We need to see if Hogwarts is willing to sell the remaining vacant houses. If Hogwarts is willing to sell, I suggest we all unite and buy them. If the school isn't willing to sell, we can also inquire about the surrounding land's development plan. We can buy those too. Besides wanting to reap the benefits, Darius also wanted to unite Diane and the other 9 around him. These 9 would become important allies in the future. Even if there's no power struggle in the wizarding world now, what about later? Under Headmaster Andres, there will definitely be numerous factions and interest groups. With more people comes more competition, and factions naturally emerge. So as I just said, first come, first served is an advantage, isn't it? And since I was the first president of the Male Student Council, this advantage is practically natural. For the past 3 years at the school, all the students have followed my lead. Even the students from the Beacon of Light, Yen, Gaul, and Bering countries next semester will be the same. I agree with Darius's opinion. Even if we don't run the house ourselves after acquiring it, we can consider renting it out to others. Harkin and Darius had a good relationship, so after considering it, he decided to support Darius's plan. The others present also agreed after some consideration. After all, they needed to unite to better cope with the competition from others. Not long after, they returned to Hogwarts. Darius led everyone to Professor McGonagall's office in Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall simply said a few words to everyone. You can rest today. After breakfast tomorrow morning, you set off with the supervising professor, who will assign you tasks. The assignments will be based on the students' abilities. Professor McGonagall glanced at Joanna and Bernhard standing together, then added with a smile. Joanna, if you like, you can temporarily be assigned to the Hufflepuff group. I have no objection. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. This assignment plan elicited a few good-natured chuckles from the group. So, Professor, if there's nothing else today, could we go to Hogsmeade Village? It was Eleanor Morrison who spoke, looking at Professor McGonagall expectantly. Of course, you're still on holiday, but I hope you don't come back too late. You better be well rested, as things will get busy tomorrow. Yay, great! Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We be going now. With that, the group left, chatting and laughing, deciding to go to Hogsmeade Village together. However, Darius didn't move, and Professor McGonagall looked at him curiously. Darius, is there anything else? Professor McGonagall, I noticed there are still some vacant houses in Hogsmeade Village. I was wondering if the school is interested in selling them. A few prefects and I are thinking of buying some together. Why do you have this idea? Do you want to open a shop? It's just a simple investment. We haven't decided what to do yet. I can't make that decision. We have to wait for Headmaster Andres to return and ask him. You can go back and wait for news. I remember this. Thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. It's nothing. You should go back to Hogsmeade Village first. Don't keep Diane and the others waiting too long. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall. With that, Darius quickly left. Chapter 126. Darius, Diane, and the others walked for half an hour before arriving at Hogsmeade Village. As soon as they arrived, they saw Beretta, Colette, and a centaur sitting on a bench outside Florin's ice cream shop, drinking something and occasionally writing something on parchment on the table. The group approached, but they didn't notice, still discussing something. We have a lot of Norwegian vines in our tribe. We usually use them to build walls. Aren't they very afraid of freezing? I heard they shatter with a single blow after being frozen. Yes, but because they can be accelerated to grow using nature magic, they usually only serve a stabilizing purpose. Once the wall or city wall is built, they're no longer needed, so it doesn't matter if they're destroyed or not. Seeing that they were discussing homework, Diane coughed lightly. Ahem, good afternoon, Beretta, Colette, and this centaur friend. The three were focused on their homework, and were startled by Diane's sudden interruption. Marfa inwardly berated himself, wondering if he'd been living with humans for too long and had lost his vigilance. He hadn't even noticed someone getting so close. He needed to be more alert. Beretta and Colette, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and were quite happy to see them. Hello, Sister Diane. What brings you here? School hasn't started yet. We were called back by the school to help out. We just arrived today, and school starts tomorrow. So we came to Hogsmeade Village to check things out first. Oh, I see. By the way, this is Marfa. He's my good friend from the Battleaxe tribe. We're discussing our herbalism homework. Oh, and would you like some ice cream? Mr. Florin Fosco's ice cream is really good. I'm not going. I want to check out Flourish and Blots first. I eat later, said Diane, looking at the group who had come with her. As Diane's best friend and roommate, Melissa could only choose to go to the bookstore with her. Darius wanted to check out the wand shop. He wanted to learn more about his wand. Kalima Molina went to Davies and Banshees, eager to see what interesting things were there. True to their lion cub heritage, the mischievous gene was ingrained in their bones. Joanna and Bernhard chose to stay and have some ice cream first, each choosing different flavors and trying the others. Ricardo Geese went to the magical creature shop first. He couldn't wait to buy a magical pet to take home. So, the dozen or so of them spent the entire afternoon wandering around Hogsmeade Village, undeniably bringing some life to the village. The next day, after everyone had breakfast, they prepared to set off. The student council presidents and prefects were all accompanied by their respective house deans, while the Hufflepuff group followed Hagrid. Only Joanna joined the Hufflepuff team. Everyone understood the situation and smiled knowingly. Initially, the students worked with the professors on the first day. By the second day, having figured out how to handle things, they began to work independently, though each group was assigned relatively concentrated mission locations. So they could have lunch together and chat about their day's experiences. Those who lived nearby could take a taxi home to rest, while those who lived further away could find a hotel nearby. The professors would meet with everyone every morning to check if there were any problems before continuing. At first, everyone was quite nervous, and being young, they weren't trusted until they started demonstrating magic, which earned the trust of the astonished parents. Then came dealing with all sorts of bizarre questions, but most parents still supported their children attending Hogwarts. They weren't stupid. Extraordinary abilities were rare and precious. They certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Later, after visiting many homes, they mastered a technique, demonstrating magic upon entering. This was far more efficient than before. Previously, no matter how much they explained, the parents thought the students were liars until they cast a spell. Now, it was different. Entering the house and casting the spell eliminated the persuasion step, significantly increasing efficiency. On this particular day, Joanna and Bernhard were taking a nap at home and reminiscing about their previous trip to Hogsmeade. They had initially helped the two children with their homework while eating ice cream, and after finishing their ice cream, they began strolling around Hogsmeade. Joanna bought some candy at Honeydukes to take with her, while Bernhard was captivated by the dogs at the magical animal shop. When Joanna and Bernhard entered the magical animal shop, the owner, Nancy, was busy cleaning the cat enclosures. She simply greeted them and told them to look around for a bit, saying she'd be right back. Joanna and Bernhard were filled with curiosity, because the shop truly resembled a zoo. There were dozing owls and mice squeaking in cages. Outside the cages, a row of cats sat watching the mice. Good heavens, could mice be kept like that? Weren't they afraid of scaring them to death? Honey, come quick. There's another snake in there. Bernhard looked in the direction of the voice, and lo and behold, another rat-eating animal. The snake was about a meter long, coiled up as if it were sleeping. Just as the two were examining whether the snake was sleeping, a macaw flew past them. Joanna was immediately drawn away by the parrot, while Bernhard noticed a cage in the corner. A cloth was covered over the cage, seemingly to block out the sunlight. Curious, Bernhard walked over and slowly lifted it a little. He saw two bright green eyes staring at him, and Bernhard was startled. Then, upon closer inspection, he realized, wasn't that a husky? The husky was also looking at Bernhard with a furrowed brow. At that moment, the shop owner, Nancy, also came over. Oh, this is General. It was sick last night, and kept fussing all night. I wanted it to get a good night's sleep, so I covered its cage with a cloth. General? Why is it called that? It looks so listless in its cage. Ah, because it was the leader of its brothers and sisters after it was born, always leading the mischief, like a general, so we named it that. But now that it's grown up, it's much better. Although I'd like to take it out for a walk, as you can see, I'm the only one in the shop, and I'm too busy, so I have to make do with it for now. Oh, by the way, what are you looking to buy? Joanna and I are just browsing. Okay, if you see anything you like, just let me know. By the way, pets for girls should be well behaved and cute. Like that ragdoll over there, it's quite nice. As Nancy left, she pointed to the ragdoll kept perched on the shelf, gazing out the window. Bernhard went over and petted it a couple of times, noticing that the ragdoll had heterochromia. Chapter 127. Joanna also saw the ragdoll cat and walked over, taking it from Bernhard. Isn't it a cute cat? Yes, do you like it? If you like it, I'd buy it for you. No, I don't know if my roommates like cats. What if they don't like it? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Yeah, what if they don't like it? Bernhard glanced at the general in the cage. Joanna followed his gaze, and saw a husky lying pitifully in its cage, looking at them. She understood what was going on. It seemed her boyfriend wanted to buy the dog. But he seemed hesitant, so she didn't say anything. The two left the magical animal store. That was their experience at the magical animal store that day, but what she didn't expect was that her boyfriend seemed to still be thinking about the dog. It seemed they would soon have a furry child. The two rested at Bernhard's house for the afternoon, then separated to visit their respective mission targets' homes. It was undoubtedly a unique experience for them. After more than 10 days of hard work, they finally completed their task around the end of July. All 332 students had completed their home visits, and under the awe-inspiring magic, everyone agreed to attend Hogwarts. Now they were just waiting for their acceptance letters. After everyone returned to Hogwarts to hand over their tasks, Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with the students' performance. She immediately distributed the agreed-upon payment, and the students were very happy. Although they usually worked to earn money, this was the first time they had earned so much at once. Each of them gave Darius 4,000 pounds, the money they had agreed upon to use to buy a house in Hogsmeade. The rest was for themselves, after all the work they had done for so long. Just as the home visits to the local students at Hogwarts were finished, Andres had also nearly completed his overseas trip. During this time, they first sent Mark Jenkins back to London, arranging for him to rest and be cared for by Catherine's staff. Then Andres and his group flew to France and the Barren Kingdom. Aside from their slight dislike of the British, the French had no other problems. When the French parents heard someone speaking English, they would pretend not to understand in French, something Andres didn't notice at first. Later, many parents, amazed by his magic, would ask in English if it was real, and Andres realized the French people's annoying habit. Catherine noticed that Andres always had a dark expression on his face during this period. After leaving France, Andres and his group flew directly to Bering. The Bering people were very hospitable. Instead of tea and drinks, they were served vodka, especially after learning their children could study abroad for free. They only became more enthusiastic after Andres and his group used magic. Fortunately, the number of students needed was small, and after the parents signed their sole contracts, they rented a classroom at a school in the Bering capital and began teaching the children basic English. Andres was surprised that the Russians' English was so poor. He had assumed that all white people would speak English fluently. Andres and his group returned to Hogwarts on July 31st. Everyone was exhausted from their busy schedules and didn't hold a welcome party. They all rushed back to rest, except for Catherine, who expressed regret that her goal hadn't been achieved, blaming it all on Andres' blockhead behavior. She then turned her attention back to the company. That evening, Andres lay in the headmaster's office lounge and opened the system panel. The system notification read, Main Quest 6, complete. Please claim your rewards and the next system quest in time. It turned out that, after Professor McGonagall and Andres led their respective teams to complete the recruitment tasks, the system had already humanely determined the main quest to be complete. Congratulations on completing Main Quest 6 reward. 1 Hogwarts Express Train recruitment 632/200 reward. 100,000 system points. Andres was delighted to see such a generous reward, but his smile vanished when he saw the subsequent main quest. Main Quest 7. Your school is on the right track. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Successfully trained to graduate. System rewards depend on the student's graduation level. This throws the quest completion time 2 years into the future. During this period, obtaining system points will only depend on the student's daily output. It seems the system still wants students to grow quickly, as higher student levels provide more daily system points. It seems I still need to find a way to improve the students' learning progress as soon as possible, so they can grow up faster. The next morning, the professors gradually arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast. Even after a month apart, they still had plenty to talk about. Especially the professors who had traveled the world with Andres, they excitedly shared their experiences. Professor McGonagall, it's truly unbelievable how convenient Muggle society is now. Like the airplanes we fly on, although they're not as agile as flying broomsticks, you can't deny they have a larger capacity and are more comfortable. It's hard to believe that Muggles can fly without magic. Professor Hodge, I always believe that it's beneficial to accept some Muggle items into the magical world. We can't always live in the glory of the past. We should also appropriately accept the knowledge and culture of the Muggle world. You're right. Perhaps we could try to get an airplane and magicalize it? Andres broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Airplanes are very expensive. How could they use them for experiments? Mrs. Hodge, I must remind you, airplanes. This is a huge system engineering project. It involves a lot of knowledge, and modifying it is no easy task. It might require extremely advanced alchemical knowledge. Speaking of alchemy, I'd like to ask Professor McGonagall, does Hogwarts have a course on alchemy? Headmaster Andres, yes, Hogwarts does have a course on alchemy. It's an elective for 6th and 7th year students. However, the requirements for this course are quite high, and few students meet the standards, so very few students choose to take it. Therefore, this course isn't offered year-round, so it's normal that you rarely see it on the schedule. So the professors aren't permanent? Yes, the headmaster recruits them when needed, since it's not a regular subject. Chapter 128. While Andres and the others were discussing the alchemy course, Professor Sprout, sitting on the other side of the table, was also discussing something with Professor Snape. You know, Severus, my biggest takeaway from this trip was actually from Yin Country. They have an incredibly rich variety of plants there, and they have a book called Shannon's Classic of Materia Medica. It contains descriptions of hundreds of herbs and their applications. I think this is extremely helpful for potions, so I bought a few copies to bring back. You can take them to study later. I bought both the Yin Country version and the translated version to avoid any translation errors. Oh! Yin Country also studies herbs and potions? I heard of it before, but haven't had any experience with it. I wonder what their research findings are. Of course they do, but they mostly use Muggle methods for research, without delving into magical principles. However, judging from their culture, in ancient times, they must have had something similar to magic. At least I think they should have had potions and magical plants, but I don't know why they slowly disappeared. Okay. Thank you for the gift, it might help my potion research. Perhaps we should suggest to Andres that we buy a batch of herbs from Yin Country. That's what I was thinking too. It would be best if they could provide a batch of seeds. That way we can cultivate them ourselves, and maybe in the magically rich environment of Hogwarts, we can make them magical. I go back and start selecting a list of herbs, and have Andres help me buy them. Hagrid, standing to the side, felt regretful for not being able to visit foreign countries, especially Yin Country. He was very curious about Yin Country. After all, the Qilin originated there. So, Lupin, did you see any iron-eating beasts in Yin? I heard of them before. They look cute, but they're actually a type of bear, and in ancient times, they were the mounts of a high-ranking wizard there. I also heard that there's a giant turtle in the Yin Sea that can carry an island around and sink to the bottom of the sea when it encounters danger. Unfortunately, Hagrid, I didn't see either of those animals you mentioned. We didn't have time to look for them, and I heard that iron-eating beasts only exist in the Yin interior. As for the giant turtle you mentioned, it should be extinct, right? After all, even wizards didn't exist in this plane before us. That's a real shame. They existed in my original plane, but I never had time to go see them. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. After saying that, Hagrid, taking advantage of the moment, threw a whole steak into Tooth's mouth. Tooth squatted beside him, opening and closing its mouth without chewing, simply swallowing the steak whole. The two, man and dog, worked together seamlessly. It seemed they did this often. Professor McGonagall brought up the matter raised by Darius Pick at the dinner table. By the way, Headmaster Andres, there's another small problem. A few days ago, when the students came to help, Darius mentioned wanting to buy some empty rooms in Hogsmeade Village as an investment. I told him we have to wait for you to come back and make a decision. What do you think? Oh! Our student council president is so optimistic about Hogsmeade Village? I didn't expect him to have such good foresight. What do you think about this? I think it's worth selling. Besides the possibility of expanding the village, I don't think we can keep controlling everything. It's not good for future development. We need to give the students room to develop their own ideas. You're right, Professor McGonagall. Here's what we do. Write him a letter, and tell him I can sell them some empty houses for £20,000 each. But these houses need to be operational by this time a year from now. I don't care what kind of business they use them for. And one more thing, Headmaster Andres. You mean, Professor McGonagall? Is there some problem with the school? More or less. Mainly, I need to start writing acceptance letters today, and I also need to write reading lists and equipment lists for last year's students. What does the professor need me to do? I mean, the Hogwarts Express needs to be ready as soon as possible. I need to tell the children and their parents when they can come to Hogsmeade Village to buy things, so transportation is a problem. After all, there are 400 students, plus families. There will probably be around 1,000 people. That's no problem. In fact, I was planning to materialize the Hogwarts Express in Hogsmeade Village anyway. You can rest assured and set the time. My suggestion is that it's best to have them come in stages, otherwise, so many people coming to Hogsmeade Village suddenly might put a lot of pressure on them. That's what I was thinking too. I plan to have the second-year students come first. The shopkeepers are looking to recruit some apprentices or helpers, so having the second-year students come and take a look first, and if there are suitable ones, they can stay and help. I almost forgot about that. Let's arrange it like that then. I go arrange the Hogwarts Express in a bit. To be honest, I really want to experience it. And so, breakfast ended amidst the discussion, and everyone left after finishing their meal. Professor McGonagall returned to the headmaster's office to begin writing this year's acceptance letters, and a list of school supplies for the second-year students. Professor McGonagall first drafted the list of items the second-year students needed, then summoned her house elf, Sparkle, to mail the letters. Then, with a flick of her wand, a quill began automatically writing Hogwarts acceptance letters on parchment. The familiar format and content appeared on the parchment, the quill continuing until all the equipment and items were written. Professor McGonagall picked it up, looked at it, and nodded in satisfaction. She then used a copying charm to create over 300 copies, and began manually filling in names and addresses. Professor McGonagall worked tirelessly all afternoon to finish writing all the letters before the house elf mailed them out by owls. The owls had already been delivering mail that morning. Upon returning and seeing so many letters to deliver, the little guys quickly ate and drank, preparing to start delivering mail again. They had been busy for a week, mainly waiting for the young wizards to write back to ensure they had received their acceptance letters. Andreas left Hogwarts for Hogsmeade Village, intending to materialize the Hogwarts Express first. Headmaster Andreas arrived at an open area outside Hogsmeade Village and activated the system using the Hogwarts Express card. Then, a thick fog descended upon Hogsmeade Village, appearing suddenly and covering a wide area. The fog almost completely enveloped everything along the route from Hogsmeade Village to King's Cross Station in London, even attracting the attention of Muggles. After all, everything had been fine just moments before, and the sudden appearance of fog was quite strange, but no one investigated further, assuming it was a normal natural phenomenon. Fortunately, the fog came and went quickly, lasting only about half an hour without any significant impact. However, what they didn't know was that after the fog dissipated, 2 parallel railway tracks appeared on British soil. These 2 tracks merged from the Isle of Skye into the railway network in the suburbs of London. Chapter 129. As the fog lifted, a colossal steel beast appeared before Andres. It was a black Hogwarts Express locomotive, bearing the number 5972 on its front, with a string of crimson carriages trailing behind. The Hogwarts Express sat quietly inside, awaiting the arrival of the young wizards. Then, an elderly man with gray hair stepped out from the front of the locomotive. He walked steadily to Andres, removed his hat, and bowed to him. "Hello, Headmaster Andres. I'm Joseph Carter, the driver of this express train. It's a pleasure to serve Hogwarts again. Thank you for your hard work transporting the children all these years. This is the first time I've seen it. Could you perhaps tell me about it?" "Of course, it's my honor. I used to ride it to Hogwarts myself, until I was 30, when I took over the job from my father, Mr. Carter." Then Joseph Carter seemed to drift into distant memories, recounting the history of the Hogwarts Express to Andres, bit by bit. "You know, Headmaster Andres, the first time I saw it was when I was 11. I had just received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, and I was so excited. My father, old Carter, was also very happy, so on my first day of school, he specially took me into the driver's cab. That was the first time in my life I had ever been in the driver's cab of the Hogwarts Express, and I will never forget that feeling of speeding along." As he spoke, Joseph Carter led Andres into the engine room of the Hogwarts Express. The driver's cab wasn't very big, about 4 times the size of an elevator car. "Headmaster Andres, you see, it's actually not that big. Originally, the locomotive usually needed 2 or 3 people, one to drive, and the other to shovel coal into the furnace. But that's the clumsy way of the Muggle world. We're wizards, aren't we? So the Ministry of Magic specially modified this train. From then on, the Hogwarts Express was different from its brothers. It didn't need to burn coal, but was powered by magic. During the modification, the Ministry of Magic staff deliberately left this whistle. Whenever you pull the whistle, the Hogwarts Express will puff out white smoke just like when it's burning coal. Old Carter said it was one of the few joys he had while driving. I remember pulling it a few times. The sound was incredibly pleasant to me. Andres stood there listening to the old man reminisce about his childhood. You see, I get old and love reminiscing. Let me tell you about the origins of the Hogwarts Express. Headmaster Andres, have you ever considered how young wizards got to Hogwarts before the Hogwarts Express existed? Wizards must have many ways to travel, right? Like carriages, powder, or flying broomsticks and magical creatures. Maybe flying carpets were a good choice? At least I think flying carpets are better for carrying luggage than flying broomsticks. You're right, Headmaster Andres. They did. Some even tried apparition, but as the headmaster, you should know that Hogwarts Castle and the surrounding area were protected by anti-apparition charms. So many of them were sent far away from Hogwarts, and some were even more unlucky enough to injure themselves. Then, there are the magical creatures, like the large number of Thestrals that roam the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. It's said they were left behind back then. Many wizards rode in on Thestrals, and then operated back, leaving the Thestrals abandoned in the Forbidden Forest. Later, a headmaster of Hogwarts decided to take them in, and their only job was to serve as mounts to transport the children during school breaks and holidays. I also considered exchanging Thestrals, but we have too many students here, so it's not practical. I'm considering other ways to bring a large number of young wizards to the castle. Luckily, I still have time. The vast majority of young wizards this year will still have to travel to the castle via the Black Lake. I hope you can resolve your troubles soon. By the way, where were we? All right, the way wizards get here. Although there are numerous Muggle sightings every year, these methods were feasible before the Act of Secrecy, but they are no longer possible after the Act of Secrecy came into effect. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic needed an efficient transportation method to safely and effectively transport young wizards from all over Britain to Hogwarts. And that's how this big guy came about. Carter, I believe that even so, things didn't go smoothly at first, right? Yes, Headmaster Andres, you're right. First, there was the question of how to obtain this big guy. The then Minister of Magic, Adela Gamper, made a bold decision. She launched a massive operation involving 167 forgetting charms, and the largest record of hidden spells in British history. It's clear that the Ministry of Magic put a lot of effort into handling this matter. So what happened next? And then? Later, to help this big guy better conceal himself, the Ministry of Magic set its sights on King's Cross Station, which the Muggles were building at the time. They set up a hidden platform there, which is now Platform 9 3/4. In fact, there's more than one platform there. There's also Platform 7 1/6 leading to Europe. However, we might not be able to connect to Europe from here, which may require your efforts, Headmaster. I believe that if the railway could connect to Europe, it would be a huge benefit to the future development of Hogwarts. Besides, there was a group of pure-blood wizards who refused to use it, claiming it was a Muggle creation. In the end, the Ministry of Magic forcefully suppressed them, and they finally gave up their resistance. Sometimes these stubborn purebloods really do hinder the development of the wizarding world, don't they? Perhaps, but I think we won't have these problems here. Yes, thank you very much for listening to this old man ramble on about these old stories. Now let's get on the train and take a look. Joseph Carter then led Andreas onto the Hogwarts Express. Headmaster Andres, our express train is fundamentally different from Muggle trains. It doesn't need to burn coal like Muggle trains. Its power comes entirely from magic. As for why it emits white smoke, that's just a little amusement for the drivers. Because the entire train has been magically modified, although it only looks like it has 5 carriages from the outside, the interior space is quite large. Only you and the food vendor are adults on the train? Yes, usually just me and the food vendor. Right now, Mrs. Margaret Mason is the vendor. She's even a bit older than me. I imagine she's resting in one of her compartments. Chapter 130. Andres and Joseph Carter walked through each of the private compartments, each quite spacious and seating 6 people. When they reached the second carriage, they saw a trolley full of food parked outside one of the compartments. They approached and found Mrs. Margaret Mason asleep, so they didn't disturb her and proceeded to the next carriage. Andres and Carter continued walking until they reached the last carriage. This carriage was different from the others. It had eliminated the private compartments, making it seem like it could accommodate more people. Satisfied, Andres disembarked and then arranged accommodations for Joseph Carter and Mrs. Margaret Mason in Hogsmeade Village. Initially, Andres intended to give them each a room, but considering the elderly couple's age and the potential inconvenience of living alone, he consulted them and rented 2 rooms for them at the 3 Broomsticks Inn year-round, so they wouldn't be too lonely. Mrs. Rosmerta had no objections. It not only increased their income, but also provided a way to help out when they were too busy, a win-win situation. After settling the two elderly people in, Andres also had Dobby deliver necessary supplies, and £10,000 each for living expenses. Then he returned to Hogwarts Owl Tower. Andres hadn't visited Thunder in a long time, since leaving Hogwarts to recruit students abroad. Thunder was overjoyed to see Andres arrive with beef jerky. He playfully wrestled with Andres before starting to eat. While Andres and Thunder were playing, the young wizards on holiday were also in an uproar. Erlinda immediately forwarded Professor McGonagall's letter to the MSN group chat upon receiving it. Finally, I can go to Hogsmeade Village. I'm planning to go tomorrow. Anyone want to come? Erlinda, I'm going with you tomorrow. Does Wendy want to come too? Sure, where's Wendy? I won't be going with you tomorrow. My parents are only free this weekend, and they want to go to Hogsmeade Village too. Okay, we go see Beretta first tomorrow. If I'm free this weekend, I can go to Hogsmeade Village later. The entire MSN group chat was filled with these discussions, with most of the young wizards saying their parents wanted to go too. The Hogwarts letter, besides announcing the start date as August 24th, also included a list of books and equipment. For example, there was a cauldron, dragonskin gloves, and a scale, items clearly intended for potions class. The letter also mentioned that the school would no longer provide these basic teaching supplies this year, requiring the young wizards to purchase them themselves in Hogsmeade Village. To facilitate shopping trips with their parents, a number for Catherine's company was provided for the young wizards to register in advance. Catherine would relay this registration information back to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts would send a night bus to pick them up the following day. Because the letter didn't specify the number of trips allowed, many people thought they could book several days in advance to extend their stay. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Stan looked at the list in his hand. Today he was to pick up over 20 young wizards and their parents. Frankly, Stan and Ern didn't like driving the transport vehicle. They preferred driving the night bus because they enjoyed the feeling of speed. The car quickly stopped in front of 128 Privet Drive, Little Wigan, Surrey, England. Their first passenger was Jean Madison. They weren't sure if his parents were coming too. However, when he got out, he saw Jean and his parents. Clearly, the whole family was going. Hello, Jean. Are these your parents? Yes, Mr. Stan. They're also going to Hogsmeade with me. Then get in quickly. We still need to pick up the next person. By the way, we have 2 trains back tonight, one at 4 p.m. and the other at 7 p.m. If you missed the 4 p.m. train, I suggest you have dinner in Hogsmeade before coming back. Thank you, Stan. All right, hold on tight. Ernst, we're off. Jean's parents leaned back, clearly feeling the car accelerate. Mr. Madison looked out the window and noticed the scenery suddenly stretched out. Then a few seconds later, as if time had been fast-forwarded, the car shot off a considerable distance. After the bus started bouncing steadily, Jean picked up a teacup from the table and poured some for her parents. Mom, have some milk tea to relax. The night bus always seems a bit reckless. Some milk tea will make you feel better. I can't believe it, Jean. Didn't you feel uncomfortable riding this to school before? It was alright. I got a little car sick at first, but then it got better. Just as Jean was describing her usual surroundings to her parents, Jerome Bag and his parents boarded the bus. Jean quickly stood up and waved to Jerome Bag. Hey, Jerome, over here. Jerome ran over and gave Jean a big hug when he saw her. Mom, Dad. This is my good friend and roommate, Jerome Bucky. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, and these are my parents behind me. Come on, Jean. You sit over here. My parents and I will sit here. Mr. Madison, Mrs. Madison, it's a pleasure to meet you. My son often talks about Jean at home. He tells us Jean is his best friend. Mr. Bucky, you're too kind. They're roommates. They should get along well, shouldn't they? Yes, I think so too. How's the weather in Surrey today? Not bad. It's strange that the British would start by talking about the weather, just like how people from Yen would often ask each other if they eaten. And so, the night bus bounced along, picking up all 20-odd young wizards and their parents. It took them over an hour to reach Hogsmeade Village. Just before they were about to get off, Stan reminded everyone again about the time slots. There were only 2 buses, at 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Missing either of them would mean staying in the tavern and waiting for the next day's bus. The tranquility of Hogsmeade Village was shattered by these 80 or 90 people. After getting off the bus, the crowd began to bustle towards the various shops. Erlinda and Violet saw Beretta dressed as a maid in Floren's ice cream shop. They were stunned by Beretta's attire. Beretta, however, asked them in a serious tone. What would you two like to order? Beretta, what's going on? You haven't said what you want yet. Do you have strawberry cream ice cream? Of course, Florin's ice cream shop is the best ice cream shop in the entire wizarding world. Then 2 cups of strawberry cream ice cream. But I think this is the only ice cream shop in the entire wizarding world, right? That's not important. Mr. Florin Fosco has guests who want 2 cups of strawberry cream ice cream. That'd be £1 for both of you. Who's paying? Chapter 131. Burrito gave you the money, but you still haven't told me why you're here dressed like this. Didn't you see all the shops outside are hiring apprentices? Oh, right. You came right after you got off the bus, so you probably don't know yet. All the shops in Hogsmeade are hiring apprentices. I often come to Florin's ice cream shop, and Mr. Florin Fosco needed an assistant, so I signed up. Let me tell you, this job is great. I just need to greet customers and collect money, and Mr. Florin Fosco will pay me £50 a day, plus a free ice cream and lunch. Wow, that's wonderful. Free ice cream too. I really want to work here as an apprentice. I'm afraid that won't work, Erlinda, because Florin Fosco. Sir, 1 apprentice is enough. We don't usually have that many people. I was mainly asked to help out with the new students arriving at the end of the month. But you can check other places. Other shops are hiring too. Okay, we go check after we finish our ice cream. By the way, Beretta, how's your holiday homework going? It's alright. Colette and I are almost done. What's up, Erlinda? Have you finished yours? Of course. In fact, almost everyone is finished. Everyone? You mean? We created an MSN group off campus. It started as just a few people discussing homework. But more and more people joined. Almost all 68 students in the entire grade except you and Colette joined. We basically finished our homework a few days ago. Oh, I see. It seems spending so much time in the wizarding world can make you miss things. I go to London with Colette sometime and register an MSN account for my sister. By the way, didn't Colette come with you to do your part-time job? I heard from her roommate that her parents are getting a divorce, and no one's looking after her. She's with Madame Malkin. She went to be Madame Malkin's apprentice. Madame Malkin said Colette has a real talent for color matching, so she took her on as an apprentice. Oh, I see. Then let's go see her later. Just as they were about to chat, the door to Florin's ice cream shop opened again. This time, a young wizard wearing a robe with the Hufflepuff logo entered with his parents. Beretta quickly ran over, bowed, and asked, Hello, what would you like to order? Wow, Beretta, it's you. That's a long story. We can talk about it later. So, Madeline Perez, what would you like to eat? Madeline, are you classmates with this little one? Yes, Dad. Beretta is a Gryffindor student. We often attend classes together. Beretta, these are my parents. They also wanted to visit Hogsmeade, so they came together today. Do you have any recommendations? Of course, I make sure you and your aunt and uncle are satisfied. £1.50. Beretta took the money, then mysteriously ran to Mr. Florin and whispered something to him. A moment later, Beretta brought out 3 boxes. Madeline's parents were eager to try the food of the wizarding world, but when they opened the boxes, they were quite disappointed. Child, did you get the wrong one? You gave us an apple and an orange, and they're still dripping wet. Before Beretta could answer, Madeline opened her box. A squirrel was circling inside. Mrs. Perez exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Then she saw her daughter picking up a spoon and digging at the squirrel. Just as she was about to stop her daughter, there was a squeak, and the squirrel stopped moving because Madeline had already scooped off its tail. Judging from the cut-off section, it appeared to be filled with cream, jam, and other ingredients. The Perez couple realized that their boxes were actually filled with ice cream, but their realistic appearance had led them to mistakenly give their little girl the wrong thing. So, the Perez couple also picked up spoons and tried some. Beretta watched the 3 of them enjoy the ice cream with a smile, then asked, How is it, Madeline? Not bad, right? Your ice cream is called Little Friends in the Forest, but I prefer to call it Scream. Your aunt and uncle only have regular apple and orange-flavored ice cream. I was mainly worried they wouldn't like animal-shaped ice cream. It's really good, Beretta. How to describe it? It has a nutty flavor and a hint of grass. That's right. I'm glad you like it. Another customer has arrived, so I have to disturb your family's ice cream. Before Madeline could reply, Beretta skipped off to greet the new customer. Meanwhile, at the magical animal shop, Nancy was engaged in a heated bargaining session with Bernhard and his wife. No. General is a purebred Siberian Husky. I won't sell it for less than £300. Sister Nancy, look, Bernhard and I are still students. We don't have that much money to buy General. Can you lower the price? All right. Joanna, stop shaking your head. How much are you two planning to offer? £200. Okay, Sister Nancy? No, dear, at least £290. That's only because of you. If someone else wanted to buy it, I wouldn't sell it for less than £400. But Sister Nancy, look, after we buy General, we still need to buy dog food, a doghouse, a leash, toys, and so on from you. That's a lot of money. So how about £220? Joanna, that won't do. I spent £200 when I got General, and then spent a year raising him. I already invested. That's quite a lot. £290 is practically cost price. It can't go any lower. How about we look at something else? How about that ragdoll cat, Lily? You can take her for only £150. She's prettier, isn't she? No, Sister Nancy, Lily isn't worth that much. I think £100 is reasonable. Joanna, are you sure you're here to buy a pet? I think you're here to have some fun. Sister Nancy, what are you talking about? We really want to buy General. My boyfriend always feels sorry for General being locked in a cage and unable to go out for walks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come all this way to discuss this with you. Bernhard, who was standing nearby, didn't stay to listen to the two women haggling. He understood that this process wouldn't end anytime soon, and he just needed to come back and pay after the bargaining was over. So he started wandering around the magical animal shop. Suddenly, he noticed a poster in front of the cashier, so he looked at it. Chapter 132. Bernhard stood in front of the poster, looking at its contents. It was a job posting for an apprentice. Due to the grand opening of our shop, we are now recruiting an apprentice. The job duties include cleaning the pets' cages, and feeding and watering them on time. Applicants must be responsible, courageous, and meticulous. The daily wage is £60, and lunch is provided. We look forward to working with you. It was clear that Ms. Nancy still had a childlike heart, as she had drawn the job posting herself. The background of the posting featured several cartoon animals, and a witch holding a broom. Bernhard looked at the poster, then at the General. He seemed to remember something, so he returned to Nancy and Joanna's side. The two ladies, engrossed in bargaining, hadn't noticed Bernhard's return. So Bernhard coughed lightly. Excuse me, ladies. I have a question for Ms. Nancy. The two women stopped and turned their attention to Bernhard. Ms. Nancy, I saw that your shop is recruiting apprentices. Yes, would you like to give it a try? Yes, I think I can handle the job. Nancy looked Bernhard up and down, then asked. This job might be a bit tiring, you know, cleaning up animal droppings and food scraps is quite a hassle. Are you sure? Yes, I can accept. I also have a suggestion. Oh, I work here until school starts, for only £50 a day. But when school starts, you have to give me the General. Hee, you're quite the little sly one. There are less than 20 days until school starts, and even if you save £10 a day, it's less than £200. Plus, the General will be supported by the shop, so you can save money and still get a salary. What a great idea. Joanna, you better watch out. Your little boyfriend isn't a simple person, he's very cunning. So you agree to recruit me as an apprentice? Yes, I'm short-staffed, and you seem like a perfect fit. I agree to your terms. Consider it an internal employee discount. When do you plan to start? I might need to go back to school to tell them I'm moving back to my dorm early, so I definitely won't be there today. How about starting tomorrow? Great. Remember to be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I need to tell you some things. These magical creatures aren't easy to deal with. Then we head back now. I'll be there on time tomorrow. With that, Bernhard pulled his girlfriend Joanna away from the magical creature's shop, Joanna still a little dazed. I was having a great time bargaining and almost got it. How did you manage to buy it for a lower price? Are you planning to move back to Hogwarts tonight? Yeah, otherwise taking the night's bus every day is too much trouble, and I can't be on time for work. Then what will I do? You can take the bus to see me. It's not like we'd be apart for days. If that doesn't work, you can find an apprenticeship job. That's a good idea. Let's go see if any other shops need apprentices. And so the two began exploring Hogsmeade Village again, discovering new trinkets each time they visited. By the end of the afternoon, Joanna hadn't found a suitable apprentice and had to give up. Bernhard took her back to Hogwarts to see Professor Sprout. Bernhard told Professor Sprout about their day at the magical creature's shop, and Professor Sprout readily agreed to his student's request. However, Professor Sprout cautioned Bernhard that although it was the holidays, Since he had chosen to move back to his dormitory, he still needed to abide by the school rules, meaning he had to be back before curfew every day. Bernhard readily agreed to Professor Sprout's request, and then he and Joanna took the 4 p.m. night bus home. On the bus, he said goodbye to Stan, explaining that he planned to take the 7 p.m. bus back that evening. Stan, of course, had no reason to refuse, especially after Bernhard gave him some toffee, which made him even happier. Back home, Bernhard started packing. His parents asked him, somewhat puzzled, "Bernhard, isn't it a bit too early to start school? You don't need to pack so soon." "Oh, Mom and Dad, you're back. That's wonderful. I had something to tell you." Bernhard then told his parents about his day. They didn't object to his decision, and even supported it, telling him to work hard and they would help him pack. That evening, Bernhard returned to his Hogwarts residence. In the kitchen opposite the Hufflepuff common room, the house elves heard the noise outside, and knew someone had returned to Hufflepuff. They quickly prepared dinner, and brought it over, worried that the Hufflepuffs might not have eaten. Just as Bernhard was enjoying another private dinner, the young wizard who had visited Hogsmeade Village that day started promoting it again in the first cohort's MSN group. "The butterbeer was really good today. Those of you going tomorrow should try it." "Are you sure you mean butterbeer and not something else? Why does it taste so sweet and cloying to me?" Everyone has different tastes. I saw Beretta at Floren's ice cream parlor today, and she ordered me a little Friends of the Forest. It was delicious. I saw her too. I'm so envious of her amazing job. 50 pounds a day plus a free ice cream. I love it. Aw, Hogsmeade Village has such an amazing job. Are they hiring? I really want to go. Then you better hurry, except at Floren's ice cream parlor. The Madame Malkin's robe shop has someone. It's Colette. Yes, I saw Colette there when I was getting my clothes altered. The Fantastic Beasts shop seems to have hired someone too, but I don't know who it is. Yes, I saw the shopkeeper, Ms. Nancy, put away the job posting. I wonder who got the job. I check back in a few days. What you're saying makes me regret it so much. I should have gone today. Maybe I could have become an apprentice. It's okay, other shops are hiring too. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Thanks for your kind words. The entire MSN group was filled with this kind of discussion. It was one of the little wizard sources of amusement. Today was just a small test for Hogsmeade Village's trial operation. Every shop had some revenue, with Floren's ice cream shop having the highest sales. Basically, everyone who came to Hogsmeade Village ordered at least 2 ice creams, 1 to arrive and 1 to leave. Then came Honeyduke's candy shop. The parents who came all bought some candy to take home. Chapter 133. The shops where people lingered the longest were Davies and Banzas, because they always had some novel gadgets. For example, there was a globe that would automatically rotate and display the address name in the air when you said it. The only drawback of this globe was that it was quite old, probably 200 years old. Many place names on it were still the names from that time, such as Manchuchin for the present-day Yin Kingdom. There was also a telescope that could automatically find constellations, probably for students taking astronomy classes. Unfortunately, there were no astronomy classes this year. Perhaps they would have to wait until the second semester. The quietest shop today was Garrick Ollivander's wand shop. After all, this year's young wizards had all received their own wands, and didn't need to buy new ones. So very few people came in. They mostly just came in to look around and satisfy their curiosity. Garrick Ollivander still warmly welcomed them, and successfully sold them a set of wand care tools. This wand care kit was a birthday gift from a father to his son, although the little wizard would have preferred his own flying broomstick, but his mother refused, citing its danger. The most popular shop among ladies is Madame Malkin's robe shop. Though ladies don't particularly like wizard robes, these styles are long out of fashion in the Muggle world. However, some smaller items are more acceptable, such as scarves, evening hats, and even some trench coats. The most popular shop among men is probably the Quidditch boutique. Men are hard to resist when it comes to competitive games. Even though these fathers haven't seen Quidditch play, it doesn't dampen their curiosity and enthusiasm. Most are carrying a book called Quidditch Explained and its 320 Tactics, which is only available for free borrowing and not for sale. Flourish and Blots, and the 3 broomsticks became must-visit shops for everyone. The former was where all young wizards had to buy books, and the latter was where everyone had to eat, though some could bring their own food, of course. But no parents would do that. After all, a trip to Hogsmeade was a family outing, and eating out wasn't a big deal. The Quill shop and the Magical Creatures shop were neither good nor bad, as they didn't sell essential items. Quills could be bought anytime, but buying a pet required careful consideration. Many magical creatures had long lifespans, and could become lifelong companions for young wizards. Young wizards shouldn't buy anything without careful consideration to avoid abandonment. Andres was only curious whether anyone would choose to keep a tortoise, the kind that could be passed down for 3 generations. As Andres pondered this, he arrived at the Forbidden Forest guard's hut, where Hagrid was roasting a rabbit he acquired from who knows where. Hearing a knock, Hagrid called out, "Come in, the door's unlocked." When Andres entered, he saw Yaya leaning against Hagrid's leg, silently watching the rabbit roasting in the fireplace. Yaya glanced at him, and shook her head as a greeting. Hagrid, meanwhile, was sitting in an armchair drinking beer. Seeing Andres enter, he quickly stood up. "Principal Andres, you come at the perfect time. The rabbit will be ready soon, and I have some sausages too. We can have a drink together." He then turned and took 2 glasses from the cabinet behind him, then opened the oak barrel next to him, and filled it with beer. The beer in the glasses was still steaming, clearly chilled. "Thank you, Hagrid. I was just getting thirsty when I walked over. How are the rabbits in the Forbidden Forest now?" "Quite a lot, as you know, Principal Andres. These rabbits reproduce very quickly, and there are few natural predators in the Forbidden Forest, so their numbers are quite high now. Anduin and I have recently been discussing joining forces to hunt a certain number of rabbits to maintain the ecological balance in the Forbidden Forest." "I see. How has Anduin been lately? How's his Battle-Axe tribe doing?" "Anduin is quite plump and healthy now, not at all like the disheveled figure he was when he first arrived. He even seems to have gotten some oil from somewhere, making his whiskers slick and shiny. As for his tribe, there's been good news lately. 2 Maras are pregnant. Looks like they're doing well in the Forbidden Forest. By the way, I came so late today because I need your help." "Oh, I wonder what Headmaster Andres needs me to do." "Whatever it is, as long as it's not morally wrong, I do it for Headmaster Andres. Here's the thing, I chatted with Joseph Carter, the driver of the Hogwarts Express, today, and he reminded me that second-year students need to ride Thestrals to the castle. So I'm planning to exchange for a batch of Thestrals, and since I had nothing to do tonight, I thought I'd come and talk to you. Hagrid, what are your thoughts on this? After all, you need to take care of these big guys in the future. Thestrals, they're a good choice. And the magical creatures protection class will need them. I suggest Headmaster Andres not exchange for too many, 20 will be enough. 5 males and 15 females, that's more suitable for the population's reproduction." Andreas immediately regretted discussing it with Hagrid, because he had originally wanted to exchange for 12 horses. Each carriage could seat 6 people, and 12 horses would be just enough to bring all the second-year wizards back to Hogwarts. Now, there were 8 extra, but thinking that since he had already asked Hagrid, 8 more was fine. "Headmaster Andreas, if you're not in a hurry, let's eat the rabbit first, and then we go to the Forbidden Forest to release the Thestrals." "Okay." So Andreas and Hagrid happily shared the roasted rabbit, sausages, and a small bucket of chilled malt beer, chatting about interesting things about magical creatures as they ate. Of course, the leftover bones went to Ulwich. Ulwich was very dissatisfied, who could eat so little. Hagrid knew what Ulwich's expression meant, so to appease it, he poured it a small bowl of beer. Ulwich's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good, and after drinking the small bowl of beer, it staggered and passed out. Then Andres and Hagrid arrived at the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid carrying a large sack of wheat on his back. This wheat was for the Thestrals. In fact, Thestrals are omnivores. They can eat plants and some meat, though they only eat meat on rare occasions. Andres brought up the system interface and found the Thestrals. Although Thestrals are rare magical creatures, their numbers are not uncommon in the magical world. Therefore, the price wasn't too high. A Thestral was priced at 500 system points. Andres could only reluctantly exchange for 20, paying 10,000 system points for it. As for the carriage, it wasn't worth Andres using points to exchange for. He could simply have Catherine buy it under the pretext of making a movie. Chapter 134. After purchasing the cards, Andres released the Thestrals. Nothing seemed to have happened in the clearing of the Forbidden Forest, but a closer look revealed that some grass and withered branches appeared to have been trampled. It wasn't strange that Hagrid could see the Thestrals, as he had witnessed death, his father's death. As for why Andres could see them, it was likely due to his past life. In his previous life, Andres witnessed the sacrifice of too many comrades. Because Thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, many wizards consider them ominous. In reality, this is simply a survival skill developed through evolution. Otherwise, they would likely have been completely domesticated by wizards as flying horses. The Thestrals in the Forbidden Forest were tall and rugged, entirely black, with dragon heads and horse bodies, and a pair of broad wings on their backs. They looked somewhat terrifying, but in reality, they were quite docile. They rarely attacked wizards unless their lives were threatened. As Andres observed them, Hagrid began scattering wheat on the ground. He laid the wheat in long strips to make it easier for the Thestrals to eat, and sure enough, the Thestrals, seeing the wheat, cautiously approached Hagrid. Hagrid kept talking to the Thestrals. "My children, come and eat. I know you're starving, but don't worry, there's no danger here." The Thestrals, being magical creatures, were very sensitive to whether a wizard harbored ill intentions. Once they realized Hagrid posed no threat, they came to eat the wheat, and Hagrid took the opportunity to pet them. They didn't flinch. Hagrid stroked the Thestrals, smiling smugly at Andres. "Look at Headmaster Andres. Getting along with magical creatures isn't difficult at all. They're intelligent and sensitive to danger. They sense any good will you show them." Andres watched as Hagrid settled the Thestrals and returned to his office, where he wrote a letter. The gist of it was that Catherine should prepare 20 carriages for Hogwarts use, and this needed to be finalized before the start of the school year. Whether it would be on time was not Headmaster Andres' responsibility. He was only responsible for providing the funds. In the following days, about 100 people still came to Hogsmeade Village daily for shopping and sightseeing, although later, fewer parents came due to work. It was mainly the young wizards who enjoyed strolling around. During this time, Garrick Ollivander recruited 15-year-old Gryffindor student Harvey Ryan and 16-year-old Hufflepuff student Drew Barnetta as apprentices. Their first task was to familiarize themselves with various types of wood and their properties. This was somewhat arduous for them, because there was so much to learn. With so many different types of wood, it was unclear how long they would have to carry them all. The magical materials for one course, however, were relatively fewer and easier to carry. Then they needed to learn how to process the materials, which was their primary task. They had to process the wood, cutting it into appropriately sized sticks. The length and thickness of the wand material depended entirely on the knots within the material. Many types of wood have knots that affect the yield, and this was especially true for wands. Knots were not allowed in wands. Because it required a lot of physical labor, Garrick Ollivander generously paid them £60 a day, plus lunch. It's worth mentioning that 15-year-old Harvey Ryan is Wendy Ryan's older brother, and they also have an older sister named Arya Ryan. All three siblings are students at Hogwarts Gryffindor House, a testament to the Ryan family's efficiency and undeniable wizarding talent. Flourish and Blotts recruited 16-year-old Slytherin student Alina Garner as an apprentice. Alina Garner's job was quite simple. She only needed to organize the books daily, knowing their location and being able to promptly fetch them for customers when needed. As a wizard, she didn't require much physical labor. She simply used the levitation charm to make the books float around. Because her work was relatively easy, her salary was only £50 a day plus lunch. Fred Up, our Slytherin classmate, who is very talented in Quidditch, was also recruited by the Quidditch shop. His job was to enthusiastically introduce customers to the use of various Quidditch items and related information. Fred Up was extremely satisfied with his apprenticeship, and he heard rumors that Hogwarts might organize a Quidditch tournament this year, which he was determined to participate in for the Slytherin team selections. Fred Up believed that no one in this year's Slytherin class could compete with him, and certainly no one in the next. Indeed, Fred Up was that confident. His salary, including a sales commission, was £40 a day plus 5% of the profits from the items sold. A typical case of the more you work, the more you earn, but he was much luckier than salespeople in later generations. Customers came to him, and he didn't have to make any calls to promote his products. Davies and Banshee's shop recruited 16-year-old Hufflepuff student Isabel Fletcher, a lively and sweet-looking girl. Her salary was also £50 and a lunch, as her only job was to collect money. Our little girl, Erlinda Moreau, with her adorable foodie aura, snuck into Honeydukes. Honeydukes didn't need apprentices. They were a husband and wife business with enough staff. However, Erlinda Moreau's cute and charming tactics won her over. She promised to work hard and eat very little. Andre said this was clearly a blatant lie. The Ambrosio from couple at Honeydukes, having no children of their own, couldn't resist Erlinda's charm and agreed. Besides paying her £50 and a lunch each day, they also allowed her to take some unsold sweets with her when she left. The reason given was that some sweets couldn't be sold overnight, clearly feeding the little girl. The wizarding world does have ways to preserve food freshness. The Quill shop recruited a 16-year-old Ravenclaw named Vincent Stewart. This boy was usually very quiet, always preferring to read alone. It's unclear what the shop owner saw in him. Anyway, he was recruited as an apprentice. Besides helping sell writing supplies, he also had to learn how to make quills, a skill he quickly mastered. Madame Rosmerta of the Three Broomsticks and hadn't initially wanted to recruit an apprentice, as Mr. Joseph Carter and Mrs. Margaret Mason were sufficient. However, considering their busy schedules on the Hogwarts Express during the first few days of school, she decided to find a diligent apprentice. Madame Rosmerta would handle the kitchen, serving drinks and handling the cash register, while the apprentice would be responsible for serving food and cleaning. This apprentice was Sophia Edwards, a 16-year-old Slytherin girl, who was roommates with Alina Garner. The two could come to Hogsmeade Village to work together. Chapter 135. While the second-year students leisurely strolled through Hogsmeade Village, the first-year students were also actively preparing. They were eager to join the magical world, as local British students made up more than half of the student body. Since they were in England, Andres and Professor McGonagall decided to have them shop first. This would not only avoid the peak tourist season in Hogsmeade Village, giving the shop some breathing room, but it would also allow the local young wizards to go directly to Hogwarts for their sorting years at the start of the semester. The international students, traveling as a group, would stay overnight in Hogsmeade Village and then arrive at Hogwarts the following evening for their sorting years. Byberry Village, a tranquil village hidden in the green hills of England, with ancient stone houses built along the river. The church bells rang out in the distance, deep and solemn, not only announcing the passage of time, but also embodying the spirit of the village. The Allen family had lived in this small village for generations, and their neighbors were old friends. Recently, however, came some exciting news. Their son, Marion Allen, had been accepted by a private school in a big city. The 11-year-old boy was someone the villagers had watched grow up. Before this, no one had noticed anything different about him compared to the other children in the village. But since he had been accepted by a private school in the city, perhaps the people there had a more discerning eye? In any case, the villagers congratulated the Allen family. What they didn't know was that Marion Allen hadn't received an acceptance letter from a private school, but from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The prestigious Hogwarts. Marion Allen still remembered how he felt when he received the letter. His heart was like a roller coaster. First, he received a letter from an owl. Although the letter only mentioned that someone would be visiting to discuss Marion Allen's schooling, Marion Allen immediately recognized the school crest on the envelope. He recognized it. He'd seen it in the movies. It was the Hogwarts crest. For the next few days, Marion Allen was restless. On one hand, there was the Hogwarts letter delivered by Owl, the magical world. Would he really become a wizard? On the other hand, he felt it couldn't be real. It was just a captivating novel. How to put it? This feeling was like that of fearing the visitor wouldn't come, yet also fearing they might do something drastic. Fortunately, this anxiety only lasted about a week. One afternoon, he was greeted by an ordinary-looking young girl. To be honest, he was greatly disappointed. Even his family thought the girl was a fraud. "Hello, I'm Diane Bryan, head of the Student Council at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm here today mainly about Marion Allen. We hope he can enroll at Hogwarts." Marion Allen's father, however, looked impatient and slightly angry. "All right, girl, stop joking. Why would someone as young and beautiful as you like to play the con artist? Is this fun? We shouldn't have any grudges between us, so please leave now. Don't come back." Diane, having visited alone before, was prepared to be mistaken for a con artist. Besides, her muggle attire didn't quite resemble that of a wizard, so she wasn't angered by the harsh words. She drew her wand from her sleeve and tapped it lightly on the ground, casting a transfiguration charm. The carpet in Marion Allen's house had vanished, replaced by a sea of flowers, their fragrance mingling with a faint scent of grass. Marion Allen and his parents were speechless with shock, but Marion Allen's eyes shone brighter than his parents'. It was real. This girl really was a witch. The letter from Hogwarts was real too. I could actually become a wizard. Marion Allen felt enveloped in immense happiness. It was unbelievable. His parents, too, began to stammer. "Miss? Aw, no. This lady. Or perhaps Miss Witch. I'm sorry, I spoke a little loudly. Please don't mind. After all, you really look more like an ordinary college student than a witch or anything." "All right, Mr. Allen, I understand your feelings. When I received the invitation, I wasn't much better off than you. So, can I talk about Marion going to Hogwarts now?" "Oh, of course. I don't think my son will refuse the invitation. He's been looking forward to it for a long time, hasn't he, son?" Marion Allen, finally recovering from his shock, continued his father's words. "Yes, Sister Diane. I really hope to go to Hogwarts. That's wonderful. Is Professor McGonagall the current headmaster?" "I'm sorry, Marion. Professor McGonagall is currently only the vice headmaster." I understand what you're thinking, but the real Hogwarts is different from the Hogwarts in the novels. The specific differences are hard to explain, but you can experience it for yourself at Hogwarts. Okay, but Diane, shouldn't I receive my acceptance letter first, and then the professor take us to Diagon Alley to buy equipment? It's not that complicated. As you've seen, this is the influence of novels and movies on reality. Because many people think their acceptance letters are a prank, they miss the application deadline, and are therefore considered to have automatically forfeited their opportunity. So this year, to correct this problem, the school arranges home visits before sending out acceptance letters. Don't worry, Marian Allen, you receive your acceptance letter, and a list of school supplies in a while. Then will you still take me to Diagon Alley in a while? I really want to go there now. And buy my first wand while I'm there. That might not be possible, Marian, because we don't have Diagon Alley yet. You have to go to Hogsmeade Village, you find everything you need there. But how do we get there? It be explained on the acceptance letter. If there's nothing else, I be going now. I have to go elsewhere to answer questions for other young wizards. Oh, of course. Mrs. Diane. Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't even pour you a glass of water after all that talking. Please wait a moment, I go get you something to drink. Would you like tea or coffee? Or something else? You're too kind, Mrs. Allen. I have to go now, maybe next time. This was the scene from that home visit, a scene Marian could never forget, especially the house suddenly filled with flowers. Since that day, Marian had been eagerly awaiting the acceptance letter, and today he finally received another letter from Hogwarts. Chapter 136. The weather in Bibury Village was nice at 9 o'clock that morning, the sky was blue, and the clouds were high due to the latitude. Marian didn't wolf down his breakfast as usual. Instead, he picked at the bacon with his fork, eating it listlessly without putting it in his mouth. Mrs. Allen, standing nearby, understood why. His Hogwarts acceptance letter hadn't arrived yet, and her son had no appetite. Just as Mrs. Allen was about to comfort her son, an owl flapped its wings and flew in through the window. The owl landed directly on the dining table, and stared at Marian with wide eyes. Marian was startled by the intruder, and didn't react immediately. Then, the owl seemed anxious and raised its leg, gesturing for Marian to take the letter away quickly. Marian knew what the letter was when he saw it, and immediately took it from the owl's leg. He had intended to offer the owl some water, as a gesture of hospitality, but the owl snatched the bread from Marian's plate and flew away without a moment's rest. The owl had indeed been busy that day. All its companions had been sent out to deliver mail, but there were still many letters to deliver from Hogwarts. It needed to hurry and deliver them to prove it hadn't been eating Hogwarts food for nothing. It was a competent postman. Marian, seeing the owl fly away, ignored the fact that it had taken his breakfast and quickly picked up the letter. The thick manila envelope was addressed to Marian Allen, Bibury-on-Cohen, Cotswolds, Gloucestershire, Great England. On the back of the envelope was a Hogwarts crest and a wax seal. Marian carefully examined the crest. Besides the 4 house animals, it read Sleeping Dragon, Do Not Disturb. Marian cautiously opened the letter, intending to keep the acceptance letter as a keepsake. He took out the acceptance letter he had longed for, which read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Andreas Mori, founder of the new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Earl of Skye, Wizard, dear Marian Allen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please report to Hogwarts on August 25th. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. Vice Headmistress, female, Minerva McGonagall. Marian read the letter aloud to his mother, who then urged him to look at the list, as she was very curious. She had never read Harry Potter. So Marian took out a list, and read it aloud, item by item. First-year students need the following items. 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon skin or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black, with silver buttons. Please note, all student clothing must be adorned with name tags. All students must prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Beginner, by Miranda Gossack. Magical Theory, by Adby Wolflin. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emery Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Mushrooms, by Phil Doss Bowl. Potions and Elixirs, by Asen Nijig. Dark Powers, A Guide to Self-Defense, by Quentin Limbo. Other equipment, a wand, a large cauldron 10, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a brass balance, and students may carry an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents, please note that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own flying brooms, referring to the brooms ridden by wizards and witches. Mrs. Allen started nagging after hearing this. Good heavens, the robes are fine. But where are we going to buy the gloves, especially the dragon skin ones? They must be very expensive. As for the cauldron, we already have one at home, so we don't need to buy one. And why would anyone keep a toad as a pet? How much would all these things cost? Alright. Honey, money is meant to be spent, otherwise what's the point of earning it? Son, besides these, is there anything else? Didn't that little witch say she let us know how to get to Hogwarts? Oh, I almost forgot. There's also a Hogwarts Express ticket in the envelope, with King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4, written on it. It also says the departure time is 2 p.m. on August 25th. There's also a note attached. So what does the note say? Let me see. It says the ticket is only valid for the start of the school term. If you need to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy supplies, please take the Hogwarts Express at 9 a.m. on any day between August 15th and August 22nd. Students and parents don't need tickets, just show their acceptance letters. The Hogwarts Express will depart from King's Cross Station at 9 a.m. daily for Hogsmeade Village, and return from Hogsmeade Village to King's Cross Station at 6 p.m. Wow, Dad, in 2 more days, we can go to Hogsmeade Village to buy supplies. August 15th is a Wednesday. We're quite a distance from London. It's about 150 kilometers, which will take about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Looks like we have to get up early the day after tomorrow. So the day after tomorrow, we need to get up at 5 a.m. to wash up and eat, and leave promptly at 6 a.m. Honey, isn't that too early? No, because you didn't consider the damn traffic in the capital. Okay, you're right. I go prepare some money now. Bring plenty in case we don't have enough. I should go to the company, or I be late. August 15th, cloudy. 5 o'clock in the morning. Marion, get up. Do you still want to go to Hogsmeade Village? Mom, let me sleep a little longer, just 10 minutes. I was so excited last night, I couldn't sleep a wink. Okay, 10 minutes it is. I come and wake you up in 10 minutes. Downstairs in the dining room, Mrs. Allen continued making breakfast. She always took care of all the meals at home. A little while later, Mr. Allen came downstairs and sat down at the table. What, Marion isn't up yet? Yes, he was too excited last night. I go wake him now. And so, on this peaceful morning, the Allen family set off for King's Cross Station in the capital. The morning breeze through the countryside was pleasant, but things changed drastically once the car entered London. Mr. Allen kept cursing London's traffic, complaining that British officials did nothing but argue in Parliament. It took over an hour from entering London to finding a place to park. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 8:30 a.m. and hurried to the platform. Just as the Allens were searching for Platform 9 3/4 between Platform 9 and Platform 10, a familiar voice called out to them. Marion Allen. Over here. Chapter 137. Hey! It's Senior Diane. What are you doing here? Are you also taking the Hogwarts Express to buy things? Me? No, I'm here to guide you freshmen. I was worried you might get lost. Oh, is that so? Will you be here these next few days? No, the prefects take turns on duty. We're just here to help out. See that pillar over there? Just go through it. Okay, thank you, Senior. By the way, if you need anything, you can also ask the Student Council President Darius. He's on patrol on the Hogwarts Express today. Okay, see you at the start of the semester, Senior. Hearing Diane's words, Marion's parents hesitated. It looked like a wall, wouldn't it be foolish to just crash into it? But Marion didn't have that concern. He knew what was going on. So Marion went in first, and only after seeing him disappear into the wall did the Allens decide to follow. When the Allens passed the wall, the scenery before them instantly changed. A red and black steam locomotive was parked on the platform, where several people were talking. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Allen were standing there, lost in thought, a young man of about 20, dressed in a black wizard's robe, approached. Sir, madam, please don't block the exit. If someone comes by, they could easily bump into each other. Oh, okay. Mr. and Mrs. Allen snapped out of their daze, and saw their son, Marion, talking to an older man in work clothes. A moment later, their son ran back to them and said, I just asked the staff, and they said we can get on any carriage. Let's get on, it'd be leaving in 10 minutes. With that, Mr. and Mrs. Allen boarded the train with their son, and found an empty compartment. Darling, it's been so long since I've ridden on a steam train like this. The last time was over 10 years ago, when I had just met you. Yes, but the carriage we rode in back then wasn't nearly as nice as this one. Soon the locomotive whistle sounded, and the people chatting on the platform quickly boarded. It was the departure signal. Before long, the platform was empty, and the train quickly pulled away from London King's Cross station. Along the way, the train crossed rivers, fields, and hills, and Marian was in high spirits. Suddenly, there was a knock on the compartment door. Opening it, they found an elderly woman pushing a cart. "Darling, would you like some snacks? We still have some time before we reach Hogsmeade. I have chocolate frogs, spicy honey candies, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, super bubble gum, and jelly slugs. If you're hungry, I also have pot cakes and syrup fruit pies. What would you like?" Marian looked at his mother, and just as Mrs. Allen was about to refuse, Mr. Allen spoke first. "2 cakes and pies, please." "I'm not quite full yet, son. You pick out some snacks too." So Marian happily began picking out snacks. Besides what the old lady had recommended, he also took some fat tongue toffee and a few bloody lollipops. Mrs. Allen spent £15 on this. Although she felt a little pained, she thought that since it was a family trip, she shouldn't dwell on such unpleasant things. The train journey took about 3 hours to reach Hogsmeade village, arriving at noon. The Marian family wasn't very hungry, having eaten plenty of snacks along the way. Upon disembarking, they found the platform a chaotic mess of people, over 400 adults and children combined. The family followed the flow of people, walking about 100 meters before seeing a sign that read, 500 meters forward to the Three Broomsticks Bar, 200 meters to the left to the Fantastic Beasts shop, 100 meters to the right to the Devis and Bant's shop. Mr. Allen tentatively asked his son, "Should we eat something first?" "Eat something first." "Lunch first." Mr. Allen received 2 answers, indicating that everyone seemed to have similar ideas. So the family headed towards the Three Broomsticks Bar in the distance. As they pushed open the door, a girl dressed as a waitress approached. "Welcome. What would you 3 like to eat? We offer grilled steak, grilled lamb chops, grilled chicken legs, and potato salad. If you like a drink, you can try our butter beer. Is there a menu?" "Of course. Please have a seat. Let me know when you ordered." The girl then ran to a table that someone had just left and began clearing it. After she had piled all the plates together, she waved her wand, and all the plates flew up, neatly arranged, into the kitchen. The Allen family followed the direction of the plates, and saw the kitchen. There, they saw water constantly flowing in the sink, and a brush was diligently scrubbing the dishes and utensils. Mrs. Allen was overjoyed to see the self-cleaning brush. She excitedly shook her husband's arm. "Honey, look! That brush can wash the dishes by itself. I want to buy one too, then I won't have to wash the dishes." Mr. Allen nodded in agreement. He also hated washing dishes, and this brush would save him a lot of trouble. Soon, the family of 3 began eating lunch. After lunch, they decided to go to Madame Malkin's robe shop to buy clothes, as this was a very time-consuming task. Although Hogwarts had rules about what young wizards should wear, they still needed to have their measurements taken and clothes altered. Madame Malkin snapped her fingers, and immediately several rolls of measuring tape flew over and tied Marian up securely. Then Madame Malkin read out the numbers on them, and a quill pen and parchment followed behind her, recording sets of numbers. Mrs. Allen chose the fabric, paid £150, and left her home address. The clothes would be sent by Owl after being altered. After choosing their clothes, the Allen family went to Flourish and Blots, the place where all the young wizards bought their textbooks. Alina Garner arrived at the bookstore early today. As soon as she entered, she neatly arranged the books she wanted to buy, then picked out one of each type and tied them together. She then took a sign that read, "New Student Set, 6 books, £27. Everyone who entered the store saw the sign and simply picked up their books and paid. The whole process was incredibly smooth. Alina only needed to collect the money. Mr. Allen had originally wanted to look for other magical books to read for fun, but Marian was eager to get his first wand. Chapter 138. Leaving the Lehan bookstore, the Allens pushed their way through the crowd, with Marian following behind, carrying the books. Every now and then, excited new students passed by, chattering excitedly with their parents or other young wizards about their experiences, some stuffing candy into their mouths. Soon, the Allen family arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, where a sign hung at the entrance. It boldly proclaimed, "Ollivander's, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. A tall, bespectacled young man stood at the entrance, diligently maintaining order in the queue. Because some young wizards are quite picky, matching wands takes a while. Please be patient, parents and young wizards. I suggest the last few in the queue browse other shops first, and come back later to avoid wasting everyone's time." Just as the tall young man was trying to calm the queue, a voice, like chanting, echoed in everyone's minds from inside. The tall young man let out a long sigh and muttered, "This young lady finally found a suitable wand. She's been inside for about 10 minutes. A couple soon emerged from the wand shop with a beaming little girl. A head popped out from inside and addressed the tall young man. "Harvey, call the next one in. Just hold on a little longer, we change shifts." "Yes, Drew, sir, you can go in now." The line moved forward another step amidst the murmurs. Mrs. Allen took advantage of a break in the queue to chat with the lady in front of her. "Hello, madam. Your necklace is lovely today. Where did you buy it?" "Thank you, madam. I bought it last year on a shopping street in Paris. It cost me tens of thousands of pounds." After a brief murmur, Mrs. Allen changed the subject to wands. "Madam, what happened to that little girl?" The boy maintaining order said she was inside for a long time. "Yes, the previous families came out after 3 to 5 minutes, but that little girl was inside for over 10 minutes. There was an explosion in the middle. I don't know what happened." "Is choosing a wand dangerous?" Just as the two women were chatting, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew open the one shop door. An elderly man with gray hair spoke to the young wizard who had just entered. "Ah, child, this one might not be suitable for you. Let me think about it some more, Perhaps this one will suit you." Just as everyone was about to peek inside, the young man named Drew poked his head out again, apologized, and closed the door. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Allen said to her husband, "Mrs. Emma said there's an ice cream shop in the village. My son and I are going to buy ice cream first. You stay here and wait in line. We come find you in a bit." Mr. Allen could only nod in agreement. He took the book from his son and continued to wait miserably in line. If Andres knew about this situation, he would definitely have them set up a numbering system. Or teach them how to use flares, sending one flare for each person who enters to remind those behind them to come and wait. Unfortunately, Andres wasn't there, so Mr. Allen could only wait there. The line was still moving slowly, but thankfully, the young wizards after the little girl were choosing their wands quickly, about one every 5 minutes. When 4 or 5 young wizards had gone in, Mrs. Allen returned with Marion. Each of them was scooping ice cream from a box with a spoon, and their bags also contained another box. "Dad, try some. I picked this out especially for you. It's a pity Mother won't let me have the Forest Friends one." "What Forest Friends? What's that?" Mr. Allen, looking bewildered, took the ice cream and opened the box. Inside were miniature models of azure sea and sand. There were also several small deck chairs and parasols on the beach, and most interestingly, the seawater moved, lapping the sand like normal waves. "What's this? Did you get the wrong thing? But it's quite interesting. It looks like a real beach." "Haha, we knew you asked that. It really is ice cream. It's called Romantic Summer, and those seawater droplets are some kind of liqueur. What's it called again?" "Oh right, it's called Blue Curacao. As for why it's moving, we don't know, but we thought it looked interesting so we bought it for you to try." Mr. Allen took the spoon his wife handed him, and scooped up a spoonful. Not bad. It has a citrus flavor and a slightly bitter taste." Then he noticed his wife and son looking at him expectantly, so he started sharing his ice cream with them. While eating the ice cream, he remembered his son mentioning the little friends in the forest and asked his son what those were. Marion looked at his mother with a slightly resentful expression, while Mrs. Allen said with a look of disgust, "That's a squirrel. A live squirrel. No, it's ice cream. That pretty young lady said it was delicious, and she preferred to call it scream. How could such a pretty little girl eat such a cute little animal? But it's ice cream." Mr. Allen listened to the mother and son's argument, then looked at the ice cream in his hand and seemed to understand something. It was probably an ice cream that looked exactly like a squirrel, which his wife thought was too cruel and hadn't bought for their son. After a while, it was finally their turn in line. Now, another young man named Drew was maintaining order, and he let them in. As soon as they entered, they saw the white-haired old man they had just glimpsed. "Ah!" Another energetic little wizard. "So, little one, what's your name?" "Sir, my name is Marion Allen." "Which hand do you usually use?" "My right hand, of course." "Very good, extend your right hand." Marion did as he was told, while Garrick Ollivander took out a tape measure. Let me think. I got it! Maybe it suits you." "Harvey, give me the 5th box in the 2nd row of the cabinet against the wall on your right." Harvey Ryan turned and retrieved the box, handing it to Garrick Ollivander. Garrick Ollivander carefully opened the box and showed it to the Allen family, explaining, 9 inches, a combination of ash wood and siren nerves. It will allow you to move freely in the water. Seeing that Marion took the wand but didn't react, Ollivander reminded him again. Try waving it. Marion obediently swung the wand, and a burst of water drenched everyone in the room. Clearly not this wand. Garrick Ollivander took the wand back from Marion and pondered again. Perhaps it will suit you better, Ollivander muttered, then turned and took a box from a shelf behind him. Chapter 139. Try this one too, 11 inches, a combination of lightning-struck wood and thunderbird tail feathers. It's a combination brimming with power. Marion took the wand, but before even waving it, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body, his hair standing on end. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted a few seconds, and to outsiders, Marion appeared to be flashing with crackling blue light. Very good, very good. This is it. How does it feel, son? At first it felt a little tingling, but now it feels very comfortable. Like I'm always full of power. That's right, it suits you perfectly. Remember, son, it's the wand that chooses the wizard. How much is this wand? 35 pounds, this is for you. Mr. Allen quickly took out 40 pounds and handed it to Garrick Ollivander. Then the Allen family left Ollivander's wand shop. After they left, the young man named Drew, who had been maintaining order at the door, reminded them. Don't try to cast spells immediately after getting the wand, and don't wave it around recklessly in crowded places to avoid injuring people. After thanking Drew, the Allen family continued their stroll. They first went to the literati quill shop, buying Marion some quills and ink, among other everyday items. Mrs. Allen then looked at the items on their shopping list, and they went to Devis and Banshees. There they bought a tongs and a scale, and before leaving, on Isabel's recommendation, they bought a magical weather bottle. The weather bottle contained a village, with a group of tiny people moving around inside. The weather was sunny, and the light was bright, perfectly matching the current conditions of Hogsmeade Village. The little witch named Isabel explained that the weather bottle changed according to the location of the item. For example, if the Allen family kept it at home, the bottle would show Bibury Village, and the weather and light would change accordingly. In short, it was a very interesting little gadget. After they left, Isabel couldn't help but smile. This was the 51st magical weather bottle she had sold. She had to hurry to the warehouse to get more stock, or she wouldn't have enough to sell. She earned a pound bonus for each bottle sold, and on her first day, her salary plus commission was already over £100. After leaving the quill shop, the Allen family turned onto the nearby Honeyduke's candy shop. The sweet aroma of candy filled the air as soon as they entered, and Marion was almost overwhelmed by the sheer number of options. Lemon Olaf, chocolate frog, licorice wands, fudges gummy, cockroach bunch, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, sour lollipops, jelly slugs, chocolate Maltesers, milk gummies, coconut ice cream, fat tongue toffee, spicy honey candy, chocolate claw pot. They wanted to buy a little of every type of candy they passed. Only the cockroach bunch made the Allen family hesitate. They genuinely couldn't understand why such a candy existed. In the end, they bought the most candy they had ever bought, spending over £50. After the Allen family finished buying candy, it was almost 5 p.m. They planned to stop by the ice cream shop for some ice cream and relax, but Marion refused to sit down. He dragged his mother to the magical animal shop, and after much pleading, they bought a rather aloof orange cat. Perhaps Marion didn't yet understand the concept of prioritizing the orange cat above all else. When the mother and son left the shop, they had spent over £100 more. Besides the cat, they also needed a scratching post, a cat bed, and canned cat food. In short, pet ownership is expensive. Finally, at 6 p.m., the Allen family boarded the train for their return journey. Like other families, they were satisfied with their trip. The novelties and delicious food made the young wizards even more eager to visit Hogwarts, and gave the parents a more direct experience of the benefits of magic. Their only regret was that the automatic dishwashing brush was out of stock, something the Allens complained about for quite some time. After the guests returned to the Muggle world, the apprentices quickly finished their day's work. They returned to Hogwarts together for dinner, and Andreas had the house elves delay the meal to facilitate conversation. At the table, they shared their day's experiences and anecdotes, and expressed their satisfaction with their wages. After dinner, Andreas operated to platform 9 3/4 in London. There he found Daryl, the head of the student council, and Diane. How did it go today? It was fine on the train. Everyone was excited, but out of fear of magic, they all behaved themselves. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. How's King Diane's Cross Station? It's alright here, except there were a few people this morning. So many people disappeared into the Muggle world after entering platform 9 3/4, which attracted some attention. Luckily, you gave me a memory eraser yesterday, and I used it to erase a few people's memories. That's good. By the way, who's on duty tomorrow? Remember to tell them to be careful when using the memory eraser, and try not to cause too much trouble for others. Yes, Headmaster Andres, I keep that in mind. The same scenario repeated itself for the next few days. Every day, many people excitedly arrived at Hogsmeade Village, spent their money, and returned home. Many curious young wizards had already begun trying their hand at casting spells. For example, Marion, after returning home, couldn't wait to start studying his textbooks. Marion began studying magic according to the book, perhaps due to his talent or his wand. However, his simple spells always differed from the instructions. For example, when he cast Flurry, his wand would always flash excessively. If Professor Flitwick saw this, he would advise Marion to control his magic. The reason for this was insufficient control over his magic. His wand, and its immense power, caused the blinding light, but his total magic power was insufficient to sustain the spell for long. This resulted in the excessive flashing. While Marion was diligently studying, his pet cat, Orange Long, kept bothering him. Orange Long had started marking its territory after arriving home, only to be soundly beaten by the family's Scottish fold. Having learned its lesson, Orange Long now followed its owner everywhere. It watched Marion study, occasionally meowing. Chapter 140. Hogsmeade Village remained quiet for a few days during this period, with all the shops and apprentices resting and preparing to welcome the second wave of international students. Meanwhile, Headmaster Andres was also initiating a new round of upgrades for Hogwarts to welcome the new students. First was the Owl Tower. Clearly, the current 29 owls were insufficient for the 800 junior wizards this semester, not even counting the professors. So Andres first spent 400 points to upgrade the Owl Tower to level 3, and then spent 300 system points to purchase 30 more owls. At this point, the Owl Tower appeared unchanged from the outside, but the interior space was rapidly expanding. This change instantly woke the big-eyed, adorable thieves resting inside, and several even took flight in the spacious area, seemingly observing the new changes. After a short while, a flash of white light appeared, and the Owl Tower became lively again. Suddenly, 30 more owls had appeared. The original inhabitants and the newly arrived owls began to hoot together, freely releasing their joy. After dealing with the owls, Andres upgraded the offices of the 4 deans and his own principal's office to level 3. Since Professor Sprout's office was already level 2 last semester, this upgrade cost a total of 2,200 system points. This upgrade was mainly due to the surge in student numbers. Andres wanted to improve teaching quality by increasing fatigue recovery speed to reduce the dean's fatigue and provide a more comfortable resting environment. In addition, Mrs. Hodge, Professor Lupin, Stan, and Ern's lounges were also upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Andres spent 1,800 system points for this, thus satisfying the professor's needs. The classrooms for all subjects also needed upgrading. Currently, all classrooms are at level 1, accommodating only 50 students. Therefore, to meet the needs of this year's freshmen, Andres spent 5,600 system points to upgrade 4 subjects, excluding herbalism, to level 4. Since each level increases capacity by 50% after 3 upgrades, the theoretical capacity is 168.75, rounded down to 168. With randomized class times, level 4 classrooms are more than enough for the children. Professor Sprout's herbalism classroom greenhouse was already upgraded to level 4 last semester, so it won't be upgraded this time. After upgrading the classrooms, the library's contents also needed enrichment. It's worth mentioning that Flourish and Blots recently delivered a batch of books to replenish the library's collection. Andres also upgraded the library from level 2 to level 4, spending 1,200 system points. Besides adding new books, the library's capacity has also increased dramatically. The Hogwarts library can now accommodate 1,000 students at a time, and the learning speed here will be increased. Since there were only 2 original study rooms, Andres didn't skimp and bought 8 more study room cards, spending 800 system points. He then used these 8 study rooms on the 5th floor, bringing the total number of study rooms on the 5th floor to 10. Andres then spent another 1,600 system points to exchange for 160 flying broomsticks, bringing Hogwarts' total number of flying broomsticks to 200. Andres believed that with so many flying broomsticks, there would be enough for each of the 4 houses to organize a Quidditch match. After completing the upgrades, Andres felt a pang of regret looking at the 13,900 system points he spent, but also a profound sense of accomplishment for the Hogwarts he built. Because of the headmaster's office upgrade, he felt his magic power amplification rate had increased significantly. As Andres continued upgrading various buildings within Hogwarts Castle throughout the night, the castle shimmered with a white light imperceptible to others. When the professors awoke the next day, they found their headmaster's offices and faculty lounges had been upgraded. Chatting with Andres at breakfast, they learned it was all thanks to the previous night's work, and everyone expressed their gratitude for the better rest they received. When they learned that the classrooms for various subjects had also been upgraded, they eagerly went to see their new classrooms after breakfast. Professor McGonagall, after touring the campus, went to the headmaster's office. "Professor McGonagall, what brings you here?" "Principal Andres, I just took a look around the castle. The changes are amazing, but I must remind you, we're still short 2 faculty members." "Too short? Didn't we fill in 5 required courses? I plan to offer electives in the 2nd semester." "No, Principal Andres, I meant the librarian and the castle gatekeeper. Before, when there were fewer people, these 2 positions were dispensable, but now that there are more students, we need to fill these 2 positions." Andres paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You're right, Professor McGonagall, I did overlook that. Fortunately, there's still time. Please wait a moment." Andres then accessed the system again, spending 200 system points to exchange for 2 professor cards. He then spent another 1,400 points to buy 14 faculty lounge cards. He then used the 3D castle model to create 2 level 3 faculty lounge rooms on the 1st floor, and used the professor cards. He wasn't particularly curious about the card for dealing with the librarian. It was bound to appear, Mrs. Irma Pines. Mrs. Pines was a strict librarian, extremely strict about the library, and forbade any young wizards from breaking the rules. Sure enough, a flash of white light revealed Mrs. Pines, still as thin as ever. Professor McGonagall, seeing Mrs. Pines, went forward and gave her a hug. Professor McGonagall was pleased to see more and more old friends returning. Then, another flash of white light appeared, a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was tall and looked very strong. He appeared very alert, his wand instantly sliding from his sleeve into his hand. However, when he saw Andres and Professor McGonagall, he relaxed. "Elliot Turner, what a coincidence. I remember you were an Auror in the Ministry of Magic after you graduated." "Yes, Professor McGonagall. I don't know why, but when I was summoned here, I was given a new position. I become the custodian of Hogwarts." "Well, welcome anyway." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." To be honest, Andres was surprised to have an Auror as the custodian of Hogwarts Castle. But he didn't think much of it. He always felt that living in the wizarding world as a squib was torture. "Hello, Elliot Turner. The safety of Hogwarts is now in your hands." "I will do my best, Headmaster Andres." Chapter 141. August 25th arrived, the homecoming day for Hogwarts second-year students and the arrival day for the first batch of first-year students. Andres had been incredibly busy lately. Today, he had arranged for Elliot Turner to help keep an eye on the entrance to Platform 9 and 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He himself, having previously forgotten to upgrade the sorting hat, finally did so this morning after waking up. The sorting hat, which had been sound asleep in its cupboard, was being upgraded. This cost him 1,000 system points, and the sorting hat opened its eyes the instant it was upgraded. "Thank you, Headmaster Andres. I feel much clearer-headed now." "You're welcome. I need your help for the next few days. It's my duty and my honor." After upgrading the sorting hat, Andres didn't rest. He still needed to go to the Owl Tower to defeat Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt would be a year old in a few months, and Andres thought he could take it outside to raise it then. Elliot Turner was strolling around King's Cross Station. Being an Auror, his vigilance and abilities were still outstanding. He was capable of handling any leaks, so he would be needed for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, after the upperclassmen finished their term today, the student council presidents and prefects would come to assist him. In fact, Daryl, Diane, and the other prefects had already been notified to cooperate with Elliot Turner on this task. Although Platform 9 and 3/4 had been materialized with some protective measures, such as the Muggle Expulsion Charm and the Concealment Charm, no one could guarantee 100% safety. Therefore, apart from Benhard, who had already returned to school, the student council presidents and prefects arrived at King's Cross Station 2 hours early. Elliot Turner, along with 9 students, made a total of 10 people. He divided them into 2 groups. The boys patrolled King's Cross Station with him, while the girls maintained order on Platform 9 and 3/4 and helped watch over the luggage, preparing to place it in the prefect's carriages upon Hogwarts arrival. The boys didn't wander around aimlessly on the platform. Some read newspapers, others drank coffee, generally appearing idle. The girls didn't need to constantly supervise the young wizards. They only needed to ensure they didn't cause trouble on platform 9 3/4, as some mischievous kids would inevitably swing their wands and cause damage. Half an hour later, students and parents began arriving at King's Cross Station. It seemed a bit early, as some parents were dropping their children off on their way to London for errands that afternoon. Then, gradually more and more people arrived on platform 9 3/4. Parents waited with their children for the Hogwarts Express to arrive. At 1:30 p.m., several whistles drew everyone's attention. A black and red steam train approached from afar, slowly pulling into platform 9 3/4. Even after stopping, the locomotive continued its rumble, and then all the carriage doors opened automatically, and footboards automatically extended onto the platform. The young wizards began waving goodbye to their parents and families. The platform was filled with the reluctance of parting and the warnings from parents to their children. A little girl poked her head out of a carriage and shouted goodbye to her parents on the platform. "Mom and Dad, go back. I miss you. I write to you. Don't worry about me." On the platform, a stern father patted his son's head threateningly. "If you dare not study magic properly, you brat, I give you a good beating." "Dad, are you sure you want to beat up a wizard?" "So what if he's a wizard? Even if you become a wizard, you're still my son. But now that I think about it, beating up a wizard might be a pretty good experience, right?" The little wizard, seeing his father's increasingly excited gaze, quickly dragged his luggage and ran off. Mrs. Allen had also come to send their son, Marion, to school today. This was the first time the child had been away from home for such a long time. Mrs. Allen was reluctant to part with him, and kept shedding tears. Mr. Allen could only keep comforting him, saying that their son was just going to school, not that they were parting forever. Besides, it was only a matter of time before a child grew up and left his parents to make his own way in the world. Marion also gently comforted his mother from the side. "Mom, don't cry. I'm just going to school. I'll be back in 3 months for Christmas." "I know. Be good at school, don't cause trouble. And take good care of Orange. Don't let it eat anything it shouldn't." "Don't worry, Mom. Don't you know your son? Orange is very smart. It's even starting to be picky about food now." Orange, perched on the suitcase, heard its little owner say it was picky and immediately barked a few times in dissatisfaction. It even waved its paw at Marion in a cute but fierce way, as if to say, "If you complain again, I'd beat you." Mrs. Allen, seeing this, instantly stopped crying and smiled. Watching her son push the luggage into the car, the Allen couple turned and left. Outside the platform, Darius found Elliot Turner leaning against the wall, pretending to rest. "Professor, I just counted. All 58 second-year students and 120 first-year students have entered the station. We can go in now." "Good, nothing unexpected happened today. Let's go in too." Darius turned and waved to the other 3 prefects who were looking at him, and they each entered platform 9 3/4. Elliot Turner was the last one. He cautiously looked around before entering. Once on the train, Elliot Turner found an empty compartment, laid down on a bench, and pulled his hat over his face. He sighed, realizing it had been so many years since he'd ridden the Hogwarts Express. He really missed it. He wondered how his old classmates from his old compartment were doing now. He could never go back. Marion, having boarded the train, pushed his cart forward, trying to find a compartment to sit in. But when he opened the first compartment, it was already occupied. Marion noticed that the 4 people in the private room seemed familiar. They must be upperclassmen. Before they could even ask, he apologized and went to find the next room. Finally, when he opened the 4th room, it was empty. Marion breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put his luggage inside. He laboriously put the smaller items on the rack, the robes he would change into later. He stuffed the larger items under the bench. These could be taken directly to the dormitory. Just as he finished settling his luggage and was carrying the robes, the door to the next room opened. A head poked in and asked Marion, "Are you a first-year student? Can I share a room with you?" "Of course, I'm Marion, a first-year student this year." Chapter 142. "Hello, Marion, I'm Austin Foster. It's a pleasure to meet you. Come in quickly, don't block the aisle. Let me help you with your luggage." "Okay, thank you, Marion. I was stuck in traffic on the way here after a car accident. I was so worried. Luckily, my dad met a friend who lent me a motorcycle to take me here. Otherwise, I might have been expelled if I missed the Hogwarts train." "The school can't be that heartless, can it? London's traffic is indeed a bit terrible, So my family prefers to live in the countryside. Yes, I'm used to the traffic jams in London. It's good that I can leave there now. Marion, where are you from? A small village called Bibury in the Cotswolds, Gloucestershire. Just as the two were getting to know each other, there was another knock on the compartment door, this time a clear female voice. Excuse me, is anyone in the compartment? Marion and Austin exchanged a glance, then Marion opened the compartment door. A little red-haired girl was struggling to push a suitcase taller than herself, with an owl cage on top of it. The owl stood inside, glaring at Marion and Austin. Marion and Austin were somewhat bewildered by the owl's stare. They clearly sensed its displeasure. It seemed to say, "What are you looking at? Come help. Can't you see the little girl can't push it anymore?" After a moment of stunned silence, Marion quickly recovered and asked, "Do you need help?" "Thank you so much. Can I stay in the box?" "Of course, this box isn't ours, it belongs to Hogwarts, doesn't it?" The red-haired girl, after hearing Marion's playful remark, thanked him again. Marion and Austin then helped the girl put away her luggage and sat down. "Hello, my name is Marion, and this is Austin. We're first-year students at Hogwarts." "Hello, my name is Talia Martin, from Devonshire. Do you practice magic at home?" "I tried several times at home, but can't cast a spell." Marion nodded, while Austin nodded awkwardly and then shook his head. "Austin, why are you nodding and shaking your head? What? You also tried casting a spell and failed?" "It's okay, I believe we succeed. After all, we're all talented, which is why we were admitted to Hogwarts, right? Speaking of admissions, you have no idea how excited I was when the professor came to visit, blah blah blah." This red-haired girl was clearly a chatterbox, and a natural conversationalist. She was the one asking questions, and talking the whole time, and Marion and Austin could only respond with yes or no. They couldn't get a word in edgewise. While the three of them were chatting, the orange tabby cat kept meowing at Talia's owl, while the owl looked at the tabby cat with an expression that said, "You're looking at me like you're an idiot." That expression meant, "What's the point of meowing so loudly when there's a cage between you?" Feeling scorned, the tabby cat pounced on the cage and started shaking it. This startled the owl, who quickly grabbed the cage and frantically flapped its wings to maintain its balance. The noise from the tabby cat and the owl disturbed the trio's conversation. Marion, seeing his tabby cat causing trouble, quickly grabbed it and held it tightly in his arms, ignoring its struggles. So the three chatterboxes steered the conversation towards each other's pets, exchanging compliments like "Your cat is so cute," or "Your owl is pretty good too." Aside from Mrs. Margaret Mason stopping to sell snacks along the way, no one bothered them. As they chatted happily, darkness slowly fell. They were only jolted awake from their reverie when the announcement said they would arrive at their stop in 10 minutes. The three quickly changed into their black robes and waited to disembark. After getting off the train, they heard two voices. One, clearly younger, called out, "Second-year students, this way. We're going to catch the carriages to school." Soon, a group of young wizards emerged from the crowd and walked towards the line of carriages waiting at the platform. Although they could only see empty carriages, all the young wizards present understood that Thestrals were at the front of the carriages. Just as the first-year students were wondering what was going on, another loud voice reached their ears again. "All first-year students, come to me. We take another route to Hogwarts Castle." Then the first-year wizards looked at Hagrid, who was standing at the front of the group, a towering figure holding a lantern like a small mountain. Hagrid saw Elliot Turner waving at him from the back and immediately understood that everyone had arrived. He then beckoned the young wizards to follow him, and they began to walk towards the distant Black Lake. The weather had been quite nice recently, so the path wasn't difficult as long as you watched the branches. The only downside was that the path was a bit dark, making it easy to slip and fall. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes of walking, everyone arrived at the dock by the Black Lake and stood in formation. Hagrid then shouted again, "For people per boat, form your own groups. Be careful not to fall into the lake, it won't kill you, but you catch a cold." Soon, everyone began to freely form groups and board the boats, usually in cabins. Marion, Austin, and Talia boarded the same boat, and then a little boy joined them. Hagrid, seeing everyone on board, stood at the bow, holding up a lantern and drawing 3 circles in the air. All the boats, as if on command, began to slowly row towards Hogwarts Castle. Soon the fleet reached a bend, where there was a stone bridge. Hagrid reminded them again, "Watch your head." All the young wizards bent down, and when they looked up again, they saw a breathtaking scene. Under the moonlight, the black Hogwarts Castle stood before them, its towering grandeur giving all the young wizards a great surprise. Through the windows, they could see flickering candlelight casting shadows inside, the pointed towers seemingly piercing the clouds. Every young wizard who saw Hogwarts Castle for the first time gasped in amazement. Soon the small boat docked at the pier below Hogwarts Castle. They would have to climb a long flight of stairs to reach the castle. This seemed to be a small warning left to future generations by those who founded Hogwarts, reminding them that the path to knowledge was not easy, even amidst their joy. All the young wizards followed Hagrid through a small courtyard and entered Hogwarts Castle through a side door, arriving at the entrance to the Great Hall. Hagrid saw Professor McGonagall standing at the door, and said to her, "The first-year students are all here. They're in your care, Professor McGonagall." "Very well, Hagrid. You may go in first." Chapter 143. Then Professor McGonagall turned to the young wizards, and said seriously, "Welcome to Hogwarts. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before that, we will be sorted into your houses. Many of you probably already know what this is about, but I want to emphasize this. No matter which house you are sorted into, your house will always be your home at Hogwarts. You will eat with your classmates, attend classes with them, and even live and play with them in your house's dormitories. Our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own history and cultural heritage, and you will be the continuation of each house. In the future, your performance, good or bad, won't just affect whether you win the House Cup during your time at school. It will also affect your reputation throughout the wizarding world. Therefore, striving to add points to your house is essential, while also avoiding deducting points. If any of you can help your house win the House Cup, believe me, they will be proud of you. Alright, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Before going in, I suggest you tidy yourselves up and look your best. This will be done in front of the entire house. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and pushed open the Great Hall doors, leading the new wizards in single file. All the young wizards stared wide-eyed with curiosity. Hundreds of candles floated throughout the Great Hall, illuminating it along with torches on the walls. The moon seemed to be moving through the clouds in the sky above the Great Hall, as if there were no roof, but everyone knew that was impossible. The second-year wizards buzzed with discussion. It was their first time witnessing the sorting hat as upperclassmen, though they quickly grew tired of it after 7 days. Professor McGonagall walked to the center of the Great Hall, where a chair stood before her. On it rested the eager sorting hat, its happiest time of the year, as everyone in the Great Hall listened to its song. After it finished, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, opened a roll of parchment, and addressed all the young wizards. "Those whose names are called, please come forward and sit down." Barry Brown. A little boy stepped forward somewhat nervously. "Ah, since you have a heart set on honor, then Slytherin." The sorting hat proclaimed Slytherin House without hesitation, drawing applause from the Slytherin wizards below. Next, Norton Moore. "Very good, another little badger." Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs below the stage welcomed their first new student. Then, the new students were assigned to their respective houses. Notably, Marion, Austin, and Talia were all assigned to Gryffindor, becoming members of the Master's House. After the sorting, Andres, as usual, stood up to welcome the new wizards, explaining that although school had officially started, classes would begin on September 3rd. They could use these few days to get acquainted with the school and classmates, or simply explore, but all wizards except the prefects on night patrol must observe curfew. Furthermore, no wizards are allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest without permission. Although there's no immediate danger, it's vast and not easily accessible to wizards on their own. They could easily get lost. After finishing his speech, Andres announced the start of the banquet. Both upperclassmen and new students were now quite hungry. Seeing the table laden with delicious food, they didn't stand on ceremony. They ate and got to know their new classmates. Andres, meanwhile, chatted quietly with Professor McGonagall sitting next to him, discussing arrangements for the international students arriving in a couple of days. "Headmaster Andres, what are your plans for these arrangements?" "Professor McGonagall, once the international students arrive the day after tomorrow, I plan to have Elliot Turner take them to the 3 Broomsticks for 1 night. They can use this time to buy what they need. Then, at the banquet the following day, we organize their arrival at Hogwarts, and the second-row international students can stay at the 3 Broomsticks. 3 days should be enough." "Well, Headmaster Andres, I suppose that's unavoidable. However, the number of students will increase in the future, so you still need to think about how to handle it." "I understand, Professor McGonagall, I considered all of this." Time passed quickly in their conversation, and Andres saw that everyone had finished eating. It was announced that Professor Flitwick's student choir would lead everyone in singing the school song, though, frankly, Andres himself wasn't too fond of it. After the banquet, the prefects led the students from each house out of the Great Hall and back to their respective common rooms. Bernhard Wiggins led the Hufflepuff freshmen to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room and addressed them. "All right, everyone, I know you're still excited, but please pay attention to how you get into the common room. If you get the location wrong, you might get a lot of jealousy. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. As Hufflepuffs, we get special treatment at Hogwarts. If you're hungry and want something to eat, see that huge picture of fruit over there? Scratch a pear and the Hogwarts kitchen door will open for you." After explaining, Bernhard demonstrated to the new students how to enter the Hufflepuff common room, then led them in single file. "All right, the boys' dorms are on the left, the girls' dorms on the right. Charlene Dempsey is yours." "Okay, Bernhard, girls, follow me." While the Hufflepuffs returned to their common room, the Gryffindor prefects and Ravenclaw prefects were still struggling up the stairs. At the top of the stairs on the 6th floor of Hogwarts Castle, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw prefects led their respective houses young wizards. "See you later, Carlema." "Okay, see you later, Ricardo." "All right, freshmen." The man who just said goodbye to me was Carlema Molina, the Gryffindor prefect. "I hope you behave yourselves in front of him from now on. He has the power to deduct points." Speaking of points, I hope you noticed the decorations in the Great Hall. That's right, the Great Hall is decorated in blue with an eagle emblem. That's because we won last year's House Cup, so Hogwarts will be Ravenclaw's color for the entire year. We won the first House Cup, and I hope the second one will be ours too. Also, we Ravenclaws symbolize wisdom, so I lead you in the first time you enter, but from now on, it's up to you. I don't want to see anyone unable to even get into their own house's common room. Chapter 144. Thus, the new students were all given various lectures by their respective house prefects, the general aim of which was to ensure they had a pleasant student life at Hogwarts. Marion and Austin were assigned to the same dormitory, and they were quite happy when they found it. Being in the same compartment on the train, assigned to the same house, and even roommates meant they were destined to be best friends. However, they soon discovered that the other 2 beds in the dormitory were empty, and it wasn't until the next evening that they learned their roommates were from the second batch of young wizards to arrive. Andres returned to the headmaster's office and began writing to Catherine, reminding her to pay attention to the subprime mortgage crisis in Galewind Kingdom, and to ensure the exchange students were properly accommodated. Although their tuition and living expenses were waived after their exchange, considering they would still need to buy some things, Andres asked Catherine to prepare a stipend of £1,000 for each of them. This £1,000 was paid by the Education Fund, and it was a regular annual payment of £1,000. Local students from impoverished families can also apply for this loan. As for repayment, Andres hadn't considered it, because he wasn't short of money. He even hoped students would borrow more because such favors are hard to repay. If the school raises you, and then gives you money to spend without expecting anything in return, how can you refuse when the school needs your help later? The next day, Hogwarts welcomed its second batch of 120 new students. The process was the same as the first day, except that the long table was filled with yesterday's young wizards watching the excitement. The young wizards who arrived yesterday woke up very late this morning, some even missed breakfast. They were so excited about meeting new friends, and since they had no classes today, everyone slept in late. On the third day, things got interesting. The students from the United States had arrived. They had been scattered throughout the country, gathering in New York a few days prior before taking a chartered flight. Upon arrival in London, they all stayed in one hotel. Then, on August 27th, they went together to platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station to board the Hogwarts Express to Hogsmeade Village, still quite excited. However, Elliot Turner and his group were still somewhat undisciplined. Individualism was the epitome of them. On the fourth day, while these students from the United States were being sorted into their houses, students from Bering and France were also sent to Hogwarts. Although both groups were white and could communicate in English, they automatically stuck together because they were new to their respective countries. Only a few social climbers liked to join in the chatter with the other groups. Overall, there was no hostile behavior that Andres had feared. Finally, the young wizards from Yen Kingdom arrived. Having lived together for over 50 days at the Yen Kingdom's diplomatic academy, they were quite familiar with each other. They had arrived a day early to help them adjust to the time difference, as they were flying across continents to the British capital. Before their departure, the Yen Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent someone to encourage the children, even though they didn't know these children would become wizards. Upon arriving in the British capital, the Yen Kingdom's military attaché, surnamed Wang, personally greeted the children, telling them that if they encountered any difficulties, they could come to the embassy. The embassy was their home, and the embassy would care for every child studying in Britain. Among these children, our little Shi Jingyi was the one who received special attention from the very beginning. After these children were selected, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education obtained their basic information. They discovered from the information that Shi Jingyi was a martyr's family member. Her father had sacrificed his life on the front lines of public security, and her mother's whereabouts were unknown. Although it stated that her mother's whereabouts were unknown, some experienced individuals still sensed something unusual. A martyr's family member going missing? A closer look revealed that there might be other reasons, because some things cannot be said or recorded. Therefore, the staff from Yen country took great care of Shi Jingyi during this period, though the little girl was too young to realize it herself. Because of Andres' special care, the young wizards from Yen country were progressing very well at the Foreign Affairs Academy. They were basically able to manage their lives, studies, and communication without any obstacles, which greatly reassured the staff from Yen country. On August 30th, Elliot Turner had the children from Yen country enter the station separately. He arranged for the prefects, both male and female, to leave small groups into platform 9 3/4. The reason for this was that the students from Yen Kingdom were different from the previous students. Their yellow skin would naturally attract attention in a white society, so it was safer to have them escorted in batches into King's Cross Station. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly. After all, the British capital was an international metropolis. The occasional foreigner wasn't too noticeable, so the young wizards quickly boarded the train and arrived at Hogsmeade Village. After all the young wizards were settled in the Three Broomsticks pub, Elliot Turner took out 100 envelopes from his pocket and gave the children some instructions. Here's a grant from the education fund for you. This money is for purchasing necessary school supplies. I believe you saw the list of items you need to buy in your acceptance letters. You can go to the shops in Hogsmeade Village to buy them after you're dismissed. The remaining money is your allowance. I hope you use it wisely. By the way, don't be stingy with your money. This money comes every year. Besides, you won't need to spend much money at Hogwarts, maybe just some snacks or small trinkets. And remember to be here at 5:30 tomorrow, dressed in your school uniforms, waiting for the Hogwarts professors to pick you up. Remember that. Otherwise, you might miss your sorting ceremony. With that, Elliot Turner dismissed the class and left. He had to return to the school to report. Guomingyu, from the capital city, came from an ordinary family. His academic performance was average, but as a resident of the capital, getting into university was relatively easy. While waiting for news after the college entrance exams, he received a call from the school asking him to go to the city's education bureau. His family, and he thought something was wrong, but his life took a dramatic turn. He was selected to study abroad as an exchange student, and more importantly, the school he was going to was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When he saw the young professor wielding his wand and unleashing magic, he was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? This wasn't what I've been learning all these years. We're supposed to believe in science. But what's with the magic in this world? Even more fantastical was that Hogwarts was just a place from the novels. How did it suddenly appear before him? And he wanted to recruit him to study magic. Should he accept? Or should he accept? Screw university, I'm not going. I'm going somewhere more interesting. However, because this had to be kept secret, he could only be told that he had been selected for an exchange program, which caused quite a stir in his class group chat. Chapter 145. The news of Guomingyu's upcoming studies in Great Britain drew congratulations, envy, and indifference. Amidst the commotion, he went to the Foreign Affairs College in Beijing to attend an English class with students from all over the country, a total of 100 students of varying ages. He discovered that the youngest student was only 11 years old, and the oldest, like himself, was 18 and taking the college entrance exam this year. However, there were relatively few students taking the exam this year, only 10 in total. The slightly younger ones, around 15 years old, were about 30 entering high school this year. The rest were all 11-year-olds, whom he considered the luckiest. Because those 11-year-olds had 7 years to spend at Hogwarts, while they only had 3. Since signing that sole contract, Guomingyu and his classmates had embarked on a different path from ordinary people, and the most direct difference he noticed was in their English learning. Guomingyu excelled in science subjects in high school, but his poor English often held him back. Unfortunately, he was selected as a student to study in the UK, which initially worried him that he might be sent back due to language barriers. However, after arriving at the Foreign Affairs College, he found himself seemingly enlightened, making incredibly fast progress in his daily English language classes with his classmates. English vocabulary that he previously couldn't remember became easy to memorize. He discovered that grammar was secondary unless there was an exam. As long as he could understand what others were saying, he could simply express himself using the correct words. He wasn't alone. Many students felt the same way. Had his own learning talent awakened? After more than 50 days of hard work, he no longer worried about the language barrier, which was nothing short of a miracle for his former self. During his studies, he also made new friends. His 3 adopted sons in his dormitory. One was Pang Minghui, also a native of Beijing. Another was Duan Yuza from Shanghai, and the last was Jing Yuan from Guangzhou. They were all young people, of similar age but with different backgrounds, brought together by a chance encounter. After more than 50 days together, they had gotten to know each other. Pang Minghui's family held official positions, but he didn't mention the specific rank, and no one asked. Duan Yuza from Shanghai was among those who had become wealthy early on, while Zhang Yuan came from a scholarly family. It seemed that only his background was ordinary, so Guomingyu worked even harder to bridge the gap between himself and the others. 2 days ago, after a flight of more than 10 hours, they, a group of over 100 people, finally landed in the capital of Great Britain. This was Guomingyu's first time traveling so far, and on such a long flight. His 3 adopted sons in the dormitory, however, all had experience traveling abroad, just to different destinations. They rested for a day in the British capital, and during their break, they secretly slipped out for a quick tour of the city. In the British Museum, Pang Minghui, in a fit of righteous indignation, denounced Britain as a robber who had stolen so many valuable things from Yin Kingdom. He vowed to bring back the magic he learned at Hogwarts to Yin Kingdom as compensation for what he had done. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, declared that it was because they were too weak that they were bullied, and now, to ensure that Yin Kingdom would not be bullied in the magical world in the future, he would work hard. Duan Yuza declared, "You're all right, but I want to become the most powerful wizard." The 3 looked at Duan Yuza and asked, "What's your reason?" Duan Yuza glanced at them and said, "As your godfather, of course I have to be able to protect you." He then chuckled and walked away. Guomingyu and the other 2 collectively gave him the middle finger. In short, this trip to the British Capital Museum was worthwhile, proving the saying that most people who travel abroad are very patriotic. Today, after a day of rest, the young wizards from Yin country boarded the train to Hogsmeade Village. Guomingyu and the others had seen these steam locomotives before. He vaguely remembered riding those black steam locomotives called Dongfenghong when he was a child, but back then, the trains were crowded with people and animals, making the experience less enjoyable. The younger children, however, were seeing these ancient steam locomotives for the first time and found them very novel and interesting. Once on board, they experienced the comfort and convenience of magic for the first time. The comfortable, temperature-controlled compartments made the journey seem less tiring. After a while, a knock came at the door. "Children from Yin country, would you like some snacks? I guarantee you never tried anything like this before." With that, Mrs. Margaret Mason introduced the snacks, pastries, and drinks in her cart. Everyone listened intently, and Duan Yuza waved his hand. "Hello, madam. Please give us a little of everything." Mrs. Margaret Mason smiled and waved her wand, causing some of each snack to fly out and pile on the table. Guomingyu and the others said something in Yin country language that she couldn't understand. "Godfather, please accept my humble admiration." As soon as Mrs. Margaret Mason closed the door to the private room, the group started arguing and fighting over the snacks. She could still hear the somewhat exasperated voice of the boy who had paid earlier. "You unfilial children, leave some for me." "Oh my god, Pang Minghui, what are you doing with 2 drinks? Can you even finish them all? Mind your own business. Can't I drink one and throw the other away?" Mrs. Margaret Mason smiled and shook her head, reminiscing about how wonderful youth was. She was just like them when she was young. A little after 5 in the evening, the train arrived at the station. As soon as they got off the train, they were overwhelmed by the magical world. Along the way, they saw owls flying by hurriedly carrying letters. They saw fire-breathing dragon dolls in shop windows, and they even saw the automatically stirring cauldron in Floren's ice cream shop. All of this captivated the young wizard's eyes. Soon, Guomingyu and the others followed Professor Elliot Turner, who had come to pick them up, to the 3 Broomsticks bar. Professor Elliot Turner seemed very busy, giving a few brief instructions before leaving. Mrs. Rosmerta watched everything quietly, knowing she would soon be getting to work. Because the first thing the young wizards, who had been staying here for the past few days, did was eat at her place, she soon noticed that the young wizards from Yin country seemed quite different from those from other countries. A boy who looked about 17 or 18 years old, and a girl stood in front of everyone. The boy was Pang Minghui, and the girl was Sun Jihui from Shanghai, who had been studying languages in Yin country. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff had a brief conversation with the 10 oldest students, as they were concerned that the 11-year-olds were too young and might encounter various difficulties in Great Britain. They hoped that the older students would take care of and help them out of consideration for their compatriots. These 17 or 18-year-olds, full of enthusiasm, naturally agreed. Therefore, they selected Pang Minghui and Sun Jiahui from among the 10 as their leaders. Chapter 146. Mrs. Rosmerta watched curiously as the Yin students looked on, wondering what they were up to. The boy spoke up. Quiet everyone, listen to me briefly. From now on, I hope you temporarily forget about Yin language and communicate in English. This will help us integrate better into the Hogwarts community and improve our English skills. Secondly, we older students promised the Yin Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we would do our best to take care of and help you. Therefore, Sun Jiahui and I have been chosen as our leaders. So, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to us for help. Remember, we are in a foreign country, so we must unite. We won't bully others, but we won't be bullied either. No matter which house you are assigned to, if you see your fellow students in trouble, stand up for them bravely. Understand? The young wizards either nodded vigorously or loudly replied that they understood. After gesturing for everyone to quiet down, Pang Minghui continued with his instructions. Also, there's the issue of safety. I know Hogsmeade Village is very safe, but it's always good to be careful when you're out and about. After we're dismissed, I hope everyone goes out with friends and doesn't go out alone. Also, for the children born in 11, I hope you're all back in your assigned rooms by 10 o'clock. Sun Jiahui and I will check the head count at 10 o'clock, and if anyone hasn't returned, we look for them. Finally, I know everyone brought money, but you're all still too young, so I suggest you buy the items on the list first. Don't waste money and burden your families. Okay, everyone dismissed. Upon hearing the dismissal, everyone sprang into action with their friends, some eating, others heading out. Rosmerta, standing nearby, was slightly surprised. This was the first time he'd seen such a scene in days. While students from the Beacon of Light, Bering, and France had consciously formed groups, none had displayed the same level of unity as the students from Yin. Perhaps he should tell Principal Andres what had just happened. Just as he was lost in thought, a young wizard from Yin approached and asked, "Boss, do you have a menu? We're a little hungry." "All right, children. What would you like?" Rosmerta cast a summoning spell, and a stack of menus flew out from behind the counter. Then, with a wave of his hand, the menus landed on each table. I didn't realize. My son, you really made something of yourself. Standing in front, speaking with such authority. How dare you speak to your father like that, you unfilial son? Aren't you afraid of my revenge later? All right, you two, stop bickering. Are you hungry? If not, I suggest we go out and do some shopping. Didn't you see there aren't any empty seats in the bar in such a short time? Pang Minghui and Duan Yuza exchanged a glance, glanced at the situation in the bar, and agreed with Gua Mingyu's suggestion. The four of them went out together. They took their shopping list and went from shop to shop. Taking advantage of the fewer people, they went to Garrick Ollivander's one shop first, where the four of them spent more than 10 minutes choosing wands. Especially Gua Mingyu, whose first one made him feel a warm current, while Garrick began to boast about how accurate his judgment of people was. He declared that Gua Mingyu would definitely achieve great things in medical magic in the future, and the others cheered loudly afterward. "Godfather, you must take care of us. We are willing to go through fire and water for you." Gua Mingyu waved his hand, indicating that he understood their hearts. Then, they went to Madame Malkin's robe shop, Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Davies and Bant's store, and the Fantastic Beasts shop. At the Fantastic Beasts shop, they discussed it and decided that they shouldn't all buy owls. Only one person needed to buy one, so it could be a shared owl. Gua Mingyu, who lost a game of rock paper scissors, reluctantly chose a shared owl. Since he lost, he just picked one he liked. Pang Minghui chose a macaw as a pet because his grandfather had one that he adored and wouldn't even let him touch. This time, he bought one that was even smarter than his grandfather's, to make the old man jealous. Duan Yuza chose something a bit wild. He had his eye on a chameleon. Nancy Eiffel told him that the chameleon was still small, and would be over a meter long when it matured. Moreover, because it was a magical species, its cloaking ability was stronger than ordinary chameleons, almost like those invisible toads. Be prepared to search for it at any time. Zhang Yuan kept an eagle. Nancy explained that when these eagles reached adulthood, their wingspan could reach 2 or 3 meters, and their eyes would be fixed on the ground. After he bought it, the others gathered around, asking if he wanted to be Yonggua, a character from a Chinese folktale known for his darlings. They even asked where Xia Longnu, a character from a Chinese folktale, was, and when he would bring her out to meet them. They played until 9 o'clock that night. After the initial excitement of their first visit to the magical world wore off, they felt a bit hungry. So they went back to the bar for dinner. After dinner, Guo Mingyu and the others took their belongings back to their rooms to rest. Pang Mingwei and Sun Jiahui waited for the little wizards to return. In the end, all the little wizards returned to the bar on time to rest. The next day, the young wizards from Yin Kingdom spent the day playing wildly in Hogsmeade Village. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they embarked on their magical journey. Like other young wizards, they traversed forests and bushes, crossed the Black Lake by boat, and climbed the steps leading to Hogwarts. They arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Mingyu, I really regret not bringing a camera. Hogwarts Castle is absolutely magnificent. It's 100 times better than in the Harry Potter movies. Even movies can't capture even a tenth of its essence. Yeah, Yunlin. Your jaw was practically dropping to the floor the whole time. As if you're that much better? Alright, stop talking. Professor McGonagall is here. Alright, welcome to Hogwarts to learn magic, young wizards from Yin Kingdom, blah blah blah. Professor McGonagall repeated her usual refrain, finally asking the young wizards to wait a moment while she went back to check on the preparations in the Great Hall. Shortly after Professor McGonagall left, a scream shattered the silence of the group. Then they heard a voice repeatedly apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry, child. I didn't expect such a strong reaction from you. I'm a Hufflepuff ghost. They usually call me Fat Monk. You know, when I heard there was a young wizard from Yin, I came all the way here to see. You know, Hogwarts rarely has young wizards from the East. Just as Fat Monk was naggingly trying to calm the frightened girl, Professor McGonagall returned and addressed the group. Alright, the Great Hall is ready now. You may come in with me. Chapter 147. Led by Professor McGonagall, the young wizards from Yin entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts. They were immediately captivated by the sight before them. Although they had anticipated this, the reality was far more shocking than they had imagined. The other young wizards at each house table also turned their gazes toward the Yin wizards. They whispered amongst themselves, some wondering why there were so many young wizards from Yin, others expressing surprise at the perceived poverty of Yin, and wondering how much they had spent to come to Great Britain. This wasn't due to prejudice from other countries' young wizards. It was simply the propaganda of Western governments. It was undeniable that the Western world now held a dominant position on Earth, forcing the East to bow to its power for better opportunities. Famous directors and stars from Yin, in pursuit of fame or higher awards, were forced to make films that Western audiences wanted to see. Consequently, Yin audiences found that most of their award-winning films depicted the darker side of Yin, resulting in a less than favorable impression of the country among foreign audiences. This phenomenon was only broken later with the rise of the Yin Kingdom. Sitting on the stage, Andres was filled with emotion. He had once been one of them. He vowed to take care of these fellow countrymen in the future, as a way of repaying his former homeland. While Andres was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall began the sorting process. In the end, Pang Mingwei went to Slytherin, Guo Mingyu went to Ravenclaw, while Zheng Yunwen and Duan Yuze, who had bought a hawk as a pet, both went to Gryffindor. Sun Jiahui was also sorted into Gryffindor, while our little Shi Jingyi went to Hufflepuff with her best friend. After announcing the start of the banquet, Andres observed the new students. Since the students had already been assigned to houses, Andres could see their information in more detail. Sure enough, with more students came more outstanding young wizards. Andres spotted over a dozen with various titles. For example, the little girl Shi Jingyi, who had gone to Hufflepuff, wore the title Merciful Heart. The explanation for this title was, those who possess this title have a kind and pure heart, and the effectiveness of healing magic is increased by 30%. This meant that little Shi Jingyi would likely become a healing-type wizard, and Andres thought she should be given focus training, as healing was crucial in war. Mark Jenkins, whom Andres had brought back from Galewind, had the title Unwavering Heart. The explanation for this title was, those who possess this title have strong perseverance and greater patience than ordinary people, and their understanding and application of magic after learning it increases by 10%. Looking at this explanation, Andres wondered if Mark Jenkins was a research-oriented wizard, because he could better understand the principles of magic and use it more effectively. Andres didn't dwell on it, instead looking at the titles of the other people. One of them, Konstantin Sumarokov Andrei Morievich from Bering, his name was too long, so he be called Konstantin from now on, possessed the title Iron Will. The explanation for this title was, the person who possesses this title has an iron will, and their spellcasting success rate increases by 30%. This is easy to understand. It's common knowledge that concentration is essential for successful spellcasting. And this iron will clearly provides a significant mental advantage, allowing for intense focus and preventing external distractions, thus increasing the success rate of spellcasting. In Yin country, there's a 15-year-old Hufflepuff boy named Shinsekai, whose title is Heart of Nature. Seeing this title, Andres didn't even bother to read the explanation. No wonder he was assigned to Hufflepuff. It's a perfect fit. This title increased the growth rate of all the plants Shinsekai cultivated by 30%. No wonder he's from Yin country. He's truly gifted in farming. Hogwarts' magical plants will depend on him in the future. Just as Andres was about to continue examining these titles, Professor McGonagall interrupted his observation. Headmaster Andres, the list of prefects for this year's students will be given to you soon. Do you think we should arrange for the prefects to meet with you before announcing it? Andres thought for a moment and said, I meet with them myself. There aren't any official classes tomorrow or the day after. As long as the notices are sent out before Monday, it'd be fine. Alright, then I have to meet you in the headmaster's office around 9:30 tomorrow morning? That'd be just the right time for you and the children to finish breakfast. That's fine. After a while, Andres tapped his wine glass to signal everyone to be quiet. He had something to say. I noticed everyone has almost finished eating, so before you go back to rest, I have a few things to say to everyone. First, welcome again to all the new students. Whether you're from the land of the lighthouse, the land of flames, the land of bearing, or the land of Gallic chickens, you are all children of Hogwarts. I hope you will all be united and friendly. Secondly, your ultimate goal is to learn magic here, so don't waste time on trivial matters. Finally, the Forbidden Forest is not open to all students. If you want to enter, you need to apply to your headmaster and obtain approval. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. Now let's sing the school song together. You can choose a tune you like. After the school song, all the young wizards return to their respective houses' common rooms under the guidance of their prefects. Since the next 2 days were the weekend, the upperclassmen of each house had prepared a simple welcome party for the new students. These parties were mainly the result of discussions between Darius and Diane. They hoped that the young wizards could use this opportunity to increase their understanding of each other. In fact, these welcome parties were quite effective. Everyone introduced themselves and their hometowns in the common rooms, discussing the interesting things they had encountered along the way. Several Hogwarts cats were even forcibly taken away by the young wizards. They brought the baby over to the party, and as a reward, the young wizards fed it plenty of dried fish. Of course, the topics of conversation varied from house to house. Gryffindors mostly shared interesting stories from their travels. Ravenclaws shared their learning experiences. Slytherins emphasized teamwork and revenge for the point lost last term, while the Hufflepuffs shared various delicacies. Overall, the atmosphere was good, and the young wizards from different countries gained a deeper understanding of their own houses. Andres received a notification at midnight that his system points for the day had been credited, a total of 868 points. Chapter 148. As expected, high input yields high output. The daily income is now more than 10 times that of last year at the beginning. Based on last year's experience, the daily system points earned might even double by the end of this year or the beginning of next year. This is even before the second-year students have leveled up. The next morning, after breakfast, Andres waited in his office for the new prefects to arrive. Around 9:30, 8 students knocked and entered, standing before Andres with varying degrees of nervousness and relaxation. Andres sized them up, and they, in turn, observed the young headmaster before them. With a wave of his hand, several chairs flew out from a side door of the headmaster's office and landed in front of the students. Andres gestured for them to sit down. Alright, everyone, it's great to see you all again. Relax. Although I am your headmaster, I am only a few years older than you. How are you all doing at Hogwarts? This kind of conversation lasted for about an hour, during which Dobby brought fruit and drinks for everyone to enjoy. Of the 8 prefects, 2 were native British, 2 were from the United States, 2 were from China, 1 was from the Bering Territory, and 1 was from France. They were a little awkward at first, but after chatting for a while, they gradually became familiar with each other. Seeing that the conversation had gone on for a while, Andres gave them his final instructions. Alright, that's all for today. You can go back now. Because you are older and prefects, I hope you will take good care of the young wizards from your own countries. Of course, helping the other students in our house is also your responsibility. Also, when you go back, tell your other 3-year classmates that because your study period is shorter, to make up for the time difference, You need to choose one of these 5 major subjects as your study direction. After you made your selections, these professors will give you extra tutoring during their free time to help you improve your skills in that subject. Of course, I'm not asking you to make a choice right now, but rather a month from now. I believe you have your own ideas by then. Finally, use these 2 days to familiarize yourself with the campus. Some of the steps are really tricky. The prefects then rose to take their leave. Andres stood up and walked to the bookshelf. His recent upgrade had filled his headmaster's office with many more magic books, and this free time was perfect for enriching himself. Over the next 2 days, the list of first-year prefects was posted on the bulletin boards of the common rooms of the 4 houses. They were Gryffindor male prefect Bruno Evans, Great Britain; Gryffindor female prefect Sun Jiahui, China; Slytherin male prefect Pang Minghui, China; Slytherin female prefect Caroline Page, China; and Ravenclaw male prefect Bruce Hayes, Gallic Rooster. The list included Ravenclaw prefect Juliet Hunter, Bering Country; Hufflepuff prefect Nikolai Kimoshenko, Bering Country; and Hufflepuff prefect Naomi Green, Great Britain. This list wasn't familiar to the young wizards. Only students from the Kingdom of Flames knew who the 2 prefects from Flames were. But that didn't matter. They were all chosen by the school, and there shouldn't be any problems. So most of the young wizards didn't pay much attention to it. The new wizards spent their time exploring the castle, while the second-year wizards clearly preferred to focus on their studies. The library was filled with the vast majority of second-year students. Finally, September 3rd arrived, and all students, wizards and muggles alike, began their first day of classes. The second-year students noticed their classrooms were significantly different from the previous semester. Not only were they larger, but their layouts were also different. The classrooms now resembled university classrooms in the Muggle world, the kind of common alternate classrooms. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, as always, startled the new students before sparking their curiosity and interest. Charms class, on the other hand, featured Professor Flitwick demonstrating various spellcasting techniques. Herbalism, in contrast, was rather dull, as they were all memorizing common herb properties, such as their origin, attributes, and cultivation methods. Besides memorization, this course also required physical labor. Just like the previous semester, their first step was learning how to cultivate nutrients in the soil. Compared to these courses, Andres was more concerned with defense against the dark arts and potions. These were both new courses this year, and Andres hadn't attended a single class with them this year. Instead, he observed the students' behavior after class, noting that Lupin's defense against the dark arts class was clearly more popular. The students were intrigued by the stun spell they had learned in defense against the dark arts that day, and although few had managed to cast it successfully, it didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Conversely, the students who had just come out of the potions classroom seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, remarking that while the basement was cold, Professor Severus Snape's face was even colder than the classroom. Professor Snape was like Detective Conan. Whoever he walked behind made a mistake. It seemed that only the little girl from Yin Country, Shijingi, could satisfy Professor Snape in his class. The little girl seemed unaffected by his powerful aura, diligently conducting her experiments. For this, little Jingy received a rare 5 points from Professor Snape, something very unusual, as Professor Snape rarely gave extra points to students from other houses. Just when everything seemed to be going well, an unexpected accident occurred. During a flying lesson at the end of September, 11-year-old Bradley Parker, a wizard from the land of the beacon, collided with an oncoming owl. He later recalled, "It was flying so fast, and I was so nervous that my mind went blank and I forgot to dodge. When the owl saw me, its eyes were full of terror. We ended up colliding. Luckily, Mrs. Hodge was there, otherwise I might have become the first wizard at Hogwarts to die in a flying lesson." When Andres received this news, he remembered the school hospital he had forgotten about. Before visiting the unfortunate boy, Andres had redeemed the school hospital, the head nurse's office, and head nurse Poppy Pomfrey. Madame Poppy Pomfrey was not only the school's head nurse, but also Hogwarts' school doctor, responsible for the health of all students and professors. After being materialized, Madame Pomfrey didn't even have time to greet Andres or the other professors before rushing to check on the unfortunate Bradley Parker. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey breathed a sigh of relief and addressed the others. Fortunately, he was only knocked unconscious. He has a few fractures, and will need to rest in the school hospital for a few days after taking some medicine. Chapter 149. The other protagonist in our incident stubbornly flew back to Owl Tower, arriving looking dazed. It wasn't until Hagrid heard about it, and rushed to Owl Tower to look for it, that he discovered its abnormality. Hagrid had no choice but to take it back and nurse it for a while. If it didn't recover after that, he would have to seek Nance's help. This incident also made Andres realize the importance of medicine. Neither muggles nor wizards can guarantee they be free from illness or accidents their entire lives. Especially knowing that war will come, perhaps he should start planning logistical preparations now. For example, cultivating common herbs on a large scale in the muggle world, and standardizing potion making and alchemy using modern technology for standardized production. Humanity's continuous technological progress is all about solving the problem of expanding productivity. If muggles can do it, why can't wizards? If magic were used for standardized production, it might be even more absurd than in the muggle world. At least there would be less manpower, right? One person casting a spell is certainly faster than muggles doing it themselves. And wouldn't energy consumption be much lower? Many magical items are practically perpetual motion machines. They consume 0 fuel and 0 electricity per 100 kilometers, at most a little magic. But this can't be done blindly. We need to gather the relevant personnel to discuss it, plan the industry, and gradually influence the muggle world. So Andres wrote a letter, telling Catherine to wait in her office on Sunday morning for the house elf to pick her up. Upon receiving the letter from the owl, Catherine began preparing some materials, including information on the James Group's situation regarding the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, as well as the progress of the large-scale warehouse supermarket investment in Yin Country. After thinking for a moment, she also obtained the latest reports from the Magical Financial Investment Company. Satisfied with these, she quickly slipped away to get a skincare treatment. Beauty treatments are expensive, but it's money she had to spend. This thought flashed through Catherine's mind. Sunday morning arrived. Andres had informed all the professors 2 days prior that there would be a meeting in the conference room on the 5th floor. The house elf Dobby went to London to pick up Catherine, who was already waiting in her office at the London Magical Financial Investment Company. She was used to seeing Dobby's arrival and extended her hand before Dobby could even finish speaking. Dobby, seeing this, didn't waste any words, grabbed Catherine's hand, and apparat to Andres's office. When Catherine arrived, Andres was holding a cup of coffee, looking at the globe in his office. "Sit down, Catherine. We be going to the conference room on the 5th floor later to discuss some things with the other professors." Catherine obediently sat down. At that moment, a teapot and a cup jumped out from Andres's desk. The teapot filled the cup with tea, and the cup flew to where Catherine could reach it. Catherine really wanted a tea set like that. It would be so convenient at home. Catherine stared wide-eyed for a while, but Andres, still looking at the globe, ignored her completely. So Catherine had to speak first. "Boss, would you like to see the company's financial statements?" "What? Is there a problem with the company? Is it serious?" "No, the company is doing well. There's nothing wrong." "Then why do you want me to see the financial statements? Just tell me how much money I have. If it weren't for Hogwarts needing it, I wouldn't even be interested in how much money I have." Catherine was getting a little exasperated. "This is so Versailles-like. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I embezzle?" But despite her complaints, Catherine still obediently reported to Andres. "Boss, your current assets are around £17 billion. Net asset growth was 10% in the third quarter, and 25% so far this year. How's James doing in the US? That's a huge pie, don't mess it up. James is doing according to plan. The subprime crisis there is becoming increasingly apparent. The only problem is finding a trigger. Once the trigger is lit, the entire US economy will collapse like dominoes. I'm not worried about whether we can make money in the US, but whether making too much will anger them. That's alright, I handle it. Tell James to go for it with confidence, I back him up." "Okay, boss. By the way, our plans in Yin Country are going smoothly. Especially after word got out about our plan to recruit military and police personnel and their families with high salaries. The military and police have come to inquire about the number of openings many times. Speaking of which, there's something else I think you should know." "Oh, what is it?" "It's like this. We originally planned to invest in large-scale warehouse membership supermarkets in Yin Country, specifically in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, building 3 stores in each city. However, recently, a district head surnamed Liu from Chengdu contacted me through a military officer surnamed Wang, saying they were willing to provide land and a 5-year tax exemption and 3-year half-tax reduction policy to attract investment. What do you think of this? If you need my advice, I think we can agree to this offer. It's good enough, and it will also help us build a good relationship with the military officer surnamed Wang." Andres didn't object. He remembered something that would happen in Yin next year, so he agreed. Instead, he asked Catherine if the funds were sufficient. Catherine nodded affirmatively, indicating that the funds were more than enough, with a surplus. Although they would be building 3 more shopping malls, their chosen locations were all in promising suburban areas. The local government, for the sake of its political achievements and image, was charging extremely low land fees. Therefore, Andre's initial investment of £100 million was more than enough. Catherine jokingly told Andres that the CEO of the supermarket in Britain might be replaced soon. Andres was a little puzzled. Wasn't changing the CEO at this time inappropriate? Catherine teased him for a while before telling him that the current CEO had taken half of the staff with him, stationed in Yen to oversee progress and staff training, working incredibly hard. Andres was somewhat amused and exasperated by Catherine's playful antics, but he didn't say anything, simply telling Catherine to handle it herself. He wouldn't interfere in the company's management, he didn't have the time. After chatting for a while, Andres checked his pocket watch. It was almost time. The meeting room on the 5th floor, which had been appearing and disappearing intermittently, should have appeared by now. He got up and took Catherine with him to the 5th floor. When they opened the meeting room door, they found someone already waiting inside. Andres recognized him immediately. It was Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin. Andres even joked with him. Truly a master of potions, your precision when it comes to numbers is impeccable. Chapter 150. Severus Snape's icy face revealed a wry smile. You flatter Headmaster Andres. I simply think punctuality is a good habit. Just as Andres was teasing Professor Snape, the other professors arrived one after another. Soon, the meeting room was filled with chatting professors. Andres looked at them and felt a little sentimental. Back when the school was founded, there were only Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. And now, he had not only gathered Severus Snape from Slytherin and Pomona Sprout from Hufflepuff, but also Rubeus Hagrid, the Keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Rolanda Hodge, the Flying Professor, Remus John Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Irma Pines, the Librarian, Elliot Turner, the Hogwarts Doorkeeper, and Poppy Pomfrey, the Head Nurse. If you included Stan and Ern, his team would have 12 people. This year hasn't been wasted. At least the basic framework of Hogwarts has been established. The rest just needs to be filled in gradually. Andres quickly snapped out of his smugness. He coughed lightly, and everyone watched him quietly. Professors, a month has passed. What are your thoughts on the current teaching progress? Or on the construction of Hogwarts? We've taken the time today to discuss it. The professors looked at each other, unsure what Andres wanted to know. Finally, Professor McGonagall, the vice headmaster, spoke up. We're satisfied with the current teaching progress and have nothing to say. Although there are more students in the classroom now, we can still manage. However, next year there will be even more, and we might not be able to handle it. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Please remind me of this at the end of the academic year. I plan to arrange for Darius and the others to be teaching assistants for next year's freshmen, but I don't know how good their level is. If we're only talking about transfiguration and charms, it shouldn't be a problem, since they made significant progress this year. But they are still students and have their own courses to take. Won't having them teach all the classes interfere with their studies? 10 of them will only be responsible for transfiguration and charms. 5 students per course should be enough. As for the other subjects, I summoned 2 more professors from each subject, and that should be fine next year. Any other questions? By the way, how are the 300 exchange students doing this year? How are they doing academically? The exchange students are all doing well, very hardworking. However, there are some minor conflicts between some young wizards from the US and China, but they're all under control. No, we must take this seriously. Healthy competition among young wizards is acceptable, but I won't allow them to form cliques and engage in malicious hostility. We wizards are still too few in number, we don't have the conditions for internal strife. When I get back, I issue a notice that if any malicious antagonism is discovered, I will immediately expel them, ending their magical career. The professors present naturally had no objections. In fact, in their original world, the Ministry of Magic would do the same. The best example was Rubeus Hagrid. He was made a scapegoat, so he was only expelled after his wand was broken, and due to his age, he wasn't punished more severely. But things are different now. Now it's Andres' decision. If he expels someone, that person is truly excommunicated. Besides that, what else? Also, Pang Mingwei from Yen Kingdom somehow found out about applying for clubs. He collected signatures from 10 young wizards from Yen Kingdom to start a study support club. I thought it was no big deal and approved it, even granting them a study room on the 5th floor as a space for club activities. Okay, that's not a big deal. Is it an upgraded classroom? If it's upgraded, I don't care. If not, let me know. Anyway, it's for studying. I approved a first-level upgraded study room for them. Just as Andres and Professor McGonagall finished discussing the exchange student program, Mrs. Hodge interrupted their conversation. "Excuse me, Headmaster Andres. I wanted to mention that since first-year students can now ride broomsticks, I was wondering if we could start preparing for the Quidditch Cup." "Of course. If needed, Professor McGonagall can inform the prefects of each house. Have them organize their Quidditch teams and train for a while. I think the competition can begin in the second semester. What do you think, Professor Hodge?" "I have no objections, Headmaster Andres, but I appreciate it if you could fund the purchase of equipment for each house." "Okay, money is no problem. I place an order with the Quidditch shop when I get back." "Anything else?" "Headmaster Andres, I might need some potion-making ingredients. Although Professor Sprout can provide me with a certain amount of herbs, there's still a shortage that I need you to address. You know, young wizards can't learn potion-making without ingredients." "I understand, Professor Snape. You can give me a list after the meeting. I figure something out." "Anything else?" The professors all shook their heads, indicating they had no problems. Seeing everyone silent, Andres stated his purpose. "All right, I called you all here today from your busy schedules for a meeting because I have something to discuss with you." The main event was about to begin, and all the professors, including Catherine, who had been slacking off, perked up. "First, I want to expand Hogsmeade Village. As Professor McGonagall just mentioned, we'd be under a lot of pressure next year. The number of new students will reach 800 or more, so we need to build a large hotel in Hogsmeade Village to accommodate exchange students, local students, and their parents. This will not only solve next year's problem, but the hotel will also be useful in the future. Second, I want to prepare for future wars. For example, we need to establish large herb farms and supply centers for potion-making materials. With raw materials, we can supply potions in large quantities to those in need, which will also help us win future wars." "Wait, Headmaster Andres. I think the second plan has a problem. Even if we have enough potion-making materials, I can't train enough potion-making masters. Our students can only make basic potions. They can only make more advanced potions after they accumulate enough experience." Professor Snape, speaking, clearly disagreed with Andres' second suggestion. Chapter 151. "I understand your concerns, Severus. But don't worry about it, I intend to implement standardized production." "Production? Standardization?" "Yes, Severus. Standardized production. In fact, I've been thinking about this for a while now. You know, Muggles have greatly increased productivity through standardized production. If they can do it, so can we." "But Headmaster Andres, how is that possible? How can Muggle materials be used in potion making?" "It's completely impossible." Professor Severus Snape rejected Andres' proposal with an incredulous expression. "Nothing is impossible, Severus. We often say that magic is meant to provide wizards with convenient living conditions, but why can't we use Muggle methods to improve their standard of living? You know, once we can standardize potion production, we can manufacture large quantities of cheap potions for everyone. Not only potions, I even think the manufacture of alchemical items can be done this way." Severus Snape understood that Headmaster Andres was right. Mass-producing potions would indeed make them cheaper. However, this still made him, as a potions master, uncomfortable. If all magical potions were made by Muggles, what was the point of having him, the potions master? This made him very resentful. "But how can we guarantee that the potions produced this way will be effective?" "That's where you come in, Severus. What we need are large quantities of cheap and effective potions. Therefore, we need your help to create a standardized production process." "But I don't know anything about standardized production processes." "That's alright, because I specially invited Miss Catherine here today. She can help you with this, right, Catherine?" Sitting at the end, Catherine nodded frantically. Then, the thought from a few days ago about how expensive beauty treatments were suddenly flashed into her mind, and she blurted out a question without thinking. "Professor Snape, are there any potions that can be used for beauty? Beauty treatments are getting more and more expensive in the Muggle world these days." Hearing Catherine mention beauty, Snape's face darkened slightly. However, Andres, standing beside him, suddenly understood. Yes, he could make money with potions and expand his influence in the Muggle world. So, before Snape could speak, Andres responded. "Catherine, your idea is brilliant. When you get back today, start preparing to set up a pharmaceutical company. To make it a complete charade, you also need to assemble several potion research teams. Recruit people with high salaries to develop these potions, then sell them using the magical potions here, claiming they're new products developed by our research teams." "But boss, I need Professor Snape to provide a list of potions before I can start preparing the corresponding teams. I don't even know what potions we have. That's not a problem. We have lunch together after the meeting and then discuss this. Professor Snape, hearing this, could only reluctantly agree. What could he do after Headmaster Andres had agreed? So he nodded in agreement. Seeing that Professor Snape had no objections, Andres brought up the first matter. The professors knew that building the hotel was also for Hogwarts' benefit, so no one had any objections. They only raised questions about how to build it, what it should look like, and how to manage it. Andres suggested that the building materials be provided by Catherine. As for how to construct it, that would be up to the professors. Andres wanted them to guide the students in building the hotel while they learned magic. This suggestion was somewhat unexpected, and the professors were hesitant to believe it. Andres explained, first, to maintain secrecy, we can't use Muggle construction teams. Second, this is an opportunity for the students to practice their spell casting. And third, since the students are building it themselves, it will increase their positive feelings towards Hogwarts. Seeing Andres' resolute attitude, everyone exchanged hushed glances, and then Professor McGonagall raised a question. Principal Andres, it's fine for the professors to lead the hotel construction, but what about the design? What kind of hotel should it look like? We don't know how to do that. That's all right. I have Catherine publicly tender for the design proposals. She provide both the design and the raw materials. All right, Principal Andres. We agree with you. By the way, Principal Andres, you mentioned large-scale herb cultivation and the establishment of a potion raw material base. Where do you plan to build these? That's what I was just about to discuss with you. I hope to build them in a remote, sparsely populated area to reduce the risk of exposure. Ideally, the location should be easy for us to control. So do you have any good suggestions? We need a large tract of wasteland. And it needs to be secluded. There should be plenty of such places. And it needs to be easy to control? The professors discussed for a while before finally offering their suggestions. How about finding a deserted island? There are many such islands in the South Pacific, and also in the Caribbean. No. That's too far, and easily affected by typhoons. How about Bering? Bering's interior is sparsely populated. Bering isn't a good option either, is it? The winters there are too cold. Heating will be a problem. And the winters are too long, affecting plant growth. Wizards having a heating problem? Wizards having a heating problem isn't a problem. But what about the plants? What about all those vast fields of plants? How can you grow them if the land is frozen? Let's think about it some more. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a voice asked, is there magic to modify soil composition? Catherine, just say what you want to say. What I mean is, since islands aren't an option, let's choose land. Since cold places aren't an option, let's choose places that are warm year-round. If there's magic that can change the local growing environment, I think Africa and the Middle East would be very suitable. Andres' eyes lit up, and he gestured for Catherine to continue. These two regions are perpetually impoverished, so land there isn't valuable. You can buy a large plot with a small sum of money, but the problem is that desertification is quite severe in North Africa and the Middle East. The Middle East might be better, but it's mostly hilly. Central and Southern Africa, on the other hand, have vast grasslands and rainforests, with abundant wildlife, making them excellent locations. Catherine's suggestion is good. Professor Sprout, what do you think? I think Miss Catherine's suggestion is good. However, I believe we could choose the desert and hilly areas of North Africa or the Middle East. The harsh environment there, essentially uninhabited, would be advantageous for concealment. Moreover, the temperature in these two places is moderate. It just requires some effort to establish a planting base. Understood. I have Catherine look up detailed information after the meeting. Chapter 152. The meeting ended quickly, and the professors walked in twos and threes towards the great hall on the first floor for lunch. Andres led Catherine ahead, occasionally discussing what magical potions would be suitable for the Muggle world. Catherine, you said the beauty industry is becoming increasingly profitable? Yes, Headmaster Andres, you should never underestimate a woman's desire for beauty. They're willing to pay any price. For example, weight loss, looking younger, increasing height, clearing acne. These are all excellent options. I just wonder what magical potions Hogwarts can provide. What you mentioned seems feasible, but some potions are only temporary. Headmaster Andres, we need temporary effects. If it's permanent, how will we make money? Looking at Catherine's matter-of-fact expression, Andres realized he had overestimated the conscience of capitalists. Capitalists will do anything for money. Short-term, quick, and effective products are the best for them. Besides lunch, Andres also discussed with Catherine the establishment of a herbal medicine base and a potion raw material base in the Middle East. Catherine, go back and do some thorough research. Don't be afraid to spend money. If you find a suitable location, you can buy it first. If the seller refuses or there are other problems, you can come to me, and I handle it. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm only worried about whether the Green Faith people there will pose a threat to our safety. We will set up a large-scale security spell there, not only to prevent muggles from seeing our base, but also to use a muggle-repelling charm, so that muggles will remember something very important and hurriedly leave as soon as they get close. Like Hogwarts and Platform 9 3/4. However, I suggest you set up a company like Blackwater Security and recruit some military personnel to protect our future businesses. I understand, boss. I get started preparing when I get back. By the way, regarding the hotel design you mentioned in the meeting, what style do you prefer? I added to the requirements during the bidding process. Don't worry about my preferences. Consider the younger generation's tastes more. Prepare several design options. I hold a vote at Hogwarts, since the children will be involved in the construction. The entire lunch break was spent on these matters. In short, the hotel design and land acquisition were proceeding simultaneously. The recruitment of the security company and the R&D team also needed to be done concurrently. Once all that was settled, construction of the hotel, the herb garden, and the potion raw material base would begin. Adding to that, there were elective courses for the second and third semesters. There was quite a lot to do. After lunch, Catherine briefly met with her sister Beretta before leaving. She had the most to do, but fortunately, she had a dedicated team at the company to serve her. After returning to the headmaster's office, Andres wrote 2 notices, the content of which was roughly as follows. First, Hogwarts embraces healthy competition and rejects discrimination and bullying. Anyone found engaging in such behavior will have their wand confiscated and be sent back to their home country. Second, each house will soon begin forming its Quidditch team, and all equipment for the teams will be provided by the school. Andres handed these 2 notices to Darius, instructing him to distribute them to the prefects and post them on their respective house bulletin boards. Andres then wrote a letter to the Quidditch shop in Hogsmeade Village, requesting that they prepare equipment for 8 Quidditch teams. The reason for 8 teams was to ensure each house had replacement and replenishment equipment, and also because once Hogwarts Castle reaches level 10 and can accommodate over 50,000 students, each house might have more than 1 team. September passed quickly, and on the last day of the month, the newly arrived 3-year wizards finally chose their mentors. The romantic Westerners preferred charms and transfiguration, while the diligent Easterners favored herbalism and potions. Defense against the dark arts, however, was more popular among the power-hungry wizards. In October, Andres' first act was to set up a public telephone booth in an empty room in Hogsmeade Village. This booth was primarily for the 300-plus exchange students. The French exchange students could manage to send letters home via owl, keeping them updated. But the other 3 countries were too far away. Bering was still a possibility, though the journey would take an unknown amount of time. Beacon Land was completely out of the question. Even an owl couldn't cross the Atlantic, let alone Yen, which was even further away. So, to alleviate the wizard's anxieties, Andres created this public telephone booth. To prepare for the future and utilize space-folding magic, Andres installed hundreds of telephones in the telephone room. In mid-October, on a sunny Saturday, the Quidditch team selections for the 4 houses began. Each house had approximately 200 students, and each house had to select 15 to form a Quidditch team. The teams would have 7 starting players and 8 substitutes. The number of substitutes for each position was the responsibility of the team captain. The team selections were of paramount importance to Hogwarts at the moment, and virtually all the young wizards took them very seriously, except for those who weren't good at flying. Mrs. Hodge brought in Andres and Professor McGonagall to serve as judges and score the players, while the student council presidents, Darius and Diane, along with all the prefects, maintained order. While they also wanted to participate in Quidditch, the first-year students, being in their final 3 years of school, were fine, but the second-year students had already given up on the activity. They were simply too busy to train and compete. This was also a disappointment for the 10 second-year students in their 3-year program. Perhaps fate likes to play jokes, and is always reluctant to give humanity anything perfect. Darius assigned the first-year prefects to register the applicants, mainly recording information such as house, name, age, and location, and then gave the completed forms to Andres and the others. Andres received the information for the Gryffindor wizards first, as the Gryffindors were the first to begin selecting their candidates. Andres used a copying charm to duplicate the stack of application forms in front of him, and then gave 2 copies to Mrs. Hodge and Professor McGonagall. Then, Andres used a megaphone charm to address everyone present. "All right, please take your seats in the stands. We will now begin the first test of the Gryffindor selection." Chapter 153. After Andres finished his announcement, over 50 Gryffindor wizards, led by the second-year prefects, entered from outside the arena. Some were nervous, while others waved to the spectators outside. Andres announced that they could first practice on the broomsticks to get used to them, and then the flight speed test would begin in 5 minutes. Then Andres took out a number of coins from his spatial pocket and transformed them into sufficiently large iron rings. He then used a levitation charm to float the rings across the entire Quidditch pitch, distributing them unevenly, at varying heights and distances. The main purpose was to increase the difficulty for the participating wizards. Everyone watched as Andres set up the area, awaiting his command. "Listen up, everyone. You be flying from the starting point to the finish line as fast as you can. The faster the better. You also have to pass through these gates. 5 seconds will be deducted from your total time for each gate you pass through. Whether you pass through a gate is your choice. You be tested in groups of 10. After the first person in each group sets off, one person will set off every 20 seconds. Let's begin the first group's test now." Mrs. Hodge arrived at the starting point on her flying broomstick. She whispered something to the first group of wizards. The 10 wizards nodded to her, then flew in a line behind her, awaiting orders. Mrs. Hodge saw Darius waving his arms at the finish line, indicating they were ready. She then blew her whistle. The first wizard, an 11-year-old, flew off. Even from a distance, Andres could see he was very nervous. He remained stiffly bent over on his broomstick. The first wizard to fly out tried his best to pass through each door ring. However, he ultimately lacked the skill to control the broom, missing a door ring with 3 sharp turns. Instead of flying back, he gave up and flew through the door rings. 20 seconds later, the second wizard started. Because of the time interval between the starters, the wizards ahead didn't see the first wizard's mistake. They continued flying through the door rings at their fastest speed, missing the door ring with the 3 sharp turns. It wasn't until the last 2 wizards clearly saw the mistakes of those ahead that they slowed down their flight at those door rings. Even so, one wizard still missed a door ring. In the first test, only one wizard passed through all the door rings during their flight. After the first group of wizards had all finished, the second group of wizards, under the guidance of the prefects, flew back to the starting point. While the second group of wizards were getting used to the broom, the first group's results were tallied and given to Andres. Andreas glanced at the report card and handed it to Professor McGonagall, who then carefully put it away. After the 5 groups finished their tests, she, Mrs. Hodge, and Headmistress Andreas would score the results and announce the final outcome. An hour passed quickly, amidst the lively chatter of the crowd. All 50 young wizards of Gryffindor had finished their tests, and then it was time for Andreas and the others to score them. Finally, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Andreas projected a list into the air above the center of the Quidditch pitch. A 15-year-old wizard from Yin Kingdom named Tang Jihong achieved first place, with a total time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Tang Jihong passed through 7 gates. Although he didn't pass through all of them, he chose the optimal route and sprinted at full speed. His strategy was clearly successful. Andres only announced the results of the top 25 wizards. The results of the remaining 25, who were eliminated, were not announced. The top 25 Gryffindor wizards from the first round went to rest and await the second round of testing in the afternoon. The Ravenclaw students had already begun their selection process, but since Ravenclaw students preferred studying, only about 30 people signed up. The final winner was an 18-year-old girl named Deborah Wood. She used the same strategy as Tang Jihong, but she didn't finish as quickly as him, taking 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Deborah Wood initially didn't want to participate because their schoolwork was a bit heavy. However, she couldn't resist the persuasion of the prefects, who were worried that Ravenclaw wouldn't even have enough reserve players. Then, Ferret Up from Slytherin won first place in Slytherin, though he was much faster than Tang Jihong, finishing in 3 minutes and 1 second. Ferret Up had been eagerly anticipating Quidditch since flying lessons began last year, so he would borrow a broomstick and fly around in his spare time. Now that the event he'd been hoping for was finally starting, he naturally came to participate in the selection process immediately. Compared to the other houses' Hufflepuffs, who are generally considered less skilled and more playful, the Hufflepuffs are very united. To select truly outstanding players, half of their young wizards signed up. In the end, 16-year-old Evan Mitchell won first place in the Hufflepuff group, finishing in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. He ranked last among the 4 house winners, but the Hufflepuffs were still very happy. After a morning of selections, everyone, from the team members and spectators to the teachers, was exhausted. They discussed who had performed best or whose flying posture was the most impressive. Then, they walked back to the Great Hall for a delicious lunch. To allow the participating team members ample rest, Andres scheduled the afternoon selections for 3 p.m. This way, the young wizards could return to their dormitories to rest for an hour or two before participating in the selections. The afternoon selections were much more interesting than the morning ones. The afternoon selections fully considered each team member's desired position and individual reaction abilities. Andres first had each team member test their skills in their chosen positions, such as catching the golden snitch, hitting a running ball, and taking penalty kicks in front of a goal. After an afternoon of testing, the rosters for the 4 houses were narrowed down to 15 people. These 15 were all skilled, but they were not the final selection. These 15 would begin a month-long training program under the guidance of their respective houses. After a month, their fate, whether they stayed or left, or remained as starters or substitutes, would be decided by each house. At the end of November, all 4 colleges submitted their Quidditch team rosters. Now they will use the last month or so of 2007 for another training camp before preparing for the College Cup in the second half of the academic year. Chapter 154. While Andres was organizing Quidditch team selections at Hogwarts, Catherine, far away in the British capital, wasn't idle either. Since that meeting, Catherine had returned and established several new companies. For example, the Magical Biopharmaceutical Company. Her team poached an entire research and development team from a pharmaceutical factory in Hans, and even Raytheon in the United States lost a team. Western media widely reported that the Magical Financial Company's large-scale entry into the biopharmaceutical field was rife with conspiracy, while British media launched a fierce counterattack, claiming it was a victory for British democracy. In short, Catherine had poached 5 or 6 teams during this period, assigning them research directions and letting them choose their own topics. Ultimately, each of the potions on the list discussed by Catherine and Professor Snape had a team responsible for research. Besides the Magical Biopharmaceutical Company, Catherine also solicited hotel design proposals through her official website. The top 3 designs would be bought out through online voting. While online voting did take place, the final decision rested with the young wizards of Hogwarts. The design deadline was November 10th, a month-long deadline. The first place winner received a prize of £10 million, the second place winner £8 million, and the third place winner £6 million. On November 10th, Catherine's team received hundreds of submissions from design firms worldwide. They then promoted their designs in the UK to encourage voting. After 2 weeks of competition, a team from the permanently neutral Watch Country won first place with their garden-style hotel design. Second place went to a team from the Kangaroo Country, whose design resembled a spaceship. Third place went to an independent designer from the Yen Country, whose design naturally featured the Yen Country's classical royal garden style. This incident, like the previous one involving a magical biopharmaceutical company, sparked heated discussions among the public. Normally, such a grand display would indicate the construction of hotels, but the public waited and waited without hearing anything about a magical financial investment company building any hotels. This provided the public with more fodder for gossip. Catherine met with the 3 design teams and purchased their blueprints. She then delivered these 3 blueprints to Andres at Hogwarts, explaining the design concepts and introducing the creative teams. After discussing with the professors, Andres and the professors, at the end of the National Day holiday, transformed the 3 blueprints into physical models and placed them at the entrance to the Great Hall. 3 ballot boxes were also set up for students to vote on. After 3 days of voting, all 3 designs were very popular, with the votes neck and neck. After further deliberation by Andres and the professors, it was decided that all 3 hotels would be built. However, 1 hotel would be built each year, which would also meet the future development needs of Hogwarts. After making the decision, Catherine instructed the company to begin procuring building materials, which would then be transported to Hogwarts via Inverness. As the cold month of December arrived, the Charms and Transfiguration classes at Hogwarts moved to a different location. Led by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, the young wizards arrived at a construction site near Hogsmeade Village. Using a series of useful spells, such as the Levitation Charm, Transfiguration Charm, and Quick Dry Charm, they painstakingly built the hotel piece by piece. Some readers might be wondering how they dug the foundation in such cold December weather. Sorry, this is the magical world, we haven't considered foundation issues. Construction of the hotel progressed steadily, and the young wizards were full of enthusiasm. This was a hotel they had built themselves, so of course they completely forgot about the professors, who were constantly checking up on their work and cleaning up their messes. Time flew by, and the Christmas holidays soon arrived. The local wizards and some from France took the Hogwarts Express home for Christmas, stopping at Hogsmeade Village beforehand to bring back Christmas gifts from the wizarding world for their families. The wizards from the Land of the Lighthouse, the Land of Flames, and the Barren Kingdom, being too far away, chose to stay at Hogwarts and celebrate Christmas with everyone. Of course, a few wizards flew home from afar. However, excluding flight time, they would only have about a week at home before school started again. Before Christmas, Hagrid dragged several enormous fir trees from the Forbidden Forest. Professor Flitwick, along with a group of interested wizards, decorated the Great Hall. Andreas watched as the children conjured silver five-pointed stars. Then, Professor Flitwick used a levitation charm to hang the stars on the fir trees. Andreas stepped forward and addressed the group. "I think a golden five-pointed star would be more festive." Andres then waved his wand, and the five-pointed star on the fir tree instantly turned golden. Andres nodded in satisfaction, feeling as if something was missing. So he waved his wand again, and the area under the fir tree was piled high with wrapped gift boxes of all sizes. Then he snapped his fingers, and snow began to fall throughout the Great Hall. After all this, the Great Hall was filled with the atmosphere of Christmas, much more lively than last year's quiet celebration. Infected by the festive atmosphere, Pang Minghui and his friends' study group recently suspended their activities. These adult wizards, to take care of their younger counterparts, went to the basement kitchen with the help of their house elves and prepared dishes of their hometown cuisine. During the holiday, Yin Kingdom dishes appeared at mealtimes every day, much to the delight of the young wizards staying at school. They even strongly urged their house elves to learn how to cook Yin Kingdom dishes, so they could prepare them more often. Andres had been observing all of this, and he and Professor McGonagall supported it. After all, many children were still too young and far from home. During holidays, like Christmas and Chinese New Year, they would miss their families terribly. The actions of Pang Minghui, Sun Jiehui, and others were undoubtedly a great help, allowing the younger wizards to forget about these things and enjoy their winter break. On Christmas Day, Andres sent a Honeyduke's Christmas gift box to everyone at Hogwarts. This order kept Ambrose and his wife busy for 10 days, and Erlinda helped pack for several days as well. She blatantly doubled the amount of candy in her own gift, right under Ambrose and his wife's noses. Ambrose and his wife simply reminded her not to eat too much candy, or it would hurt her teeth, and then left without saying anything more. Andres himself received a variety of gifts, including many candies and some strange little trinkets. Chapter 155. Merry Christmas, Fred Hart. Merry Christmas, Gua Mingyu. Where are Kevin Williams and Edwin Foster? While you were still asleep, they were already up and going to the Great Hall for breakfast. I'm going to breakfast now too. Do you want me to wait for you? No need, Gua Mingyu, you go first. I need to wash up. It'd take up a lot of your time. Okay, see you in the Great Hall later. After saying that, Gua Mingyu left the common room. He saw his own owl-shaped glasses in the Ravenclaw common room. It was called glasses because its large eyes looked like a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Glasses seemed to have just returned from outside. Gua Mingyu knew it must have been out playing all night, and was now standing on the bulletin board in the Ravenclaw common room, where the Ravenclaws coming and going would feed it nuts and such. Seeing Gua Mingyu emerge, Glasses immediately abandoned the Ravenclaw girl who had been feeding him and flew over, landing on Gua Mingyu's shoulder and nuzzling his cheek. Gua Mingyu could only pat its head in response. Alright, Glasses, I'm going to have breakfast now. You play by yourself for a bit. I prepare food and water for you when I get back. Glasses cooed twice, and flew back to the bulletin board to wait for the next feeding. Gua Mingyu could only smile, shake his head, and leave. After leaving the Ravenclaw common room, Gua Mingyu kept reminiscing about his experiences at Hogwarts. Even now, looking back, it all seemed magical and unbelievable. In fact, from the day he arrived at Hogwarts, it felt like a dream. First, the Sorting Hat consulted him about whether to go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Gua Mingyu knew his family background wasn't as good as others, and he could only catch up through hard work. So, Gua Mingyu decisively chose Ravenclaw, a house renowned for its bright and studious students, and thus began his Hogwarts journey. He was first deeply captivated by Professor McGonagall's performances, then impressed by Professor Flitwick's rigorous teaching. In defense against the dark arts, Gua Mingyu encountered some of the darker creatures of this world. In potions, he was thoroughly reprimanded by Professor Snape, and finally, perhaps due to the awakening of his Chinese heritage, He did quite well in herbalism. Thinking about this, one of his feet suddenly sank into the staircase. Oops, how could I have been so engrossed in thinking that I forgot I needed to jump over a step? Luckily, it's not serious. Guamingyu laboriously pulled his foot out of the staircase, and carefully descended 2 steps at a time until he reached the top. The other young wizards passing by were already used to this scene. Frankly, unless it was during class time, these strange staircases only caused trouble for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. Soon, Guamingyu arrived at the Great Hall. He originally intended to go to the Ravenclaw table to dine with his roommates. However, Duan Yuza and Zheng Yulin from Gryffindor spotted him very quickly, and stood up to wave to him. Without thinking, Guamingyu went to the Gryffindor table. He saw his other roommate from Yin Country, Pang Minghui, there, and sat down with him. "Why are you so late, Mingyu? We're almost finished eating. Come try the special breakfast the house elf provided today, it's pretty good." Guamingyu took the porridge, milk, and some sandwiches Pang Minghui handed him, and ate them in big mouthfuls. Compared to these Western things, I still prefer the soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding from my hometown. It would be even better with a bowl of doji. Hearing this, Pang Minghui, who was also in the capital, was fine, but Duan Yuza and Zheng Yunwen across from him showed expressions of disgust. What kind of hobby is that? Doji is something humans drink? I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Come on, you just don't know how to appreciate it. I finally get a few days off. Can't you tell me something happy? Lately, I had to walk half an hour in the cold wind to the construction site in Hogsmeade Village for practical lessons almost every day. I finally understand why there are so few girls studying civil engineering. This is really not a good job. Look at how I've been these past few days. My skin's gotten so rough. Hey Duan, what's with you, a grown man, being so concerned about your skin? Are you going to effeminate yourself like those South Korean guys? Pa Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry, even if I did effeminate myself, I wouldn't let you get away with it. Alright. You two stop fooling around. It's Christmas break soon, we can get the members of the study group together. Hurry up and finish your homework. My dear Prefect Pang, you know it's Christmas break. Can't you just relax and have some fun for a few days? Why are you making such a fuss, like there's not enough time? After dinner, how about we play wizard chess? I studied the game records for ages yesterday, I'm sure I can win today. There's plenty of time, but we don't spend much time at Hogwarts overall, half a year has already passed. It's good to learn as much as possible before graduation. After graduation, there won't be another chance. Finally, after finishing breakfast, the group was persuaded by Pang Minghui, and they began organizing the Yin students on campus to go to the study hall to do their homework. Guamingyu's roommates were incomprehensible when they learned they were going to the study hall on Christmas Day. It was Christmas. These Easterners were crazy. They all said they couldn't compete. Andres, watching the young wizards eating in the great hall from the professor's long table, was very satisfied, especially the Yin wizards. By December, most of the Yin wizards had reached level 2, and their daily system points had doubled. It must be said that the Yin wizards were indeed ahead of their counterparts in academics, but they weren't as enthusiastic about the Quidditch team selection. Only about 20 Yin students participated, and less than 10 actually joined the team. In contrast, the Western wizards were more active in these sports activities, and also more diligent in their studies, but perhaps due to a difference in methods, their grades were surpassed by those of the Yin Kingdom wizards. There was already a growing trend among the Western wizards to form groups and compete with the Yin Kingdom students, as this competition was beneficial to their studies, so Andres didn't interfere. This Christmas, Beretta didn't stay at Hogwarts. She and Colette Franco were picked up by Catherine, who planned to take the two girls to Santa Claus Village in Finland for Christmas. Chapter 156. Guamingyu first went back to feed and water his ally glasses, then he encountered Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of Ravenclaw, in the Ravenclaw common room. Merry Christmas, little wizard from Yin Country. Merry Christmas, Miss Helena. What can I do for you? I'm going to the club to organize the young wizards to study and do their homework. Are all the young wizards from Yin Country this diligent? Most of them are more talented than me. I'm just an ordinary member. No need to be so modest. I've been observing you new young wizards for a while now. I found that you are quite talented, and I also noticed that you are more diligent and hardworking than the others. Thank you for your praise, Miss Helena. But I really have to go now. I don't want my companions to wait too long. Alright then, in that case, I get straight to the point. In fact, Hogwarts. Slytherin wasn't the only one to leave a chamber of secrets at its founding. My mother and the other two founders also left theirs. However, their purposes for leaving the chambers differed. Slytherin did it to purge Muggle wizards and maintain pure-blood status, while my mother wanted to select and nurture the most intelligent students. Gryffindor believed wizards needed extraordinary courage. As for Hufflepuff's reasons for leaving the chamber, I have no idea. Anyway, I'm telling you this because I believe you are more talented and hardworking than others, and I don't want to waste my mother's hard work. So, I can give you a hint. Go find the Ravenclaw doorbell hawk. It's the guardian of the Chamber of Secrets. Once you complete its task, the Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets will naturally open its doors to you. Alright, thank you for telling me, Miss Helena Ravenclaw. Go on with your work, don't keep your companions waiting too long. As for whether or not to search for the Chamber of Secrets, that's your business. This is all I can do to help. Gwynmingyu left, his face full of shock. He had originally thought that only Salazar Slytherin had left a Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. But he hadn't expected that the other three founders also had one, and that it existed in the current Hogwarts as well. With a serious expression, he went to the study club classroom and first found his 4 roommates to discuss the matter. While Gwynmingyu and his friends were discussing enthusiastically, Andres in the headmaster's office was also preparing to open the gifts. At this moment, a system notification sounded, and Andres quickly opened his system in his mind. System notification. Ravenclaw student Gwynmingyu has triggered a Dreamscape quest. The system will be closed for 24 hours for an upgrade. After the upgrade, the new Dreamscape quest function will be available. Andres stared at this notification, his mind a little blank. The system is upgrading again? And new features have been added? What on earth is this illusion? Before Andres could even examine it closely, the system automatically shut down and went to upgrade. Andres could only helplessly continue unwrapping his Christmas presents. Because worrying was useless, he had to wait until the system reopened at this time tomorrow to find out what had happened. In the study room on the 5th floor, Gwynmingyu was still discussing with Pang Minghui and others. Mingyu, do you think it might be like in martial arts novels, where as soon as you enter the secret chamber where Rowena Ravenclaw created the school, she impart all her knowledge to you. And then you instantly become a great wizard like Principal Andres? Old Duan, stop talking nonsense. I think Lady Helena's hints are clear enough. It should be a private library containing Rowena Ravenclaw's life's knowledge. Only those who enter the Chamber of Secrets are qualified to inherit that knowledge. Old Pang's analysis is more reliable. Although this is a magical world, if personal strength or knowledge could be passed down through generations, wouldn't the magical world be full of Merlins and Voldemorts less than dogs? So the guess that there's a pile of books or ancient magic is plausible. You're all overthinking it. Let me find the Chamber of Secrets first. Helena said finding it won't be easy. First, I need to complete the Door Ring Hawk's task and gain its approval. Mingyu, we believe in you. As a Ravenclaw man, you must have confidence and never say no. What nonsense! Let's finish our homework first. I try it when I have time. By the way, old Pang, you're really brave, daring to study potions as your main future direction. I feel a chill every time I go to Professor Snape's class. Brave my foot. That's a course taught by the head of my own house. How could I not choose it? What if I didn't choose his class? Wouldn't I be tormented to death? It can't be that bad. He's a professor at Hogwarts, after all. He wouldn't be so petty. Being careful is always a good thing. Anyway, I'm not going to joke around with my future. Besides, Professor Snape isn't as exaggerated as you guys say. But you, Mingyu, I'd be relying on you for my future raw materials. You chose Professor Sprout's herbalism. Don't worry, if I achieve anything in this area in the future, you definitely benefit from it. The group chatted and laughed as they did their homework, surprisingly efficiently. In the afternoon, they didn't continue organizing study sessions for the other young wizards from Yin Country, since it was Christmas. Before the Christmas dinner, they went to the basement kitchen and prepared several new dishes. This made the Christmas dinner more abundant and lively. And so, Christmas 2007 passed. The next morning, after breakfast, Andres waited in his principal's office for the system upgrade to complete. When the time came, a notification appeared in Andres' mind that the system upgrade was complete. Andres immediately opened the system, which displayed the Illusionary Realm quests. 4 icons appeared in the Illusionary Realm quests, displaying the emblems of 4 academies. These 4 Illusionary Realm quests shared a common name, the Creator's Chamber. The other Illusionary Realm quests were blacked out, showing nothing. Andres understood that these illusions hadn't been triggered yet, and were therefore not displayed. The system displayed the secret chamber tasks created by the creators, and each young wizard could only choose one to complete. They could try repeatedly to complete a task, but the reward would decrease with each failure. However, the system didn't specify what the rewards were. They would only be known after each task was completed. Andres stroked his chin, looking at the system prompts. He had a vague guess that it must be related to the training of students, otherwise, the system wouldn't be doing these seemingly meaningless things. Now it all depended on when Guamingyu could complete the task. Once he received the system reward, he could guess what the rewards from the other 3 secret chambers would be. Chapter 157. On the very night Guamingyu triggered the illusionary quest, he went to the door of the common room and summoned the door knocker eagle. Little wizard, why did you call me out so late instead of resting in your dormitory? Miss Helena told me today that you're guarding the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw. I want to go in and take a look. Oh, another arrogant genius wizard trying to uncover the secrets of Ravenclaw. I'm not arrogant, I'm just very curious. Miss Helena said that her mother's life's work is there. I'm guarding the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw, but I don't know what's inside. However, getting in won't be so easy. First, you have to answer one question for me. What do you think is the essence of magic? The essence of magic? Isn't the essence of magic the wizard's use of their own magical power? A decent answer. Well, go back now, and come back to me tomorrow. Guamingyu returned to the common room, with a question mark on his face. What kind of test was this? Just a random question and it was over. Little did Guamingyu know that his question and answer journey had only just begun. In the following days, the doorknob hawk would ask him a question every day, and after he gave his answer, he would be told to come back the next day. Guamingyu began to doubt whether he had answered incorrectly, which explained his repeated rejections and restarts. While Guamingyu was troubled by this, Andres had already begun preparing for a new round of expansions to Hogwarts. On the last day of the year, Andres accessed the system and began purchasing classroom cards for elective courses. Andres wanted to upgrade all elective classrooms to level 4, requiring 1,500 system points for each course. After checking his system points, Andres purchased 15 astronomy classroom cards, 15 magical creatures protection classroom cards, 15 divination classroom cards, 15 numerology classroom cards, 15 ancient magic literature classroom cards, and 15 alchemy classroom cards all at once. These 6 courses cost Andres a total of 9,000 system points. Andres used the system to bring up a 3D model of Hogwarts Castle and materialize these classrooms. Thus, without anyone noticing, 6 more classrooms for various subjects appeared in Hogwarts Castle. Just as Andres was about to summon the professors, he thought for a moment and said to the portrait behind him, "Phineas, could you please inform Professor McGonagall? Have her gather all the professors currently in the school to my office." "Yes, Headmaster Andres." After saying this, the white-bearded old man sleeping in the portrait left his image. This person was Phineas Nigellus Black, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, and an ancestor of Sirius Black. Fortunately, it was the Christmas holidays, and the professors didn't have anything urgent to attend to. So, about 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at Andres' office. Once everyone was there, Andres addressed them. "As planned, I just arranged the classrooms for the astronomy class and 5 elective courses. Now I'm going to summon the professors of these courses to welcome our new colleague. Principal Andres, we can't wait to see our old friend." Andres didn't waste any time and first purchased an astronomy professor card. After a flash of white light, as expected, appeared before everyone, Aurora Sinister. Aurora Sinister was actually quite low profile among the professors. However, she had a good reputation among the students, probably because she didn't assign much homework. Professor McGonagall welcomed Aurora Sinesta with a hug and then pulled her aside to wait. Andreas then summoned the Professor of Protection of Magical Creatures again. A flash of white light revealed a composed middle-aged man, Sylvanus Kettleburn. Sylvanus Kettleburn was Hagrid's Professor of Protection of Magical Creatures, having served as that professor at Hogwarts until his retirement. His arrival was quite timely. Andreas had discussed it with Hagrid. Hagrid thought it was fine, and Andreas promised to have Hagrid help with classes when the number of students increased. After all, it wasn't realistic to rely on only one professor for each subject. Seeing their old friend appear, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and others came forward to welcome him, then were pulled aside to chat. Andreas then used the professor card to summon a divination professor. A flash of white light revealed a professor who surprised everyone. Everyone had assumed Professor Sybil Trelawney would arrive. Given her years of teaching experience at Hogwarts, her appearance wouldn't have surprised anyone. However, instead of her, came Ferenz, a remarkably handsome centaur. He possessed strikingly blue eyes and shimmering platinum blonde hair. No one commented on his arrival. Andres simply had him wait a moment. Ferenc, like everyone else, stood by, awaiting Andres' summoning of the next professor. Andres again began summoning the professor of divination and arithmetic. A flash of white light revealed a young witch, Ophelia Quinn. Ophelia Quinn wasn't actually a Hogwarts professor, she was a silence from the Department of Mysteries at the British Ministry of Magic. Oh, Ophelia Quinn, I'm truly surprised by your arrival. Perhaps the system thinks you're better suited to teaching numerology. Professor McGonagall, actually, after graduating from Hogwarts, I was recruited by the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic to become a silence, and one of my duties there was divination. Perhaps the system saw this talent in me, but it's an honor to become a professor at the new Hogwarts. Ophelia, I believe you like it here. The newly arrived Ophelia Quinn made way for everyone, waiting for Andres' next summon. Andres once again used the professor card to summon a professor of ancient runes. A flash of white light appeared again, and Professor Basilda Barblin emerged from it, embracing familiar faces like Professor McGonagall, Madame Hodge, Professor Sprout, and others. Now Andres began summoning the final alchemy professor. In truth, no one knew who this professor would be. Hogwarts hadn't offered this course for many years, specifically because no one met the enrollment requirements and therefore no one signed up. Under everyone's gaze, a flash of white light appeared, followed by a figure. Chapter 158. A wizard, dressed in a meticulously tailored plaid suit, his tie a perfect complement to his understated striped shirt. His hair, though slightly gray, retained an elegant style, revealing the remarkable favor that time had bestowed upon him. The wizard smiled, removed his hat, and gave a gentlemanly bow to everyone present before gently introducing himself. Hello everyone, I am Lucian Wright, Professor of Alchemy from Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I apologize for my slightly accented English, but I'm sure you forgive this minor imperfection. Welcome, Lucian Wright. May I ask if you are from France? Yes, I come from the Porto region of France. I attended Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from a young age, and after graduating, I worked for the Ministry of Magic in France. Later, I was fortunate enough to be accepted as a student of Professor Nicolas Flamel to study alchemy. After studying under him for several years, he recommended me to Beauxbatons as Professor of Alchemy. A distinguished student. I believe that with you here, the students' alchemy skills at Hogwarts will improve significantly. You flatter me, Headmaster Andres. Alright, let's give another warm welcome to our 6 new professors. Andres then led the applause, and the 6 new professors responded with smiles. Well, it's about time. Let's go downstairs for lunch. Consider it a welcome dinner for our new professors. The professors readily agreed, and Andres led a dozen or so professors to the great hall for lunch. The large group of people they met caused a stir among the students. Some of the more astute students immediately realized that these unfamiliar faces were likely their new professors, and upon seeing the Centaur Ferenz, they were certain he was the divination professor. Many young wizards looked at Ferenzer with curiosity, his handsome appearance completely changing their perception of centaurs. They had always thought centaurs were smelly and filthy creatures, and seeing him today had truly overturned their understanding. Old Pang, looks like we're going to be busy this semester. 6 more professors, that means 6 more courses. Shaw, what's the big deal? You used to study from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in high school. Why can't you do that at Hogwarts? Old Duan is right, sigh, no matter how much I plan, I can't escape the fate of studying. I'm a wizard now. As a wizard, I still have to study so hard, can't I just cast a spell and have the knowledge etched into my brain? Yunwen, what are you dreaming about? So what if you're a wizard? Aren't wizards human? There are some things that no human can escape. Besides, who isn't a wizard at some point? Alright, things aren't as bleak as you think. You know, Hogwarts only has a few compulsory courses, and those 6 professors are mostly teaching electives. If you don't want to, you might never have to take their classes in your life. Yeah, Mingyu's right. The house notice should come out in a few days, then we can all discuss it together. By the way, Mingyu, how's your thing going? Why haven't we heard anything lately? Yeah. Tell us, and we give you some advice. I don't know either. How should I put it? The doorknob hawk has entered a strange state. Every day it asks me a question, and then tells me to come back the next day. I gone 5 days in a row, and the doorknob hawk doesn't say anything, just asks questions. I think this might be a test. Duan Yuza rolled his eyes at Pang Minghui's words. You don't even need to tell me. Anyone knows this is a test. We should help Mingyu analyze what this test is for and how to solve it. Old Duan, Do you have any ideas? No. Pa, then I'm better than you. The group joked and laughed, completely forgetting about the 6 new professors. They could forget about it, but Andres couldn't. He still had to arrange accommodations for these professors. He was even chatting with the new professors during the meal. Professor Aurora Sinister, where do you plan to arrange your dormitory? While most professors choose the ground floor, it's not absolute. You can choose anywhere else if you prefer. Headmaster Andres, could you arrange my common room in the Ravenclaw Tower? It's close to where I have my astronomy classes, which would save me a lot of time each day. Of course, I think Professor Flitwick would be happy to have you as a neighbor to Ravenclaw. Of course, I'm very happy. I'm worried about the mischievous young wizards, who are undisciplined. Professor Aurora Sinister could easily keep an eye on the unruly Ravenclaw wizards for me at night. I will, Professor Flitwick. If I catch any Ravenclaw wizards wandering around at night, I'll let you know immediately. And what about you, Farenzer? Do you have any requirements for your common room? Headmaster Andres, could I keep my common room and go back to the Forbidden Forest to stay at night? I just heard Hagrid say that there's a centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest. Yes, there's a War Axe tribe chief in the Forbidden Forest named Anduin Mayer. Do you know him? I heard of the War Axe tribe, but I never seen them. They originally lived in the mountains of northern Norway and Finland. How did they get here? I don't know. Maybe you can ask them yourself. By the way, will they let you stay in their tribe if you go like this? No problem, Principal Andres. In the world of centaurs, all tribes are obligated to take in lone centaurs. Of course, lone centaurs must obey the tribe's leader until they find their original tribe. Oh, in that case, do you have any requests for your lounge? No requests, just like everyone else. But I like it to be on the first floor. No problem, then your lounge can be on the first floor. Headmaster Andres, my lounge can be on the first floor too. After all, my magical creatures protection class is rarely in the classroom. It's mostly outdoors. Very well, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn. If you need anything, you can go to Hagrid. Hagrid has done a lot of preparation for the second semester's magical creatures protection class. I think he might be able to help you with some of the teaching pressure around this time next year. Thank you so much, Headmaster Andres. Of course, I also want to thank Hagrid for his help. Next, Ophelia Quinn, the professor of divination, used the excuse that divination needed quiet to ask for a basement room and became neighbors with the Hufflepuff Badgers. Professor Besida Barblin, the professor of ancient runes, chose the first floor to live with the other professors. As for the Frenchman, he needed plenty of sunlight, so he chose a room near the Gryffindor Tower as his dormitory. Andres naturally agreed. Chapter 159. After inquiring about the new professor's needs, Andres accessed the in-game store interface. He found the faculty lounge cards. To ensure they had the same access as the other professors, Andres spent 4,200 system points to redeem 6 level 3 faculty lounges. He then materialized them in their respective locations using the 3D castle map. Andres now had 194,575 system points remaining, and this number continued to grow as the children leveled up. Andres thought for a moment, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something, then looked at the system points he had spent that day and suddenly remembered. He needed to inform the students about these matters, so he had the portrait behind him summon Professor McGonagall. A short while later, Professor McGonagall knocked on the principal's office door. Headmaster Andres, what can I do for you? Well, I was so busy with the new professors today that I forgot to inform the students. So, I'd like to trouble you to tell each student to buy a telescope. Also, please inform the first and second year students in both the 3-year and 5-year programs that they can register for elective courses. We need the number of registrations to plan the second semester's curriculum. No problem. Is there anything else? No, thank you, Professor McGonagall. After receiving Andres' instructions, Professor McGonagall went back and began writing letters to all the young wizards. She first wrote the 2 notices on parchment, made 4 copies, and then called her house elf creature to post the notices on the bulletin boards of the 4 houses. Then she copied over 400 letters, writing down the address of each young wizard. She then used a levitation charm on the letters to reach the Owl Tower. Late at night, someone suddenly appeared at the Owl Tower, and all the owls opened their eyes and looked towards the entrance. They saw a huge pile of letters floating in, and they stared in astonishment at the letters and the person. Professor McGonagall, embarrassed by the little creature's stares, said, "I know it's hard on you to deliver these letters so late, but I have no choice but to deliver them to the students on time, so I'm sorry to trouble you." The owls knew it was their duty, So without hesitation, they flew in a row in front of Professor McGonagall. After Professor McGonagall magically bound the letters, they flew into the sky one by one. Professor McGonagall put down the letters, and, seeing Creature returning to report, handed him the remaining letters. Then, under the guise of her night patrol, Professor McGonagall went from house to house informing the prefects to call the young wizards from the Beacon Kingdom, the Flame Kingdom, and the Bearing Kingdom who had returned home for Christmas the next day. While Professor McGonagall was mailing the letters, Andreas was in the headmaster's office looking at the system. He was looking at the illusion quest. He could have arranged for a student or professor to open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets earlier, but he wanted to see what was going on with Guamingyu's Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets first. So he wasn't in a hurry to send anyone. After all, the Chamber of Secrets was there, and wouldn't move. However, he was annoyed looking at the 5% progress bar for the Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets. The progress bar increased a little bit every day. He had no excuse to ask Guamingyu what was going on, so he could only watch the progress slowly advance. The next day, the entire sky was blanketed in snow, but the heavy snowfall couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards for outdoor fun. It was New Year's Day, the first day of the new year. Just as they awoke, Hogwarts gave them a surprise. They would be adding 1 compulsory course and 5 elective courses for the second semester. However, the 5 elective courses were irrelevant to the 7-year program students. The compulsory astronomy course required every young wizard to acquire a telescope, so they took advantage of the holiday to travel in groups to Devis and Banshee's shops in Hogsmeade Village to buy one. Currently, only this shop could sell them, so many young wizards set off in 2s and 3s after breakfast. Just as Pang Minghui and Duan Yu's group of 4 were about to leave the Great Hall, Sun Jiawei and a girl from Yen Kingdom approached and stopped them. Minghui, are you 4 going to Hogsmeade Village? Yeah, we were just about to buy a telescope. We don't have anything else to do today, so we're going to buy it first. What are you and Han Yujie doing? We're going too. Let's go together. No problem, let's go. So the group braved the heavy snow and headed towards Hogsmeade Village, playfully bickering and having a great time along the way. Mainly because, apart from Pang Minghui and Guamingyu, the other 4 were from the south and had never seen such heavy snow before. They hadn't expected to encounter such heavy snow in their first year at Hogwarts, so they naturally weren't going to let the opportunity pass them by. During their playful antics, some even used magic. For example, Sun Jiawei used a levitation charm to float several snowballs and chase Duan Yu at them. Pang Minghui used a transformation spell to turn the snowball into a snow dog to chase Zheng Yunwen. Yes, it was a snow dog, a dog made of snow, though Pang Minghui's skill wasn't quite there yet. It was just a snow dog, not a real one. But it was enough for fun, at least it could run and bark. After they had their fun along the way, they started talking about elective courses. Minghui, which courses do you want to take? I just received the notice, I haven't decided yet. What about you and Han Yujie? We haven't decided either, so we wanted to ask for your opinions. You still need to be careful. We already have 6 required courses that take up a lot of our time. Old Pang is right, they're already taking up a lot of time. 2 classes a week for each course, that's 12 classes already. Add to that a lot of homework. Sigh, our good days are over. Old Duan, it's not that exaggerated. Actually, we only need to choose from 4 elective courses? Hey Guamingyu, you're not sick. How can you talk nonsense? It's clearly 5 elective courses. How did it become 4? No, Guamingyu. That's right. You just need to choose from the 4. Hey Han Yujie, how come you're in cahoots with Guamingyu, talking nonsense with him? What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean in cahoots? What we mean is, divination and arithmetic divination are actually the same type of course. If you want to take divination, just choose one. There's no need to choose both. Because their purpose is the same, divination. Oh, we understand now. But it really is just choosing one. Wait a minute. When did you 2 become US? How come we didn't know? You kept it a secret. Duan Yuza, you're going to die. Enraged, Han Yujie waved her wand again, floating several snowballs and throwing them at Duan Yuza. Chapter 160. The topic they were about to discuss was interrupted again, and the group resumed their playful chasing. They quickly arrived at Hogsmeade Village and, taking advantage of the relatively quiet atmosphere, hurriedly bought a telescope. After buying it, they began to wander around Hogsmeade. As the saying goes in Yin country, since they were already there, they figured they might as well do some shopping. So, they went to Floren's ice cream shop and ordered several cups of volcano hot cocoa. This stuff, flowing out of the cup like a volcanic eruption, tasted quite good. They saw Beretta, a second-year Gryffindor student, in the shop. Beretta chatted with them for a while no one else was around. However, other young wizards soon arrived to buy drinks, and Beretta left. Then, the group sat in the shop, resting and discussing their elective course. I might choose alchemy and ancient runes. I think these two courses complement each other. Oh Peng, you're planning to go down the research path. Then we have to call you Master Peng from now on. Master Peng? More like Grand Tutor Peng. Old Duan, you're such a smart aleck. I definitely teach you a lesson when I get the chance. Grand Tutor Peng, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Get lost. Sun Jiahui, what do you want to choose? I might choose the Magical Creatures Protection course. I really like small animals. Think it over carefully. Many magical creatures in the magical world are incredibly destructive, not just cute little animals. I want to give it a try. Alright then, I want to take divination classes, especially arithmetic divination. Why, Duan? I didn't see any potential in you to be a charlatan. Zheng, you just don't understand. Let me explain the intricacies. Hey, don't say that. That's exactly what I meant. I plan to master divination so that when I get back to Yin, I can buy lottery tickets. Legal and legitimate, and with good luck. You have a good idea, brother. Come on, let's talk about it. Seeing Duan Yuze and Zheng Yunwen whispering and laughing strangely, Han Yujia looked at them like they were idiots and then spoke up to remind them. Have you two been frozen senseless? You think you can win the lottery just by knowing how to tell fortunes? Why not? We can predict the results. You're overthinking it. Don't you know there's an hour before the draw for data collection? Yeah, wait a minute. I was careless. Duan, your idea is flawed. Even if you guess the result, it can be changed. Wait, that's not right. In that case, was my fortune-telling accurate or not? How could it change the future? The topic veered off course again, and they started discussing whether fortune-telling or language could change the future. In the British Muggle world, Darius was sitting in front of his computer. He was discussing the same topic with other second-year prefects on MSN. The first-year students are progressing much faster than we were back then. Yeah, are they all geniuses? How could that be? There are over 700 of them. It's one thing if one of them is a prodigy, but not all 700. That's right, Alexander. Heh, serves you right for not studying hard and just wanting to fly around on your broomstick. Now that there's a Quidditch tournament, you can't even register. Don't even mention it, it's all tears. We have so many classes now, plus extra tutoring and schoolwork, there's just no time for training. Yeah, another 6 months have passed. I wonder how much will happen during summer vacation. At least there will be plenty of home visits like last year. Don't get carried away. I received a letter from Hogwarts yesterday, saying we need to prepare a telescope and choose a few electives from 5 options. What do you guys think? What do we think? We'd be reading while lying down, of course. Guards, drag this out and kill him. How terrifying. I'm scared. Someone's going to kill a wizard. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's talk about electives. I don't know how to choose. Darius, you usually have the most ideas, give us your analysis. Actually, electives really depend on personal preference, but we're the first cohort, so it might be a little different. In the original Harry Potter novels, students needed to obtain certain certificates to find jobs they liked, but we don't need that. We don't have a magical society, and even if we did, we have to build it ourselves. Therefore, certificates are useless at this stage, it's more about what we like. Also, Headmaster Andres won't let us choose professions that aren't currently helpful to Hogwarts. From what Headmaster Andres said, we'll likely be teaching assistants at Hogwarts for the first few years after graduation. Us? Teaching assistants? Are you kidding me? We haven't even been studying magic for very long. That's right, teaching assistants. Just think about it. It's only the second year at Hogwarts and there are already 800 students. But how many professors are there? This year, a dozen professors are already struggling to handle 800 students. What about next year? There will only be more junior wizards coming next year. And with a school so short of professors, you can imagine what our jobs will be like after graduation. Only when enough people graduate will we be able to leave Hogwarts to do other jobs. Okay, as expected of the student council president. A very insightful analysis. But what does this have to do with our elective courses? Nothing much, except you can choose 1 or 2 courses that might be useful later. You become a professor at Hogwarts. Got it, I choose divination and arithmetic divination. Why? These 2 courses seem useless. Don't you understand? It's easy to slack off. You just need to explain the course content in a vague and unclear way, and the students won't understand what you mean, and the class will be over in no time. Come on, whoever chooses your class will be unlucky. No, it's their luck. Because I don't know if the divination results are right or wrong. So as long as they do their homework, I give them high marks on exams. The Christmas holidays were almost over on January 3rd, and Andres had to apparate to the headquarters of the London Magical Financial Investment Company. Today was the annual company dinner, and Catherine, already dressed up, took Andres to a luxury store and dressed him in a magnificent outfit. This wasn't just to showcase Andres' wealthy status, but also to reassure all the shareholders who had invested in him. Think about it. If someone who usually dresses in shabby clothes keeps talking about doing business worth hundreds of millions, everyone will think he's bragging. But if someone dressed in clothes worth millions says that their business isn't doing so well, and they only make a small amount of money, everyone will just think they're hiding their true abilities. Chapter 161. Just like last year, Catherine chose the Dorchester Hotel in Mayfair, and the number of people attending the banquet that evening was even greater. Besides the increasingly large staff, many others came hoping to get to know Andres or Catherine. Generally, those wanting to meet Andres were well-informed big shots, who knew who the real owner of the Magic Financial Investment Company was. Those wanting to meet Catherine were less well-informed, or even gigolos hoping to live off her. Today, Andres not only met the cunning old fox, Torrin Hammond, but also the Minister of Education, and even the leader of the British Conservative Party appeared at the banquet. The leader of the British Conservative Party reminded Andres of the Golden Lion King of the United Kingdom. Both had blonde hair. This made Andres vaguely imagine that the person before him would be elected Prime Minister of Britain many years later. However, this was unimportant to Andres. Perhaps the person before him would have to beg him then. After the announcement of this year's prize money, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax. These young people, averaging only in their early 20s, were going crazy over their enormous wealth, while the investors were going crazy for the huge returns. Just as Andres and Catherine were discussing the company's situation in a corner, Torrin and the Minister of Education, along with the leader of the British Conservative Party, approached Andres and enthusiastically introduced them to each other. Andres, my friend. This is our Conservative Party leader. He heard about your young and promising career and insisted that I introduce you to him. So you know, ha ha. Leader, this is the Mr. Andres we've been longing for, the big boss of Magic Financial Investment Company. It's a pleasure to meet you, Earl Andres. What are your thoughts on the situation in London? It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency, party leader. I don't understand what you mean. Boss, the party leader is currently seeking re-election as Mayor of London. Oh, I see. Rest assured, Your Excellency, our Magic Financial Investment Company has always been on good terms with the Conservative Party. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. It's very pleasing to hear you say that. I hereby promise that London will be a strong backer for Magic Financial Investment Company. Andres and the Conservative Party leader chatted amiably, but all the promises made seemed like empty lies, and no one believed them. The party leader even stated that he had come specifically for Andres and hoped that Andres would join his party, which Andres refused. Just as the banquet was about to end, a middle-aged man approached, claiming to be an agent of the British Labour Party. This man first pretended to appear before Andres by chance, then habitually berated the Conservative Party for inaction. Andres was curious about which side he truly belonged to, constantly switching between the Conservative and Labour parties. Then, realizing he had no grounds to support the Labour Party, which represented the workers, Andres declined the offers of the two major British political parties. After the banquet, Catherine took Andres back to her office. Catherine, who initially thought Andres was drunk, was surprised to see him so lively and energetic, realizing that Andres rarely got drunk after becoming a wizard. School was about to start, and the young wizards, who had gone home for Christmas, returned to Hogwarts. On their first day back, they went to Hogsmeade Village to do some shopping. The shops in Hogsmeade Village were bustling with activity. First, the autofocus telescopes at Davies and Band's shops sold out, forcing them to restock from Andres to keep up with the young wizards. Then, due to the Quidditch team selections, the Quidditch shop sold 8 complete sets of equipment for the entire Hogwarts team alone, and the occasional purchases from Quidditch enthusiasts kept the shop very busy. During the first week of school, the young wizards, who had been enjoying the Christmas holidays, focused entirely on their studies. The second semester was going to be even busier. Besides extra astronomy classes, they also had to choose electives. Fortunately, these were mostly 3-year and 5-year students. The 7-year students weren't old enough to take electives yet. After school started, Mrs. Hodge and Professor McGonagall summoned the Quidditch captains from all 4 Hogwarts houses to the headmaster's office, mainly to discuss the Quidditch matches. Andres promised that any house that won the championship would receive a 100% bonus, plus a £10,000 bonus for each member of the team, including reserve members. This offer not only made the 4 captains envious, but also Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall wasn't concerned with the prize money. She was after the extra 100 house points. While Gryffindor wasn't currently at the bottom of the House Cup standings, they were third. If they won those 100 points, Gryffindor would have a good chance of winning this year's House Cup. Under Andres' witness, the 4 captains drew their opponents for the first round. Actually, only 2 people needed to draw: Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. After the 4 captains returned to their houses and announced Andres' terms and their first-round opponents, the atmosphere at Hogwarts became incredibly lively. Almost every afternoon after school, young wizards could be seen training. At the end of the first week of school, Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn found Andres. "Headmaster Andres, I need to speak with you about something." "What is it, Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn?" "If you're not in a hurry, you can sit down and have a cup of tea." "Of course, thank you, Headmaster Andres. I'm here today mainly to ask if you can lend me thunder for a few days." "Oh, thunder? You mean?" "Yes, I want to tell the children about Thunderbirds. It just so happens that you have a young Thunderbird here, which can be used as a demonstration. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Thunderbirds are very aggressive." "It's alright, I have Hagrid accompany me to class. That way, the young wizard's safety will be guaranteed." "Alright, come with me, I take you to find Thunderbird. I can only try my best to persuade it. If it doesn't want to go, I won't force it." "I understand, Headmaster Andres. Shall we set off now?" So Andres and Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn arrived at the Owl Tower and entered the Sloth's traveling tent. Once inside, they saw 2 birds, one large and one small, flying in the sky. The larger one was naturally Thunder, and the smaller one was Snowflake, the owl. The sharp-eyed Thunder spotted Andres' arrival, swiftly swooping down across a patch of grassland before taking flight again. However, during this ascent and descent, Thunder now held a rabbit in its talons. Thunder tossed the dead rabbit in front of Andres, then looked at him with a smug expression. Chapter 162. Andres looked at the rabbits Hagrid had let roam freely, and praised Thunder's performance with exaggerated admiration. Thunder barked even more contentedly, expressing its delight to Andres. Sylvanus Keitelburn, standing nearby, also watched this scene with a beaming smile. He was a fan of magical creatures, a passion rivaled only by Hagrid. Andres took out some fresh beef jerky that Dobby had prepared from his spatial pouch and fed it to Thunder. While feeding it, he patted Thunder's head and said, "Thunder, I need your help with a small thing." Thunder stopped eating the beef jerky and stared at Andres with its large amber eyes. "Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn needs you to help him teach his magical creatures protection class for a few days. You need to interact with some of the young wizards, but you can't hurt them. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to." Thunder understood. It first looked at Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn, then at Andres, and finally at Snowflake. Finally, as if encouraged by Snowflake, it nodded. Professor Sylvanus Keitelburn excitedly told Andres, "Headmaster Andres, it agreed." "It agreed. Alright, since it agreed. When you go back later, move the Sloth's traveling tent away, and remember to keep a close eye on it. I'm really afraid it might act up and hurt the young wizards." "Don't worry, I'd rather get hurt myself than let the students get hurt. What I want is for none of you to get hurt." Then Andres saw Snowflake watching the commotion and called out to her. "Snowflake, come here." Then Snowflake, with her snow-white body, flew down from the tree and landed on Andres' shoulder. "Snowflake, you come with me. Remember to keep an eye on Thunder, it's not quite able to control its power yet." Snowflake spread her wings and cooed twice in agreement. One morning in January, 9 o'clock, 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. "Marion, hurry up. We're going to be late." "I don't want to be late so early in the morning." "Don't rush me, Austin. Can't you see Constantine, Mark, and I are already running? Blame it on those damn stairs." The 4 of them ran to the door of the magical creature's classroom and sneaked it open. The students, who usually sat at their desks, were inexplicably lined up in a long queue. The 4 quickly joined the end of the line before anyone noticed, but a pair of bright eyes saw everything. "Marion, Austin, you're late. If the professor finds out, he deduct points from your Gryffindor." Just as Marion and Austin were relieved that no one had noticed their lateness, a voice rang out, startling them. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was Talia. But the professor doesn't know, and you won't expose us, right, Talia? But you're still late. It's not our fault. Marian rushed to that seemingly movable staircase, which suddenly changed direction, and we took a long detour to get to the classroom. But that's no excuse for being late. That's right. Austin, you, Constantine, and Mark didn't warn me either. Alright, quiet down. The line is starting to move forward. By the way, what are we doing? We're going to see the Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds? X4. Yes, at least that's what Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn said. But where are the Thunderbirds in the classroom? And the line seems to be getting shorter. Very well, Austin. You're still a complete idiot. See that tent over there? The four looked in the direction of the voice. At the very front of the line stood a pointed tent in the classroom. Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn said that tent, called the Sloth's traveling tent, was borrowed from Principal Andres. The Thunderbirds roam freely in it. That tent doesn't look very big. You see in a minute? Soon the line grew shorter and shorter, until finally it was Marian, Austin, and the others' turn. Just as they were about to line up to go in, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn stopped them and calmly said, "You four are late for class." Marian and the other three could only lower their heads and await Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn's punishment. Sure enough, there were no lucky breaks. However, since no one noticed, I let you off this time. But you must pay attention in class. If you don't study properly, I punish you more severely. The four were overjoyed, having miraculously escaped punishment, and nodded repeatedly to show they understood. Alright, hurry up and go in. Having already heard the exclamations from inside, the group rushed into the tent. As soon as they entered, they, like the other young wizards, let out a series of exclamations. Wow, Marian, look! This tent is huge! Yeah, and it seems to have no boundaries, like we entered another world. Alright, you two, stop embarrassing yourselves. The Sloth's traveling tent isn't that big, it's only about 1 kilometer in diameter. The seemingly boundless appearance is just an optical illusion. Don't be such a spoilsport, Talia. This tent is still amazing. Look, the Thunderbird is flying over there. The young wizards looked up at the distant sky, where a dark shadow approached. While Marian and his friends were interacting with Thunder in the Sloth's traveling tent, the Hufflepuff wizards in a potions room in the Hogwarts basement were enduring Professor Severus Snape's torment. Mr. Norton Moore, are you a troll? I highly suspect your brain is completely empty. I clearly stated on stage that dandelion roots must be chopped. Chopped. You will pay the price for your stupidity. Hufflepuff, 5 points deducted. Mr. Elliot Phillips, your performance has given me a new definition of what Gallic people are like. You understand absolutely nothing about art, don't you? Every normal potion is a standard work of art. But can you tell me what's in your cauldron? If it were you, would you shove that lump in your cauldron into your mouth? Hufflepuff, another 5 points deducted. Professor Severus Snape was as sharp-tongued as ever. Wherever Professor Snape went, the young wizards trembled in fear, afraid he would unleash a torrent of abuse at the slightest provocation. Only when Professor Snape approached Shi Jingyi's workbench would he give a barely perceptible nod. Finally, at the end of class, Snape took the potion bottle Shi Jingyi handed him, opened the cap, and smelled it. Looks like not all Hufflepuffs are idiots. Hufflepuff gets 10 points. Except for Jingyi Shi, all of you will have to submit a 20-inch paper to me when you get back. Before you leave, everyone should clean up their workbenches. With that, Professor Severus Snape turned and left without looking back. Chapter 163. The young wizards in the potions class felt like an eternity, while those in the magical creatures protection class felt time flew by. After the long lecture, the young wizards left the classroom and headed towards the Great Hall. Jingyi, thanks to you today. Otherwise, Hufflepuff would have lost so many points from Professor Snape. And sure, I'm a member of Hufflepuff too, it's my duty to earn more points for the house. Alas, it's a pity I don't have a talent for potion making, today's potions almost burn the potion dry. Alright, let's hurry to the Great Hall for lunch, we have classes this afternoon. Not only that, we also have astronomy class tonight. When they arrived at the Great Hall, lunchtime had already begun, and many young wizards were already wolfing down their food. As Jingyi passed by Gryffindor House, she could still hear them enthusiastically discussing the morning's classes. Because there are so many first-year wizards now, even those from the same house might be taking different classes at the same time. As a result, some wizards from the same house were actually swapping classes. I heard your magical creatures protection class is very interesting. Yes, it's definitely better than your civil engineering class. How was today's civil engineering class? Did Professor Flitwick give you any pointers? He covered everything he needed to in theory class. Today was mainly about the hotel's roof being finished. I reckon by the time you get there, it'd be indoors, and the Transfiguration class will probably be spending even more time there. Shi Jingyi quickly understood. A magical hotel was being built in Hogsmeade Village. Charms and Transfiguration were using it as a practice base, and incidentally built the hotel. The young wizards privately referred to the classes they took there as civil engineering. And wouldn't you know it, this name quickly gained acceptance. The young wizards were still eagerly anticipating the hotel's completion, as it was their hard work, and many young wizards and their parents visiting Hogsmeade Village would likely stay there. Just thinking about it made them proud. They could brag to their younger schoolmates, "I built this place." After lunch, everyone returned to their dormitories to rest. At 1:30 p.m., all the young wizards began preparing for their afternoon classes. Peng Minghui and his roommates went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor. When they entered, Lupin was already waiting there. Peng Minghui and his roommates greeted Professor Lupin and found seats to wait for class. When it reached 2 o'clock, the ancient clock of Hogwarts Castle chimed, its sound echoing throughout the entire castle. "Alright, class time. I'm glad no one's late today. Does anyone remember what I said last class?" "Of course, Professor. Last class you told us that spells aren't black or white. It's all about what the caster intends to do with them." "That's right. In fact, many spells aren't black or white. It's hard to say a spell is definitely black or white magic. It mainly depends on the caster's intention. If it's for saving someone, even a killing curse like Avada Kedavra can be considered white magic. Of course, this class isn't going to be a repetition of theory. Instead, I'm going to teach you a very simple offensive spell. So let's get moving and clear a space first." Amidst the cheers of the young wizards, Lupin organized the students to clear the space. The young wizards took out their wands and used the levitation charm on the tables and chairs, arranging them against the wall. Then Lupin had Peng Minghui organize the students into a semicircle so everyone could see themselves without being blocked by other students. Professor Lupin released the Thunder Rabbit, which he had borrowed from Hagrid, from the cage behind him. Because it was a domesticated rabbit, it wasn't afraid of people and just lay quietly on the ground. Lupin cast a growth charm on it, successfully turning the rabbit into the size of a lion. Then Lupin addressed the students around him. "Everyone, watch closely. Next, I demonstrate the stunning charm. It's the most common way aurors control their enemies, and it's also one of the most common methods used by wizards." With that, Lupin chanted the spell over the giant rabbit. Stunning! A red spell struck the rabbit not far away, and it immediately fell unconscious. The surrounding young wizards gasped and murmured, but they weren't afraid. Rather, they were excited because this was the first offensive spell they had learned. Did everyone understand? Yes. Alright, who wants to try first? Let me see, Peng Minghui, then. Lupin chose Peng Minghui from the students, and then used the dispelling spell on the unconscious rabbit. The rabbit groggily stood up again. What had just happened? How did it see a red light, fall down, and then remember nothing? Just as the rabbit was still trying to figure it out, it heard another voice. Fainted. Then it saw another red light and fainted again. Very good, well done, Peng Minghui. I didn't expect you to perform so well on your first use of this spell. Slithering gets 5 points. As you can see, although Peng Minghui's spell successfully made the rabbit faint, I think he's still a bit clumsy, since he just learned this spell. His wand swing was a bit too wide. This might not seem like a big problem normally, but it's a big issue in combat because a wide swing will prolong the casting time. You know, in battle, having someone cast spells faster than you is an advantage. Those who cast spells slowly can only passively defend and can't retaliate. Peng Minghui understood Lupin's meaning after a moment's thought. After all, in battle, defense alone isn't enough. You need to retaliate to have any hope of winning. How to win? By casting spells quickly and accurately, of course. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Lupin. I'm your professor, it's my duty. Isn't that the purpose of Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Alright, everyone line up. Let's see the next one's performance. The young wizards quickly lined up in a long row, waiting to face the poor rabbit was stunned by a spell. At first, the poor rabbit was dazed when it woke up, but the more it woke up, the faster it became and the quicker it reacted. By the time it reached the bottom 10, the rabbit was running around the classroom, but it was no use. Its size made it easy to be hit by the spell. Then the rabbit experienced the most frustrating day of its life, constantly being knocked down by red light, then waking up, then being knocked down again, in a never-ending cycle. After class, the rabbit, now back to its original size, was taken by the house elf to the magical creatures classroom to be Thunder's treat. Chapter 164. Just as Pang Mingwei was attending defense against the dark arts class, a dozen or so first and second year students, both 3-year and 5-year students, who had chosen divination as an elective, arrived at classroom number 11 opposite the main hall on the first floor. Melissa Carlson had chosen divination. She was the only second-year prefect to have taken this seemingly impractical course. When Melissa and the others entered the dilapidated classroom, they found themselves as if they had entered the forbidden forest. This left them speechless. The classroom floor and carpet had transformed into soft moss. Several trees grew from beneath the moss, their branches covered in lush foliage. The leaves fanned out from the ceiling and windows, casting soft, dappled green light throughout the room, enveloping the entire classroom in a canopy of leaves. When the students entered, they didn't see the desks and chairs they usually used in class. They could only sit on the muddy ground, leaning against tree trunks or large rocks. Because their seating was so casual, they seemed equally casual. Some had their arms wrapped around their knees, while others had their arms tightly crossed over their chests, all appearing quite nervous. Ferenzer stood in the middle of the treeless clearing. Welcome. Now, let's begin our first divination lesson. First of all, I apologize for not being able to attend last week's class. It was because my divination indicated that it was not advisable to go out. You wouldn't want anything to happen to me because of this, would you? The young wizards chuckled softly at his words. All right, let's get down to business. Actually, I didn't expect to be teaching you divination, because, logically speaking, the magic of a centaurs and you humans is fundamentally different. But then, I realized that we don't actually use magic during divination. It's more about whether each of you has the talent for it. When a creature possesses this talent, it can use various mediums to divine certain things, people, or objects. Then, we glean clues to interpret them. For example, humans like to use crystal balls, tea leaves, palmistry, tortoise shells, coins, and various other items for divination, while we centaurs prefer to divine by observing flames. After saying this, Ferenz paused to see if any of the young wizards had questions. Sure enough, a young wizard raised his hand. Professor Ferenz, what if I don't have the talent? Is there any other way to acquire this ability? I'm sorry, child. This talent is very rare and cannot be acquired from the outside world. It's innate. I understand, Professor. As an old saying in our Yin Kingdom goes, it depends on whether the ancestors bestow upon you this talent. Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, the general idea is similar. So, I wouldn't be surprised if some of you stopped coming to class after a few months. After all, it can't be forced. As Ferenz interacted with the young wizards, the students became increasingly relaxed and chatted more and more happily. It was as if they weren't there for a class, but rather for afternoon tea with the centaur Ferenz. However, the conversation revolved entirely around divination. Ferenz's first lesson didn't involve any divination itself, but rather helped the young wizards understand what divination was all about, emphasizing that even with talent, one wasn't omnipotent. It was more about providing hints, how one chose, and how the future unfolded were ultimately up to them. And so, the young wizards finished their first divination lesson. Before the get out of class ended, Ferenz told them to go home and consider whether they really wanted to continue. Anyone who wanted to withdraw could come to him at any time. The course was all about freedom and spontaneity. That evening, Bernhard wore an extra layer under his cloak because the second-year students were having astronomy class in the North Tower. When all the second-year students from all the houses gathered in the astronomy classroom, they all regretted not wearing enough layers. The terrace was incredibly cold. Joanna pulled Bernhard along quietly behind the others, snuggling into his arms for warmth. No one said anything. After all, everyone knew they were a couple, and they were almost 20 years old. It wouldn't be strange if they got married. Today's astronomy class was a very novel experience for these young wizards from the Muggle world. Although they had all learned about the planets of the solar system from a Muggle perspective, this was the first time they had seen them through a telescope. Aurora Sinister knew it was very cold that day, so after showing everyone the 9 planets of the solar system, she dismissed the get out of class, but assigned a lot of homework, a 30-inch assignment about the solar system. While the students braved the cold wind to observe the planets, Headmaster Andres was preparing for his Animagus transformation. Andres had long coveted this ability, but his low magic level had prevented him from attempting it. Once he reached level 5, he could finally try, but time was still limited. Recently, after consulting Professor McGonagall about Animagus, he finally began preparations. First, Andres sought out Professor Sprout and obtained a mandrake leaf, which he kept in his mouth. For the next month, he had to keep this leaf in his mouth, causing him to be extremely cautious, afraid of accidentally swallowing it. A month later, on the night of the full moon, Andres took the leaf and placed it in a small crystal vial filled with saliva. Holding it up to the moonlight, he added a strand of his own hair and a small spoonful of dew. This spoonful of dew was no easy feat. It required 7 full days without sunlight or human contact, and collecting this spoonful of dew took Andres a full 10 days. After completing these steps, Andres added a pupa of a ghastly moth. Once he had finished, Andres stored the vial in a basement, awaiting the coming storm. One day in February, the magical weather vial Andres had placed on the headmaster's desk suddenly began to change. Seeing the storm slowly approaching Hogwarts from the edge of the vial, Andres knew the time had come. Whether he could learn Animagus was now. He didn't rush to transform, but instead, to be on the safe side, he summoned Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape. These three were essentially the top wizarding forces. If the transformation went awry, they could help him. Once everyone had arrived, he placed his photograph on the headmaster's desk. This photograph was so he could easily revert to human form, preventing him from forgetting what he looked like in the heat of the moment. Ready, Headmaster Andres? Ready, Professor McGonagall? I'm about to begin my transformation, the rest is up to you all. Then Andres pointed his wand at his heart, and recited the entire incantation. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Then he drank the potion. Oh my god! Chapter 165. Amidst gasps of surprise, Andres felt himself transforming. His hands turned into wings, his body elongated, and he realized he was becoming a bird. But he didn't know exactly what kind. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick were buzzing with discussion, for they had witnessed a transformation that violated the Animagus's rules of metamorphosis. Andres, seeing their astonished expressions, was bewildered. He trudged heavily to the magic mirror in the headmaster's office and looked at himself. Andres was dumbfounded. The creature in the mirror was too familiar. It was a thunderbird. He kept one as a pet, though his own was much larger, making it difficult for him to move freely even in his own office. Professor McGonagall looked at the thunderbird with a complex expression and said to Andres, Headmaster Andres, try changing back now. Animagus rules forbid transformation into magical creatures, but you might have made history. Andres imagined himself and chanted the incantation in his new mind. Instantly, the towering thunderbird transformed back into human form. Andres was thrilled to see his Animagus completely transformed. With this successful transformation, he could now freely switch forms. After confirming Andres' successful spell, Professor McGonagall and the others congratulated him and left the headmaster's office to rest. Andres, however, excitedly ran to the adjacent astronomy class platform and, taking advantage of the absence of others, transformed into a thunderbird. After transforming into a thunderbird, Andres tried flapping his wings. At first, he wasn't quite used to it, but after a while, he got the hang of it, that innate feeling. Then, Andres stood on the platform and leaped off, his entire being, not just the bird, soaring out of Hogwarts Castle. Andres flew freely in the sky, completely oblivious to the storm lashing at him. He even vaguely felt that flying in such stormy weather was a kind of enjoyment. This puzzled him a little. Perhaps his Thunderbird attributes had awakened. After all, Thunderbirds love stormy weather, and they can even create thunderstorms themselves. After flying over the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, and Hogsmeade Village, Andres' novelty wore off, and he flew back to Hogwarts Castle. He landed on the astronomy platform, transformed back into human form, and went to rest in his headmaster's office. The next morning, before the Protection of Magical Creatures class began, Andres sneaked into the classroom early. He entered the lazy man's travel tent, and as soon as he stepped inside, he heard the cry of a thunderbird in the distance. Andres, seized by a playful impulse, transformed into a thunderbird and took to the air. Thunderbird, who had been proudly showing off a rabbit it had caught on the grassland to Snowflake, suddenly sensed something familiar and looked towards the tent entrance. It saw a fellow bird flying towards it. The bird was completely bewildered. When had another bird entered the tent? And this bird gave it a very warm feeling. It quickly flew towards the bird, followed by Snowflake, equally curious. The two thunderbirds hovered in the air, flapping their wings and gazing at each other. Finally, Thunder called out a few times. Andres vaguely understood that Thunder was asking who he was, but not knowing the Thunderbird language, he could only listen awkwardly. Seeing that the other bird was ignoring him, Thunder assumed he was being ignored and wanted to rush over and teach it a lesson. But then, he noticed the other bird had landed on the ground. Thunder and Snowflake followed, landing to see what the other bird was up to. As soon as they landed, they witnessed a shocking scene. The Thunderbird had transformed into a human, and this human was none other than their master, Andres. "Ha, Thunder, Snowflake, didn't expect this, did you? I learned Animagus last night, and somehow I can turn into a Thunderbird." Thunder and Snowflake stared at Andres, their faces full of disbelief. "It's true. Look." Andres then transformed back into a Thunderbird and flapped his wings. Now Thunder and Snowflake were completely convinced, and Thunder excitedly shouted at Andres. "Master, come on. I take you flying." Andres scoffed. "I don't need you to carry me." He transformed back into human form and comforted the two birds. "Not now, another day. The students will be here soon, so you better cooperate with Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn. But before they arrive, I can feed you some fresh beef jerky." Andres then took out some fresh beef jerky from his spatial pocket and fed them. Although Thunder was somewhat reluctant, it couldn't disobey its master's will. Time passed quickly, and class time arrived. The noisy voices of a group of young wizards drifted over. Andres walked over, and the young wizards immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Headmaster. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to feed Thunder. Thunder is my pet, I suppose. I lent it to your Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn to help him with his magical creatures class." "Oh, I remember now. Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn mentioned in the first lesson that Thunder is the headmaster's pet." Just as Andres was chatting with the young wizards, who had entered earlier, a voice interrupted them. "Headmaster Andres, what are you doing here? Did you come looking for me?" "Oh no, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, I just came to see Thunder. It's been a long time since I seen it." "Oh, is that so? Would you like to stay and watch our class?" "No, thank you. I've been here for a while. I even fed it a lot of fresh beef jerky. You can feed it less later." "Don't worry, Headmaster Andres. I take good care of Thunder, and Snowflake too." The two chatted for a while, and to avoid disturbing Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn's class, Andres had to take his leave. After leaving the Protecting Magical Creatures classroom, Andres went to the playground. Amidst the exclamations of some young wizards, he transformed into a Thunderbird and flew towards the hotel construction site in Hogsmeade Village. Andres arrived in 5 minutes, much faster than walking. Upon arriving, he found the main structure of the hotel was already completed. He transformed back into human form and went inside. He saw Professor Flitwick teaching a spell class. Today, he was demonstrating the cleansing charm to the first-year wizards. After demonstrating the correct spellcasting method, Professor Flitwick had the young wizards try to clean the entire hall. Then, Professor Flitwick addressed Andres as he entered. "Headmaster Andres, what brings you here?" Chapter 166. "I just came to check on the hotel's progress. After all, it's already February. It officially opened in a few months. By the way, have you encountered any difficulties?" "Difficulties? I don't have any. We followed the blueprints exactly. The hotel is mostly finished now. I'm just having the first-year students do some cleaning. I plan to move the teaching facilities back to Hogwarts soon. The students are really tired from traveling back and forth." "Thank you for your hard work. I go upstairs and see if Professor McGonagall is here." "No, she didn't bring any students to class today." "All right, you go ahead and get busy." Andres then walked around the various floors of the hotel. Overall, he was quite satisfied. He just hadn't decided on the room layout yet. So, after wandering around for a while, Andres went to the Three Broomsticks pub for lunch before returning to Hogwarts. When he got back, he happened to run into Professor McGonagall coming out of the Great Hall. Andres then chatted with Professor McGonagall about the hotel's layout. "Professor McGonagall, what do you think the hotel's furnishings should be arranged like? Although Catherine's design proposal includes some, I don't think it's quite suitable for our situation." "Oh, you know, Headmaster Andres, I haven't been to many hotels in the Muggle world, so I'm not entirely sure what kind of decor Muggles prefer. But one thing I'm sure of is that Muggles will be very curious about the magical world." You provided a great idea. Muggles are indeed very curious about magic, and they're even curious about Hogwarts. But many parents can't come to Hogwarts, so perhaps decorating these rooms to resemble the common rooms of the four houses would be more appealing to them. Let them experience what the common rooms of Hogwarts are like. Your idea is excellent. Let's decorate it like the common room. Just ask Catherine for anything you need, and she'd pay for it." "I will." After saying this, Professor McGonagall went to the headmaster's office in Gryffindor. The two parted ways, and Andres continued climbing the stairs back to his own office. While Andres was busy with these matters at Hogwarts, Catherine in London wasn't idle either. Following Andres's advice, Catherine began preparing to establish a magical security company. In fact, a British general was instrumental in this. Back in magical year 06, this general had entrusted some money to Catherine to manage. It turned out that the general had excellent foresight. His investment in the magical financial company had multiplied many times over. Therefore, when Catherine proposed finding people to establish a magical security company, the general showed great enthusiasm. Especially after Catherine stated that the company would protect the company's overseas assets in the future, the general even used his power to recruit an excellent special forces commander from the army. One evening in January, Catherine had specially booked a table at a fine restaurant in London. "General, it's a pleasure to have you here. Who could refuse an invitation from such a beautiful lady?" Catherine thought to herself upon hearing this compliment, but she didn't show it on her face and greeted him with a smile. "By the way, Miss Catherine, this is my capable Lieutenant Colonel Lee Christmas. He's an excellent Special Forces commander." "Lee Christmas?" "Yes, Miss Catherine. I heard from the general that you need an excellent commander, so I came to give it a try." That's true. Our company wants to set up a security company to protect our overseas assets." "What will I be doing?" "The company is currently being set up, and you will likely be traveling around the world to protect our local businesses. Don't worry, we won't be sending you on any so-called military missions, just simple property protection." "That's all right, Miss Catherine. Someone like me is more suited to the life of gunfire. Going back to a normal life would be quite difficult for me. May I ask how much salary I get?" "I reviewed your resume, and I'm very satisfied with your experience. If you're willing to join our company as a military supervisor, I'm willing to offer you an annual salary of £200,000. In addition, it will increase by 10% every 2 years. The company will also prepare a loyalty fund for you, contributing £10,000 annually until your retirement or death, at which point you can withdraw all the money in one lump sum." "Wow, Miss Catherine. I didn't expect your company to be so generous. I'm quite tempted." "Lee, what are you waiting for?" "Thank you for your trust, Miss Catherine. I think I have no problem with that." "Good. Come to my office tomorrow, and we can sign the employment contract tomorrow. I wish us a pleasant collaboration." "A pleasant collaboration." Catherine, the general, and Lieutenant Colonel Lee raised their glasses and drank it all. The next morning, 9 o'clock. Lieutenant Colonel Lee arrived at Catherine's office on time. Catherine was surprised that the usually stern-faced Lieutenant Colonel Lee actually looked quite tough in a suit. "Lieutenant Colonel Lee, I need to confirm something with you again. Once you join our company, you must keep our secrets. Even if the general asks you about something, you cannot reveal anything to him." "Miss Catherine, you don't need to doubt my professional ethics. As long as your company doesn't engage in anything inhumane, I'm fine with anything. I understand that in this world, there's no such thing as illegal or not. As long as you don't get caught, it's not a problem." "All right, you can sign this contract now." Lieutenant Colonel Lee looked curiously at Catherine as she produced a piece of parchment. It contained some regulations, basically requiring him to maintain confidentiality and loyalty. "What's this?" "Something you can't go back on once you sign it. Don't worry, as long as you abide by the agreement you be fine." Lieutenant Colonel Lee was somewhat dismissive of this statement, but considering the other party's power and such a high salary, he could accept even if the other party had some minor quirks. So he signed his name. Years later, Lee Christmas was incredibly grateful for his decision, but that's another story. After Lieutenant Colonel Lee signed, Catherine presented him with an employment contract. She told him to take his time reviewing it, and after carefully checking that everything was in order, Lee signed it. "Miss Catherine, what are my responsibilities?" "Well, the Magic Security Company has already set up the framework. The company headquarters is in the office downstairs, and we already arranged for some administrative staff to go there. You be the CEO, in charge of military affairs, and I also assigned you an assistant who will mainly handle administrative work. The company will transfer £50 million to the company account. You decide what weapons and equipment to purchase." Chapter 167. 50 million? Is it too little? No problem. Once this 50 million is spent, we can apply for more. 50 million is almost enough, but I can't guarantee it for the second year. Most of this money goes towards team member salaries and weaponry. The rest is for training expenses and logistical support. No problem. The company will support any normal and reasonable expenses. Salaries and benefits can be higher. After all, you're one of us. As for training, I trust you with your supervision, and logistics can be handled by the company's administrative staff. I have no problem, Miss Catherine. I'd like to ask how many military personnel we have. Only you. Don't be surprised. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Christmas. Although we have clients like generals, we are a financial company and haven't been involved in the security industry before. The newly established security company is also for protecting ourselves. It's my own business, so everything depends on you. Okay, you're the boss, you call the shots. No, I need to correct you. I'm not the boss, I'm just standing in front of him. I take you to meet the boss when I have the chance. Okay, what are the requirements for the recruits? Recruit according to the standards of a company. I don't care where they're from, or what they do, I don't care about any of that. But if there are problems with the company's assets, you be in big trouble. I understand. I build a team of 120 people, a standard company. By the way, Miss Catherine, I have several former subordinates who meet the requirements. They're all members of the SAS, just like me. What do you think? Of course, as a commander, you do need the support of your subordinates. But I hope you understand that they can't take advantage of your position. Of course, I make them obey. Lee Christmas left Catherine's office and went to the third floor of the company building. The sign that used to hang there, now read Security Department, had been replaced with Security Company. All the former security personnel had been merged into the security company, and the former security manager had become the vice president. After formally meeting with everyone, Lee Christmas returned to his office. He closed the door, drew the curtains, and reclined in his executive chair, placing his feet on the desk. He had never considered retiring, nor had he imagined having such a spacious and bright office afterward. 3 months ago, during an overseas operation, his team ran into trouble. Due to faulty intelligence, several of his men were lost. Normally, this wouldn't have been a big deal, as soldiers, they were already prepared for such losses. But the problem arose because one soldier had a powerful background. What should have been an easy mission had been transferred here by his family, who wanted to benefit from his connections. However, as expected, an unexpected tragedy occurred, leaving the soldier's family deeply grieved. Although none of this was Lee Christmas's fault, his adversary still held a grudge against him, issuing orders within the military that he either retire or be reassigned to guard the armory. He understood the enemy's power, and that he was no match for them, so he planned to retire to collect a severance package and escape their threats. However, he knew nothing but killing. Just as he was feeling lost about his future, the general approached him, expressing sympathy for his plight, but stating he couldn't help. However, the general offered a new suggestion. A company was recruiting military officers for a security firm. This led to the previous situation, and so far, Lee was quite satisfied. Thinking about it, he smiled happily, though it couldn't compare to the thrills and dangers of the army. The pay and benefits were good, and since he was getting old and couldn't be promoted, his current job was decent. So he picked up his phone and called his other subordinates, who were also implicated. Hey, Tank. It's me. What are you doing? What else could I be doing? I'm at the gym. These gyms don't meet my needs, but they have to do. What's up, Captain? I wanted to ask, have you found a job yet? What are your plans for the future? Not yet, maybe I could become a fitness instructor? Alright, to hell with that damn fitness instructor. Come to London and find me. I have a good job for you. Oh, and call the professor, I notify the others. Great, Captain, don't worry, we be there right away. The burly man on the other end of the line immediately hung up and went to take a shower, making another call on the way. Meanwhile, Lee Christmas cursed damn it, and started making phone calls. Hey, monkey. It's me. Lee Christmas made 7 or 8 calls in a row, then leaned back in his chair and laughed. These bastards were definitely all troublemakers. Expecting them to find ordinary jobs was wishful thinking. It was better for them to be under his command. At least they could protect each other. The next day, at the headquarters of the London Magic Financial Investment Company, several security guards nervously gripped their weapons, questioning the group of people before them about their intentions. These people clearly weren't good people, especially the extremely strong man in the group, about 2 meters tall. Each of them carried a military travel bag. Were they here to cause trouble? Gentlemen, who are you looking for? Did you make an appointment? What's in your bags? Haha, look at them, they're like terrified little girls. This is the boss's company? It doesn't look like much, but it must be quite wealthy, owning such a building in London. Alright, you lot, behave yourselves. Don't cause trouble for the boss. Hello, we are new employees recruited by Mr. Lee Christmas, CEO of Magic Security Company. We arranged to meet him at his office at 9 o'clock this morning, you can check. Hearing that they were new colleagues from the security company, the security guards breathed a sigh of relief. However, they didn't lower their weapons. Instead, The duty supervisor called the security company to inquire. After receiving confirmation, the security guards let them open their travel bags, saw that they were full of clothes and such, and then let them pass. Upon reaching the third floor, a tall secretary led them to Lee Christmas's office. Before entering the office, they automatically lined up in a row before going in. Then, after the men stepped forward, stood at attention, turned, and saluted in one fluid motion. Lee, as was his habit, returned the salute before realizing he was no longer in the military. He dismissed his secretary and sat back down in his executive chair, placing his feet on the desk. "Make yourselves at home," he said. "We're not soldiers anymore. And before you joined the force, you weren't my men." Although he said this, his gaze swept over each of them. To his satisfaction, none of them fidgeted or spoke out of turn. They all maintained their military habits, standing at attention and awaiting instructions. Chapter 168. Very good, it seems you haven't relaxed your standards lately. You've seen the situation. The Magic Financial Investment Company is worth tens of billions of pounds. They need a group to protect their overseas assets and came to me, and you were the first people I thought of. Annual salary of £100,000, plus all the benefits you normally receive in the military. The only downside to this protection mission is that you'd be stationed overseas for a long time, and I don't know where yet. So what do you say? Of course, we follow the captain. That's right, wherever the captain goes, I go. I just want to be with my brothers. Hee, I knew the captain wouldn't abandon us. The job I found was incredibly boring. Training with you guys is much more fun. Alright, since there are no problems, let's talk later. Go sign the contract. I finalized an agreement with the general to acquire an abandoned military camp in the suburbs of London. Our offices will be here, and we be stationed there. Have you all packed your things? We head over there in a bit. Also, remember to keep a copy of the list of weapons and equipment you need. The company will pay for them. Wow, really, Captain? You know, I wanted to upgrade my equipment back in the SAS, but those old men in headquarters wouldn't allow it. You better get everything at once. If anything's missing, I won't replace it. Thank you, Captain. I love you even more. Get lost. Anything else you want to ask? Yes, Captain. Speak, what is it? I try my best to help you. I wanted to ask that lady earlier what kind of man she likes. Does she like someone as strong as me? Wow. Are you crazy, Tank? That's the boss's woman. Ha ha ha, you're dead meat. Alright, stop fooling around. She's a Cambridge graduate. You're only fit to eat dirt in the fields. Don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. Tank, you're so pitiful. Laughter filled the office after the business was finished. Lee Christmas called his secretary, who brought a stack of employment contracts and handed them to each new employee. These guys signed their names without even looking at them, which touched Lee Christmas. His brothers trusted him and didn't resent him because of that accident. After leaving the equipment list, he led his men to an abandoned military camp in the suburbs of London. It was called an abandoned military camp because urban development meant it was no longer used as a military base, but Magic Security Company could easily buy it as a rest and recuperation base. It would also be Lee Christmas and his men's future home. So, over the next month, Lee Christmas used his connections to find some former retired comrades and elites from various countries he had met during missions. Later, with Catherine's help, they recruited members from the U.S. Navy SEALs, Bering Alpha Group, Bering Spear Special Forces, and the German KSK Special Forces. In short, this 120-man company was filled with all sorts of skilled individuals. The most outrageous thing was that Miss Catherine somehow found a soldier from Yin country. This Yin soldier wasn't easy to get along with because whenever anyone asked him which unit he came from, he would reply that he was a pig farmer in a low-level company. This was a bit insulting. We all came from special forces units around the world. What business did a pig farmer have with getting involved? Until one training session, when he single-handedly wiped out an entire SEAL team of 12 in a single day and night. No one asked about it anymore. Time passed quickly, and it was March. The weather in England was already warming up in March, and the Hogwarts students had shed their heavy winter clothes. It was the weekend, but at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Quidditch pitch was bustling with activity. Today was Quidditch match day, the first game being Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Wizards from both houses had finished breakfast early and arrived at the Quidditch pitch to secure their spots, while students from the other two houses simply went wherever there were fewer people. Andres, as headmaster, was also at the pitch, followed by a group of professors. Darius was the commentator for the day. As the head of the Students' Council, he couldn't easily show favoritism towards Gryffindor, so his commentary was fairly standard. However, when Gryffindor scored a goal, Darius's voice was filled with excitement. When Hufflepuff scored, he spoke with a tone of regret. Despite this, the young wizards present didn't mind and focused entirely on the game. The first Quidditch match lasted over 3 hours, mainly because the competition was so fierce that neither side wanted to lose Hogwarts' first match since its founding. They tried their best to disrupt the opposing seeker, preventing them from catching the golden snitch, while simultaneously trying to score more goals. In the end, Gryffindor won with 580 to 490. Gryffindor seeker Tang Jihong caught the golden snitch at the last moment, allowing Gryffindor to take the lead and end the game. All the Gryffindor players cheered and rushed onto the field. In their celebration, they tossed Tang Jihong high into the air. The Hufflepuff Wizards left the field dejectedly. Their players had led the entire game, but failed to catch the golden snitch and lost. The other two teams watching from the sidelines quickly adjusted their tactics based on the day's events, trying to avoid the mistakes made by the other teams. After returning to the headmaster's office, Andres suddenly remembered some events that had occurred in Yin Country in 2008. So he began writing a letter to Catherine, the gist of which was, "Catherine, how's everything going on your end? Has the location for the herbal medicine base in the Middle East been found? How's the security company doing? Are they ready to carry out the mission? And how's the supermarket plan in Yin Country going? I need you to build a warehouse in Wenchuan City, Sichuan Province, Yin Country. This warehouse needs to be sturdy enough to withstand strong earthquakes. This warehouse needs to store a large quantity of bottled water, self-heating food, medicine, and daily necessities, enough for 100,000 people for 10 days. Also, prepare 10,000 empty shipping containers in an open area there, along with some relief equipment and medical devices." After writing the letter, Andres had Dobby send it to Catherine via owl. A few hours later, he received a reply, a very short letter containing only a few words. Arranged. Andres thought it would be better to talk to Catherine in person, so he apparat to his home in London and called Catherine, telling her to wait in her office. A few minutes later, Andres apparat to Catherine's office. "What? Boss, you mean you predicted a devastating earthquake in Wenchuan City, Sichuan Province in May?" "No, it wasn't me, it was our divination professor, the Centaur Ferenz. That's still terrible. Luckily, we can prepare in advance. I wonder what else you can divine." "Nothing else. Oh, by the way, go to the Yin Embassy and come up with a reason to get rid of the students there between May 11th and May 13th. This. Chapter 169. Can you predict that accurately? Andres thought to himself, if I told you the exact time, you'd be terrified. But he still needed to find an excuse for Catherine. It's hard to predict the exact time, but I can give you a general idea. Catherine was kind-hearted. She wanted to inform the Yin Kingdom to prepare early, but she also knew that the Yin Kingdom wouldn't evacuate the entire city's residents just because of her word. The city's population was in the millions. All she could do was try to save the children. Okay, boss. I find a way to evacuate the children in those 2 days, but it might cost a lot of money. Trust me, Catherine. What we've done won't be in vain. The Yin government will repay our kindness. After this, any business we conduct in Yin will be incredibly successful. By the way, how's our herbal medicine base? Have you chosen a location? We have. It's in a mountainous area within the Imperial Cemetery. We're currently negotiating with their government. The location is relatively remote with few local residents, and it's large and well hidden. The cost won't be too high. Most of it will be used to bribe their high-ranking officials and local armed tribal leaders. But it's not very safe over there. The Graveyard of Empires, huh? It is somewhat dangerous there. The US has been really bogged down in it these past few years. How's your security company doing? When can they get there? I invited an SAS lieutenant colonel to be the CEO and military commander of the security company. He's already recruited a standard company of 120 Special Forces personnel from around the world. These are all professionals retired from Special Forces in various countries, and they're currently training at a military camp in the suburbs of London. However, I may have underestimated the price of some military equipment, and I'm currently providing additional funding for the security company. They don't need much training to get on the field, but they're still waiting for the equipment. Oh! What's going on? Didn't you prepare £50 million in advance? That's right, but I didn't expect these people to be so expensive. Their salaries and benefits take up a large portion, plus weapons and equipment. Salaries aren't a problem. After all, we're essentially paying to keep our lives. They're at risk of losing their lives at any moment, so better treatment is understandable. Then why are we waiting for weapons? Weapons and equipment are already very expensive, And they requested some other expensive items, such as armed attack helicopters, transport helicopters, armored personnel carriers, armed Humvees, and even several tanks. Besides these, they also requested some expensive electronic equipment. You could say they're better equipped than the beacon of light troops stationed there. This equipment is available for purchase, but it will take some time. Give it to them, but remind them that these things are only for defensive purposes. After all, we're going there to farm, not to invade. You must make sure to talk to the local tribal chiefs. We can hire some locals to farm, but we can't let them bully us. Anyone who doesn't work properly and tries to cause trouble should be expelled. If they're ungrateful and try anything funny, tell the security company not to hold back. The two chatted about the company's recent situation all morning. Andres declined Catherine's lunch invitation again and returned to Hogwarts. Andres had been quite busy lately, mainly with his own research into magic and playing Flying with Thunder. Now he and Thunder had developed a great rapport, whether flying or hunting. Besides these things, the first-year wizards didn't disappoint Andres either. The last few of them had also advanced to level 1 a couple of days ago, meaning all the young wizards at the school had reached level 1 in magic. The second-year students in the 3-year program have all reached level 2 in magic, and they are expected to reach level 3 by graduation. Reaching level 3 in magic is roughly equivalent to the level of a 7th-year graduate at Hogwarts in the original stories, at which point they can handle many jobs. However, Andres urgently needs professors for various subjects, so they will remain at the school as teaching assistants for a few years. They will be given other roles, as the number of graduates increases. After Andres left, Catherine summoned her team of secretaries. Yes, Catherine now has a team of 5 secretaries, not just one. With so many things to do, one secretary simply couldn't handle it all, and having only one secretary could easily lead to problems. Catherine assigned tasks she had previously discussed with Andres. She instructed her secretaries to contact the CEO of the subsidiary supermarket and arrange matters related to Yin country. The supermarket CEO sensed something was amiss upon receiving the task, but he didn't ask. He had simply obeyed Catherine's request, as told by his secretary. After all, the warehouse supermarket in Rongqing was already operational, so building a warehouse in Wenchuan wasn't a big deal. He knew that Wenchuan City also had a population of over 1 million, so perhaps this was an opportunity to penetrate the Wenchuan market. After instructing her secretaries, Catherine picked up the phone and called the military attaché surnamed Wang at the Yin Kingdom's embassy in Britain. Hello, Miss Catherine. What brings you here today? Hello, military attaché Wang. There's something I need to discuss with your country. Is it important? If it is, I think it would be better if you came to the embassy. All right. I'd be there now. Okay, I wait for you at the embassy. An hour later, Catherine arrived at the Yin Kingdom embassy. The military officer surnamed Wang greeted her at the entrance, and the two then went to a conference room within the embassy. Miss Catherine, what can I do for you? It's like this. Earl Andres believes our student exchange program is very meaningful, but he's learned that education in some mountainous areas of your country is still quite underdeveloped. Therefore, Earl Andres has decided to hold a British Science and Culture exhibition in Chengdu, your city, in 2 months, and requests that all students from Wenchuan City participate and experience British culture and technology. The military officer surnamed Wang looked at Catherine with a bewildered expression, countless questions swirling in his mind. Did I hear you wrong? You want all the students from Wenchuan City to participate in this event? Do you know how many people that is? Yes, all the students. We estimate the number to be around 20,000 to 30,000. I think that's a bit difficult. How will you organize such an event with so many people? It's a considerable expense. You know, some students come from families that aren't very well off and won't be able to afford to participate in such events. That's why I came to you. I hope your country can help organize this event. We will cover all the expenses. We won't charge a single penny. Chapter 170. After more than an hour of communication, Catherine and the military attaché surnamed Wang finalized all the details. Given the scale of the event, many details needed to be confirmed beforehand. After Catherine left, the military attaché checked the time. Ambassador Fu should still be in his office. So, he went to the ambassador's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Ambassador Fu, it's me. Xiao Wang. Oh, it's Xiao Wang. What brings you here? It's like this, Ambassador Fu. Just now, Miss Catherine, the CEO of Magic Financial Investment Company, came to see me and submitted a cooperation project proposal. I brought it for you to take a look. All right, let me see it. Also, could you tell me about the project? Ambassador Fu took the prepared document and began to read it. The military attaché surnamed Wang explained some of the matters they had discussed. After a while, Ambassador Fu finished reading the document and began to ponder. After a long while, Ambassador Fu asked, "Xiao Wang, what do you think of this? Personally, I find it strange, but on its own merits, there's nothing wrong with it." "Oh, how so?" "First, the location they chose is odd. If they really wanted to promote cultural exchange, they could have chosen a large coastal city with a large population that would have reached a wider audience and been more effective. But when I asked why, they replied that their boss felt the children in the mountains needed more help and to broaden their horizons. Second, what are they after? We had foreign businesses for so many years of reform and opening up, and frankly, they only come because they see benefits. Although many have helped our friends in Yen, this is the first time I've seen such a large investment. If they really don't have any other motives, their actions deserve a friendship medal from Yen." Your idea is very good. However, I think this is feasible because we organize all the activities ourselves. The other party only provides the funding and content. There's unlikely to be any major mistakes. Any problems would most likely be due to our own poor organization. As for the purpose, it probably is, but it won't be anything bad. It's simply to increase Britain's influence in Yen country and cultivate students who are pro-British. The ambassador is so insightful. How come I didn't think of that? Are they trying to cultivate spies among the students? Should we refuse them? No, why should we refuse? They're right about one thing. The children in the mountains receive this kind of education. Our education is far less extensive than in developed regions. Since they're willing to spend money to broaden our children's horizons, what reason do we have to refuse? And it won't be as serious as you say. 1 or 2 activities won't develop into any spies. We should have confidence in our next generation. Okay, then I add your opinion to the document and report it to the ministry. Sure, go ahead and get busy. This is a good thing. We should take it seriously. This will also be a good achievement for you. I understand, Ambassador. I head back now. The matter was reported to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yen that same day, circulating among the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education, and the Sichuan provincial government. Most people agreed with Ambassador Fu's opinion. Foreign friends were willing to spend a large sum of money to support education in Yen, especially in impoverished areas, and we, as Chinese citizens, had no reason to refuse. Not only could we not refuse, but Yen also had to provide necessary assistance and convenience. For example, the Ministry of Education issued a document requiring the Sichuan Provincial Department of Education to send personnel to organize this activity, ensuring that no security problems arose. For example, the Sichuan provincial government coordinated 600 buses to provide free transportation for all students participating in the event. They even requested the Wenchuan local government to dispatch police escorts to ensure the safety of all teachers and students. After receiving confirmation from the UK, Catherine immediately paid the embassy £10 million, instructing them to provide more if needed, and to donate any surplus to the local education department. The embassy transferred the money back to the Ministry of Education, who was overjoyed. With the current exchange rate of approximately 110, this meant the UK had spent £100 million on the event. Wenchuan City, with a total of only 30,000 students, would only have spent £30 million even at £1,000 per student for the 3-day event. The remaining £70 million were directly donated, a windfall that could be used for many things. However, unexpectedly, the Sichuan Provincial Department of Education, having somehow obtained the information, immediately sent people to the ministry to beg for donations. They tearfully recounted the plight of the children in the mountainous areas, saying they were practically starving. The Ministry of Education decided to give it all over there, since it was donated anyway. Foreigners are thinking about children in mountainous areas. We can't use the money for other purposes, can we? What if they find out? How will we explain it? Will we want to receive such donations again? Time quickly passed, and May 11th arrived. After nearly 2 months of organization and coordination, all the primary, middle, and high school students in Wenchuan City happily boarded buses to Chengdu. Because the middle and high school entrance exams were approaching, some school leaders were initially unhappy and uncooperative, but after mobilization and financial assistance from the Provincial Department of Education, they finally agreed. The 3-day trip was only possible because it could alleviate some of the funding gap. However, while the children were happily going out to broaden their horizons, they were unaware that this might be their last time seeing their families. Catherine and her team had already prepared everything in the suburbs of Wenchuan City, silently awaiting the disaster. Meanwhile, in Rongqing, they had arranged 2 large venues, both relatively large outdoor spaces. May 11th was primarily for arranging accommodations and free time for the children. After coordination between the education department and the giant panda breeding base, the afternoon of the 11th was reserved solely for the children. The activities were scheduled for the following day, May 12th. At 2:28 p.m. on the 12th, the devastating disaster struck as predicted. At that moment, the entire Yin kingdom felt the Earth's fury. This 2-minute earthquake claimed nearly 70,000 lives, and 18,000 people went missing. The teachers and students participating in the activities in Rongqing felt the strong tremors, but fortunately, being outdoors, they only experienced some shock. The top leader, far away in the capital of Yin, had just stepped out of his lounge to continue his work for the day when he was interrupted by a rapid phone call. This was an emergency call, one that rarely rang, so he quickly answered. "Hello, this is number 1. What's wrong?" Reporting number 1, we received a report from the Earthquake Bureau that an 8.0 magnitude earthquake has just occurred in Wenchuan City, Sichuan Province. Chapter 171. What? What magnitude did you say? Magnitude 8. Can you still get through to communications over there? Completely cut off. Is there an emergency plan? We already notified everyone about the disaster and requested full cooperation from local party, government, and military authorities. Now we need your order to send troops into the disaster area. I order the Sichuan Provincial Military Region to provide full support to the disaster area. Do everything possible to ensure aid for the people in the disaster area. Yes, we relay the order immediately. Number 1 hung up the phone and paced anxiously back and forth in the office. Number 1 had experienced the Shandong earthquake and knew how severe the damage was, especially since Beichuan was a mountainous area. The troops needed to clear roads through mountains and build bridges over rivers, but large equipment couldn't be supplied, so they had to rely entirely on manpower. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Number 2 entered, and before Number 1 could speak, he volunteered. Number 1, you should have already received the news about the earthquake. I'm leaving for the scene soon. The people there need our full support. No, it's still very dangerous there. Your safety is the most important thing. But the people need us. You're Number 1, no matter what happens, you can't panic. You need to stay in the center to better coordinate the overall situation. So, I'm the most suitable person to go. Don't worry, I have soldiers protecting me. There won't be any problems. That's the only way then. Be careful on the road. News of the magnitude 8 earthquake in Wenchuan City, Sichuan Province, Yin Country, quickly spread through the internet. Andres was in Catherine's office at that time. Because they were constantly monitoring the news online, they received the news immediately. Catherine stared at Andres in utter shock. Good heavens, there really was an earthquake. This is incredible. Thank goodness the boss let us evacuate the students, otherwise so many children would have perished. Andres looked at the somewhat stunned Catherine and said irritably, "What are you looking at me for? Quickly call military attaché Wang. Tell them the first batch of troops don't need to bring any equipment, just go all out into the disaster area. Also, send them the location of the warehouse, so they can go there to get the equipment. Oh, and donate another 10 million pounds. Also, purchase medical equipment from the vicinity of Yin and send it over." Meanwhile, inside the Yin embassy in the UK, military attaché Wang and Ambassador Fu were also stunned by this information. Military attaché Wang hesitated before speaking. What a coincidence. All the students were transferred the day before the earthquake. What are you trying to say? I mean, did they know all along? Know what? Know about the earthquake. Are all the earthquake bureaus in the world useless? None of them predicted it, but a financial investment company did? But they. No buts. We should thank them properly. This saves so many families. Just as the two were discussing, the phone rang. The military officer surnamed Wang glanced at the number. It's Catherine. Then what are we waiting for? The military officer answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. Hello, Miss Catherine. Hello, Military Officer Wang. The situation is urgent, so we can't waste time chatting. We established a large warehouse in the suburbs of Wenchuan City in March. It's stocked with a large amount of various supplies, water, self-heating food, and medicine, enough for 100,000 people for 10 days. Besides these, there's also some large-scale mechanical medical equipment, so have your people travel there light to replenish supplies. What? You have so many supplies over there? Ambassador Fu, hello. I send you the address now. Please hurry. Everything has been donated to you, and I transfer another 10 million pounds. I hope it will help you. Thank you so much, Miss Catherine. I really don't know what to say. Now is not the time for formalities, time is of utmost importance to you. After hanging up, Andres could do nothing but wait for news, so he returned to Hogwarts. Before leaving, he told Catherine to notify him with the magical two-way mirror if there was any news, and not to write letters. Writing was too slow. The military attaché surnamed Wang and Ambassador Fu at the embassy looked incredulous. They had just been saying that the other side couldn't possibly predict the earthquake, but now they had actually prepared so many supplies in Wenchuan City in advance. No one would believe they didn't know. A moment later, Catherine sent over the address information, and Ambassador Fu didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and call back to his department. The people in the department were also shocked when they received the call. They then reported the news upwards, and soon both number 2, who was on his way to the disaster area, and number 1, who was anxiously waiting, received the message. Report. Come in. Is there any news from the disaster area? Reporting to number 1, not yet. Then what brings you here? We received a call from Ambassador Fu of the Yen State Embassy in the UK. She said that a foreign friend has a huge supply warehouse in the suburbs of Wenchuan City, which stores a large amount of supplies, including but not limited to bottled water, self-heating food, medicine, medical equipment, and large machinery. It can supply 100,000 people for 10 days. That foreign friend donated all of these things to us, and also donated 10 million pounds. Oh! Has number 2 been informed about this? Yes. That's wonderful. This saves us a lot of time. Go and inform the military to send people to collect equipment as quickly as possible and work with external forces to clear rescue routes. Yes, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has another matter to report. What is it? 2 months ago, this foreign friend funded an invitation for all primary, middle, and high school students in Wenchuan City to come to Chengdu yesterday to participate in a cultural and technological exchange meeting between Yen and Great Britain. So, the students from the disaster area are all in Chengdu. Number 1 was shocked at first upon hearing this news, then overjoyed. This was the first good news he had heard since the earthquake, although the news was somewhat unbelievable. They've been a huge help. Calling them benefactors of Yen is no exaggeration. Go and inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to express our gratitude first. After we finish dealing with the disaster, we discuss how to thank them. Yes. The staff member turned and went to relay the order. Immediately after the disaster, Yan's massive national machinery began to operate at full speed. Countless people and supplies converged on Wenchuan City from all over the country. Upon receiving the news, the teachers and students participating in the event in Chengdu, after their initial relief, were filled with worry for their families. Many young and emotionally vulnerable children had already begun to cry. All they could do was pray for their families, hoping that God would protect them and ensure their safety. Chapter 172. Inside the Yen Kingdom's embassy in the UK. We're told to thank Miss Catherine. Give me the phone, I want to thank her personally. She's done us such a big favor, we need to show our gratitude. Yes, Ambassador. Finally, Ambassador Fu of Yen Kingdom called Catherine, mainly to convey Yen Kingdom's gratitude to Andres. He also mentioned that a set of porcelain had been urgently sent from China, and Ambassador Fu wanted to personally deliver it to Andres as a token of appreciation. The next day, Catherine and Andres waited at the company entrance, where Ambassador Fu of Yen Kingdom personally delivered the porcelain. Andres understood that this thing was priceless. The value was secondary. The main thing was Yen Kingdom's attitude. As long as you were in Yen Kingdom, even if you caused a major upheaval on Earth, Yen Kingdom would protect you. It was practically a death warrant. Andres was extremely fond of this set of porcelain. After returning to Hogwarts, he placed it in the most prominent place in the headmaster's office. It wasn't until years later, when a young wizard from Yen discovered the incident in the headmaster's office, that the news spread. After that, the young wizards from Yen's admiration for Andres reached its peak. A few days later, apart from the people of Yen, the rest of the world no longer cared about the earthquake. Within Hogwarts, only Andres would inquire about the situation there. Even the young wizards from Yen themselves stopped paying attention. After all, they weren't from Sichuan province. They were only very concerned in the first few days after the earthquake, but then they were preoccupied with various other matters. At the end of May, Hogwarts' first Quidditch Cup had reached the finals, with Gryffindor and Slytherin facing off. Both had defeated the other two house teams. Whoever won this match would win the Quidditch Cup. After 2 hours of fierce competition, Gryffindor won the inaugural House Quidditch Cup with a score of 320, surpassing Slytherin's 280 by 40 points. Ravenclaw also won their match against Hufflepuff the following day, securing their first victory of the 3 games. The Hufflepuff team fared the worst, losing all 3 matches, a defeat that saddened them for a long time. However, their sadness didn't last long, as they were forced to focus on preparing for their final exams. The latter half of June was exam week, and from the beginning of June, professors stopped teaching new material, allowing the young wizards ample preparation time. While the young wizards prepared for their exams, Lee Christmas, eating sand in the Middle Eastern desert, wore a nostalgic expression. Indeed, he had been to the Imperial graveyard before on a mission, and he had been wounded there. He warily observed the locals surrounding the convoy, regardless of whether they were men, women, the elderly, or children. Anyone who dared to approach the convoy was first warned, and if that failed, shot. He showed no mercy, no hesitation, because he was responsible for his team. In truth, there's no right or wrong on this land. They were sent by various governments. They had no right to refuse. Were the local inhabitants wrong? No, they weren't. They lived on this land for generations. What's wrong with them resisting now that they're not allowed to pass? The fault lies with this damned world. While passing a gorge, Lee Christmas stopped the convoy via walkie-talkie. They were going to the mountains to discuss buying land with the local armed leader. He truly didn't understand why the company wanted to buy wasteland, but he couldn't violate company regulations. So he could only bring 1 platoon of soldiers for this escort mission, while the 2nd and 3rd platoons continued their training in the London barracks. The negotiator in charge of the convoy dared not object, although he thought the natives were unlikely to ambush them. However, Lee Christmas's conscientiousness put him at ease. Lee Christmas picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Eagle, send the drone over to check." Some militants like to ambush convoys in this kind of terrain. Just as the drone flew over the mountain pass, everyone in the convoy felt the heat of the amulet. Speaking of amulets, these were things Andres had obtained from the system. Their main functions were early warning and protection. The amulet would automatically heat up to alert you when danger was encountered. As for its protective effect, it wasn't 100% effective because it would automatically release an armor-protecting spell when danger was detected. It was like an eggshell suddenly appearing on their bodies, covering them. When bullets passed through the shield clearly absorbed the bullet's kinetic energy, ensuring that even if they were injured, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Andres had obtained these from the system for 100 system points per item. It was mainly for the security company's emergency use. At first, Lee Christmas was dismissive of this, thinking the boss was just trying to fool them, so he didn't say anything out of respect for Andres, the boss. But things changed once they entered the Imperial graveyard. When they set off, there was a seemingly harmless little boy at the camp entrance. The little boy nervously watched the vehicles coming and going in the camp. When Lee Christmas and his group came out, he felt a wave of intense heat. He instinctively called out to the convoy, deeming it an unsuitable day to go out. Just as his teammates were complaining, a loud bang startled everyone. The little boy, unable to find a suitable target at the camp entrance, blew up a police car patrolling the street. From then on, these amulet-wielding team members never left their side, even while showering. Nobody wanted to die unexpectedly in the shower. Reporting, "Colonel, I didn't see anything." Before the words were finished, the drone went black. Immediately afterward, a burst of gunfire erupted towards the convoy. Lee ordered all vehicles to retreat and the machine gunners to return fire. After another 15 minutes of fighting, the tribal forces in the gorge withdrew. Because these forces could ambush and surprise their opponents, they had no advantage once exposed. Therefore, the battles usually ended quickly. Lee Christmas and the negotiation supervisor discussed the situation and retreated back to camp. They decided to depart from another direction the next day to avoid the gorge. Thanks to the amulet's warning, the convoy suffered minimal losses, except for one unlucky soldier who was wounded. The unfortunate fellow was indeed overjoyed. Although injured, the injury wasn't serious, and he could be transferred back to the camp in the British capital to recuperate, receiving a substantial allowance. He even had the mood to joke with his brothers on the way back. Lee simply said "lucky ba***** and ignored him. The next day, the convoy detoured in another direction, arriving at a mountain village around 3 p.m. The women and children of the village stared at them curiously, while the men, armed, glared at them with hostility. Lee Christmas understood that regardless of whether they were military personnel or not, in the eyes of the natives, any white person was an enemy. He only hoped that this negotiation would be successful. Chapter 173. Lee Christmas ordered all his men to be on high alert, ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. David, the negotiation supervisor, greeted a white-haired elder approaching with great enthusiasm, the two even embracing. Wise elder, how have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, guest from afar. But I feel your men are a bit nervous, aren't they? Ha ha, elder, we were ambushed by local armed forces yesterday. So they're a bit paranoid now. They're all former soldiers, they trust their weapons more. Alright, then please follow me. David and the elder made their way through a maze of streets into a local house. David could tell from the way that the village wasn't wealthy, and it appeared quite backward, which gave David confidence in the success of the negotiations. Guests from afar, what help do you seek from us? Wise elder, we are a pharmaceutical company. We have reached an agreement with your government to purchase this land in the mountains to cultivate medicinal herbs. We need manpower to help with the farming and provide protection. Oh! Needing manpower to help with the farming is understandable, but it seems you don't need protection. You jest. I understand that safety is the biggest concern without your approval. Since you put it that way, I won't say anything more. But what would we gain by helping you? You should know that if we agree to help, we will be seen as outcasts by our surrounding tribes. If you agree, our company will provide each farmer with a contract of $450 per month and each security guard with a contract of $500 per month. As for you personally, you will receive a management fee of $1,000 per month. That's all? My friends from afar, for such a small benefit, we'd be attacked by our own kind. Then what is your opinion, elder? $1,000 a month for the farmers and $1,500 a month for the security guards would be fair to our efforts. As for me personally, I don't need the money, but you must fund the establishment of a school for us. No, elder. We consider you friends, which is why we raise the security issue. You must know we are perfectly capable of protecting ourselves. Besides, this is the inland mountainous region of the Imperial Graveyard. Your people don't usually receive such high wages. Therefore, I think $500 a month for the farmers and $600 a month for the security guards is reasonable. The elder opposite remained silent, sipping his tea and watching David. He seemed to be trying to find David's bottom line by observing his expression, but David was a cunning old fox, so the elder sighed and said, $600 a month for the farmers, $750 a month for the security personnel. This is our bottom line. If you don't agree, you have to figure it out yourselves. And the schools. I hope you can provide a batch of computers. I want the children to be exposed to modern things instead of being as ignorant as their parents. Alright, elder. You convince me. I completely agree to your terms. For the sake of our friendship, I can personally offer you a contract of $1,500 a month as a management fee. Thank you for your generosity, my friend. May our cooperation be fruitful. Yes, wise elder, may our cooperation be fruitful. Badam, what are you waiting for? Go to the village and select 5 of the fattest lambs to slaughter and entertain our friends. Yes, elder. I go right away. A local man with a scarred face, holding a weapon, turned and left, while David said the same to the security personnel who had come with him. Go and get those wheat-based drinks from the truck, the ones I chilled. By the way, elder, you can have some of the wheat-based drinks, right? Ha ha ha, my friend, you really understand us. Of course we could have some wheat-based drinks. So David and the elder ate and drank, chatting and laughing, while the security personnel on both sides watched each other warily, never putting down their weapons. They even took turns eating, waiting an hour for the first group to arrive without any problems before the second group began to eat. After the banquet, Lee Christmas carried the completely drunk David, while Badam helped the tipsy elder. Both went back to rest. That night, David, along with Lee Christmas and the other security personnel who had come with him, were arranged to rest in an empty room on the outskirts of the village. Upon entering the room, David, who had been completely drunk, immediately became alert. Lee Christmas looked at David with a surprised expression, and just as he was about to say something, he gestured for silence and then began searching for something. A short while later, he found a listening device under a flower pot and placed it in a box he took out of his pocket. Alright, now you can speak. Well, it seems you're not just a simple negotiation expert after all. Alright, Lee, I didn't tell you before because I thought it unnecessary. Now I can tell you that our original security department still has quite a few professionals. As for where they came from, I can't say. You know the rules, right? Oh, I understand now. It really isn't convenient to say. Fortunately, today's negotiations went smoothly. Let's get some rest. Yes, today's negotiations went very smoothly. Even a little too smoothly, considering this land is filled with hatred towards white people, yet today it went so smoothly. What do you mean by that? Nothing, just a reminder to be careful when you're stationed here in the future. I will. Actually, I probably know them better than you do. I really don't understand why the company insists on planting herbs in this area. Isn't there enough space in the vast continent of Europe? Alright, stop complaining. Those are things for the big shots to consider. We just need to follow orders. The elder on the other side wasn't taken by Badam to a house in the village, but instead to a cave behind the village. It has to be said that there's a reason this old fox was appointed village chief and tribal leader. Upon entering the cave, the elder sat down to rest and drink water, then asked, Badam, is everything stored away? Everything's in the room. I believe we know something after they leave tomorrow. That's good. I wonder if their arrival is a blessing or a curse. I hope they be safe and sound. But elder, I don't understand. This is our land. We could have asked for more. Badam, you don't understand. The conditions they offered were already very good. Isn't this much better than us herding sheep ourselves? But isn't that what they should give us? Badam, remember, human greed is endless. Having much makes you want more, but greed often makes you overlook the danger. They were right about one thing. The land has already been sold to them by the government, and they have enough ability to protect themselves. They come to us simply to pay to avoid trouble. This is an unexpected windfall for us. Let's accept it while we're ahead. Chapter 174. Just as David and Lee Christmas were making a breakthrough in the Imperial Graveyard, Andres was also watching Guamingyu's illusion quest. Guamingyu's illusion quest was a continuous task that couldn't be interrupted or botched. If interrupted or a question was answered incorrectly, the entire quest would restart. Because it had restarted twice, Guamingyu's illusion quest only reached 99 out of 100 progress by the end of May. Andres, seeing the progress bar so close, was also worried for Guamingyu. Whether he could succeed depended on Guamingyu's performance today. Guamingyu himself was unaware of the significance of today's task. He had been diligently answering questions from the doorknob eagle every day, but he was unaware of the mistakes he had made. Therefore, he had no idea how far the quest had progressed, and he could only talk to the doorknob eagle at night when no one was around. In fact, Guamingyu had become accustomed to the daily question and answer session, and he found some of the doorknob eagle's questions quite interesting. He didn't seem like a product of magic. He was more like a human philosopher, asking profound philosophical questions. He rarely asked questions about magic. However, he was worried lately. Final exams were approaching, and summer vacation would follow. What if he still hadn't found the secret room by summer vacation? He had asked Ms. Helena. Helena said she didn't know either, but perhaps he could ask the door-ring eagle. Tonight, after his roommates had fallen asleep, Guamingyu returned to the common room door. He summoned the door-ring eagle, which transformed and appeared before him. Ah, little wizard, it's time for another Q&A session. How about it? Are you ready to answer questions? Yes, we can begin. I really don't understand how you can hold out for so long. Fine, I just ask a simple question then. Can you tell me what time is? What is time? What kind of question is that? Guamingyu found this question tricky. Because he certainly couldn't answer that it was a unit of time or anything like that. It had to be a philosophical explanation. But he didn't know any philosophical explanations either. Just as he was racking his brains, he suddenly remembered watching a science program one night when he was in junior high school. The host had asked about time, but what was the scientist's answer again? Guamingyu paced back and forth in front of the common room door. What did the scientist say? Oh, he remembered. Time is the process of the movement and development of things? Time is the process of the movement and development of things. Time, things, process. The doorknob eagle began to ponder Guamingyu's answer, repeating itself over and over for a long time. Then it spoke to Guamingyu. I cannot confirm the correctness of your answer, but I also cannot prove it is wrong. Therefore, I can only say congratulations, young wizard. You have completed Rowena Ravenclaw's test. Your perseverance has been worthwhile. Rowena Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets mission is mainly to test whether young wizards have extraordinary wisdom and patience. You have proven your wisdom and your patience by answering the questions correctly 100 times in a row. Now, Rowena Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets is open to you. With that, the doorknob eagle transformed into a pitch-black door, which Guamingyu gently pushed open. Andres had been waiting for today's outcome, but around 11 p.m., while reading in the headmaster's office, a system notification sounded. Andres immediately understood that Guamingyu's mission must be complete, so he opened the system and entered the illusion mission area. Sure enough, the Ravenclaw crest lit up in the Creator's Chamber of Secrets missions. Andres looked at the illusion mission. It read, Rowena Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. Those who successfully pass the test set by Rowena Ravenclaw and enter the illusion can learn everything Rowena Ravenclaw left behind in the illusion. Because of Rowena Ravenclaw's. Before her death, Ina Ravenclaw glimpsed the secret of time. The secret chamber had been modified by Rowena Ravenclaw, its time flow being half that of the outside world. Andres was shocked. What did that mean? The secret chamber was a copy? The time flow in this copy was half that of the outside? That meant that 2 days inside equaled 1 day outside? Andres thought for a moment. This aligned with the purpose of the system's education. All students who entered had double the time available for learning. Andres suddenly seemed to realize something and began to question the system. In this secret chamber, does human growth time follow the speed inside the chamber, or the speed outside? It follows the speed outside. Oh, that's good. Otherwise, what's the point? How many people can this secret chamber hold at the same time? The secret chamber is level 1, and can only accommodate a maximum of 10 people. Andres' initial hope was dashed upon hearing this. He couldn't help but think how terrifying it would be if everyone could enter. However, seeing that the chamber was only level 1, his hope rekindled. Can the secret chamber be upgraded? Yes. The secret chamber can be upgraded, with a maximum level of 10. Each upgrade increases the capacity by 10 people. Do all those who want to enter the secret chamber need to complete an illusion mission? No, only the first person to initiate the illusion mission needs to pass a test to open the secret chamber. The remaining slots are accessed by the host, and no one can enter without the host's permission. Do I include myself among these 10 people? Anyone can enter as long as they have the host's permission. Although Andres had asked if he could enter, and received an affirmative answer, he didn't want to waste his own slot. He could easily upgrade himself through the system, so he decided to leave the slots for the students. But how should the slots be allocated? Andres thought for a long time, and felt that showing favoritism to anyone was inappropriate. Suddenly, he noticed the final exam schedule on his desk, and instantly had an idea. Since favoritism was undesirable, he decided based on grades. He distribute the spots equally among the top-ranked students in each grade, or those who had made outstanding contributions to Hogwarts. That would be it, however, since Guamingyu was the discoverer and the one who completed the mission of the secret chamber, his spot couldn't be revoked. Now, he needed to figure out how to upgrade the secret chamber, so Andres searched the system. Sure enough, Andres found newly added secret chamber cards, but these were a bit pricey. One card cost 1,000 system points. Andres decisively bought 6 cards, upgrading the secret chamber to level 3. That meant Andres spent 6,000 points for 20 spots, so he began writing a notice on his desk. Chapter 175. After completing his mission, Guamingyu entered Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets. He had seen Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets in the movies, but this Ravenclaw chamber was completely different. Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets resembled a private library within Hogwarts Castle, but Guamingyu noticed something amiss upon closer inspection. When Guamingyu went to the window to see which floor he was on, he found only some dense forest outside. This was unlikely at Hogwarts. Hogwarts was built on a massive rock, and the nearest forest was the Forbidden Forest. Further investigation revealed that the moon was also unusual, appearing red. Guamingyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered the sloth's traveling tent from his magical creatures class. According to Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the tent belonged to Headmaster Andreas, and the illusions within could change depending on who controlled it. So Guamingyu took out his wand and cast the spell Stop It, then began to imagine a peach blossom forest outside the window, its petals falling like rain. Sure enough, in Guamingyu's vision, the forest in the dead of night slowly transformed into a 10-mile-long sea of peach blossoms. Bathed in sunlight, a gentle breeze carried away the blossoms, creating a breathtaking scene. Guamingyu was now certain he was in another dimension, at least not inside Hogwarts Castle. He then began to observe the library's furnishings. Besides the shelves, there was only a burning kerosene lamp on a desk, though he didn't know how long it had been burning. It showed no sign of going out. Guamingyu walked to the desk and found a note on it. It read, "Hello, stranger. Since you can see this note, you must have passed the Doorknob Eagle's test. Here lies all my life's knowledge. You can rest assured and study it slowly. My only hope is that you can use this knowledge well after you mastered it." It was just a simple note, so Guamingyu didn't throw it away but placed it in his desk drawer. He went to a bookshelf and randomly picked up a book. Guamingyu saw that the book was titled, How to Spy on Others' Privacy, a book about mind control. Guamingyu put the book back. It wasn't something he could learn right now. Then he went to another bookshelf and picked up another book, The Magical Guardian Spell. It seemed he couldn't learn this one now either, maybe next school year. Finally, Guamingyu came to a bookshelf that seemed to be filled with travelogues, and he took out a thick book, the record of encounters with otherworldly creatures. Looking at the book, Guamingyu silently complained, "Are there even otherworldly creatures in the universe now? This stuff looks just like some cheesy transmigration novel from a certain online forum." Guamingyu figured he had nothing better to do, so he went to his desk and began engrossed in reading. No, not a novel, but the chronicles of otherworldly creatures. Time always flies when someone is highly focused on something. Guamingyu didn't know how long he'd been reading, but based on his usual reading speed, he figured he'd been reading this thick book for at least 3 or 4 hours. If he kept reading, it might be dawn, and if he didn't go back soon, he wouldn't get any sleep. When Guamingyu finally emerged from Ravenclaw's chamber and returned to his dorm, he realized it was 1:58 a.m., not quite 2 a.m. yet. Guamingyu was a little taken aback. Maybe he was too engrossed in the novel? No, wait, he was reading the chronicles of otherworldly creatures. Guamingyu shook his head, not thinking much of it, and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep. The next morning, Guamingyu woke up to find a folded note on his desk. He didn't remember leaving a note on his bedside table, so he curiously unfolded it. It read, "Don't tell anyone about last night. Come see me in the principal's office after class at noon today." Guamingyu was puzzled by the signature Andres on the note. How did the principal know he had entered Ravenclaw's secret chamber last night? He had carefully observed his surroundings to make sure no one was around. This made Guamingyu very uneasy, thinking he had broken the rules by wandering around at night and trespassing into Ravenclaw's secret chamber. He spent the entire morning worrying about it, not because he was afraid of being punished or forced to do dirty work. It was because final exams were approaching, and the scores of the 4 houses were very close. He was worried that his house might lose points and fail to retain the House Cup trophy. Then he would become a sinner of Ravenclaw. Everyone would shun him from now on. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Soon the morning charms class ended, and his roommates, seeing he seemed distracted, thought he was sick. Guamingyu could only tell them he wasn't sick, but had a nightmare the night before and hadn't slept well. They didn't ask any further questions, and went to eat in the cafeteria together. Guamingyu then took out a note telling everyone he'd go later, as he needed to go to the headmaster's office first. In the headmaster's office, Andres was signing documents sent by Catherine. He also saw that Catherine had already sent a security company to establish a base in the Imperial Graveyard. Catherine said they would complete a simple, large base in 3 months. Seeing this, Andres felt the process was a bit slow. He might need to go there personally, since building a structure was just a matter of waving his wand for him. Just as he was agonizing over whether to prioritize student recruitment or building houses in the Imperial Graveyard this summer, there was a knock on his headmaster's office door. Andres checked the time. It should be Guamingyu arriving at this hour. "Come in." "Headmaster Andres, you wanted to see me?" "Oh, it's Guamingyu. How are you doing at Hogwarts? Are you satisfied with your life here? You've been here for a year, and I haven't even called you in to check on your studies and life. This is my dereliction of duty as headmaster." Guamingyu understood. There were 800 students in total at Hogwarts. Andres didn't have time to check on each one individually. The headmaster was just being polite. It would be foolish to take it seriously. "I'm very happy, headmaster. Hogwarts is the best school in the world." "Heh, you're quite charming. Have a glass of juice. Black tea will keep you from sleeping at noon." As soon as Andres finished speaking, a teapot flew out from the headmaster's desk and filled a glass with juice. Andres gestured for Guamingyu to take the glass and take a sip. Not bad. It's white peach-flavored juice, just a little bitter." Andres watched Guamingyu drink the juice, then continued chatting with him. "So summer vacation is almost here. What are your plans for this summer?" "Me? I haven't thought about it yet, but I'd probably go back to Yin Country to visit my parents." "Do you have time to do anything for the school?" "Do things for the school?" "Yes, in fact, the second-year class leaders were already helping the school last summer. They received good compensation, and they should continue this year." "What do you need us to do?" "Recruitment." Chapter 176. Admissions? Is it the same as last year? Pretty much, but don't worry, we have professors leading the teams. But there's no rush, you can go back and think about it slowly. By the way, would you like some juice? "Thank you, no need, headmaster." "What brings you here today? How did you find out about the Chamber of Secrets?" Andres' lips curled slightly upwards. Young people really can't keep their composure. "I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts, aren't I?" "Aw? Just because you're the headmaster? Actually, you might underestimate the headmaster of Hogwarts." "Okay, Let's not talk about that. How was it in Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets yesterday? Did you make any special discoveries? It felt like a library. The collection was indeed very rich. As for any special discoveries, Guamingyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. I feel like it's a bit like your lazy man's traveling tent. I can freely change the view outside the window. That's all? Didn't you notice anything else amiss? That's all. Is there a problem, Principal Andres? What do you feel about the flow of time inside? The flow of time? I don't feel anything. It just seems like I was inside for 3 or 4 hours, but when I came out, I found it wasn't that long, less than 2 hours. At this point, Guamingyu's speech slowed, and his eyes widened. It seemed Guamingyu had realized what was going on, so Andres didn't hide anything further and told him directly. Understood. That's why I didn't want you to reveal this. The Chamber of Secrets altered the flow of time. Time inside was half as slow as outside. Guamingyu was so shocked by the truth that he could hardly speak. But, Headmaster Andres, how is this possible? Could it be that it accelerated time and space? Will my lifespan be shortened because of this? No, it's simply a place that gives you more time to study. The reason I didn't want you to tell anyone is because there are limited spots in the Chamber of Secrets, and I wanted to use it as a reward for outstanding students in this semester's final exams. Oh, I see. I thought you were going to punish me for breaking the curfew yesterday. Aha, I didn't catch you in the act, so I won't deduct your points. But you reminded me, and I should reward you properly for unlocking the Chamber of Secrets for Hogwarts. You earned 50 points for your wisdom and perseverance. Guamingyu's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he kept talking. Thank you, Headmaster. Thank you, Headmaster. Just after Andres added 50 points to Ravenclaw's score, some young wizards noticed that the blue gem representing Ravenclaw in the hourglass of points at the school gate had increased, and Ravenclaw's score on the house leaderboard had increased by 50 points. This situation stunned the young wizards present, and then the news spread throughout the entire school at an astonishing speed. The young wizards were all wondering who had added 50 points to Ravenclaw's score, and what they had done. Their gossip was running high, while in the headmaster's office, Guamingyu finished his conversation with Andres and came to the Great Hall. As soon as Guamingyu sat down, his roommate excitedly told him what had just happened, asking if Guamingyu knew what had happened. However, Guamingyu didn't dare to say anything in front of so many people. He was afraid of being surrounded and interrogated about the Chamber of Secrets, as he had promised Andres to keep it a secret for the time being. On his way back from dinner, Guamingyu ran into Duan Yuza and Zheng Yunwen, who were also heading upstairs. They were also asking Guamingyu what had happened, and he could only make up an excuse. That evening, when the students returned to their dormitories after dinner, they saw a notice on the bulletin board. The notice contained the following. To boost students' learning motivation, the school has prepared a mystery gift for the top 5 students in each of the first and second years, as well as the top 5 in the third, fifth, and seventh year programs, a total of 30 students. However, due to certain reasons, the first year, 3-year program has one less spot, only 4 available. Students were buzzing with discussion in front of the bulletin board. What was going on? A mystery reward? 5 spots for each of the 2 years and 3 programs? But why was the first year, 3-year program 1 spot short? Had they done something wrong recently? No way, they hadn't seen any points deducted from the House Cup. In fact, Ravenclaw gained 50 points. Could it be because of those 50 points? They were getting closer to the truth. But then someone raised the question of what the reward might be, and things spiraled further and further off track. Guamingyu, like a revolutionary soldier, steadfastly guarded his secret, refusing to divulge it to anyone. Even when Pang Minghui and the others inquired about the secret room, he brushed it off by saying he was too busy with exams to deal with it. The exam week finally arrived in mid-June. A few days before the exams, Andres specifically convened a meeting with the professors to discuss the matter. Professor McGonagall, as the vice principal, took charge of the overall situation. She said that exams happen every year, so it's no big deal. Let's reassure our principal Andres, and focus on the next semester. Andres understood that Professor McGonagall was reminding him that the number of students would double next semester, and he needed to prepare more. Compared to last year, besides matters within the school, Hogsmeade Village also required his attention. After all, it was under Hogwarts management, and now was not the time to let it grow unchecked. During the school's exam period, Andres redeemed 15 more house elves through the system. He entrusted 10 of them to Dobby, and had Sparkle take the remaining 5 to the Hogsmeade Village Inn. He entrusted the inn to Sparkle, which pleased the bird greatly, believing it had earned Andre's trust. It vowed to safeguard the inn for its master and prevent any mishaps. After 10 days of exams, the young wizards of Hogwarts finally had some time to relax. They played Quidditch in groups, and they wandered around Hogsmeade Village in groups. Some of the young wizards even visited the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest. The day before the exam results were released, Andres arrived at Professor McGonagall's Gryffindor headmaster's office, mainly to inquire about the children's exam results and to collect the list of awards. How was it, Professor McGonagall? How did this year's exams go? Overall, it was quite good. No students have failed yet. Generally speaking, the yin students were quite strong in the theoretical exams, while the bearing students were at the bottom. In practical courses that required hands-on experience, the bearing students were undoubtedly the best, while the Gallic students were the worst. They seemed to lack practical skills. Chapter 177. Of course, worst is only relative. That's good. The results will be announced tomorrow. 3 days later, the students can go on holiday. It'd be time for annual student recruitment again. We'd be busy. How many students do we plan to recruit this year? I plan to recruit another 800 this year. 800? We secretly thought you would actively expand and recruit more students. I thought about that. I plan to upgrade Hogwarts Castle to level 6, which can accommodate 3,200 students at a time. But if we recruit more students, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great. Let's solidify the foundation first. We can expand the number of students next year or the year after when we have a stable pool of graduates. That's good too. To be honest, the professors aren't prepared either. You know, in our original world, Hogwarts only had a maximum of. There are only a little over 100 students, and the entire school has just over 1,000 people. But now, we already have 800. If another 800 come next semester, it will be the largest Hogwarts has ever had. I plan to have Professor Snape and Professor Sprout take a trip to the Imperial Graveyard this summer. The herb farm there is already under construction, and they definitely know better than us how to modify it. As for other potion ingredients, we should start preparing them too. For example, we can't always buy dragon blood from the system. We need to buy some dragon eggs and raise dragons ourselves. Excuse my bluntness, Headmaster Andres, where do you plan to raise these large magical creatures? Who will raise them? Hagrid is definitely not an option. He can't control all those dragons by himself. And what about the other magical creatures? That requires a large number of people. I think we might need a large space to raise dragons, and we definitely need a group of professional dragon breeders. How about we switch to unicorns instead of dragons? The unicorn herd can be kept in the Forbidden Forest. They're not that troublesome to raise. Unicorns are indeed much easier to raise than dragons. I have no objection. Alright, I have Hagrid come over in a bit and discuss this with him. By the way, could you give me the report cards first? Of course, you're the headmaster. Andres took a report card, and Professor McGonagall made several copies and gave them to the house elves to post on the bulletin boards of each house for the students to see. 5:30 p.m., Hogwarts Great Hall. Professors and students were already seated in the Great Hall waiting for Headmaster Andres to arrive for the end-of-term review. At the long table in Gryffindor House. Barita, I know you usually get good grades, but I didn't expect you to be in the top 5 of your grade. Erlinda, you're not bad either. You're in the top 40. What? Everyone knows there are only 40 students in the second year of the 7-year program. You're insulting me. I challenge you to a duel. With that, Erlinda started tickling Barita. Ahaha, I'm sorry, Erlinda. Please forgive me. Let's see if you dare look down on me again. I won't. By the way, Barita, how are you spending your summer vacation this year? The same as always, staying at Hogwarts. I already talked to Colette about it. Is Colette staying too? Yes, you know her situation is a bit special. Well, actually I wanted to stay too. But my parents won't allow it. They said they haven't seen me in ages and want me to go home for a while. If things get busy in Hogsmeade, they let me go help out. That's fine too. My sister's too busy to talk to me now. I seriously suspect she's forgotten she even has a sister. Oh! My poor Beretta, we come to see you in Hogsmeade during the holidays, won't we, Wendy and Violet? I definitely will, because my silly brother might have to stay after school. I heard Mr. Ollivander will be quite busy these days. He have to stay and help. Oh! Your parents don't mind? Of course not, as long as my sister and I go back. While they were discussing their summer plans, the same topic was being discussed on the other side of the Gryffindor table. Marion, you're amazing. I never expected you to get such a good grade out of so many people. Austin, you're the worst student among the three of us. Marion and I are both in the top 5. I just don't know what the principal's mystery gift is." Hearing Talia's words, Austin felt an urge to flip the table. However, looking at the solid wood table and chairs in front of him, he decided to hold back. "Alright, Talia, I believe Austin just slipped up. After all, we study together, and he tried his best, right? By the way, what are your plans for the holidays? Want to come to Bibury? Our house is big enough to accommodate everyone." "Really? That's great, Marion. You know, I'm fed up with London's terrible traffic. My parents are at work and don't have time to look after me. I talk to them when I get back. I envy you too. I probably can't. I have to stay home to take care of my younger brother. I wonder if he has any wizarding talent. I wish he could become a wizard too." "That's a real shame, Talia. Marion and I will miss you." Although Austin said it was a shame, his face showed no trace of regret, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Talia ignored Austin, even rolling her eyes at his words. At the long table in Hufflepuff, Shijingi and her roommate Gong Yingshi were also chatting. "Finally, I can go home. I had enough of the terrible food at the University of England. I think I lost a lot of weight." "Okay, Yingshi, you're already thin. If you lose any more weight, you'll be malnourished. I just wanted to complain that the University of England is a culinary wasteland. Even though the house elves at Hogwarts have tried their best, it's always the same few dishes. Okay, I think this is already great for me. I can eat so well without paying. You're so easily satisfied. Anyway, what are you planning to do when you get back?" "Taking care of Grandma and doing my summer homework, of course." "How boring. I come find you to play. Whatever makes you happy, my little darling. I knew you were the best." "Shoo, be quiet. Headmaster Andres is here." After saying this, Shijingi looked towards the professor's table. Andres had just appeared at the table. He picked up his spoon and gently tapped his wine glass a few times. The entire Great Hall of Hogwarts fell silent. Everyone looked at Andres, wanting to know what he had to say. Chapter 178. I apologize for taking up some of your time, as I have some announcements to make. First, congratulations everyone. We were pleasantly surprised to find that none of you fell behind in this year's final exams. Everyone passed. Andres led the applause, and all the young wizards joined in happily. After a moment, Andres gestured with his hands down to silence everyone. The Great Hall fell silent again. Now it's time to deliver the rewards. I announce that the top 5 students in the grade will have the right to enter Ravenclaw's time chamber, which I have placed on the 5th floor of the castle. Those who enter will not only be able to learn the knowledge left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw, but will also enjoy the privilege of having time flow halved within the chamber. As soon as Andres finished speaking, the audience erupted in a cacophony of voices. A murmur of discussion arose, and some even shouted questions. "Principal Andres, you're joking, right?" "Mr. Austin, this is no joke. From now on, this award will be given to the top students in the final exams, and the award period is 1 year. They can enter and exit at any time during this year. I hope the award recipients can make good use of the twice as much time as others to study hard." "No. Why did I get 6th place?" "Duan Yuza, it's probably because the 5 people ahead of you did better than you." Guamingyu was a little confused in the audience. Wasn't the entrance to the secret room supposed to be the door knocker eagle? When did it move to the 5th floor? Actually, it's not Guamingyu's fault for not knowing. This was mainly Andres' arrangement. Andres knew through the system that once the secret room was solved, its location could be changed according to the host's needs for management. Andreas, considering the inconvenience of students from other houses constantly entering and exiting the Ravenclaw common room, moved the Chamber of Secrets from the door knocker eagle to the 5th floor. To guard the entrance, he also hung a portrait of a former Hogwarts headmaster. Ahem. Now I have the second announcement. I'm awarding Guamingyu, who solved the Chamber of Secrets, the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. That's why Ravenclaw got those extra 50 points. The reason I'm only telling everyone now is to give you a surprise. Headmaster Andres, you should have said so sooner. If you had, I would have definitely gotten into the top 5. Flatch Buxton, believe me, you still have a chance next year. Now I have the third announcement. Because Gryffindor won the Quidditch Championship, I'm fulfilling my promise. Gryffindor will receive 100 points, and all members of the Gryffindor team will receive a reward of £10,000. A cheer erupted from the Gryffindor tables, and some young wizards lamented that they hadn't joined the Quidditch team. They could have gotten that £10,000 too. The young wizards at the other tables were equally disappointed. Why wasn't their house's team the champion? The Slytherin wizards were even more determined to win next year. They absolutely couldn't let those rewards slip through their fingers again. After all the wizards quieted down again, Andres spoke once more. Now, I announce one last thing. The winner of this year's House Cup. This year's competition was incredibly fierce. Let's see. Hufflepuff 539 points. Congratulations, Hufflepuff. All the young wizards applauded Hufflepuff House. Despite coming in last, the Hufflepuffs felt they had done their best and weren't upset. Next up is Slytherin with 558 points. Congratulations, Slytherin. The young wizards applauded again, though the Slytherin wizards were somewhat disappointed. Next up is Ravenclaw. They got 583 points. Congratulations, Ravenclaw. All the Ravenclaw wizards looked disappointed. It seemed their house had lost in the Quidditch Cup, making them realize that simply burying themselves in study wasn't enough. Finally, Gryffindor with 627 points. Congratulations to them for winning this year's House Cup. I think Hogwarts needs to make some changes. Amidst the cheers, Andreas waved his wand. The entire Hogwarts castle changed from the Blue Eagle banners of Ravenclaw to the Red Lion banners of Gryffindor. This gesture only amplified the cheers from the Gryffindor students. Alright, the term will end in 3 days. Everyone will be returning to London on the Hogwarts Express. Students from France, upon arrival in London, do not need to disembark. The Hogwarts Express will take you to the Paris station. Students from Yin, Lighthouse, and Bering will be picked up by a bus from the Magical Finance Investment Company and taken to the airport. The school has arranged a charter flight for you. Of course, if anyone wishes to stay at school for the summer, please obtain permission from your guardian within 3 days. Alright, I think everyone is hungry, so let's begin dinner. Andres clapped his hands, and various foods appeared on the tables throughout the Great Hall. Andres then sat down and began to eat his dinner. The once quiet Great Hall was once again filled with the sounds of young wizards chatting and the clinking of cutlery. At the Slytherin table, Jean was working on a steak. What a shame, I thought we win the College Cup this year. Jerome, that's because you forgot about the 100-point bonus for first place in Quidditch. I knew we missed the College Cup when our team only got second. No wonder you look so fine. Jean, you should join a Quidditch team. You are an Arsenal Academy player. Your foundation should be much better than most. Come on, Jerome. Jean was trained to kick the ball with his feet in Academy. He never trained to kick it in the air. Fabio's right. Actually, I focus more on ball control and physical conditioning at the Youth Academy. I didn't get that much exposure to technique and tactics. Was the crazy eating of beef and mutton part of the training? Of course, otherwise how could I have such a strong physique and height? Indeed, he's much stronger and taller than all of us. Don't feel inferior, Anil, you grow taller too. Damn it, I'm not inferior. I'm going to strangle you. Ha ha ha. The cheerful laughter of the little snakes diluted the Slytherin's disappointment at not getting first place. An hour later, Andres announced the end of the banquet. Because it was a holiday, the young wizards didn't line up to leave like at previous banquets, but left in 2s and 3s, while the rest continued to eat desserts and chat at the tables. Chapter 179. That very night, every young wizard who had qualified to enter the Chamber of Secrets the following year found a note by their bedside, containing the method to find the chamber and the password. The next day, some young wizards excitedly visited the chamber, and returned to tell their friends what the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw looked like. Austin, don't be sad. Talia and I went in and checked, there's nothing there. It's more like a private library than a secret chamber. If you need any books, just tell us, and we figure out how to get them out. Stop it, Marion. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Besides, it's not about a few books, it's about time. It's about time. You guys already have good grades, and with double the time, how are we supposed to catch up? I feel like tomorrow, even with double the time, the top 5 will still be you. Marion, ignore this self-destructive coward. Let's go to the secret chamber after dinner and read some books, don't waste time. I'm not a coward. I'm just unwilling to accept it. But Talia reminded me, I can't let you fall too far behind. You go to the secret chamber, I go to the library. Hearing the 3 of them discussing the other young wizards, I couldn't help but mentally rant, is Hogwarts this competitive now? While the other young wizards were discussing things for the semester or finals, Darius convened a meeting of the student council members in the 5th floor conference room, the same conference room that was only open for 2 hours a day. Darius saw that all the prefects had arrived at the meeting on time, so he addressed everyone. It's finals time, and I didn't want to disturb everyone's hard-earned rest. But Ravenclaw's time chamber has forced me to call this meeting. I believe everyone understands how significant this chamber is to us. I hope everyone here understands that we are all 3-year students. We already have limited study time, making the time chamber especially precious to us. Gryffindor Prefect Bruno Evans, who had a good relationship with Darius, echoed Darius's words today. Darius, we understand what you're saying, but what good does understanding do? The spots are already set, and nothing will change. Bruno, you hit the nail on the head. The spots are indeed set, but we can still try to get extra spots. Extra spots? How can you be sure there are extra spots? And how many extra spots do we need? How will we know if we don't try? Speaking of the number of spots, Bruno, what were you first-year class leaders doing? The top 5 only took 3 spots. Have you been lax in your standards? Darius, you know there are 70 of us in the 3-year program. The competition is fierce, unlike your second year where only 10 of you can easily sweep the top 5. That's no excuse. Look at the 2 class leaders from Yin Country, Peng and Sunday. They do the same things as you class leaders, but they're first and second in the grade. That's not fair. The students from Yin Country have organized a study group. They study together all the time. You should look at the first-year report cards. Out of 15 spots, Yin Country has taken 9. Hearing Bruno Evans' complaints, Pang Mingwei quickly stood up to defend the Yin students. Don't be ridiculous, Bruno. Where's the unfairness? While you were playing around during breaks, we were studying. While you were dating girls, we were studying. While you were slacking off and sleeping, we were still studying. So tell me, where's the unfairness? Did our Yin students stop you from studying? Bruno Evans was speechless upon hearing the rebuttal. Darius, seeing the awkward situation, quickly stepped forward. Alright, today's meeting is about our student council securing spots. We second-year students will be entering our 3rd year this fall, and the school intends for us to become teaching assistants to teach the freshmen, which will take up a lot of time, a perfect excuse. And the school's enrollment will also increase significantly this fall, so you have a lot more to do after you enter your 2nd year. The 18 young wizards present, except for Darius, began to whisper among themselves. Actually, there wasn't much to discuss. It concerned the student council's interests, so they naturally agreed. However, they still needed to hold a meeting to discuss it. That was in line with Western democratic thinking. Bruno Evans, acting as Darius's representative, spoke up again. I think everyone will agree to this proposal, but you don't know what to do. You don't need to do anything, just sign this petition. If it passes unanimously, I go talk to Principal Andres about it. That's it? Yes, that's it. Then I have no problem. Bruno Evans was the first to sign the document and pass it on. The others glanced at the document, found nothing wrong, and signed their names as well. Finally, Darius looked at the returned document with satisfaction. It was filled with the signatures of 18 people. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. I wish you all a pleasant holiday. By the way, you first-year students should ask Diane for your MSN accounts. We have an MSN group for prefects. I suggest you create your own first-year group when you get back. It's convenient for discussing homework, and is also a good communication channel. After Darius announced the dismissal, the first-year prefects went to Diane for MSN contact information. He himself went to the principal's office on the 8th floor. He explained his purpose to the water sprite at the principal's office door, but the sprite didn't react, seemingly communicating with someone inside. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the sprite made way for him. Principal Andres, excuse me. Oh, it's Darius. Please sit down. I have a document to sign. Please wait a moment. Would you like a cup of black tea? Thank you, Principal Andres. After Darius sat down, he began to observe Principal Andres' office. A delicate teacup appeared before him, and then the teapot flew over and filled the cup with black tea. The portraits hanging on the principal's office wall all had their eyes closed, as if asleep. Just as Darius was looking around, a note fluttered in and landed on Andres' desk. Andres had just closed his folder when he saw the note. He glanced at it and smiled at Darius. Oh, it's a note from Hagrid, our Forbidden Forest keeper. He's coming over later to discuss raising unicorns. Unicorns? Principal, you mean we see unicorns in our magical creatures class next semester? I'm not sure yet, but it's highly likely. Chapter 180. By the way, Darius, what brings you here? It's like this, Headmaster Andres, our student council had a meeting, mainly about the Ravenclaw time chamber. Darius handed over the signed documents. Andres glanced at Darius with surprise, but took the documents without saying anything. Andres carefully examined the documents in his hand, while Darius waited quietly. After a while, Andres looked up at Darius and said, "You want to include all prefects on the list of those permitted entry into the chamber?" "Yes, Headmaster Andres." "Could you explain why?" "Mainly, we 3-year students have too little time to study. I know the school is already giving us extra lessons to improve our magical abilities, but Headmaster Andres, this only bridges the gap in individual subjects. We still lag far behind 7-year students in other subjects. This isn't actually beneficial for our future work needs. Also, you previously mentioned wanting us to teach some freshman classes next semester, which will also take up a lot of our study time. So I think finding a way to make up for that time is a reasonable request." What you said does exist. And I did intend to have you teach the freshman 7-year students, since the actual first-year courses are quite simple. Your idea reminded me that we should indeed give you graduating students more support. Here's what you're asking. I approve your request, but this privilege is only open to 3-year student council members. Others must obtain the qualification through normal examinations, mainly because the chamber cannot withstand too many people's time slowdown. I hope you can understand." Darius nodded happily in agreement. "Thank you, Principal, I understand. If slowing down the flow of time in the secret chamber doesn't come at any cost, I believe the principal will allow everyone in the school to enter." "Thank you for your understanding, Darius. Go back and ask the others if they would accept it if your classes were moved to the evenings next year and held in the secret chamber." "Yes, we would. Principal Andres, we would accept it. Our concern is that we don't have enough study time. If we could have classes in the secret chamber, that would be perfect." "All right then, I will discuss this with Professor McGonagall and the others. I will not only seek your opinions, but also those of the professors. However, I did my best to make this happen. By the way, Darius, ask the prefects in Great Britain if they're available to help with home visits this year. The compensation is the same as last year. If so, let the school know before you go home." "Don't worry, Headmaster Andres, everyone is willing to continue contributing to the school this year. I already asked everyone, even those from other countries, and everyone is very happy. After all, the compensation you offer is quite generous." "That's good. Tell everyone to go back and wait for further notice. We let everyone know when we finalize the plans." Just as Andres and Darius were about to end their conversation, there was another knock on the headmaster's office door. "Ahem, Headmaster Andres, may I come in?" "Oh, little guy, don't bite my pants. How did you get into the headmaster's office?" "Go back to your owner." Andres and Darius were taken aback. Hagrid clearly hadn't come alone. How did his natural animal-friendly nature attract someone else's pet? "Come in, Hagrid," Andres and Darius said as Hagrid entered, a dog dangling from his lap. Yes, dangling, because the dog had bitten Hagrid's trousers and was being carried in, swinging in the air. Hagrid said apologetically. "Sorry, Headmaster Andres, I saw this dog wandering around the castle when I entered, so I fed it 2 pieces of jerky. I didn't expect it to cling to me like that. I take it back to the castle gate in a bit, and see whose pet it is." Darius, standing nearby, barked at the dog. "Come down, General. Come to me, General." The husky, hearing someone call its name, first looked puzzled, then delighted, as if asking, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing Darius call it, the husky quickly dropped Hagrid's trousers, ran to Darius's side, stood up, and placed its front paws on Darius's body. Hagrid, seeing this, visibly relaxed and asked, "Darius, is this your pet? I don't recall you having a dog." "No, Professor Hagrid, this dog isn't mine. It belongs to Bernhard of Hufflepuff, and I don't know why it's here. Perhaps it ran away. I take it to Bernhard now." "You mean that Hufflepuff guy who's an apprentice at Nance's shop?" "Yes, that's him." "Professor Hagrid knows Bernhard?" "He's a prefect in Hufflepuff. I seen him a few times at Nance's shop. He's a nice young man." "Then please take this dog back to its owner." "I will, Professor Hagrid." "Well then, I be going now." "Goodbye, Headmaster Andres." "All right, goodbye, Darius." At this moment, the husky glared at Andres with its intelligent little eyes, as if to say, "What about me? If you don't say goodbye, I tear your headmaster's office down." Andres thought for a moment, then gave in for the sake of his own office. "All right, goodbye to you too. General. You're called General, right?" Having received a satisfactory answer, the General and Darius left. Watching them leave, Andres wiped away a non-existent cold sweat, and said to Hagrid, "Please have a seat, Hagrid. Would you mind a cup of tea?" "Of course, thank you, Headmaster Andres. I rushed over as soon as I saw your note." "You're planning to raise some unicorns, aren't you, Headmaster?" "That's what I'm planning." You know we want to establish a base for magical materials, and some magical raw materials come from these magical creatures, so we need to enrich the magical world with magical creatures. I originally wanted to raise a dragon, Hagrid said excitedly before Andres could finish speaking. What dragon? Those fascinating big guys? Oh, Headmaster Andres, you're so wise. Don't worry, I take good care of the dragon. I wanted to raise one for a long time. The last dragon I raised was Norbert, but I had to give him away when he was very young. Hagrid suddenly noticed Andres staring at him strangely without speaking, so Hagrid quickly pretended to be calm and said, Yes, I meant I take good care of the unicorns. That's right. Hagrid, we raise dragons later. But not now. Why, Andres? Dragons are much easier to raise than unicorns. Unicorns are very proud and generally won't let humans near them. Unless it's a woman or a child. Some unicorns don't even let boys near them. It's because we haven't yet found a suitable place to hide the dragons. But, Chapter 181. Hagrid, don't worry. When we have the means to raise dragons, I let you lead the team. I believe no one at Hogwarts will compete with you for this dangerous job. Okay, thank you, Andres. Actually, they're not dangerous, they're just a bit too big for wizards. Let's not talk about dragons yet, let's talk about unicorns first. How many unicorns do you think we should get initially? I think about 10 should be enough. They're not as easy to get along with as thestrals. Unicorns. Too many beasts will crowd out the living space of other magical creatures, not that they will actively attack other creatures, but rather that their innate sacred magical attributes will pose a threat to darker creatures. So what ratio should these 10 be? A male to female ratio of 2 to 8 is best. This is more conducive to the growth of the population. I understand. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest now. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. After saying this, Andres first exchanged 8 secret chamber cards from the system, spending 8,000 points to upgrade the secret chamber to level 4 to meet the number of participants. Then he exchanged 10 unicorn cards from the system, spending 2,000 system points. Andres and Hagrid left Hogwarts Castle and arrived in the Forbidden Forest. He had Hagrid step back while he went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and conjured 10 unicorns. A flash of white light appeared, and the elven god's pets appeared before Andres. One of them, a magnificent unicorn, walked out from its pack and approached Andres, nuzzling him with its long horn. Andres suddenly felt incredibly refreshed, then watched the unicorns depart, heading deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, looking on with envy, approached excitedly. Headmaster Andres, you're so lucky to have received a unicorn's blessing. This means you're in for a treat. Unicorns rarely bless adult wizards. No wonder I felt so relieved. The end of the term arrived, and a notice appeared on the bulletin boards of the 4 houses. It roughly said, to thank the students in the student council for their hard work in maintaining order at school, the school has decided to allocate 10 additional slots for the Chamber of Secrets to the student council. Most students had no objections, but some, seeing the benefits of the Chamber of Secrets, planned to try and get into the student council later. Today was Hogwarts holiday. Except for a few students staying on campus instead of going home, most students were in their dormitories packing their luggage. After having breakfast downstairs, they left Hogwarts for Hogsmeade Village, their luggage being carried to the Hogwarts Express by house elves. Among the group, Benhard, holding General's hand, accompanied Joanna as they slowly walked towards Hogsmeade Village. This semester, Benhard had always let General run with him when they went to the magical creature shop in Hogsmeade. One reason was that he used the opportunity to exercise, and the other was to release General's excess energy. Today they were with Joanna, so they didn't run. Darling, you and General will miss me, won't you? Yes, we will. And we won't be apart for long. I'll only be helping out at Nance's shop for a few days before going home to do home visits with you. The two started acting all lovey-dovey, while the General stood by with a look of utter despair. Enough of you. I'm not human, but you guys are real dogs. And you keep feeding me this dog food? Meanwhile, Guimingyu, Pang Minghui, and their 3 companions were also on their way to Hogsmeade Village. No way, we're going to beat that Guimingyu up today. He kept the secret of solving the Chamber of Secrets from us. If I'd known this spot was a reward, I would have done even better. Alright, Duanyuza, don't be so petty. It was Headmaster Andres' arrangement to not tell you the Chamber of Secrets was solved, and I can't go against his decision. I think Duanyuza is right. We consider you a brother, so to soothe our wounded hearts, you should at least buy us a drink. Fine, I give up. I pay today. Alright, Godfather, you're so generous. We're ashamed of ourselves. The brothers chatted and laughed as they walked towards Hogsmeade Village. Actually, the young wizards didn't need to go to the Hogsmeade Village station so early, but everyone wanted to relax in the village and bring back some things before heading home. Meanwhile, Headmaster Andres stood in his office, overlooking the entire Hogwarts. He watched the students leave in 2s and 3s, remarking on how quickly time flew by. By this time next year, students would be graduating. Just then, there was a knock on the headmaster's office door. Without turning around, Andres said, "Come in." "Headmaster Andres, Professor Snape and Professor Sprout are here." Andres quickly turned to look at the three who entered. "Please sit down, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Sprout. What would you like to drink? How about some Brazilian coffee? Catherine specially sent it over a few days ago." "Thank you so much, Headmaster Andres." Before long, four freshly brewed cups of coffee appeared out of thin air and landed on the table. As everyone enjoyed their coffee, Andres addressed Professor Snape and Professor Sprout. The two professors must have already heard from Professor McGonagall, right? "Yes, Principal Andres. I heard you want us to go to the Imperial Graveyard?" "Yes, because Catherine has acquired the land and established a base there, but ultimately we're the ones using it, so she wants us to send someone over to give her some pointers on how to set it up. That's why I thought of you too. I need you to come, but don't worry, Catherine will accompany you along the way." "All right. Also, Principal Andres, I don't think we need Miss Catherine's company. I don't think the Muggles' weapons can harm Professor Sprout and me." Catherine isn't just bringing security personnel, she's also bringing. Some experts from Muggle World seed companies came to help set up some machinery. You could also refer to the technology from the Muggle World. I think it will be helpful for our herb-growing base. Since you put it that way, then so be it. By the way, I think we can try building a Flynn network over there. You guys build a fireplace there first, and I figure out how to handle the Flynn network. Having a Flynn network would indeed be much more convenient. We can even bring students there for herb classes later. After discussing business, Andreas, Professor McGonagall, and the others started chatting, mainly Professor Sprout and Professor Snape discussing some knowledge about herbs. Chapter 182. Just as Andres and the professors were chatting, the Hogwarts Express slowly began to leave Hogsmeade Village. The prefects had just finished counting the number of students from their houses and reported to Darius, the student council president. Darius, in turn, reported the number to Professor Elliot Turner, who was escorting the young wizards back. Although Elliot Turner was merely a doorman at Hogwarts and didn't teach any courses, everyone still liked to call him Professor Elliot Turner. He was quite satisfied with this title. He never thought he would be called a professor one day. His trip today wasn't just about ensuring the young wizards arrived safely in London, but also about ensuring they boarded the buses prepared by the Magical Finance Company and arrived at the airport to board their chartered plane back home. What happened to the young wizards after they arrived in their own countries was beyond his concern. After Darius reported that the number was correct, he found an empty private compartment and started to sleep soundly. After all, there wasn't much he could do alone during the several-hour journey. Before boarding the train, he chatted with old Joseph Carter and realized he was still lucky to remain at Hogwarts as a doorkeeper. Joseph Carter, on the other hand, spent his days idly helping Madame Rosmerta in Hogsmeade. Even then, he wasn't guaranteed work, as the shopkeeper Margaret Mason was also idle, so Elliot Turner noticed that Joseph Carter and Margaret Mason were unusually happy today, perhaps not because they had work to do, but because they knew they still had value and were needed by the young wizards. Elliot Turner drifted off to sleep in his box, lost in thought, while Andres continued chatting with Professor McGonagall and others. Their conversation was interrupted, and the visitor surprised them. It was none other than Lucian Wright, Professor of Alchemy at Hogwarts. Lucian Wright had come to protest to Andres, mainly because no one had enrolled in his alchemy class this year. This made him feel very embarrassed. Of course, it wasn't entirely Lucian Wright's fault. The main reason was that Hogwarts had set the application requirements for alchemy too high. The course required young wizards to have a good or above in the 5 major subjects, plus requirements for some other electives. This resulted in very few young wizards meeting the enrollment requirements this year, and naturally no one enrolled. Lucian had been idle for half a year. At first, he thought it was a good thing. Not having to attend classes meant he had more time to spend in the library learning about alchemy. But as time went on, he grew bored. Frustrated by not being able to showcase his talents, he decided to visit the headmaster's office today. His main purpose was to persuade Andres to lower the enrollment requirements for the course, as Andres himself was very interested in it. Therefore, Andres readily agreed to Lucian's request, at first thinking Lucian had misheard. However, After confirming several times, he realized Andres wasn't joking, and Lucian happily joined the coffee drinking and chatting group. Around 5 p.m., the Hogwarts Express safely arrived at platform 9¾ at King's Cross Station in London. Elliot Turner went out onto the platform first to watch over the students as they emerged from platform 9¾ The local British wizards were delighted to see their parents at King's Cross Station, and happily went home with them. The young wizards from other countries boarded the magical financial investment company's bus in an orderly fashion and headed to the airport. Professor Elliot Turner naturally went along to the airport to ensure the young wizards boarded the plane. As for the muggle checks at the airport, that was no problem for Professor Elliot Turner. A confusion charm was enough to fool him, and besides, he wasn't really going to board the plane. After seeing off the last group of young wizards, Professor Elliot Turner found a secluded spot and operated to Hogsmeade Village. Having a drink at the Three Broomsticks pub was one of his few pleasures these days. He ordered a steak and a beer, chatted with Madame Rosmerta, and ended his day's activities. That evening, he returned to Hogwarts and reported the day's events to Andreas, thus completing his mission. The next day, July 1st, Andreas, along with Professor Snape and Professor Sprout, arrived at the Magical Financial Investment Company headquarters in London. Catherine, who greeted everyone at the gate, led them to her office. After a short rest, Catherine took Professor Snape and Professor Sprout to the airport to fly to the Imperial Graveyard. While everyone was leaving, Headmaster Andres flew back to Hogwarts. At lunchtime, he discovered that the few young wizards who had stayed behind had all gone to Hogsmeade Village to become apprentices, leaving only the professors. Back in his office, he began to consider upgrading Hogwarts. In 2 months, Hogwarts would have 1,600 students, and the current Hogwarts was not perfect in some aspects. Andres needed to use the system to solve these problems. First, he spent 3,200 system points to purchase 32 Hogwarts Castle cards, upgrading Hogwarts to level 6. The upgraded Hogwarts Castle not only expanded its capacity to 3,200 students, but also gained a new area, the Black Lake. The lake, which had originally been just a seawater lake, had now transformed into a black lake like those in the Harry Potter novels. Andres even saw a giant squid in the 3D castle map. Andres simply smiled, and didn't immediately go out to see the giant squid. Instead, he used the system to spend 2,000 system points to exchange for cards for several shops in Hogsmeade Village. Then, Andres upgraded all these shops to level 2. The shop owners understood what was happening, so there were no problems. What pleased them was that their shops had expanded, and they had more items. Andres thought for a moment, and then upgraded the offices of the 4 house heads in the castle to level 4, spending a total of 3,200 system points. Since he had upgraded the 4 house heads, the other professors' lounges also needed to be upgraded to level 4, otherwise there would be complaints. So, Andres spent a huge sum of 8,800 points to upgrade the other 11 faculty lounges. All the professors at the school noticed the change in their lounge, and they all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. This act of consideration for subordinates won everyone's favor. Chapter 183. Having completed these tasks, Andres began to consider other matters. What else needed upgrading? Standing by the window of the headmaster's office, Andres quietly gazed into the distance. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in his vision, slowly growing larger until it landed inside the owl tower. Yes, Andres knew what he needed to do. He went out and entered the owl tower. The owls, large and small, were either sleeping or drinking water, and immediately opened their eyes wide to watch Andres. Andres was used to being stared at by these little creatures. He went to a cabinet in the tower, took out a bag of nuts, and poured them into the feeding trough. The owls swarmed over, landing near the trough to enjoy their snack. Andres then opened the system and redeemed 8 owl tower cards, upgrading the tower to level 4. The owls watched as their home grew larger again. Of course, only the space inside the tower increased. The exterior of Hogwarts Castle remained unchanged. Andres spent another 400 system points to exchange for 40 owl cards, materializing 100 owls from the tower. Aw no! To be precise, 99, one of which was given to Catherine as a gift by the postman. Leaving the owl tower, a cheerful Andres decided to take a good look around his Hogwarts. He first invited Professor Flitwick to his office on the 8th floor of Ravenclaw, and since Professor Flitwick had nothing to do during the holidays, he readily accepted Andres' invitation. They walked and talked. Professor Flitwick, I've spoken with Darius. They want to learn more now that they're in their 3rd year. That's good, Headmaster Andres. Actually, Professor McGonagall, and I have been trying our best to make up for their lack of time over the past 2 years. Fortunately, they are all very bright and eager to learn, and often we only need to guide them. But it may not be enough. We still need to teach them some more advanced magic. As for how much they can learn, that's up to them. I understand. I discuss it with Professor McGonagall and the others. I consider Darius and the others' situation. I like to arrange for their classes to be held separately in the Chamber of Secrets in Ravenclaw. What do you think? Classes in the Chamber of Secrets? That's a good idea. It would give them more time to learn magic. Yes, actually they have a lot to do this year. For example, we also need to arrange for them to learn apparition. That's very important, isn't it? That's quite busy. They also have to teach first-year students. On top of their own studies, they're quite busy. They can't take on too many classes. I only plan to have them help cover the classes for the first-year 7-year students. The remaining 3-year and 5-year students still need you to teach them. That has helped us take on a lot of classes. We are very grateful for their help. As they chatted, Andres and Professor Flitwick arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Andres could enter the common room even without a password. He greeted the fat lady, and then went into the common room with Professor Flitwick. Although the school was on holiday, the house elves still came every day to tidy up the common room. The Gryffindor common room was no longer filled with the usual noise of students. Only the chatter of the portraits, and the sounds of the cats fighting in Hogwarts Castle remained. Yes! The cats at Hogwarts Castle are fighting. Andres spotted the tabby cat that usually hangs out in the headmaster's office. Ever since it arrived at Hogwarts last year, it's been a regular there. Andres has petted it quite a bit, but lately it's been acting strangely, apparently fighting with other cats for territory in Gryffindor. Andres could tell from its snarling that it was yelling and swearing at another cat, that it was using foul language. Andres and Flitwick took a quick look around the Gryffindor common room and left. Afterward, Andres spent 6,400 points in the system to buy 64 common room cards, and upgraded all the common rooms in the 4 houses to level 5. The tabby cat, who was fighting with the other cats in the Gryffindor common room, suddenly realized that the distance between it and the other cat had increased. A sofa and coffee table had suddenly appeared between the 2 cats' battleground. The yelling and snarling stopped, and the 2 bewildered cats looked around curiously. Professor Flitwick clearly sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from the Gryffindor common room behind him, and asked curiously, "Headmaster Andres, you upgraded the Gryffindor common room?" "Yes, I upgraded not only the common rooms of all 4 Gryffindor houses, but also the ones for the 4 houses. After all, we have a lot more students next semester. Yes, with so many students, we're almost overwhelmed. It's fortunate you got Darius and the others to help, otherwise, we really wouldn't know what to do." "Don't worry, Professor Flitwick. In the new school year, it won't just be the freshmen and Darius and the others helping. I also recruit a few more professors to help, at least 1 more for each of the major subjects." "Really? That's wonderful. I'm already looking forward to the new semester. Keep it a secret for now. I want to give everyone a surprise." "I will, Professor Andres." The 7th floor of Hogwarts had many empty classrooms. Andres and Flitwick glanced at them briefly before continuing downstairs. The 6th floor was originally supposed to be the headquarters of various school clubs, but now Hogwarts only had the Wizarding Chess Club and a mutual learning society formed by the Yen students. However, neither club held meetings there much. The Wizarding Chess Club was a loose organization. They played in their respective common rooms, while the Yen Students' Mutual Learning Society preferred to study in the study rooms or the library. Upon reaching the 5th floor of Hogwarts, Andres finally remembered that he needed to upgrade his classrooms. The 5th floor of Hogwarts currently had 10 study rooms, and Andres spent 5,000 system points in one go. Besides upgrading the existing 10 study rooms to level 2, he also created 10 more level 2 study rooms. The 10 additional study rooms are undoubtedly for the new students, and upgrading them to level 2 increases their learning efficiency from 5% to 10%. A 5% increase in learning efficiency with each level up. May the new generation of young wizards achieve even greater things in the future. Chapter 184. While Andres was showing Professor Flitwick around, Professor McGonagall began the new semester's admissions process. Professor McGonagall was looking through the admissions book in Hogwarts Castle, reviewing the names of this year's new students. Professor McGonagall had already discussed this with Andres yesterday, when she took the admissions book. Since they could guarantee a steady stream of young wizards graduating every year starting next year, this was the last year to admit students for the 3-year and 5-year programs. If they missed this year's admissions, older students would likely not be admitted next year. To accommodate these students, Professor McGonagall and Andres negotiated. This year, they would prioritize admitting older students to Hogwarts, while next year, the age limit for first-year students would be extended to 13. This way, they could admit as many young wizards in that age group as possible. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath as she looked at the densely packed names. She would select 200 students from Great Britain, 100 from France, and 100 from Bering. Meanwhile, 200 names needed to be selected from the Asian version of the admission book, and 200 more from the American version. There were a total of 800 new students this year. This year, as last year, she, Hagrid, Lucian, and others would be leading home visits for the British students. Andres would handle the overseas students. Professor McGonagall's quill pen began to write a familiar opening. Dear XXX, we are pleased to inform you. Andres and Professor Flitwick were still strolling around Hogwarts Castle. No, I mean, inspecting it. They arrived at the 4th floor, which mainly housed charms and defense against the dark arts classrooms. The charms classrooms were Flitwick's domain, although most classes were held outdoors this year. It didn't hinder the charms' teaching progress. Looking at the familiar classrooms, Andres understood that these classrooms needed an upgrade. The old problem persists. Next year's increased student population necessitates accommodating even more students. The only time we need to open new classrooms will be when expansion fails. This might have to wait until next year. For now, expanding existing classrooms is more practical. Currently, the charms, transfiguration, Professor Sprout's greenhouse, potions, and defense against the dark arts classrooms are all level 4. Andres spent 8,000 system points to upgrade these 5 classrooms to level 5. However, courses introduced in the first half of this year, such as astronomy, divination, magical creatures protection, arithmetic divination, ancient magic, and alchemy, are only level 3. While level 3 is sufficient for several years, upgrading is inevitable, and don't forget that upgrading these classrooms provides a boost to the teaching of these subjects. Each level upgrade increases students' understanding of the course by 5%, meaning that students now at level 5 are progressing a quarter faster than normal. If we were to describe it in terms of experience points, this is a considerable experience boost, a quarter more experience gained from defeating monsters. Therefore, Andres upgraded all 6 courses to level 5, spending a total of 14,400 system points. It has to be said that Andres' expenses today were quite high. Fortunately, the students are now giving back a lot of system points, and the number of system points will only increase. Today, Andres and Professor Flitwick spent 2 hours thoroughly inspecting Hogwarts, mainly because Andres needed to lead a team on a recruitment trip to the 5 good nations tomorrow. After the inspection, Andres returned to his headmaster's office. Just as he was packing his luggage and picking out a few books from the bookshelf, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten his headmaster's office and the library during today's upgrade. So he had to access the system again, spending 2,400 points to upgrade the headmaster's office from level 3 to level 5, and 1,600 points to upgrade the library from level 4 to level 5. Mrs. Rippins noticed that the Hogwarts library had grown larger again, and the variety of books on the shelves had significantly increased. Andres selected several books from the shelves: The Secrets of Your Brain, The Little-Known Symbols, and How to Correctly Interpret Celestial Phenomena. He planned to take these books with him on the go, especially How to Correctly Interpret Celestial Phenomena, which was thick enough to be very soporific. Andres believed that reading this book would make him fall asleep quickly and soundly. The next day, after settling matters at school and entrusting the recruitment of students in Britain and France to Professor McGonagall and others, he, along with Professor Lupin and the doorman Elliot Turner, operated to Andres' home in London. Representatives from the Magical Financial Investment Company were already waiting at the door. The 3 of them went downstairs and headed straight for the airport, where the Magical Financial Investment Company's private jet was parked. This plane is usually used by people from the Magical Finance Investment Company or its senior executives. It's only available for Andres during the summer holidays. If it weren't for the need for a discreet and legal visit to other countries, Andres and his team would have many ways to get there without taking a time-consuming flight. This recruitment trip was all prearranged. The list of students to be recruited was sent to the Magical Finance Investment Company upon their arrival in London. The company's staff then forwarded the list's addresses to their branch offices in various countries, allowing them to contact the students for meetings. On the way, Andres chatted with Lupin and Elliot Turner. "What do you think of the students we recruited last year?" Elliot Turner, being a former Auror, was somewhat taciturn, so Lupin answered, "I wonder what aspect Headmaster Andres is referring to." "Any aspect is fine. We're just chatting to pass the time. I don't know about other aspects, but the differences in the performance of young wizards from different countries in defense against the dark arts are quite obvious. This might also be due to differences in national cultures. Andres became interested and continued to ask. For example, the young wizards in the Lighthouse Kingdom are, well, bullies who prey on the weak. I encountered them a few times at school. They're very assertive towards weaker students, but meek and subservient towards stronger ones. However, they're very adept at using the rules, and never make mistakes because they believe the expulsion rumors from the opening banquet are true. Their personalities are a bit of a headache for me. I wonder if they'd be willing to fight for humanity if a war breaks out in a decade or two. Chapter 185. Lupin, I think you might be underestimating your student. Andres had participated in the World War before his transmigration, and he understood that when humanity's very survival is threatened, the inherent sordidness among humans becomes insignificant. When everyone shares a common, hostile target, humanity becomes unprecedentedly united. Perhaps, maybe when war comes, they realize that someone has to stand up and do something. By the way, through observation, I found that while the young wizards of Yin country lack some creativity, they have a strong sense of collective responsibility. When someone encounters difficulties, they often receive selfless help from others. Simply put, they prefer to stick together. I understand what you mean. You mean they have better obedience and collectivism? Yes, that might be related to their country's ideology. If deploying large-scale magic on the front lines, Yin country students would be the first choice. If scouts or special operations teams are needed, then Beacon country students would be more suitable. Is that the idea? Pretty much. But things aren't always so absolute, are they? Yes, everyone is different. They are different, and we still have a long way to go, and many things to explore. Besides, we need to communicate well with the forces of the Muggle world to fight our common enemy. Elliot Turner, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Headmaster Andres, if one day we can rebuild the Ministry of Magic, I hope you can agree to my resignation as Hogwarts custodian. Oh! Elliot Turner isn't happy at Hogwarts? No, it's just that I prefer being on the front lines. Although Hogwarts is more relaxed, I feel like my bones are rusting. I understand, Elliot Turner. I consider your idea. Perhaps you'd be needed to provide some work experience for these young people, or I think you could start selecting some promising students at the school now. Now? That's a good idea, but I can't exactly open an Aura course, can I? No, I think I need to talk to the student council president. Perhaps our student council needs an organization like a disciplinary committee. The three chatted until they arrived at the airport, where they boarded the waiting private jet without any problems. During this flight, Andres clearly felt the different treatment from the flight attendants. They frequently found excuses to be overly attentive to him. One incredibly bold blonde flight attendant even slipped Andres a small note. Andres thought for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that not bringing Catherine might have been a mistake. With Catherine around, at least a lot of trouble would be avoided. Meanwhile, on the same plane, Sean Bruce, CEO of Magic Retail Supermarket Group, a subsidiary of Magic Financial Investment Company, was considering how to strike up a conversation with the big boss. Just before takeoff, he had been complaining that the flight, which should have departed much earlier, had been delayed by headquarters. Sean Bruce wanted to see who was so important that the CEO of this important subsidiary had to wait. Unexpectedly, the person he waited for was the company's behind-the-scenes boss. Although the company's behind-the-scenes boss rarely appeared at the company, only at the annual meeting, he had heard from people at headquarters that the behind-the-scenes boss had absolute control over the company. The nominal boss, Catherine, was merely a puppet he had placed there. So, after the plane reached a stable altitude, Sean Bruce mustered his courage and approached Andres. Hello, boss, I'm Sean Bruce, CEO of the Retail Supermarket Group. It's an honor to have the opportunity to fly to Yin with you. Andres had originally intended to use the how to correctly interpret celestial phenomena technique to hypnotize him, but unexpectedly, a middle-aged man struck up a conversation. Andres had noticed this middle-aged man when he boarded the plane, but he hadn't looked closely and assumed he was just an ordinary employee on a business trip. He never expected him to be one of his key subordinates, the CEO of the Retail Supermarket Group. Oh, hello, Sean. May I call you that? Of course, boss. I often hear Catherine mention you. She tells me you're an exceptionally capable person, which is why she entrusted you with managing the important retail business. Andres' ability to speak to people in a certain way had improved considerably. In reality, he had only seen Sean a few times at the company's New Year's banquet, But those were just polite greetings without any real interaction. It's all thanks to Catherine's kindness. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. I thought this trip would be boring, but I was fortunate enough to meet the boss here. What are you doing in Yin country? How's things going there lately? Well, we recently expanded into cities like Hangzhou, Nanjing, and Chang'an in Yin country. I'm mainly going there to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I must say, your policy is extremely wise. Because we prioritize hiring families of military and police martyrs, we receive special attention from governments across Yin country. Our performance is skyrocketing. We transformed from a mid-sized supermarket in the UK into an international powerhouse. Thanks to our booming business in Yin country, we're now among the top 10 retailers globally. That's good. I think the Yin Kingdom market still has great potential. Any one of their cities has a population of over 1 million, and their demand for high-end retail is very high. However, I suggest you keep all your properties under your own control, and don't lease them out just to speed up expansion. Because we don't lack money, and real estate is a very good investment. I understand. Miss Catherine raised this point in the work meeting. We've been following that instruction, and the value of some of the properties we own in Yin Kingdom is already increasing. Very good. You should consult and report to Catherine more often, and you can ask her for help if you encounter any difficulties. Sean Bruce noticed that Andre seemed to be ending the conversation, so he quickly shared his thoughts with him. There's something else I'd like to ask the boss. Oh, what is it? Well, we currently only have the British and Chinese markets, which I don't think aligns with our goal of becoming a major player. I'm wondering if we could expand into North America and Europe this year? Think it through and go for it. Don't hesitate. But don't take too big a step. Make sure to control the quality of your suppliers. Losing some money is okay, but once your reputation is damaged, it's very difficult to repair. Chapter 186. I understand. After returning from Yin country, I will set up the company's European and American business divisions as soon as possible. At the same time, I will arrange for headquarters personnel to conduct random checks on the quality of goods in subordinate supermarkets to ensure that no defective products reach customers. Okay, you can handle it yourself, but remember that all your decisions must be reported to Catherine. She is your superior. After saying this, Andres took out the book, How to Correctly Interpret Celestial Phenomena, and began reading. Sean Bruce knew the conversation was over and quickly said goodbye and returned to his original room. Back in his room, Sean didn't think about his plans, but instead pondered the book Andres was reading. The book looked very old, with a cloth cover that looked very worn. What puzzled him most was that someone with assets of tens of billions of pounds was studying celestial phenomena. Although he had heard that wealthy people liked to study strange things, this was the first time he had seen it in reality. Surely the boss wouldn't delve into such trivial matters. Could medieval witchcraft really be true? Could one truly glean insights into the future through divination and celestial phenomena? In another room on the plane, Andres never imagined that a casually picked up book would inspire such associations in his subordinate. He began reading, and soon drifted off to sleep. It wasn't that Andres was a poor student. Rather, the book was genuinely obscure and possessed a powerful hypnotic effect. Meanwhile, Lupin and Elliot Turner were playing wizard chess nearby. Judging from the fierce battle on the board, Elliot Turner seemed to have the upper hand. This also indirectly proved that the book, How to Correctly Interpret Celestial Phenomena, was indeed effective. The fighting and shouting of the chess pieces hadn't disturbed Andres' sleep. The news of Andres' recruitment trip to Yin country this year, besides spreading through the Magic Financial Investment Company, had also reached the Yin country embassy in Great Britain. After all, Andres' performance during the earthquake earlier this year was outstanding, and Yin country had highly praised him. So it's not surprising that the Yin country embassy in Great Britain would be paying attention to Andres' trip to Yin country. Our military attaché, surnamed Wang, was currently on the phone with his childhood friend back home. Hey, why did our Mayor Lu think of me? Wang Manzi, stop being so sarcastic. Spending so much time with those foreigners has made you talk like a ghost. How could that be? In our compound, you're the most promising one, becoming the mayor of Bashu City at such a young age. I'm so happy for you. What mayor? It's the deputy. The deputy. Don't talk nonsense, you're trying to trick me. Besides, you're not bad either. I heard you're about to be promoted. Still waiting for news, but it's about time. So what's the matter with today's call? Hey, look at what you're saying. What could I possibly want? I just noticed we haven't been in touch for a long time, so I called to check on you. Oh, is that so? Our Mayor Lu has really made something of himself, caring about his friends now. Okay, I'm fine. I appreciate your kind gesture, but I'm quite busy here, so I hang up now. Hey, don't hang up. What am I supposed to say to you? Actually, there's something small I wanted to ask you about. Just say it. I definitely help if I can. But my position is special, and there are some principles I should be aware of. You know what you can and can't ask. It's not that serious, not that serious. I just heard that Count Andres, the behind-the-scenes boss of that magical financial investment company, came to Yin Country? Is that it? Yes, he went to Yin Country to recruit students. What's wrong? Oh, could you tell me his specific itinerary or arrival time? I really don't know. What's wrong? Do you need to see him? Well, you know I was just promoted to vice mayor of Bashu City. Basha has a long history, but it's also incredibly poor. It was already poor, and I was also put in charge of agriculture in Bashu City. When I went down there, my heart sank. I found out that the local farmers are truly poor. You know my father has high expectations of me. He wants me to do something tangible, even if it's not about benefiting the people. So I had to beg and plead with him. I'm trying to help develop local agriculture. But the results aren't great. The produce is good, but there's no sales channel. So you set your sights on the retail company under the Magic Financial Investment Company? What do you mean by set your sights? Our products are genuinely high quality. Didn't you contact their staff before? Just get them to sell directly to you. That's short-sighted. We want long-term cooperation, even to expand internationally through their retail channels. It's much easier to talk to the boss about this. Besides, I heard Andres is a friendly person to Yin, so he should be easier to talk to than others. Fine, I'm really impressed by you, you old fox. I can only ask around for you. Whether you find out or not depends on your luck. No problem, I trust you, old Wang, to handle things. Stop flattering me. I treat you to a good meal when I get back. Alright, I definitely keep you company, no matter what. The military officer surnamed Wang shook his head helplessly after hanging up the phone. It turned out that old Lu, who was always the undisputed boss in the compound, had also bowed down to reality, and was now asking for his help. So, the military officer surnamed Wang messaged Catherine, revealing the matter to her first and testing the waters to see how feasible it was, though he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. After more than 10 hours of flying, Andres and his group finally arrived in the capital of Yin. The three of them were in good spirits when they got off the plane, showing no signs of the effects of the long journey. That's the advantage of a private jet, you have to admit. Private jets have beds to rest on and showers to wash up. On a regular business jet, it would be torture, sitting in a cramped space for more than 10 hours. Before disembarking, Sean even stood at the cabin door to wait for Andres. His main goal was to make a good impression on the big boss. Besides greeting Andres, he also reported on his work, mentioning that he had completed a simple business plan on the plane and sent it to Catherine via email, asking if Andres would be interested in taking a look. Andres declined, citing travel fatigue. In reality, he had slept the entire way and was far from tired. Then, amidst the flight attendants' reluctant gazes, Andres left the airport for the company's branch office in Beijing. Chapter 187. The Magical Financial Investment Company has a branch in Yin Country, but this branch is only the headquarters for the Asian region. Originally, this branch was intended to be located in Hong Kong, but Andres had Catherine set up the Asian headquarters here instead. As for Hong Kong and Tokyo, branch offices were sufficient, leading to frequent travel for the Asian headquarters staff. The person who picked Andres up was a young man from Yin Country, a recent mathematics graduate who had been recruited. On the way to the company, he had been introducing Beijing to his boss in broken English. Seeing how difficult it was for him to speak English, Andres spoke up directly. Xiao Feng, you can communicate with me directly in Yin Country. My Yin Country language is excellent. The young man surnamed Feng was utterly shocked. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was indeed a foreigner, he would have thought he was from Yin Country just from the accent. Okay, boss, what are your plans for the next few days? I've been assigned to drive and run errands for you. Tomorrow, I go to the British Embassy in Yin, pick up their people, and then we go to the Ministry of Education in Yin. I'm here for an exchange program with Yin students. Xiao Feng's mind went blank. He never heard of their company having an education business. His colleagues had said they were coming to inspect the company, so the young man, without thinking, blurted out the question. Huh? Boss, aren't you going to inspect the company first? Why are you concerned about international students? I never heard of our company having an education business. Andres wasn't annoyed by Xiao Feng's blunder, Instead, he patiently explained. I'm not going to the company. What's there to see there? As long as your CEO, Miss Catherine Mori, is watching, that's enough. The study abroad matter involves the British Foreign Office, the Ministry of Education, the Chinese Embassy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education, and our company, so it's a high priority. After settling Andres and his group into their accommodations, Xiaofeng took them to Donglishan restaurant in Beijing. While eating, he even grumbled in the company's QQ group. Luckily, I didn't say anything inappropriate in front of the boss. Turns out his Mandarin isn't any worse than mine. Doge emoji. Stop talking nonsense. When is the big boss coming to the company? I need to put on some makeup before he comes. I heard he's a handsome young man. Hey upstairs, don't try to steal my husband. Watch your words in the group chat. Don't think the company can't trace your IPs. The group suddenly fell silent and became very harmonious. The big boss said there's nothing to see at the company. He has other things to handle. Ah. He's not coming to the company. If he's not coming, where am I supposed to find an opportunity? Hey upstairs, you actually dared to defy the rules. While Xiaofeng was chatting idly, Andres, Lupin, and Elliot Turner were eating heartily without any regard for their image. The lamb couldn't keep up with their eating speed at all. Anyone who didn't know better would think these three were refugees. After eating and drinking their fill, Andres and the others returned to the hotel to rest. The next day, Xiaofeng picked up Andres and the other two and went directly to the British Embassy. The embassy had already sent people to wait at the door to receive the Earl, a member of the House of Lords, and the behind-the-scenes owner of a large conglomerate. In fact, they were also there to pick up their patron, as Andres had been giving these embassies a sum of money every year since last year so that the embassies could help if needed. After Andres and his entourage changed into the embassy's car, Xiaofeng was sent back. Following the same procedure as last year, they met with Yin students in the capital city. Based on last year's experience, this year Andres entered the meeting room filled with students and parents and began demonstrating his magic. While the students and parents were still in shock, he had them sign sole contracts and agree to study in Great Britain. Before leaving the capital, Yin officials sent someone to invite Andres, saying a leader wanted to see him. Andres was very curious and didn't know the situation in Yin, so he readily agreed. On the way, Andres noticed the vehicle had been specially modified. The back seat was a completely separate space from the outside. The accompanying Yin official, seeing Andres' slight frown, quickly explained. Rest assured, Mr. Andres, this isn't directed at you. It's for security reasons, you're a guest, and we wouldn't dare let anything happen to you. Unbeknownst to the staff member, this was completely useless to Andres. Even with the glass barrier, he could still sense the outside world through magic. Only after the vehicle entered Zongnanhai did Andres realize that the person he was to see might not be ordinary. After getting out of the car, Andres was led to a reception room, where he waited quietly. While he was still wondering who wanted to see him, the door to the reception room opened, and Andres' eyes widened upon seeing the person. Andres immediately stood up and said respectfully, Hello, number 2, I am Andres Morley from Great Britain. Hello, Earl Andres, I always heard of you, I never imagined you were so young. I'm flattered. I wonder what brings you here today, second number. I heard about your deeds, especially what happened in May. You done a tremendous favor for Yin country. Your generosity and selflessness have directly saved countless families. We heard you're coming to Yin country to recruit students, and we felt we had to show you hospitality. Otherwise, I'm afraid people will say we Yin people don't know how to be grateful. You're too kind, second number. It's only right to lend a helping hand when a friend is in trouble. That's right. We're friends. If you ever need anything in the future, just let us know, and we definitely help if we can. Then, second number and Andres chatted about economics, culture, and international students for over an hour. Finally, second number gave Andres a gift and left. During the conversation, Andres subtly remarked, as friends, we have more opportunities for cooperation. Second number readily agreed, but didn't think much of it. He simply assumed Andres would increase his economic investment in Yin country, as Yin country always welcomes investments from friendly individuals. Andres, however, had a different idea. He was considering whether to confront Yin kingdom preemptively and strengthen cooperation between the two sides. However, this was just a fleeting thought in Andres' mind. Once he calmed down, he rejected the idea. After all, he was no longer a citizen of Yin kingdom, and the Yin kingdom saying, those who are not of our race will surely have different hearts, was not without reason. He decided to take it slow and not rush things. He should bide his time for a few more years. Chapter 188. While Andres was recruiting students in Yin Kingdom, Catherine was eating sand in the desolate mountains of the Imperial Graveyard. She had spent this time accompanying Professor Snape and Professor Sprout to carefully observe the area, and had only just returned to the camp to have dinner together. During dinner, Catherine began to complain. "This wind and sun have dried my skin. Professor Sprout, why do I feel like you haven't been affected at all? I'm a wizard. I have many ways to maintain a certain state." Catherine's eyes lit up at this, and she began to ask further. "Could you tell me what methods there are? Are there any suitable for ordinary people like me?" Professor Sprout casually explained while eating. "Of course there are, in fact, many methods. For you muggles, alchemical items are undoubtedly the simplest and most effective means, like the amulets your company's security personnel carry. Those amulets were given to me by Principal Andres, but those amulets only serve as warnings and protection, don't they? They can't keep my skin in its best condition." Professor Sprout looked defeated, but seeing Catherine's curiosity, he could only continue explaining. "Since there are amulets that can warn and protect, haven't you thought there might be amulets that can keep skin in its best condition?" Catherine was also surprised. How could she not have thought of that? Are there really such amulets? "I don't know, but it shouldn't be difficult to study. The question is, who would be so bored as to create such alchemical items? Boring? Professor Sprout, do you know how crazy women can be about these things? By the way, you said there are many ways to do this. Are there any others?" "Of course, there are magical potions. Professor Snape is a potions master. You can ask him." Catherine looked at Professor Snape expectantly. Professor Snape silently took out a small vial from his pocket and said coldly, "Just apply it once a day." Catherine took the vial and immediately poured a little onto her face. Sure enough, within minutes, Catherine's face began to slowly return to its best condition. Catherine looked in the mirror with great surprise, and then she began to pester Professor Snape, hoping to get more potions. Professor Snape could only reply, "That's all. This was originally given to you as a sample. If you want more, I can brew some more for you when I get back." "Is this potion difficult to brew?" "Not really. Any Hogwarts graduate can brew it. It's just that the cost effectiveness is relatively low. It takes a long time to brew, and the price is low. If I dilute this small bottle with water to make 10 parts, will it still be effective?" "It will be effective, but the recovery time will be very slow, possibly a day." Catherine smiled even more happily upon hearing that it would still be effective even when diluted. "What we need is this kind of potion that can be mass-produced and is effective, especially one that can make women beautiful. It would sell like hotcakes on the market. But potion making requires a wizard. Simply put, it requires a wizard to guide the process with magic. That's why potion masters are so rare in the magical world. Professor Snape, what we need isn't a potions master, but someone to brew the potions. You just said that any ordinary Hogwarts graduate can brew this potion. A potions master isn't necessary. Furthermore, to increase efficiency, we standardize the entire production process more scientifically. Wizards will only need to use magic when guiding the potion. We hire ordinary people or use machines to do the tedious tasks, allowing each wizard to brew more potions." Snape listened in silence for a moment, understanding Catherine's meaning. Theoretically, it was feasible. Catherine had previously shown him some of the potion-making methods in the Muggle world. The assembly line production method, however, shocked him. Many tedious tasks could be replaced by machines. Even weighing materials was more accurate and time-saving than a wizard's. Fortunately, machines didn't use magic to guide the potion's creation. Otherwise, brewing potions would be completely unnecessary for wizards. "By the way, professors, I heard you mention today that you're also digging a basement at the foot of the mountain?" "Yes, some herbs don't like sunlight. So we need to create a cool, damp environment for them. But don't worry, we handle that. Andre said before we came that only 10% of the greenhouses would be shown to outsiders. The rest we hide with magic." Professor Sprout couldn't help but tease Catherine a bit when he heard Andres mentioned. "Speaking of Andres, Catherine, why did you come with us to this godforsaken place to build a herb farm instead of accompanying Andres to recruit students in Yin Country and the Beacon of Light? Shouldn't young people spend more time together?" Catherine blushed slightly, then sighed softly and said, "He's such a blockhead. Hogwarts is the most important thing to him." Professor Sprout understood why Headmaster Andres was like this, but she couldn't say it aloud. Since Andres hadn't told Catherine the truth, she decided not to interfere. So the three of them fell silent, eating their meal in silence. While Catherine and the others were eating, Catherine's phone lit up. It was a message from a military attaché surnamed Wang at the Chinese embassy in Britain. Catherine opened the message. The message was simple. The attaché briefly mentioned the situation of Deputy Mayor Liu and asked if it was possible to arrange a meeting with Andres. Catherine didn't agree, but could only reply that she would try to inquire. It was around 5 or 6 p.m. in Catherine's area, and it was already around 11 or 12 p.m. in Andres' area. Catherine called on a whim, and to her surprise, the call was answered quickly. Before she could even speak, she heard someone ordering food on the other end of the phone. "Boss, another 30 skewers of lamb. And 10 of each of these." "Catherine, what's wrong calling so late?" Knowing that Andres was very knowledgeable about Yin culture, Catherine had also learned some Yin language, so she understood that Andres and his group were going out for skewers. Thinking about how she was eating sand in the mountains, she said resentfully, "Boss, are the lamb skewers good?" Andres, hearing Catherine's somewhat resentful voice, awkwardly explained, "Ha ha, you know I didn't come out. Professor Lu Ping and the others wanted to eat, so I brought them along. After all, of the three of us, only I speak Yin language. By the way, what's up with you? What could happen while I was eating sand in the mountains?" "It's a military attaché surnamed Wang from the Yin embassy, who's helping a mayor from Bashu City arrange an appointment with you." "An appointment with me?" Chapter 189. "I don't remember having any connection with this deputy mayor of Bashu City, right? I asked the employees in Yin country, and this deputy mayor should be the same Lu district chief from Rongqing last time. He's been promoted to deputy mayor of Bashu. I guess he got a taste of success by inviting us to invest in the supermarket, and wants us to invest in Bashu City too. Okay, I stay in Yancheng for a few days. Have him come to Yancheng." "Okay, boss. Be careful, and get plenty of rest." This was the first time Catherine had heard Andres show concern for her, and her previous resentment vanished instantly. Andres, after hanging up the phone, shouted loudly, "Lupin, Elliot Turner, leave me some, don't eat it all." He then joined the ranks of those eating skewers. At Jean's house in Great Britain. "You only been back a few days. Why are you going back to school already?" "Oh, I just received a letter from an owl. Old man Rand from the Centaur tribe wants me to get there before the full moon, saying he has something very important to discuss with me. I might have to stay in the Centaur tribe for a few days." "Oh, since he needs your help, then go ahead. Be careful." "Wait. Who did you say was looking for you?" "Old man Rand? Centaur? Not the professor?" "Not the professor. My God, there are centaurs in our world. Like in the movies and novels?" "Yes, but they're not as ferocious and evil as they are in the novels and movies. As long as you don't discriminate against them, they're usually quite friendly." Jean's father and mother exchanged a glance, feeling that this world was becoming increasingly surreal. They were already shocked when they learned their son was a wizard, but now, hearing from him that mythical creatures also existed, they were truly astonished for a while. "Jean Nor, are you sure you want to stay in the Centaur tribe for a few days? Is it safe?" "Maybe 2 or 3 days. It's definitely safe. It's not my first time visiting their tribe." Jean Nor's father asked his son expectantly, "Can you take some pictures to bring back? I mean, the centaurs? I'm really curious." "Oh, of course. I remember to take some pictures." Jean Nor slung his backpack over his shoulder, went to the roadside, and discreetly extended his wand. A few minutes later, a double-decker bus bounced up in front of Jean Nor, while the surrounding vehicles and pedestrians seemed oblivious to its sudden appearance, as if it didn't exist. "Welcome aboard the night bus. I'm Stan, your ticket collector for today. Let's see which young wizard our passenger is." "Oh, it's Mr. Gene Madison." "Hello, Stan, I'm going to Hogsmeade Village." "Sure, the ticket is £1. Hot cocoa or other drinks are 1.5 pounds if you like." Gene, used to Hogwarts free transportation, didn't immediately understand the need for a ticket and just stared at Stan. Stan, with the ticket machine in hand, also stared at Gene. They stared at each other for a while, until Ernst started the bus, and Stan finally spoke up. "Is there a problem, Mr. Gene Madison?" Gene, startled, rummaged through his pockets, pulled out £1, and handed it to Stan. Stan flicked the note and whistled. "Thank you, here's your ticket. Please go inside. Next stop, Inverness." Gene, backpack on, entered the carriage. He noticed the night bus was different from the one he used to take to school. Now, instead of seats, there were berths covered by curtains. But thinking about it, it made sense. The night bus was no longer the special vehicle that transported young wizards to and from Hogwarts. Gene found an empty berth and lay down. The curtains automatically drew back, separating the inside from the outside. He didn't fall asleep, but instead looked at the letter in his hand. Old Rand informed Gene that he needed to go to the Centaur tribe before the full moon because the meteorite iron Rand had given him was finally about to melt after more than a week of forging. Jean wanted to use it to forge a shield, but old Rand meant that while melting the meteorite iron was fine, Jean had to forge anything himself. So, before the holidays, Jean had asked Rand to help him melt the meteorite iron. Now that he had news, Jean was naturally going to the Centaur tribe. He was extremely excited. Although this wasn't his first time crafting an item, it was the first time he created something entirely his own. He understood that old Rand treated him like a disciple, teaching him a great deal. This was also his test to graduate, and he had to succeed. He didn't want to see old Rand's disappointed expression. He wanted Rand to know that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lost in thought, Jean fell asleep, while outside the curtain, students boarded and disembarked on the bus. About 2 hours later, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Stan woke Jean early. Jean, backpack on, waited to get off the bus. He saw several first-year students discussing something. Just as he was lost in thought, a pleasant voice woke him from behind. Jean Nor, where are you going? School or Hogsmeade Village? Ah, it's Sister Diane. I'm going to Hogsmeade Village to buy some things, and then I'm going to the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? You're going to the Battleaxe tribe? What are you going there for? Yes, I am. I'm going to see a friend. Jean Nor didn't tell the whole story. Although he thought Diane was a nice person, there was no need to reveal his secrets to her. Diane didn't press further. She keenly sensed that the child before her wasn't telling the truth. Oh, I wish I were your age, then I could stay at Hogwarts for a few more years. Oh, right, Sister Diane, this is your last year, you graduate next year. So what are you doing here today, Sister Diane? Yes, luckily Headmaster Andres is willing to let us be teaching assistants, so we can work at Hogwarts for a few more years. Today we're mainly here to report to Professor McGonagall. We're getting ready to go on home visits for this year's freshmen. I wonder how many homes we have to visit this year. Just as the two were talking, the night bus came to a smooth stop in Hogsmeade Village. Jean and Diane got off one after the other, while the 3 students behind them whispered among themselves. Marion, did you hear that? That boy is going to the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest. I heard that when they were in 1st grade, their school organized a visit to the Centaur tribe. But unfortunately, we didn't have that activity last year. I really want to go and see the Centaur tribe. Of course I heard that, Austin. That girl is Diane. She's the one who did my home visit last year. My whole family thought she was a fraud. Chapter 190. That must have been really interesting, right? Yes, but Senior Sister wasn't angry, probably because she's seen this kind of thing a lot. She just showed us some magic. I knew then that my life was on a different path. Can you two talk as you walk? I finally managed to sneak out of the house. I don't want to waste any time. Okay, Talia. We talk as we walk. Let's go to Florin's ice cream parlor for a drink first. So the 3 of them headed to Florin's ice cream parlor. It was only recently the holidays started, and most students had gone home. Only a few prefects or apprentices were still at Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. They were out today only because Talia didn't have to look after her younger brother. Unlike Marion and his 2 friends who were strolling around, Diane and Jean got out of the car and walked and talked towards Hogwarts. They were also walking on a dirt road covered with fallen leaves and branches. Diane was going to the castle, while Jean was going to the Forbidden Forest. On the way, Diane was still analyzing elective courses for Jean this year. Jean, you'll be starting electives this fall. Have you decided what you want to take? Not yet. Do you have any suggestions, Diane? There are only a few electives, and we basically tried them all last semester. I was originally planning to compile a list and share it with you on MSN, but I might as well tell you in advance. First is Professor Farron's divination class. Professor Farron's classes are quite relaxed and humorous, and the homework isn't too much. If you're just going to coast through the elective, divination is undoubtedly the best choice, but Professor Farron's has clearly told us that divination is very dependent on talent. Unless a young wizard has vision, it's difficult to develop anything in divination. In fact, as far as I know, none of the people currently taking divination have this talent. Everyone is just coasting through the course. Jean listened to Diane's explanation as they walked, and couldn't help but remark on Diane's assessment of the divination class. I don't think I have that talent. Oh! How do you know you don't have that talent? It's simple. When I was taking exams at my old school, I rarely guessed correctly on multiple choice questions. You know, it's 4 options. If you can't even guess correctly, how can you talk about divination? Oh, I see. What you're saying makes some sense. But I suggest you try it out first, and if it doesn't work, then discuss it with Professor Farringer. Professor Farringer is very easy to talk to. I think about it later. Alright, let me tell you about arithmetic divination. This class is very interesting. How so? It uses mathematical logic to calculate. So whether or not you have a field of vision doesn't matter. However, this also indirectly shows that it's not very accurate, because you're not predicting the future by what you see, but rather getting a general direction through logical calculation. Professor Ophelia Quinn, who teaches this course, comes from the Department of Mysticism, and according to her, divination is a matter of cause and effect. Essentially, it's because you first believe in a certain outcome, and after things begin, your mind more or less develops towards that outcome. This can lead you to unconsciously make decisions similar to the outcome when making choices. Jean felt a little dizzy listening to this somewhat convoluted explanation. Senior, I recognize every single word you're saying. But when they're put together, I don't understand what you're saying. Jean, it seems you weren't very good at science in your previous school? I'm an Arsenal Youth Academy player. As long as my academic grades are passable, it's fine. Oh, I see. I know everyone who makes it into the Youth Academy is a pretty good kid. So, any regrets? Maybe you'd be a superstar if you hadn't become a wizard. No regrets. Playing football is fun, but it's not as meaningful as becoming a wizard. And who says wizards can't play football? I can play regularly and return to Arsenal after graduating from Hogwarts. Jean said this with great confidence. Diane didn't tell him that he might also be recruited by Headmaster Andres to do manual labor after graduation. Right, where were we? Oh right, arithmetic divination. In short, this course prioritizes logical reasoning over prophecy. Professor Ophelia Quinn is usually quite amiable. Let's talk about conservation of magical creatures. It seems dangerous, but it's not. It's dirty, tiring, and dangerous for girls, but it's very popular with you boys. Especially the young wizards from Yin Country. Once, when I passed by the library, Pang Mingli from Slytherin and his friends seemed to be discussing a dragon rider named Yonghua from their history. The other young wizards laughed heartily at the mention of dragon riders, so I think they probably have a thing for it. Dragon riders, huh? I used to fantasize about that too. What boy doesn't want his own dragon? But I wonder if Hogwarts will ever have dragons. If Hogwarts doesn't, it'd be very difficult. Yeah, I think so too. Hogwarts is unlikely to have any anytime soon, maybe after you graduate. The remaining two. The courses are Ancient Magic and Alchemy. Let's start with Ancient Magic. Personally, I don't think Ancient Magic is particularly useful. Why? Well, I don't deny that some ancient spells and runes might have been very powerful. But why were they phased out? Phased out isn't accurate. It's more accurate to say they were abandoned by most modern wizards. Either wizards replaced them with safer and more effective magic during the course of history, or wizards discovered simpler and more practical magic. In short, they were abandoned for various reasons. Since our ancestors have already selected the practical and effective methods for us, why should we study those ancient and abandoned things? Of course, if you're interested in some ancient things, you can study them. But I must warn you, Professor Babylon seems a bit eccentric. He often gets very emotional while talking. After saying this, Diane noticed that Jean seemed thoughtful, so she continued her explanation. Finally, let's talk about Professor Lucian Wright's alchemy course. It's probably the most difficult course at Hogwarts. In fact, its requirements are so high that none of us dared to take it last semester. However, Professor Lucian Wright is very enthusiastic. He often pulls together young wizards he meets to discuss alchemy. Although none of us attend class, we estimate it must be a very diverse course. If you're interested, you can approach Professor Lucian Wright. I believe he would be happy to help you. Chapter 191. Thank you, Sister Diane. I think I try studying alchemy. Perhaps it suit me better. Then I wish you success. Thank you. We should say goodbye now. I'm heading to the Centaur tribe this way. Goodbye. After they parted ways, Jean turned and walked into the Forbidden Forest. The trees in the Forbidden Forest were now much taller, their leaves rustling and blocking out the sun. Although it was daytime, it still felt a bit chilly. Jean didn't like this feeling, so he quickened his pace. As he walked, Jean suddenly heard the sound of hooves behind him. Jean raised his wand and called out, "Who's there?" "Good alertness, little pony." "It's me, Anduin." Just then, a pony poked its head out from behind Anduin. "Me too, Martha." "Oh, it's you too." "You startled me." Jean put away his wand and walked towards a small group of centaurs. Out of politeness, he gave Anduin a wizard salute, to which Anduin nodded in satisfaction. The wizards of this world were far more polite than those of their original world. If only the wizards of their original world could set aside their arrogance and be humble and courteous. Little pony, isn't Hogwarts on holiday? How did you end up in the Forbidden Forest? Hogwarts seems to forbid young wizards from trespassing into the Forbidden Forest. Gina replied calmly. I received a letter from Old Rand. It invited me here. Gina then produced Old Rand's letter and handed it to Anduin. Anduin took the letter, glanced at it, and immediately understood what was going on. All right, since Old Rand invited you, then come with us. But it's still 2 days until the full moon. You seem a bit early. I know, I just wanted to come early to see if I could be of any help. With that, Jean followed the group of centaurs towards the Battleaxe village. After a while, the little centaur Martha approached and started chatting with Jean. Jean, I heard from Beretta that there's a centaur at Hogwarts who's your divination professor. Yes, his name is Ferenz, quite a handsome centaur. I think you've seen him. He mentioned to the students that he visited your village. He visited our village? Let me think. Oh! I remember, around Christmas time, a strange centaur visited the village. Could that be Ferenz? I think so, because there probably aren't any centaurs anywhere else besides Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest. He was indeed quite handsome. I remember this strange centaur, because his surname isn't May. Mayer. You know, all the centaurs in Scandinavia have the surname Mayer, and Ferenczek seems to be from the Greek side. Really? I'm so sorry. I can't tell you apart. Of course, I mean besides appearance. Well, it's all right. If it weren't for the surname, I don't think I could tell the difference either. By the way, what did Old Rand send you here for? He hasn't been going out much lately. He seems to be at home making something. Now even his meals are being delivered by us kids. I asked Old Rand to make me some self-defense equipment. Old Rand said that since it's something I use myself, it's best if I make it myself, so I came. So that's how it is. No wonder Grandpa Rand has been so busy forging lately. Besides repairing things for the tribe, he rarely takes on forging requests anymore. Martha suddenly seemed to remember something and glared fiercely at Jean, who was startled by the sudden change and asked weakly, What's wrong, Martha? Why are you looking at me like that? Grandpa Rand is biased. I've been so good to him, even bringing him food lately. Jean looked confused, not understanding what Martha meant, so he didn't ask and just listened quietly. A while ago, I wanted a sharper knife, and Grandpa Rand said he was too old to forge a new one, so he took out an old knife, sharpened it, and gave it to me. Now, he's been working tirelessly in the house for over 10 days for you. Jean was stunned at first, then moved. Because when he asked Grandpa Rand for help, Grandpa Rand had taken the materials without hesitation and sent him away. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Huh? Why me? Jean was taken aback at first, then noticed Martha's unfriendly gaze, so he immediately changed his tune. All right. What kind of knife do you want? Or show me the knife you used before. If possible, I forge one for you in a couple of days, but we have to agree on the materials you provide. Okay, it's a deal. Martha then pulled a small knife from the fur behind her back, which greatly surprised Jean. He wondered if holding the knife like that would hurt him, but he suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask, instead simply taking the knife. Jean looked at the small knife in his hand repeatedly. It wasn't quite a knife, but it was only the size of a dagger. It had a handguard and a curved, single-edged blade, unlike a straight double-edged dagger. Jean weighed the knife in his hand, and then swung it a couple of times. Then he asked Martha, Do you have any requests? No requests, just something sharper than the knife I have now. Jean thought for a moment before answering. That's no problem, it should be simple. No other requests, right? Yes, thank you, Jean. I just killed a few rabbits. Come to my house later, I treat you to roast rabbit. After saying that, Martha pulled 2 dead rabbits from her fur behind her back. Jean was already a little shocked and mentally screamed, Does your fur have a magic pouch? Why do you put everything in there? Thank you for the invitation. I need to visit Old Rand first. If possible, I come over for some roasted rabbit. You absolutely must come and try my cooking. Beretta loves my roasted food, but unfortunately, she's an apprentice and can't come. It's all right, Martha. Since Beretta can't come, you can visit her. Bring your rabbit and roast it there. It's the same thing. You're right. I decided to visit Beretta in Hogsmeade tomorrow. As they chatted, they heard a deep horn sound coming from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, reminding Noah that this was the Battleaxe tribe's defense mechanism. Regardless of the reason, if anything unusual happened in the Forbidden Forest, the Centaurs' watchtowers would sound the horn, ordering all Centaurs back to their tribe. Once the situation was clarified, other horns would sound to change the order. The current situation was that Noah and Martha's group had alerted the watchtowers, but since they were still in the forest, the watchtowers couldn't see the situation clearly. Chapter 192. As Jean and Martha emerged from the forbidden forest and reached the grassland surrounding the Battleaxe tribe, a low, soothing horn sounded again from the watchtower. This signaled to all the centaurs that the alert was lifted, and they could resume their daily activities. Jean and Martha walked into the centaur tribe. All the centaurs bowed to Anduin. Before entering the tribe, Jean noticed that the centaurs had planted some wheat in the open space outside the wooden walls. This wheat looked much better than the wheat in the Muggle world. Martha noticed Jean examining the wheat and explained with a smile, "This wheat is enough for us to eat for a year. We use the rest to brew alcohol. You know, we centaurs like to have a drink when we have nothing else to do." Jean nodded repeatedly, turning his gaze away from the wheat, thinking to himself, "Wow, these centaurs are all drunkards." As they approached the large tent in the center, Jean, Martha, and Anduin waved goodbye. Because he needed to visit Old Rand's house first, Martha and Anduin waved goodbye and left. Giano had been to Old Rand's house many times, so he found the place easily. He saw Old Rand sweating profusely, hammering a piece of iron that looked like it was about to melt over a magical fire. Giano put down his backpack, went to a nearby room, and retrieved an apron and a fire tongs and hammer, then came to Old Rand's side. "Take a break, I take care of this." Old Rand looked up and saw Giano. Without any hesitation, it stepped aside, made room for him, and then, from somewhere, took out a wine jug and took a leisurely sip. "It's good that you're here, Jean. It give this old man a rest." Jean didn't turn around, just kept forging away. Just as Old Rand was about to go back to rest, Jean spoke. "Thank you, Grandpa Rand. I heard from Martha that you've been working hard on this for a long time. You brat, why are you thanking me? This is my last piece. From now on, this place is yours. Come back and visit whenever you have time. I won't worry about you anymore." With that, Old Rand went back to his tent to rest. A little while later, Jean heard Old Rand snoring from inside. Then, only the sound of Jean forging meteorite iron remained nearby. Martha still hadn't seen Jean at dinner time. So, Anduin asked Martha to bring food to Old Rand and Jean. When Martha arrived, she found Old Rand fast asleep in his tent, while Jean had taken over forging. "Jean Noel, come and eat. Take a break. You look like you've been forging for a long time." "Oh, it's Martha. Leave the food there. I only been forging for 2 or 3 hours. Old Rand is sleeping in his tent, don't wake him. He looks very tired. I should have come earlier, so he wouldn't have to work so hard. Hey, you know, the way you're forging now really does resemble Old Rand. You should come and help Old Rand more often. He's really getting old." "Yes, time waits for no one. I remember Old Rand bragging to me that he could go a month without sleep to forge a magical weapon, and now he's exhausted himself like this after only half a month. You brat, who are you calling old? I went to sleep to give you young people a chance. It's useless for an old man like me to accumulate so much experience. I won't make any big progress, but it's different for you, you're just starting out. You need to build up your strength. Forging more will do you good." "Yes, yes, yes. Grandpa Rand isn't old at all. I just wonder when Grandpa Rand can forge a magic dagger for Martha. Ahem, you little pony. Why do you always ask for things as soon as you arrive? Couldn't you have come to chat with Grandpa?" "Of course I came to chat with you, but no other horseman in our tribe has your skill. Who else can I ask if not you? No one else can forge a good magic dagger." "That's true. Back in the day, I was a famous blacksmith in the Nordic region, and many horsemen. They came all the way from afar to our tribe to have weapons forged by me. But after that upheaval throughout Europe, many of our comrades and those from other centaur tribes perished in that conflict. Thinking about it now, it's truly regrettable. What was it all for? Just some ridiculous ideological conflict. Sigh. All right. Grandpa Rand, you should hurry up and eat. I still need to take the plates back." "Okay, I eat first. I finish this kid's meal later." Old Rand finished his dinner in about 10 minutes, glancing frequently at Jean Henry, the blacksmith. He nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, while Martha, standing beside him, asked, unconvinced, "Grandpa Rand, are little 5, and the others no good? Are they all inferior to that little wizard Jean? I don't think he's as strong as little 5, and the others. Sigh, if there were even one capable person in our tribe, I wouldn't pass on all my life's experience to outsiders. Little 5, and the others are strong, but they're too stupid. Many times when I tell them about the wisdom passed down from our ancestors, they start to get sleepy and fall asleep. It drives me crazy. I want to live a few more years. Although Rano isn't as strong as them, he's still good enough for blacksmithing. And he's quick-witted. Often I only need to explain something once for him to remember it. He understands the magic runes passed down from our ancestors after just one explanation, and his combinations of runes often give me a fresh perspective. So, to prevent our valuable skills from being lost, I have to teach him everything. I treat him well in the future, so we can go to him if anything happens in the tribe. At least my old face still has some use, and Rano is kind. He won't ignore anything if needed. Humph, I just think Grandpa Rand is biased. You little rascal, did you ask him to forge you a dagger? Yes, he agreed. But I haven't found the right materials yet. Grandpa will provide the materials after he completes his apprenticeship the day after tomorrow. Grandpa also has a piece of mithril that's perfect for forging a magical weapon for you. Thank you, Grandpa Rand. I knew you were the best. Now you won't say I'm biased? Martha blushed upon hearing this, then began to act coquettishly, making Grandpa Rand laugh heartily. After finishing his meal, Grandpa Rand took over from Jean Namco to continue forging. Jean Namco then came to Martha and asked curiously, "What were you two talking about?" I heard Grandpa Rand laughing very happily. "I won't tell you. I already found my materials. But Grandpa Rand said he'd come to find you after you graduate the day after tomorrow." "Okay, the night after tomorrow is the full moon. After I finish forging my equipment, I start forging yours. What do you want to eat these 2 days? Just say the word. I definitely get it for you." Jean Namco realized that Martha was really willing to spend money on her little knife, but he didn't ask for an exorbitant amount, saying that the usual would be fine. Chapter 193. For the next 2 days, Jean and the old centaur Rand took turns forging the meteorite iron. Jean spent most of the time forging it, while Rand provided guidance. On the daytime of the full moon, Jean began shaping the meteorite. The meteorite, after more than 10 days of being tempered by magical flames, had completely melted. Jean began to shape it with magic. He first used magic to solidify a shield mold on the forging table, a design he had pondered for a long time. Unable to come up with anything new, he simply borrowed the Hogwarts crest. Before designing the design, Jean discussed it with Rand, who agreed to his idea and even contributed his own savings. Rand didn't want Jean's debut to be a flashy but impractical piece. He wanted the shield to be truly functional. Jean first poured the molten meteorite iron into a mold, then frantically hammered it before it cooled. Once the mold was full, Jean began drawing magical runes on the inside of the shield. He continuously poured magic into each rune, drawing a flash of white light with each completed rune. Jean had to draw 64 runes on the shield, but his magic was clearly insufficient. When he had drawn 2/3 of the runes, Jean showed signs of magic exhaustion. Old Rand, who was watching nearby, gave Jean a pre-prepared magic potion, and Jean began to slow down to recover his magic. Finally, just before nightfall, Jean finished drawing all 64 magic runes. As the 64th rune was completed, the runes on the entire shield began to light up sequentially. Finally, when all 64 runes were lit, the entire shield glowed as if it had been fully charged. After the shield had been glowing for a few minutes, Jean was certain that the main body of the shield was complete. He then stopped the magic input and rested, waiting for the shield to cool completely. As the magic input stopped, the shield's light gradually faded, and after an hour, the shield had completely cooled and solidified. During this time, Jean drank water and ate to replenish his strength, while old Rand helped Jean refine other materials in the furnace. Once the shield had completely cooled, Jean flipped it over and began pouring the materials old Rand had refined into the Hogwarts crest on the front of the shield. Let's pour the molten bronze ore into the Slytherin serpent-shaped slot, the brass ore into the Hufflepuff badger-shaped slot, the gold ore into the Gryffindor lion-shaped slot, and finally the platinum ore into the Ravenclaw eagle-shaped slot. Before these metals cool down, let's add the bluestone ore to the Slytherin slot, the moonstone ore to the Hufflepuff slot, the blackstone ore to the Gryffindor slot, and finally the radiant sunstone ore to the Ravenclaw slot. By the time they finished, it was past 11 p.m. Old Rand kept reminding let's keep track of the time. They planned to finish forging the shield at midnight, as midnight on a full moon was considered the time when magic was most active. In the magical world, it's widely believed that moonlight on a full moon night is the most magical, and magical items created during this time, when illuminated by moonlight, will have their powers greatly enhanced. As for why this happens, wizards have never understood, ultimately attributing it to Merlin's blessing. Just before midnight, Jean began adding eyes to the animals on the Hogwarts crest. The animal's eyes are crucial, much like the finishing touch in ancient Chinese mythology. Wizards define this as the activation point for magical items. While not all magical items have animal symbols, all have an activation point. Jean chose the Hogwarts crest as the surface decoration, so the activation point for this shield is the animal's eyes. Jean used azurite for the snake's eyes, topaz for the badger's eyes, white jade for the eagle's eyes, and a black pearl for the lion's eyes. At midnight, Rand placed the last gem precisely on time. The entire shield, as if fully activated, began emitting rays of various colors, illuminating the entire Battle-Axe tribe. Just as Rand raised his hands in celebration, old Rand suddenly grabbed one of his hands. Under Rand's bewildered gaze, Rand drew his knife and slashed Rand's palm sharply. A torrent of blood slid from his hand onto the gleaming shield, dripping continuously. Old Rand watched for a while, then, deciding it was enough, took a potion from his fur and applied it to Rand's hand. Rand's wound quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal. After a while, the wound was completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. Just as Jean looked at old Rand with confusion, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Old Rand, it seems you taught this little wizard everything you can." Hearing this, neither Jean nor old Rand turned around, already knowing who it was. "Yes, Chief Anduin. I'm old and won't live much longer. I'm happy to come to a new world and make new friends. And Jean is the most talented pony I ever seen, so I'm willing to teach him the tribe's traditions. I also believe he's a good boy and will carry on what our ancestors left behind." While the two were talking, Jean secretly glanced behind him and found that almost all the centaurs in the tribe had arrived. Even Martha, who was peeking out from behind her father, winked at him when their eyes met. "Giano, today is my last lesson with you. After today's lesson, you be considered a master. If a talented foal appears in the Battle-Axe tribe in the future, I hope you can pass on everything you learned to it." Giano looked at old Rand's somewhat forlorn expression, feeling deeply moved. This magic shield was essentially old Rand's life savings, so Giano quickly nodded in agreement. "I will, old Rand. I come to the Battle-Axe tribe often. If the tribe needs anything, just tell me, and I do my best to forge suitable equipment. You're a good boy." Today's last lesson is that adding different blood when a magical item is almost complete will endow it with different abilities. Chapter 194. Granting special abilities? Yes. Granting special abilities. The blood mentioned here isn't just wizard blood, it can also be the blood of magical creatures. However, the enhancements that different species' blood brings to magical items vary. Then what enhancements will my blood bring to this shield? Why don't you try it yourself? Rano's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to walk over and pick up the shield to test it, the shield suddenly flew into his hands. When Rano caught the shield, he suddenly felt a weight in his hands. Then, as if suddenly enlightened, he understood the full power of the shield and could feel the joy emanating from it. Rano began testing the shield's abilities in front of all the centaurs. Normally, Rano could store the shield within his body and nurture it with magic. When used, because Rano's blood made him, and the shield of one mind, the shield would appear in its designated place with a single thought. After several attempts, Rano began testing the shield's inherent abilities. First, the centaurs used melee weapons, swords and axes, to hack and slash at the magic shield. The shield suffered no damage except for losing magic power. Of course, if the shield wasn't nurtured with magic power for a long time, it would eventually break down due to its material properties. Of course, anyone with real intelligence wouldn't allow this to happen, as the shield was like his personal magical artifact. Next, they tested it against magical attacks, and the shield's advantages became even more apparent. It required almost no incantation or reaction from Jean. Whenever a curse was aimed at Jean, it would appear in time to deflect it. Of course, this also consumes magic power, but because its main material is meteorite iron, it absorbs a small amount of cursed magic power to replenish itself. Although the absorption is relatively small, even far less than the loss, replenishment is better than nothing, and it might even save Jean's life in a non-critical situation. Having tested its defensive capabilities, it's time to test the shield's other abilities. Yes, this shield has another ability, transformation. This transformation ability comes from the dozen or so magical materials, and so, amidst the centaur's gasps of amazement, the shield began to transform. With a thought in Jean's mind, the shield instantly transformed into a Ravenclaw eagle. Jean quickly climbed onto the eagle's back, and then the eagle spread its wings and took flight. Jean, with his arms around the eagle's neck, soared through the dark night above the forbidden forest, while the centaurs in the tribe gasped in surprise once more. After flying for a while, Jean mentally lowered the shield, After all, there was still a bunch of centaurs waiting for him on the ground. Upon landing, Jean didn't dismount from the eagle's back. Instead, with a thought, the eagle instantly transformed into a lion. The lion then carried Jean around the centaur tribe, finally returning only after hearing Old Rand's call. Just as Jean was about to demonstrate the snake and badger, Old Rand stopped him. "Alright, Jean. You can test the shield's other abilities later. Now, consider the old man's hard work and let everyone go home and rest." Jean then realized it was still the middle of the night. He quickly retrieved the shield and apologized, saying he had disturbed everyone's rest. The centaurs expressed their great honor at witnessing the completion of such a magnificent magical artifact, and said they would rest for the night and celebrate properly the next day. So all the centaurs dispersed amidst the murmurs. As Martha left, she said to Jean, "Don't forget the little knife you promised me." "No, I start preparing it tomorrow." Hearing Jean's affirmative reply, Martha left satisfied. Then Jean saw Old Rand starting to tidy up the blacksmith's shop and quickly went to help. After Jean and Old Rand finished tidying up, they returned to their tent to rest. This tent was built for Jean by Old Rand after he started learning blacksmithing from him. It was Jean's second home, though it hadn't yet been approved by the tribal chief, Anduin. However, after tonight's events, Anduin probably wouldn't refuse Jean having a home in the tribe. In fact, Anduin might even welcome Jean's arrival, since currently, besides Old Rand, no other centaur in the tribe could forge magical items. Jean was too excited to sleep in his tent, tossing and turning in bed. He would summon his shield every now and then put it away, finally falling asleep exhausted as dawn broke. Jean slept until noon when Martha woke him. Martha had come to bring him food since he hadn't eaten. Seeing Jean still asleep, she deliberately woke him up to play a trick. So Jean, sound asleep, had to get up, wash and eat. Stepping out of his tent, he saw the centaurs happily preparing something. He asked Martha and learned that the tribe was holding a bonfire party for him. Jean was somewhat surprised and wanted Martha to tell Anduin that it wasn't necessary, he had only forged a shield. Just then, Old Rand from the next tent came out and stopped Jean. "Jean, don't stop the tribe from having this bonfire party." "But I only made myself a magic shield. Does the tribe really need to celebrate so grandly?" "Hee, tonight isn't just a celebration. We're also going to ask the ancestors through a ritual whether they accept you into the tribe. If the ancestors agree, you be one of us. This will become your second home." "Aw, I thought I was already one of us." "That's different. Before, you were just a guest and friend in our tribe. Everyone was kind to you, but they didn't treat you like family. But after the ceremony, you be one of us. Family. The tribe will protect you, and you also have to contribute to the tribe. I think you should be fine with that, right, Jean?" Faced with Old Rand's greeting, Jean nodded without hesitation. "Of course, Grandpa Rand. I do my part for the Battleaxe clan. By the way, Martha said you promised to forge it a dagger. What are your thoughts now? I want to see what material she'd provide, and then forge one based on her existing dagger. I give her a piece of mithril." "Huh? Mithril? If it's mithril, then maybe I have an idea. I might need to go to Davy's and Band's shop in Hogsmeade Village. Then go ahead. I'm looking forward to seeing what new magical items you forge." After speaking with Grandpa Rand, Jean and Martha headed to Hogsmeade Village. Jean was going to buy some magical materials, while Martha was taking a rabbit and some fish to find Beretta. Chapter 195. On the way to Hogsmeade Village, Martha didn't ask about the knife. Instead, she chatted with Jean about life at Hogwarts, and Jean could sense Martha's longing for the school. Unfortunately, she wasn't a wizard, and Hogwarts had no precedent of admitting other humanoid species. Soon, the two arrived at Hogsmeade Village. Jean went to Davy's and Banshee's, while Martha went to Florin's ice cream parlor. They agreed to meet at Florin's ice cream parlor, as Martha was visiting a friend and didn't plan to shop around. When Jean arrived at Davy's and Banshee's, the store was nearly empty. He saw Isabel Fletcher of Hufflepuff looking idly at some kind of magic book. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was reading a book called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Isabel Fletcher noticed someone approaching and looked up. Isabel Fletcher exclaimed in surprise. "Jean, what brings you here?" "It's the holidays. What are you doing in Hogsmeade Village?" "I came to buy some things. I'm planning to buy some alchemy materials to craft some items. And it seems only Davy's and Band's shops sell alchemy materials, so I came to take a look." "Of course. Just tell me what you want. I go find it for you. You have no idea how bored I am. Plus, it's the holidays. There's hardly anyone in Hogsmeade Village." Occasionally you see prefects or professors coming in to buy things. They're always in a hurry, barely exchanging a few words. Jean said, somewhat surprised. Aren't you supposed to be very busy? I heard from Wendy that her brother is incredibly busy. You mean Harvey Ryan and Drew Barnetta? They're apprentices at Ollivander's wand shop. Of course they're busy. They have to prepare thousands of wands for this year's new students, but luckily they already made quite a few during the holidays. However, Mr. Garrick Ollivander thinks they should prepare even more wands for the young wizards to choose from, so they get busier during the holidays. Shouldn't you be the same? No. Quite the opposite. We're not so busy during the holidays because there aren't as many wizards doing experiments, so no one comes to buy anything. Instead, during the school year, many young wizards come here to buy all sorts of random things. I don't know what they're going to do with them. Oh, by the way, after talking for so long, I still don't know what you want to buy. I want to buy a vial of invisible beast blood. Invisible beast blood? That's a bit expensive. A small vial costs about 70 pounds. What do you want that for? Jean didn't intend to answer Isabel Fletcher's question. He simply replied, 70 pounds? Could you please give me a bottle? Seeing that Jean didn't seem inclined to answer, Isabel Fletcher understood that Jean didn't want to reveal the purpose of the bottle and didn't press further. Just a moment, I go look for it. You know, shops have all sorts of random things. Please wait a moment. Jean nodded in agreement, and while Isabel Fletcher searched the counter next door, Jean began to look around the shop. Although this wasn't Jean's first time at Davies and Band's, each visit always felt new and exciting. Many unfamiliar magical raw materials were displayed on the counters. For example, the counter Jean was currently looking at was filled with ores of various sizes and shapes. Looking at these ores, Jean understood that they were for crafting magical items. Jean even saw some of the same raw materials as those used on the magic shield, such as jade ore. It must be said that the shops of Davies and Band's really had everything, but their prices were indeed exorbitant. However, there was little aspiring wizards lacking magical materials could do but accept it. Just as Jean was examining the various magical materials around him, Isabel Fletcher approached with a pale silver glass bottle. She then handed the bottle to Jean. Here's the blood of the invisible beast you requested. How about it? Doesn't it look nice? Not bad. It's the first time I ever seen this stuff. Jean handed over the money he had prepared to Isabel Fletcher. He wasn't worried about being cheated out of his money. After all, their shop had never sold counterfeit goods to a young wizard before, so their reputation was trustworthy. After paying for his items, Jean was about to leave, but Isabel Fletcher wanted him to stay and chat with her a little longer. Jean made an excuse that he had to meet up with a friend and left the Davies and Band stores. When Jean arrived at Florin's ice cream shop, Beretta and Martha had just begun preparing the ingredients. Seeing Jean arrive, the two pulled him over to help. So Jean ordered an ice cream and started helping out. He first directed the axe in the backyard to chop wood. Then he joined Martha and Beretta in preparing the ingredients. Actually, Martha was more skilled at skinning rabbits, but since she was currently cleaning fish, the rabbits went to Jean. Jean first cut off the rabbit's head, then made a slit in the rabbit's body with a knife and pulled downwards with force. The entire rabbit's skin was torn off just like that. Jean's skillful technique earned unanimous praise from Beretta and Martha. The three of them quickly set up a barbecue stall in front of Florin's ice cream shop. With ice cream, life was indeed comfortable. Since business was slow today, Mr. Florin Fosco joined in. While happily eating barbecue, Mr. Fosco began to talk about his school days. When he was in school, Dumbledore was only the professor of transfiguration, and Hogwarts was quite strict then, with a much less warm and pleasant atmosphere than it is now. In short, the barbecue was a great success, and Mr. Fosco invited Martha to come often. Whenever Martha organized a barbecue, he would provide her with free ice cream. This made Martha very happy, and she said she would come often when she had free time. Seeing that it was almost time, Martha and Jean prepared to leave. After waving goodbye to Beretta and Mr. Florin, they returned to the Forbidden Forest. By this time, the Centaur tribe's bonfire party in the Forbidden Forest was almost finished. Now they were just waiting for complete darkness to begin the ritual. This ritual was to be presided over by Anduin Meyer, as he was the chieftain of the Battleaxe tribe. Whether the ancestors would allow new companions to become family required the chieftain's approval, and Anduin, now ready, stood in the center of the area waiting for nightfall. Chapter 196. Night fell quickly, and the starry sky was exceptionally bright and dazzling. A full moon slowly climbed higher into the sky, and the sacrificial ceremony of the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest officially began. Jean watched the ceremony quietly, his thoughts drifting far away. In Jean's opinion, the Centaur tribe was the most suitable people for divination. Almost every Centaur knew a little bit of it. Those courses that supposedly made 3-year and 5-year students drowsy could be discussed by the Centaurs for 3 days and 3 nights. His gaze returned to the center of the sacrificial site, where Anduin was occasionally throwing incense into the fire. The white smoke from the burning incense gathered and lingered in front of Anduin. Seeing Jean's curiosity, Martha explained, "The ancestors seem unable to understand why a young wizard should join the Centaur tribe, and Father has been communicating with them. Don't worry, I believe the final result will be acceptable." In Jean's opinion, the Centaurs were overly pious. If humans were to act as long as it was helpful, ancestors could be set aside for later, perhaps when playing cards. The ritual lasted for about half an hour before the smoke in front of Anduin finally dissipated. Looking at the sweat-drenched Anduin, Jean felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had gone through so much trouble to get him to join the Centaur tribe. Before Jean could feel guilty for long, Anduin's voice resounded throughout the area. "The ancestors have agreed to Jean's joining the Warax tribe. Let's celebrate to welcome our new family." The Centaurs, forming a circle, cheered loudly, calling Jean's name and dancing in the circle. At this moment, a Centaur brought in a prepared deer and roasted it over the fire. Jean has been pulled into the circle to dance by Masha and Little Five, and although Jean dances clumsily, she is very happy and enjoys herself. At the party, Anduin spoke privately with Jean. The main topic was how to settle Jean, and Anduin inquired in a consultative tone. "From now on, the tent old brand set up for you is yours, and the blacksmith shop next door is also yours." "That's fine, but I might not be living in the tribe for a long time. I think you understand. Of course, you're a wizard. And you be studying at Hogwarts. We send people to clean the house when you're not back. Also, although it might seem redundant to say this now, I think you should know. From now on, you can use the surname Mayor. Outside, you can use this surname to make any decisions on behalf of the tribe." "Aw? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? How can I make decisions for the tribe? We Centaurs trust our family. Centaurs can't just enjoy the benefits you bring, they must also bear the dangers you bring. Sharing joys and sorrows, advancing and retreating together, that's what family is. And you are now a member of our family. Of course, since you're a wizard, we don't force you to change your surname, just keep it in mind." Jean nodded heavily after hearing this. It was a profound trust. Jean Henry would never forget this moment. As the Centaurs gradually became drunk and fell asleep, the party came to an end. Those who weren't drunk carried their intoxicated companions back to their tents, and the fire gradually died down, thus concluding the party. The next day, when Jean Henry opened his eyes again, it was already broad daylight. After washing up, he went to Old Rand's tent and began searching for the mithril. Old Rand merely opened his eyes, glanced at it, and then turned over and went back to sleep. After finding the mithril, Jean Henry weighed it in his hand. It was of good weight. That was his final conclusion. So, Ron called Martha over and asked her to wait aside. Then, Ron started a fire to forge a small knife. Since it was just a small knife, and the materials were simple, Ron finished it in a few hours. Because it was made of mithril, which is relatively soft, several sharp magical runes were engraved on it to increase its sharpness. This made the knife very effective against magic. Even the ironclad curse couldn't stop it, because mithril also has anti-magic properties. The anti-magic property combined with its sharpness made it very powerful. To further enhance its lethality, Ron added the blood of an invisible beast before the knife was finished. The blood caused the knife to slowly disappear from Ron's sight, a sight that made Martha's eyes widen in surprise. While Martha was still stunned, Ron grabbed her hand and cut it. Only after the blood covered the surface of the knife did Ron remind Martha to stop the bleeding. Martha quickly stopped the bleeding, and her mood began to brighten. The dagger, invisible to others, was so conspicuous to it. Because of Martha's blood, it was connected to the dagger's essence, like Jean's shield. With a single thought from Martha, the dagger would carry out her will. After the dagger was forged, Martha became the tribe's little devil. Things in the Centaur tribe would frequently break inexplicably. Martha even mischievously cut off a small tuft of her father's hair. At first, the Centaurs didn't pay much attention, until some noticed that the broken items had smooth-cut surfaces. Only then did the Centaurs realize someone was sabotaging them, and only Jean could forge such new things. So when they questioned Jean, Martha was exposed. Finally, by unanimous decision of the Centaur tribe, Martha was forbidden from using the knife within the tribe. Anduin, after discovering that Martha had secretly cut off his hair, firmly supported this decision. So, After spending about a week in the Centaur tribe, Rano took the night's bus home. He still had a lot of homework to do, and he needed to discuss elective courses with his roommates for the next semester. While Rano was doing these things, Headmaster Andres, from Yin Kingdom, arrived in Yancheng, the last stop in Yin Kingdom. Since it wasn't the first time he had come to Yin Kingdom to recruit students, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Parents were still amazed by magic, and students were still excited about learning magic. Many students this year even bought every Harry Potter novel available on the market to better understand and familiarize themselves with Hogwarts, hoping to make their time at Hogwarts more comfortable and enjoyable. Andres and his group didn't spoil their fun, nor did they tell them that the magical world was still very immature. During his 3 days in Yancheng, Andres received calls from Catherine. Catherine and her group had essentially completed the construction plan for the herb garden and were now just waiting for construction to finish. Andres specifically inquired with Professor Snape about whether the fireplace at the herb garden was completed and whether the FLA network was working properly. It's worth noting that the FLA network cost Andres tens of thousands of system points, having it certainly made travel much more convenient. Chapter 197. After receiving Professor Snape's affirmative reply, Andres felt much more at ease. The herb farm was practically an enclave due to its distance, but the FLA network connection made things much easier. Hogwarts could react quickly to anything happening at the herb farm. Unless there was an internal wizarding rebellion that shut down the FLA network, it would be very difficult to sever the connection between the two through normal means. Just as Andres was about to leave Yin Country, Vice Mayor Liu of Bashu City approached him. Andres had already investigated Vice Mayor Liu through the Asian branch of the Magical Financial Investment Company. Much of the information was publicly available. Vice Mayor Liu and the military officer surnamed Wang both came from a ministry compound in Yin Country's capital. They were third-generation elites. Because officials from the same ministry generally belonged to the same faction, the grudges of the older generation were unknown, but the younger generation were very united. They were the kind of self-protective group that wouldn't gang up on others, but wouldn't tolerate being bullied. Considering future cooperation with the Yin government, Andres felt it necessary to maintain cooperative relationships with various organizations. Therefore, he met with Vice Mayor Liu, who was serving in Bashu City. Vice Mayor Liu's purpose was simple: to seek cooperation. Count Andres, I come to address the agricultural issues of Bashu City. We have many excellent products, but they suffer from a lack of recognition and marketability. When I was working in Rongqing, I carefully studied your business model, and I believe it's a very good approach. Therefore, I'm taking the liberty of disturbing you today to seek cooperation. Vice Mayor Liu was pleased that Andres agreed so readily. As for certain conditions, even if Andres and his team hadn't brought them up, he would still need to manage them carefully for the sake of his reputation. Once an international company like this ran into trouble, getting business back in would be extremely difficult. Of course, but you need to provide agricultural products that meet international food safety standards. You also need to provide convenient transportation conditions, as many agricultural products are easily perishable. Only better transportation can ensure rapid sales. That's no problem at all. Our government departments will fully cooperate in infrastructure construction. Also, we only deal with company entities, not individuals. Therefore, for convenience, we will only purchase products from companies and will not send people to the site for acquisition, as that would undoubtedly increase our costs. That's understandable. We will arrange for village and town governments to establish corresponding enterprises to concentrate resources on major projects. Also, I wonder when your company can also establish 1 or 2 large-scale commercial supermarkets in our Bashu City. I'm not quite sure about that yet. The CEO of the commercial supermarket was researching the development of the European and American markets a few days ago. I really don't know much about the situation in Yin Country, but there's no doubt that we will expand rapidly in Yin Country. Vice Mayor Liu was even more pleased to hear Andres say that the commercial supermarket would expand rapidly. As long as the commercial supermarket expands, their Bashu City's agricultural products will reach more consumer markets in the future. With the cooperation agreement reached, the rest was just a formality. Both sides began a mutual flattery session. Knowing that Andres was there to recruit students, Vice Mayor Liu expressed that Bashu City was also willing to engage in this kind of cultural exchange with Great Britain. Andres expressed great interest in the activity, but suggested that the British side might need to communicate with Chengdu, Sichuan province first. Vice Mayor Liu readily agreed, stating he had many friends in Chengdu, and that this was a matter of political achievement, so they could discuss it together. The secretary brought by Vice Mayor Liu exchanged contact information with Andres' staff, and the meeting ended. In the following days, Andres traveled from Yin to the United States and Bering. After this period of travel, Andres really didn't want to go out recruiting anymore. Fortunately, students would be graduating next year, and with the help of domestic 3-year students, Andres planned to have the students come next year. At the end of July, Andres finally completed his recruitment trip and returned to Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, he resumed his days of leisurely petting the cats and playing with thunder. Professor McGonagall and her team also completed home visits for the new students, ensuring the admission of the 200 British students this year. So, taking advantage of everyone's presence, Andres decided to invite everyone to dinner at Hogsmeade Village that evening. Although they seemed to dine together every day, eating in a different place always felt different, didn't it? Professors, thank you all for your hard work these past few days. I decided to invite you all to the Three Broomsticks bar tonight for a drink. Professor Flitwick was the first to respond. Ah, Principal Andres, that's a great idea. I'd definitely be there. I'm going to Nance's shop this afternoon to buy some things, so I go ahead, Principal Andres. This was said by our Forbidden Forest guardian, who had quite a few magical creatures to look after next semester. So he planned to check out Nance's shop for anything useful. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing their evening visit to the Three Broomsticks, a cold voice poured cold water on the lively atmosphere. Headmaster Andres, I won't be going. I have to instruct Darius and the others on brewing some potions this afternoon. Don't be like that, Severus. You should relax more. You and Professor Sprout had a tough time at the Imperial Graveyard the other day. But for some reason, our prefects have recently become very interested in potions. After their home visits, they all stayed at Hogwarts instead of going back, and then they started brewing different potions. After listening to Professor Snape's description, Andres asked with a puzzled expression. Is that so? Yes. So far, they brewed cold medicine, wound medicine, awakening medicine, aging potion, truth potion, shrinking potion, hair growth potion, intelligence potion, Felix Felicis, and even love potion. I must say, the Felix Felicis is the most difficult. But our student council president, Diane, is an excellent potion maker. Hearing Snape rattle off a list of potions, like a menu, even Professor Minerva McGonagall frowned. She spoke seriously to Andres. Headmistress Andres, I think we should ask the children what they're trying to do. You see, some of these potions are contraband. Even without the Ministry of Magic cracking down, they can't brew and use them right now. Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, I trust the students won't do anything reckless. I go with Snape to check on them in a bit. Chapter 198. In the afternoon, Andres and Professor Snape arrived at the Hogwarts basement, which contained not only the potions classroom, but also several abandoned potions classrooms. Snape led Andres to one of the classrooms and opened the door, where Andres saw Darius Pick and Harkin Miller brewing a potion. Harkin, there's definitely something wrong with your potion. The textbook describes the normal color as dark red, but yours is too light. Something's wrong. Let me think, where's the problem? No way, Darius. This is the result of our whole day's work, are you mistaken? Professor Snape said coldly after glancing at it. Darius is right, Harkin. How could we Slytherin have such an idiot? If this were in class, I'd deduct points from your score even if it meant losing the house cup. I'm asking you, how do we remove the porcupine quills from this potion? Darius replied habitually upon hearing Snape's question. Of course you wash them, chop them into pieces, grind them into powder, and then pour them into the pot. Seriously, Harkin. You didn't actually grind them into powder, did you? Harkin, standing nearby, had already realized his mistake when Professor Snape asked the question. Even though he was graduating next year, he was still a little afraid of Professor Snape and didn't dare to look up. Sorry, Professor, I forgot. I chopped them into pieces and poured them directly into the pot. It's obvious what happened. I think you have a troll's brain. But thankfully, the potion wasn't ruined, just much less effective. Seeing Professor Snape finish reprimanding the student, Andres quickly chimed in. Darius, could you come out with me for a moment? I have something to ask you. Yes, Headmaster Andres. The two walked towards the door. As Darius left, he saw Hawkins' pleading eyes. He could only offer an apologetic gesture before exiting. The moment the door closed, he began to mourn for Halkin, for he heard Professor Snape's cold voice. Halkin, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to clean up your mess? Ah, yes, Professor Snape. I clean it up right away. After Andres and Darius came out, they went to the classroom next door. Opening the door, Andres cast a cleansing spell on two empty chairs. Then he said to Darius, Sit down, Darius. Dara sat down and asked Andres. I wonder what the headmaster wanted to see me about. Well, it's like this. We were having lunch when Severus said he'd been brewing a lot of potions lately, including some magical potions that aren't suitable for you. Professor McGonagall is worried and asked me to come and find out what's going on. Darius visibly relaxed upon hearing this and quickly replied. Yes, that's right, Headmaster Andres. You should remember the shops we bought from you last year. Andres immediately recalled this, remembering how he had emphasized they should use them a year later. Now he understood what they were up to, so Andres asked. So you're planning to open a potion shop? Yes, Headmaster Andres, we got the shop all set up, and now we're just waiting to stock the potions so we can open for business. We plan to officially launch our potions with the start of the new semester. But are your potions safe? I think there's something wrong with Harkin's potions. Please don't worry, Headmaster Andres, today was just an accident. All the potions we make need to be checked by Professor Snape, otherwise, we wouldn't dare release them to the market. These are for people to drink, and we wouldn't dare to do anything without Professor Snape's approval. Andres nodded upon hearing this. If it's been tested by Professor Snape, then it really works. What are your plans for managing the shop? You know you're all usually very busy. We thought it through. We borrow a house elf from the school to help during the holidays. Normally, the 10 of us will take turns, each working a day, so it'd only be 2 or 3 shifts during the entire holiday. If anyone has an emergency, we can switch shifts. That's indeed a good idea. Did you all brew these potions? Yes, all 10 of us brewed them. Some are from last year's assignments or classroom projects, and some we brewed ourselves during our free time during the holidays. Overall, everyone's enthusiasm is quite high. After all, it's our own shop. By the way, you can learn to make those prohibited drugs. But I don't want them on the market. I'm afraid some young wizards won't be able to resist the temptation and use them indiscriminately. Please rest assured, Headmaster Andres. We have no intention of selling prohibited potions. Their primary purpose is for demonstration. Displaying such highly complex potions helps showcase our abilities. This is something we all agreed upon. Every bottle of prohibited potion will be strictly guarded. Then I have no problem. Remember to let me know when you open. And best of luck with your business. Thank you, Headmaster Andres. We plan to officially open on August 1st. We hope you can come and offer some guidance then. I will. After finishing their business, Andres started chatting with Darius, mainly inquiring about the success of this year's student home visits. Darius explained that they were used to parents' skepticism. Only after seeing a real magical demonstration would they believe Hogwarts was real and not just a movie, novel, or prank. Andres also asked about the 10 of them teaching classes next semester. Darius, how did you all discuss the matter of needing 10 of you to substitute for classes next semester? We already discussed it, Professor Andres. Since there are only 5 core subjects that require our teaching, we divided into pairs, 1 male and 1 female, to teach the new students. That's just the right number. That's excellent. Is there anything you need the school to prepare? We don't have any specific needs, but we might need the school to coordinate some classrooms. After all, there are quite a few students. 1,600 classrooms in total really aren't enough. I understand, Darius. I handle this. Let's go back and see how Professor Snape and how Ken are doing. Yes, Principal Andres, I'm looking forward to the new semester. Chapter 199. When Andres and Darius emerged from the classroom next door, Hal Ken had finished tidying up his workbench. He was now being questioned by Professor Snape about some potion-related matters. Hal Ken, what are the ingredients for Veritaserum? 5 milligrams of Sri Lankan vulture bile, 3 grams of Berkshire grass, 3 grams of half-year grass buds, 10 grams of Icelandic Uris stalactite, 5 grams of ferret heart tendon, 10 grams of water, 10 grams of salamander serum, and what else? Snape's face was initially just dark, but it grew increasingly so as he listened. Seeing Professor Snape's increasingly grim expression, Hal Ken felt a pang of anxiety. What was that last ingredient again? It seemed so close, yet he couldn't quite recall it. Right. I remember now. 10 grams of Indian incense powder. Upon hearing the final answer, Professor Snape's expression began to improve, but he remained venomous. Your brain's not completely useless. I was planning to test you on some crafting techniques, but since Headmaster Andres and the others are back, that's enough for today. Harkin was overjoyed, almost jumping for joy. Long live Headmaster Andres. Alright, Professor Snape, I think you finished your business here. See you in Hogsmeade Village tonight? No problem, Headmaster Andres. That evening, all the professors appeared at the Three Broomsticks Tavern. The news quickly spread throughout Hogsmeade Village, and the shop owners also flocked to the tavern. Everyone wanted to have a good get-together, so the Three Broomsticks Tavern was quite lively that night. The professors and shop owners discussed mostly the new students' issues. The professors were concerned about whether Darius and the others could do well in their first-year classes, while the shop owners were concerned about their summer sales. The professors' concerns were understandable, but somewhat unnecessary. Darius and the other prefects were currently at level 2 magic, equivalent to the average 5th or 6th year Hogwarts student. Students at this level were more than capable of teaching first-year students, as the magic taught in the first year consisted of very simple, basic spells. As long as the hand gestures and incantations were correct, they could generally be successfully cast. Among the shopkeepers, Ollivander's Wand Shop and Flourish and Blotts were the least worried. These were practically must-visit shops for young wizards, and they had their stock readily available. Next was Madame Malkin's Robe Shop. She needed to measure the young wizards' body measurements to alter their clothing sizes. The gathering continued with laughter and conversation until 9 or 10 o'clock that evening. Back at Hogwarts, Andreas remembered Darius's request from that afternoon. So, Andreas went to the headmaster's office and began experimenting. First, he bought an astronomy classroom card and placed it next to the existing astronomy classroom. Andreas then observed that the plan was feasible, as the system's 3D model showed that there were now 2 astronomy classrooms at that location. The only difference is that the original astronomy classroom was level 4, while the new one is level 1. This is interesting because the other classrooms are relatively easy to manage. There are always a few abandoned classrooms that can be reused without much problem. However, the astronomy classroom is only the one on the top floor of the Ravenclaw Tower, but now it can have 2 classrooms simultaneously. It's not just a matter of an empty classroom. The astronomy classroom is quite spacious. So Andres left the principal's office and went to the new astronomy classroom, which appeared to be next to the old one. However, upon entering, he found it to be identical to the old classroom. Andres even called Dobby over to test it out, and they discovered that while the locations of the old and new classrooms were the same, the people in both classrooms seemed to be in different dimensions, unable to see each other, and even shouting couldn't get them to hear each other. Finally, Andres helplessly called out to the system, hoping to get some answers. The system's answer was simple. This is space folding magic. That was all it took to dismiss Andres, without explaining what it was or how it came about. Andres was speechless, only able to say, okay, that's magical. But even without finding the reason, it was useful. So Andres began his extravagant spending spree that night, purchasing classrooms for all 5 major subjects in the system. He also upgraded these new classrooms from level 1 to level 4, spending a total of 7,500 system points. Andres placed the classrooms for these 5 courses next to the existing ones. To increase visibility, he had Dobby, the house elf, hang signs on the walls next to each classroom door. The old classrooms were numbered 001, the new ones 002, and any new classrooms added would follow the same numbering system. Andres even thought that when the school could accommodate over 50,000 students, the numbering might even reach the 20s. Professor Snape was the first to notice this change. He discovered it the next morning when he went to the classroom to brew Felix Felicis. He then mentioned it to the other professors during lunch, revealing that the changes mainly affected the 5 core subjects. Electives remained unchanged. However, this was understandable, as electives didn't attract as many students yet, and there was no need for more professors or classrooms. In mid-August, local young wizards, carrying their acceptance letters and accompanied by their parents, began taking the Hogwarts Express to Hogsmeade Village to buy their shopping lists. Second and third year students also started arriving in small groups to buy supplies for the new school year. The second and third year students' biggest hobby now was squatting in Florin's ice cream shop, watching the curious newcomers and their parents, like they were watching country bumpkins visiting the city. Although some newcomers noticed their behavior, they were quickly drawn away by the novelties of the wizarding world. The older students, meanwhile, lamented whether they too had been just as naive back in their day. Many older students, after watching for a while, lost interest and began shopping for their new school year supplies. While wandering around Hogsmeade Village, they discovered a new shop they'd never seen before, its name quite straightforward, the Seniors Potion Shop. Soon, the shop was exposed on MSN in London, and it wasn't hard to find out that it was indeed a potion shop opened by the first batch of 3-year students. They reportedly opened their shop on August 1st, and even had a celebration. Later, Darius had to step forward and briefly explain that they had bought the shop in Hogsmeade and opened it themselves, hoping that their juniors would come and support their business. Chapter 200. One morning in mid-August, sunlight shone brightly on a beautiful young girl. Holding a letter, she spoke to a boy who was working. "Darling, look at the notice. This year we can learn apparition." The boy replied without looking up. "Dear Joanna, I seen it. Come quickly and fetch me a bucket of water. I also need to wipe the dog cage over here." The girl asked, shaking her head slightly. "Where's Miss Nancy?" "She's up ahead. A little wizard just came to buy a pet." "Speaking of pets, where's General?" "Where did General go?" It's probably out playing. Lately, many little wizards come to Hogsmeade Village every day, and it goes over to Freeload, whether it knows them or not. It's gotten quite fat." Hearing this, the girl became a little angry. "You can't do that, Bernhard. The General needs to control his weight. He can't get too fat. It's bad for his health." "I know, that's why you haven't noticed I haven't been feeding him much lately." Just as the two were bickering, a witch entered. "Oh, you two are so energetic so early in the morning? Youth is great. What are you saying, Sister Nancy?" "I'm here to tell Bernhard that we can learn apparition this year." The new lady chatted with the young girl while fetching water. "Oh, apparition. That wasn't a good experience for me. I remember injuring myself while learning. But thankfully, I persevered. I have to go to the apothecary to take over, or Diane's going to be angry." "Go ahead. Want to come over for lunch?" "No, I eat at the shop. There might be a lot of little wizards around lunchtime." "Goodbye, Bernhard." "Goodbye, Joanna." The boy stood up and waved goodbye to the girl as she was leaving. The witch beside him asked teasingly, "So, Bernhard, when are you and Joanna getting married? She's such a wonderful girl, and you two are classmates and both wizards. That's rare. We plan to go on a trip after graduation, and then come back to get married. Our parents have both agreed to our plans." "Wow, am I the first person to know about this?" "Of course, Ms. Nancy. We haven't told anyone. Remember to keep it a secret." "I will, and I definitely give you a wonderful wedding gift." "Thank you, Ms. Nancy." What did the little wizard buy? You probably can't imagine. A chubby little girl likes black mamba snakes. Her parents were terrified, but she insisted, and finally, they gave in. What's wrong with black mamba snakes? They're easy to care for and clean. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you. Besides, these intelligent black mamba snakes, which can be kept as pets by wizards, can understand their owner's commands. Isn't that great? I regret getting General now. This guy has too much energy. Just as Bernhard finished speaking, they heard something fall behind them. They turned around and saw the chicken leg the General had been carrying in his mouth had fallen to the ground, and he was staring at Bernhard with a dumbfounded expression. The General's expression seemed to say, "You bastard. I worked so hard begging to support you, and this is how you treat me." Seeing this, Bernhard quickly changed his tune. "Actually, having an energetic pet is quite nice. At least you can run around and exercise together, right, Ms. Nancy?" Nancy quickly replied, "Yes, yes." However, the General was clearly not a dog easily fooled. With a I won't listen expression, it ran off, snatching the chicken leg that had fallen to the ground before it left. Bernhard and Ms. Nancy exchanged a glance and continued working. The silly dog would come back on its own when it had had its fill of playing. Meanwhile, Joanna arrived at a magic potion shop on the edge of the village. This potion shop was a joint venture between the prefects and the upperclassmen. When she pushed open the door and entered, there were already young wizards browsing inside. The entire potion shop was filled with potion tubes and crystal bottles of various colors, making the potions look beautiful. In addition to these potions, they had also designed a large floor-to-ceiling window. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window was a simple workbench, on which were some herbs and ingredients, and a cauldron in which a potion was being brewed. Since the main purpose was to demonstrate to those who came to buy potions, the potion being brewed contained potions that took a long time to prepare, such as Polyjuice potion, which required a month to brew. After the initial steps were completed, it just needed to be simmered over a low flame. "You're late, darling." Joanna heard this, and immediately turned around to give him a hug. "I went to read a book by Hades, so I'm a little late. But I'm sure my dear Diane won't be angry about such a small thing. Alright, I'm really fed up with you too. Hurry up and get ready, this place is yours for today. If you have any problems, you can call Potato over to help you." Just as Diana finished speaking, a large-eyed, large-eared house elf appeared before them. Potato is always at the beck and call of its masters. Joanna looked at the house elf before her. It was a gift from Andreas when the shop opened a while ago. This way, they wouldn't need to borrow a house elf from Hogwarts. However, unlike Private House Elf, it couldn't do anything private. Because it was a gift to this shop, it had several owners, so they couldn't expect it to obey any one person's orders or keep any secrets. Joanna waved Potato away and continued chatting with Diana. Go ahead and get busy. I call you if I need anything. By the way, Diane, did you see the notice that came in this morning? We're offering a 2-week apparition course this year. Do you want to sign up? I'm definitely going to learn it. Of course, who would refuse teleportation? I think all of us will sign up. Okay, I still need to buy the items on my list. I won't have time once things get busy in a few days. Yes, we'd be welcoming new students in a few days, and we have a lot to do. Oh, and my wizard robes are getting a bit short. I have to go to Madame Malkin's to order new ones when it's less crowded tonight. I really envy you, Joanna. You're already 20 and still growing. At this rate, you'd be taller than Bernhard. I'm also troubled. So many clothes don't fit anymore. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Principal Andres, I remember you said last summer that there would be a new mode of transportation to pick up students from all over the world. I wonder how the preparations are going. We'd be picking them up in a few days. You come at the perfect time, Professor McGonagall. Actually, I was just about to invite everyone to see my new behemoth. Chapter 201. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, a young wizard and a witch were talking. Headmaster Andres, should I go and call the others now? No, I think we can go downstairs for breakfast first. If any professors are interested in going to see it while we're there, we can go together. Alright, let's go now. So the two wizards left the headmaster's office and went to the Great Hall. Since it was holiday time, there weren't many people in the Great Hall for breakfast. There were only about a dozen students and professors. Some people had been brought to the common room by house elves. Andres smiled and greeted everyone, inviting them to see the new mode of transport later. Everyone was very interested in the new mode of transport and accepted Andres' invitation. After breakfast, they all went to the Black Lake below the castle. Since the entire Black Lake had been incorporated into Hogwarts by the system, everyone could now see a giant squid floating on the surface, basking in the sun. Andres pulled out the new toy he purchased from the system and started using it, while everyone chatted and waited. The sharp-eyed Beretta immediately shouted, "Look! Something's rising from the lake." Everyone's attention was drawn to the lake's surface, which was bubbling and churning like boiling water. Then a wooden pole emerged from the water, bearing the Hogwarts flag. Next came more masts and sails, followed by the massive hull of the ship. Numerous cannon barrels were visible on both sides of the hull. This behemoth was clearly not to be trifled with. A minute later, the entire ship was revealed before them, a colossus. Then, with a loud bang, it seemed the door on the ship had been opened. A man dressed in the uniform of an 18th-century British naval vice-admiral appeared at the bow and addressed the crowd on the shore. Horace O'Nelson and HMS Victory are pleased to serve you, Headmaster Andres. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Nelson, or should I address you as the Duke of Bronte? Please call me General. It is the highest honor of my life. Could you show us around your HMS Victory, Your Excellency? Of course. I never imagined I would be sailing my HMS Victory on these seas again. As soon as Horatio Nelson finished speaking, the ship's side near the shore automatically parted, and wooden steps extended from the ship to the shore. Magic is indeed convenient. No more climbing nets to board. Once everyone was aboard, General Horatio Nelson began to introduce the HMS Victory. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce my ship, the Victory. Built in 1795 over 6 years, it consumed 2,000 oak trees and 38 tons of iron. Originally, the Victory was powered by the mainsails on its 3 masts, reaching speeds of approximately 15 to 17 kilometers per hour. Now, those are useless. The power comes from a magical power source in the hull. The Victory can now reach 120 kilometers per hour on the surface, and about 5 times that speed underwater, or 600 kilometers per hour. Everyone was stunned by these figures. The professors were relatively calm, as magical inventions are often surprising. The students who boarded the ship were even more astonished. What? This ship could be used as a submarine and travel at 600 kilometers per hour? That's almost like an airplane. At least airplanes don't collide with birds in the sky, but what if this thing hits a fish in the sea? So, our little Beretta immediately raised her hand and asked, General Horatio Nelson, aren't you afraid of hitting fish or something while traveling at such high speeds underwater? Ah, that's a good question. What I'm asking is, has the night bus ever been involved in any accidents? I don't think so. That's right. I don't think the Victory will either. Come on, everyone, Let's go inside and take a look. The group followed General Horatio Nelson into the cabin, which was quite different from what they had imagined. Normally, the cabins of ships from the sailing era were smelly and filthy, and despite the crew's efforts to clean them, the results were minimal. But this magical version of the Victory was different. It was like a modern luxury cruise ship. The floor was carpeted, and magical candles floated and burned in the air on both sides of the cabin. The lounge inside the cabin was also furnished much like a hotel, complete with beds, wardrobes, desks, toilets, and bathrooms. The walls were adorned with oil paintings and trinkets woven by the sailors. Even more interestingly, there was a window in the cabin wall offering a view outside. In other words, in the pitch-black depths of the sea, wizards can see into the ocean through windows. As for what they can see at 600 kilometers per hour, that's unknown. General Horatio Nelson, how many rooms like this are there? I'm sorry, Headmaster Andres. I don't know. It seems to change according to the number of passengers. All the rooms are created by layering spatial magic. It's like a room of requirement. When you get your assigned room number, you naturally think about where that room is, and it will appear not far in front of you. Is there enough food and fresh water? Of course, more than enough. That's what surprised me most. After being magically modified, it's completely unaffected by tonnage. This ship has enough food and fresh water for 10,000 people for a year. If there are too many people, we can stop at several more ports. Won't we be discovered while stopping at ports? Ordinary people will ignore the Victory's existence. So when can the Victory set sail? The Victory is at your command. Very good, Horatio Nelson. Rest for a few days. In a few days, we need to set off to pick up students from all over the world for classes. I understand. In the next few days, I have the house elves replenish the Victory's food supply. And water. Speaking of house elves, how many house elves does the Victory need? If it's just me on board normally, I don't need any. But if there are passengers on board, I suggest a ratio of 100 to 1, too few, and I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Alright, I arrange for 10 house elves to be on board. They usually work at Hogwarts and on the ship, and when it's time to pick up and drop off students, they all come to work on the ship. I wonder if this arrangement is appropriate. Of course, Headmaster Andres. That's a wise decision. While Andres and General Horatio Nelson were arranging the pickup and drop-off of students for Hogwarts, the others returned to the deck from various parts of the ship. After this tour, everyone realized that a ship could have many multifunctional cabins. There were sailors' lounges, captains' lounges, medical rooms, prayer rooms, cargo holds, water tanks, animal husbandry cabins, and so on. Chapter 202. After their tour, the group, along with Andres and General Horatio Nelson, returned to Hogwarts. The giant squid in the Black Lake, after everyone left, began curiously swimming around the HMS Victory. The students were the first to leave, eager to share the news with their friends. Most of the professors dispersed, except for a few heads of departments and Andres, who returned to the headmaster's office. Everyone understood that someone would likely be going to pick up the students. Upon entering the headmaster's office, several chairs flew up to the desk. Please have a seat, everyone. Let's discuss picking up the students. The professors and General Horatio Nelson each found a chair and sat down. Teacups on the desk bounced over to them, the teapot filled with black tea. No one spoke first, but instead sipped their tea, awaiting Andres' instructions. General Horatio Nelson, welcome again. However, I apologize that we need you to make a trip so soon after your arrival. We plan to travel from the North Sea to Bering, then across the Arctic Ocean through the Bering Strait to Yin, then from Yin to the Lighthouse Kingdom, and finally back to Hogwarts via the Panama Canal. Do you have any suggestions for this route? The Victory and I are fine, provided we have enough food and fresh water. Of course. Dobby. With Andres' call, a house elf dressed in tattered clothes appeared before them. Dobby is at your service, Headmaster Andres. Dobby, replenish supplies for General Horatio Nelson and his Victory. Then send 5 house elves aboard as attendants for this voyage, to be at General Horatio Nelson's command. I understand, Principal Andres. I go prepare right away. With that, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished into thin air. By the way, General Nelson, do you usually plan to live on land or on a ship? If you live on land, we can provide you with a room. If you live on a ship, is there anything else we can offer? Headmaster Andres, thank you so much for your generosity. I think I need a home on land, but I'd be living on the ship most of the time. I completely understand. Here's what I do, General Nelson. I have a few empty houses in Hogsmeade Village. You can choose one as your home. If you need to buy a house in the Muggle world, just let me know, and I help you buy one. No need for that trouble. I think I'm more suited to Hogsmeade Village now. As for faraway London, that's probably not suitable for me. Alright, professors. We resolved some of General Nelson's issues. So, who will lead the team to pick up this year's new students? Professor McGonagall? What's your opinion? Headmaster Andres, I think Professor Snape and Professor Sprout won't want to travel far this year. Hearing this, Professor Sprout raised his teacup in a gesture of respect to Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Minerva. Professor McGonagall didn't speak, only smiled and nodded in response, then looked at Andres. Andres glanced at Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, thought for a moment, and said, Alright, this year Professor Flitwick and I will lead the team. Let me think about who else we should take. How about Professor Ophelia Quinn? She told me she's been wanting to travel far away for a while, but because of the Department of Mysteries regulations, she's hardly ever gone out. Ophelia Quinn? Of course. Then we have a few more prefects with us. That's all for today. Professor McGonagall, could you please call Professor Ophelia Quinn for me later? Professor Flitwick, could you please take General Nelson to Hogsmeade Village to choose a house he likes? By the way, General Nelson, you know how to use Flipowder, right? It's an honor that the system not only taught me how to use Flipowder, but I'm now a wizard too. However, my magical level might not be as high as yours, professors. That's alright, we can learn from each other. The Hogwarts library is always open to you. That's wonderful. Then you go ahead with your work, Professor Flitwick, and I will take our leave. With that, General Nelson and Professor Flitwick walked to the fireplace in Headmaster Andres' office, picked up the Flipowder from the table, stood in the fireplace, said the name of Hogsmeade Village, and flew away. Seeing the two leave, Professor Minerva McGonagall and the other two professors also left the headmaster's office. Back in his potions office, Professor Snape thought for a moment, picked up a quill, and wrote a note to one of his prefects. If Headmaster Andreas asks if you have time, you better be available. After writing the note, Professor Snape summoned the house elf creature. Send these two notes to Halkin Miller and Eleanor Morrison, respectively. As you wish, sir. Meanwhile, Andreas, as Professor Severus Snape had instructed, was indeed writing to the prefects of the third year, inquiring if they had time to go on a week-long trip together. The departure date was set for August 20th, a few days later, after which they would return directly to Hogwarts to begin the new term. That evening, Andres received replies from the prefects. Darius Pick and Diane Bryan agreed to go, while Joanna Hampton and Bernhard Wiggins declined, one needing to look after the potions shop and the other staying at the magical beasts shop to help. Gryffindor prefect Kalima Molina stated he couldn't come due to family matters. Surprisingly, both Slytherin prefects, Halkin Miller and Eleanor Morrison, agreed to help. Ravenclaw prefect Melissa Carlson, having received Diane's invitation, also agreed to join in welcoming the new students. The remaining two prefects, Ricardo Geese and Sharon Dempsey, also couldn't travel due to personal reasons. Thus, the participants were finalized, and now they just needed a few days for everyone to be ready before setting off. While Andres was organizing the trip, General Nelson and Professor Flitwick arrived at Hogsmeade Village. The fireplace in Hogsmeade Village was chosen from the Three Broomsticks Tavern, a deal Mrs. Rosmerta had actively sought. This had brought considerable benefits to Mrs. Rosmerta's business, as seen now. Welcome, Professor Flitwick. Ah, and this is General Horatio Nelson, now a member of Hogwarts. Welcome, General Horatio Nelson. Would you like a couple of beers? It's on me today to welcome General Horatio Nelson. Excuse me, Mrs. Rosmerta. I must now take General Nelson to choose a room. He be staying in Hogsmeade Village regularly, so I imagine you have plenty of time to treat him to drinks. Is that so? That's wonderful. We always felt Hogsmeade Village is too sparsely populated and not lively enough. Then let's go choose a room. Chapter 203. Professor Flitwick and General Horatio Nelson left the Three Broomsticks Tavern and arrived near several houses on the edge of the village. The houses were quite far apart, and General Nelson was unsure which to choose. Finally, they selected a house next to a small river, chosen because it would be convenient for General Nelson to tend his garden. On the afternoon of August 19th, the group that had set out to fetch the young wizards arrived at Hogwarts. The professors were all at Hogwarts. While only a few prefects had returned home, most remained in Hogsmeade Village. They were either apprentices or brewing potions to sell. This summer was their busiest, but also their most fulfilling. Studying at Hogwarts meant they didn't have to pay anything and could even earn a large sum of pocket money during the summer. This was a pleasant surprise for them, at least by graduation next year, they would have enough money to avoid asking their families. Furthermore, they wouldn't have to struggle to find stable employment after graduation like other students. At dinner, everyone gathered around the table, chatting and laughing as they prepared for their trip the next day. They were discussing why, since there were international students last academic year, they didn't need someone to pick them up, and wondered why this year they needed to send someone specifically to do so. It wasn't until the next morning, when they were about to depart, that they understood why someone had to be sent. The students were utterly astonished by the sight before them. It was the first time they had ever seen such a massive ship in real life. Darius, are we going to pick up students in this? How long will it take to get to the Lighthouse Kingdom? A month or two. Is Headmaster Andres kidding us? I'm not sure either. Although it's my first time seeing this behemoth, don't forget we're in the magical world. Who knows what unexpected abilities this behemoth might have? Darius is right. I don't really believe it's just an ordinary first-class battleship, the HMS Victory. Don't forget that when Headmaster Andres asked for our opinions, he said it would take about a week. Diane, how do you know it's the HMS Victory? Shouldn't the Victory be on the Portsmouth display? Although I can't tell the difference, it's clearly not. Harkin, if I were you, I would look at the name on the stern. Obviously, the Victory in front of us is different from the Victory on the display. And are we too early? Why haven't the professors arrived yet? While Diane and the others were chatting, Andres arrived at the dock with Professor Flitwick and Professor Ophelia Quinn. They arrived just in time to hear Diane's words, and as Diane and the others chatted, a voice rang out behind them. Sorry, children, perhaps we're a little late. Startled, Diane and the others quickly turned around. Principal Andres, we're early. We were a bit unsure because we heard we were meeting at the dock, especially after seeing this huge thing. Andres looked in the direction Diane was pointing and saw the Victory safely docked on the pier. Yes, this is only the second time I've seen it. Isn't it a huge, industrially beautiful machine? Come on, let's board. This is going to be a very interesting journey. Andres shouted towards the Victory. Captain Nelson. We arrived. Please lower the ramp, so we can board. As soon as Andres finished speaking, the ship's gunnel transformed into steps leading to the dock. Then Diane and the others saw a middle-aged man in old naval uniform standing on the ship, warmly greeting them. Welcome. Welcome. It's an honor for you all to board my Victory. I am Captain Horatio Nelson, the captain of this voyage. You can come to me with any problems, but you must obey my orders, or I have the right to throw you overboard. The professors burst into laughter at Nelson's joke. Ha ha, good, General Nelson. I don't think any of us want to be thrown overboard. All right, let's board. After everyone was aboard, Andres shouted to Professor McGonagall, who was coming ashore to see them off. Professor McGonagall, we're leaving the house in your care. We'll be back in a week, so thank you for your hard work during this time. I will, Principal Andres. Have a safe journey. After saying this, Professor McGonagall and the others waved goodbye to Andres and the others. Joanna, standing in the crowd, said to Bernhard, I really regret it. Perhaps we should have traveled by ship with Principal Andres. That's the HMS Victory, a decorated British warship. And it's definitely been heavily modified. Maybe there would have been some unexpected surprises. Bernhard then put his arm around his girlfriend and comforted her. It's all right, Joanna. I think we have a chance to travel by ship together someday. As they spoke, the Victory had already retracted its ladder, lowered its sails, weighed anchor, and began to slowly depart from the dock. At first, the ship's speed was still very slow, and the people on the dock watched the warship slowly leave. Those on board stood at the bow, watching Hogwarts slowly recede, both sides feeling a strange mix of emotions. Who would have thought that in the 21st century, one could still travel on a wooden warship? Just as Diane, Darius, and the others were standing at the bow admiring the scenery, a voice behind them woke them up. Kids, it's time to go back to the cabin. We're about to enter submerged mode. Submerged mode? What's submerged mode? Did we hear that right? This thing can submerge? Let's go. It's safest to go into the cabin first. After saying that, the group went into the cabin together. As Captain Nelson closed the cabin door, the entire Victory plunged into the sea at a forward angle, and then the whole ship began to slowly sink. Meanwhile, Joanna, Bernhard, and the others, who had been watching the Victory sail away, were dumbfounded. You only said it was a long journey by ship, but you didn't say it could dive, they exclaimed. Isn't this a bit odd? It's certainly not right that the ship sank, but is it really okay for a wooden sailboat to transform into a submarine and sail the seas like this? Won't it scare all the fish big and small? What if it collided with someone's submarine? The people on board were equally astonished, gathering in the captain's cabin. Outside the cabin window was the azure sea, and through the window, they could see fish swimming. General Nelson was pleased with the young wizard's expressions. As for the professors, he didn't care. Having lived in the magical world for so long, they were worldly wise, and wouldn't be shocked by this. So, while everyone was still reeling from the shock, General Nelson spoke. Does anyone have any requests for lunch? If there aren't any special requests, I think the Victory will catch some for us for lunch later. As for what we get, that depends on our luck today. Chapter 204. You're joking, General Nelson, but we like to try our luck at noon. When will we arrive in St. Petersburg? About 4 or 5 hours, meaning we arrive after lunch and a short rest. You have about 6 or 7 hours to pick up the students. Hopefully, they won't be late. Andres glanced at his pocket watch and nodded. Pretty much as I expected. I already had Catherine's people notify all the Bering students. There are about 150 of them, both returning and new students. I want them to complete their sorting on board, so we can postpone dinner. No problem, Headmaster Andres. The Victory will comply with your wishes. Just as the Victory sank completely to the bottom of the sea, the people on shore dispersed after their initial surprise. Professor McGonagall found the gatekeeper, Elliot Turner, and the two discussed the trip to France to pick up the students as they walked back. Professor Elliot Turner, Headmaster Andres, and the others have already departed. According to the original plan, I intend for you to travel to France in 3 days. Depart in the afternoon of the 3rd day, arrive in the French capital that evening, rest overnight, and return the following morning. You need to pick up the British students at King's Cross Station in London. They should arrive at Hogsmeade Village around late afternoon. I have Hagrid pick you up then. The French students will stay overnight in Hogsmeade Village. We arrange their enrollment the next day. Is this plan all right, Professor Elliot Turner? Elliot Turner pondered for a moment, then answered affirmatively. No problem, Professor McGonagall. Let's go with this plan. By the time I return, Headmaster Andres should be back around the same time. Yes, the number of students is increasing. It's quite a headache. This is only the 3rd year, and it will only get bigger. Oh, by the way, Professor Elliot Turner, could you please inform Mr. Joseph Carter and Ms. Margaret Mason? Although I already informed them, I'm afraid they might have forgotten. You could also visit them for us. No problem, Professor McGonagall. I head back to Hogwarts now, and use Floo powder. On the Victory, Andres took out a wizard's chess set from his spatial bag, and was playing against Professor Flitwick. However, it was clear from the attitude of the pieces that Andres was at a disadvantage. Andres's king was brandishing his king's word and cursing loudly. Daryl, Diane, Melissa, and the others initially stood by the cockpit window, curiously gazing at the sea outside. However, as the Victory dived deeper, it became pitch black, and they could see nothing at all. They turned their attention away from the ocean and focused on Nelson. Nelson's influence in British history was among the top 10, and they certainly couldn't miss the opportunity to meet him in person. General Nelson, I am Halkin Miller. Could you tell us about the Battle of Copenhagen and the Battle of Trafalgar? Although we grew up hearing your stories, we still want to hear them from you yourself. Of course, no problem, kid, but I think we should find a place to sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk it over. Nelson sat down and set up a map of the Battle of Trafalgar on the sand table in front of him. Then, 60 or 70 small boats on the sand table began to move towards each other. Nelson began explaining the situation, while Darius, Diane, and the others listened quietly. The atmosphere in the cabin remained harmonious. At noon, the cannon muzzle on one side of the Victory was exposed. After the ship slowed down, a fishing net shot out from the cannon muzzle, and when it was pulled back, it contained quite a few fish. Nelson led everyone to the galley, excitedly saying, "Let's see what we have. This is salmon? It's so big. We're in for a treat at noon. Look, Melissa, an Arctic shrimp. These shrimp taste good? Yes, we eat them for lunch today. Tell the house elves to hurry up, I'm getting hungry." Melissa had just said she was hungry when several small snacks appeared on the table next to her. A house elf with big, blinking eyes appeared before them, and said respectfully, "Good afternoon, young wizards. I am Bosun Bridge. Please feel free to ask me for anything you need. My companions and I will be happy to assist you." "Thank you, Bridge. Could I have another glass of juice?" "Of course, ma'am. Please wait a moment." And so, at noon, everyone enjoyed a seafood feast in the galley, accompanied by some fruit salad, before returning to their cabins to rest. While everyone was soundly asleep in the afternoon, they were awakened by the house elves. Hearing a knock at the door, Andres called out loudly, Come in. He saw the bridge he had only met at noon that day and asked, Did the captain send you to wake me up? Yes, Principal Andres. We'd be arriving in St. Petersburg in about 5 minutes. All right, you can go back now. I get ready and be right there. Andres got up and washed his face, trying to look more refreshed. Then he went to the captain's cockpit, where the others were already waiting. As soon as he entered, he heard Nelson's voice. The Victory is entering surface navigation mode. Begin slowing down, and be careful to avoid oncoming ships. Then everyone looked out the windows. The seawater gradually changed from deep black to light blue. A minute or two later, the ship slowly emerged from the water. Although no one said anything, everyone smiled slightly when they saw the Victory rise from the seabed to the surface. All right, Headmaster Andres, Professor Flitwick, Professor Ophelia Quinn. We arrived in St. Petersburg. Now let's go see our new students. With that, General Nelson led everyone from the cabin to the deck. Once on deck, they noticed seawater remnants. In some corners, fish, shrimp, and crabs had been brought to the surface. Andres joked with everyone. We didn't expect such an unexpected find. We can retract these for dinner. Just then, exclamations of surprise came from the dock. Wow, look! A first-class sailing battleship. And the Hogwarts flag is on it. I thought we were gathering at the dock to take a cruise to Great Britain, but it's a sailing battleship. This looks so cool. Pete, I think going to Hogwarts was the right decision. You must study hard there, and remember to call your mother. Kagasha, be careful on your first trip away from home. Don't associate with those hooligans, they don't seem like good people. Chapter 205. Professor Flitwick, the commotion down there is too great. I think we need an isolation spell, otherwise I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the Muggles. You're right, Headmaster Andres. With that, Professor Flitwick drew his wand and cast a spell towards the dock outside. Silence! A beam of white light shot from the wand, gradually transforming into a transparent protective shield. The shield covered the most crowded spot on the dock, and the noise ceased. However, everyone knew that it wasn't that everyone had suddenly become quiet. Rather, the sound was enveloped within the shield. Let's go down! General Nelson? General Nelson didn't speak, only nodded. Then, a wooden ladder descended from the ship's side to the dock, and Andres and the others also stepped onto the dock. When their feet touched the soil of St. Petersburg, the hundreds of people on the dock watched them in silence. Andres drew his wand and cast a spell on himself. His voice is loud and clear. All right, I believe everyone can hear me now. As soon as Andres finished speaking, the murmurs in the crowd resumed. Wow, how did he do that? His voice carries so far. That's what a wizard is like. So convenient. Sigh, why can I only send my son to school? If I could, I want to be a wizard too. Don't talk nonsense, you're too old for that. You still need to look after our little darling. Isn't that right, Nikolai? A boy named Nikolai struggled to break free from his mother's embrace, complaining somewhat resentfully. Mom, I'm 11 years old. Can you please stop calling me baby? All right, my little Nicholas has grown up. Andres, seeing everyone still chattering, immediately stopped them. Quiet, please listen to me. Parents, please don't rush. We will be staying in St. Petersburg for 6 hours. You still have time to say goodbye to your children. Please line up to board the ship shortly. However, I regret to inform you that this journey is only for Hogwarts students. Parents can only stay for a short time. Please leave promptly when the Victory departs. What? This is the Victory? No wonder it looked so familiar. Is that Nelson's flagship, the one that defeated the Empire at the Battle of Copenhagen? General Nelson on the ship's railing clearly hadn't heard the whispers, otherwise he would have certainly waved his hat in greeting. Now, everyone, please line up. Nikolai Zinchenko. You're the prefect, so you organize the second-year students to board the ship first. Remember to make sure everyone lines up. A tall, thin boy stepped out from the crowd upon hearing Andres' call, raising his wand so the tip glowed red, and shouting to the crowd. Hogwarts second-year students, come here. Everyone, line up in the order of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff. Hearing Nikolai's voice, the students in the crowd began to line up as instructed. Greetings could be heard from the ranks from time to time. Oh Goosevic, when did you get here? I didn't see you earlier. How was your summer vacation? Oh Abram. I arrived a while ago. My parents and I were standing over there. You probably didn't notice because there were so many people. I had a great vacation. Having magic has made housework much easier, ha ha ha. Yeah, my parents were amazed when I used magic to do chores. But after they found magic useful, They dumped most of the housework on me. Honestly, it's a happy problem that we learn magic, not to do chores. By the way, I didn't expect the school to send such a big thing to pick us up. I thought they use a chartered plane like last year. Yeah, when I first got the tickets, I thought they made a mistake. If it weren't for all the little wizards gathered here, I would have thought I was in the wrong place. But it's pretty cool to ride this big thing to Hogwarts. I just wonder how long we'd be on the ship. Just as the two were whispering among themselves, like the other little wizards, the second-year students started to move. While the second-year students were boarding, Darius and Diane were also organizing the others to prepare for boarding. Darius, along with Harkin, organized the largest group of 11-year-old little wizards, and had them line up in front of him. Diane and Melissa led the 15-year-old 5-year wizards, while Eleanor, being the least demanding, led the 18-year-old wizards. After the second-year students had entered the cabins, Darius led the 11-year-old wizards onto the ship first. During boarding, many parents, out of curiosity, boarded with their children. Alexander, you're such a lucky little rascal. You know what? This is the victory. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to board a sailing battleship like this in my entire life. Haha, Dad. I think what you're thinking about right now isn't some honor, but how to blow it up. Shut up. This is a magical ship. Who knows if it can eavesdrop? Its owner defeated our fleet. That was hundreds of years ago. Besides, there are plenty of people who have defeated us. Shut up, or I beat you up. But speaking of which, your accommodations are quite nice. It looks like a sailing warship on the outside, but the interior is very modern. Hee, that's right. Dad, did you notice that the families walking in front of us suddenly disappeared? I feel this ship is something special. Really? I was so focused on the victory that I didn't pay much attention to anyone. I'm leaving now. Pack your things slowly. Study hard, okay? I will, Dad. Take care of yourself too. I don't need you to worry. Goodbye, you little rascal. Remember to call home. After saying that, Alexander's father hugged Alexander and turned to leave Alexander's room, walking out of the cabin. Before disembarking, he wandered around the deck and saw a man dressed in 18th century British naval uniform standing at the bow. The man stood at the bow, gazing at the sea, momentarily disoriented as if transported to the 18th century, the sails billowing in the wind. A young wizard approached and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can do for you? Who is that general standing at the bow?" "Him? He's the captain of the Victory, General Nelson." "God, you're not lying to me. That guy should have been dead for over 200 years, shouldn't he?" "Yes, he should have died in battle 200 years ago. But he's now been recruited by our headmaster, and is a member of Hogwarts." Alexander's father, upon hearing this, muttered to himself. "Hogwarts? What kind of place is that?" Chapter 206. 3 hours passed quickly, and all 150 young wizards boarded the ship. This was earlier than expected, and the parents left after settling their children. They stood on the dock, waving goodbye to their children across the ship's railing. Some sensitive young wizards even began to cry, while the second-year students stood by watching the commotion. The house elf Bridge approached Andres with a list. Holding it up to the watching Andres, it said, "Headmaster Andres, everyone is here. Here is the list. Also, General Nelson asked whether we should depart now or wait 6 hours." Andres took the list, glanced at it, and then said, "Tell General Nelson that since everyone is here, let's depart. There's no need to waste time here." "Yes, sir." A moment later, a small bronze bell rang on the Victory. Although small, its sound seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating the entire ship and sending the signal to everyone. Then, the ship's loudspeaker blared, and Captain Nelson's voice came through. "All passengers, please prepare for departure in 5 minutes. Parents who have not yet disembarked, please leave the ship immediately. I repeat, parents who have not yet disembarked, please leave the ship immediately." A moment later, the last parent in the cabin disembarked from the Victory, and the sails that had been rolled up earlier automatically lowered. Then, amidst shouts of farewell from those on and off the ship, the Victory slowly departed the St. Petersburg dock, disappearing into the sea with the sun as the parents watched. The parents who had come to see them off slowly dispersed from the dock, while the young wizards on deck were told to return to their cabins immediately and meet in the dining hall in 10 minutes. Constantine, who had been reading in bed, immediately got up upon hearing the announcement, quickly tidied himself, grabbed his wand, and headed to the dining hall. Looking at the chattering new students, the second-year Constantine could already see his Gryffindor classmates sitting together chatting. Without thinking, Constantine walked over, and as soon as he sat down, a voice sounded behind him. "Constantine, Which floor are you on? I haven't seen you on my way here. Hello, Sasha. I'm on the basement level. That's impossible. I'm on the basement level too. I haven't seen you on my way here. We entered the dining hall one after the other. A girl turned around and said to them after hearing their conversation. Constantine, Sasha, haven't you noticed? There are only a dozen or so cabins on each floor. And right now, there are 150 of us from Bering alone, and this ship needs to circumnavigate the globe to pick up students from Yin and Lighthouse. There clearly aren't enough rooms, so guess why? Sasha immediately surrendered when she realized it was Vera speaking. Vera was one of the top students among the Bering students. Oh Vera, we know you're smarter than us. Can you stop teasing us? Just tell us directly. Vera gently shook her head. Sasha, we're attending a magic school. And what you're holding isn't a fire poker. This is space magic. Space magic. Understand? We discussed this before you two came. According to students from other houses, they saw a room on the 5th floor of Hogwarts that only exists for 2 hours a day. This room doesn't exist normally, it only exists at specific times. Oh, you mean that meeting room on the 5th floor? I heard Nikolai mention that they sometimes hold meetings there. That's right, so spatial magic exists. The Victory is in the same situation now. Think about how big your room is, then think about how big the Victory is, and you understand. Constantine, upon hearing this, began to recall the magic book he had seen last year. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said to Vera, You're right, but we don't seem to be able to learn such advanced magic. I was thinking, is this the unseen stretch charm? Similar, but probably not exactly. Perhaps we can ask Professor Flitwick later. I just saw him on the ship. Okay, let's go together then. I'm also very curious about how it's done. By the way, why did you call us here? I don't know, maybe it's dinner time? By the way, this is my first time riding a sailing warship. After dinner, let's go to the deck to watch the sunset. Hearing Vera invite Constantine to watch the sunset, Sasha looked at the two with a gossipy expression, only to find that neither of them wanted to acknowledge him. Then he began to complain. Hey! Why didn't anyone ask my opinion? I want to watch the sunset too. Vera looked at Sasha with an expression that said, You're an idiot. Why bring you along, a third wheel? Sasha's expression turned as if she'd been struck by lightning. It was as if they agreed to be friends, but were secretly going on a date behind her back. Just as Sasha was about to say something, Andres, who was sitting at the front of the restaurant, stood up and clattered her wine glass. Quiet down, everyone. I have something to say. All the young wizards present fell silent, watching Andres intently. Andres nodded in satisfaction, and began to introduce himself. All right, I believe many of you young wizards recognize me. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, Andres Mori. I expect to remain headmaster for the foreseeable future. The young wizards below chuckled at Andres' words. Now I have a few things to say. First, to save time, we will sort you into your houses before dinner. You may not know, but this year Hogwarts will have 800 new students. This number is similar to last year, when we spent a long time sorting. So this year we plan to sort you into houses en route, so that once you arrive at Hogwarts, you can return to your houses with the upperclassmen to rest. The first-year wizards in the audience became excited. They had originally thought they would be sorted upon arrival at Hogwarts. The fact that it was being done earlier was exciting news for them. Sorting? It's a once-in-a-lifetime event for them. Secondly, after dinner, when you return to your rooms, look at your bedside tables. Your house elves will have left a list there. This list is what you need for school this year. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, you have a week to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy it. You need to prepare before the opening dinner. Trust me, you don't want to lose points on your first day. The young wizards began buzzing with discussion about Hogsmeade Village again. Thirdly, Captain Nelson just told me that to satisfy your curiosity, the HMS Victory will surface every 3 hours, staying on the surface for half an hour each time. During this half hour, you can go up to the deck and take a look. If there's a storm, the Victory won't surface. Chapter 207. At this point, many slow-witted young wizards realized that what they saw through the windows was the pitch-black seabed. The murmurs grew louder instantly. They had never imagined the ship traveled underwater. Some excited young wizards wanted to immediately go to the windows to look at the sea, but were pulled back by their friends. Clearly, Headmaster Andres had more to say. Finally, these words should have been spoken by Professor McGonagall. But Professor McGonagall is far away, so I will do it on her behalf. As everyone knows, Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. The houses are like your home at Hogwarts. You need to maintain them together. Now, let's begin the sorting. After speaking, Andres vacated his seat at the front of the dining hall, and suddenly a chair appeared where he had been standing, with a tattered hat on it. This hat stared at the young wizards below and began to sing. Welcome, welcome to all of you. The sorting hat is about to begin, and I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts. Now it's my time to shine. The sorting hat sang for about 2 minutes, finally ending just as it was about to say something more. Andreas quickly stepped forward and announced loudly, now, students whose names are called, please come forward. Next up was the time for the 100 young wizards to be sorted into their houses. This year, Gryffindor had a resounding victory in the Bearing Lands. They had over 40 new students, while the fewest from the other houses, Slytherin, was only a dozen or so. This greatly displeased Arianuel and Halkin, who had come with Andreas. Halkin even boasted at the Slytherin table that he would give the sorting hat a bath. Just as Halkin was spouting his nonsense, Bosun had already prepared dinner. Amidst the exclamations of the first-year students, a delicious meal appeared on the table. The young wizards from Bearing were quite satisfied with the house elves' cooking. They ate and chatted with their new friends. The dinner lasted for over an hour, ending after dessert and fruit. The second-year students either discussed their summer homework or showed off the magic they had learned during the holidays. The first-year wizards could only watch enviously from the sidelines, or wander around the victory in 2s and 3s. Initially, the dining room windows were the most crowded, as the young wizards curiously came to see what the seabed looked like. However, they quickly left disappointed, as it was too dark to see anything. Then some of them went to the recreation room, where they found some second-year students playing wizard chess. So, the noisy chessboard was once again surrounded by young wizards, and a second-year student seized the opportunity to recruit new members. See that? This is the charm of wizard chess. Isn't it interesting? Join our Wizard Chess Association. We hold a wizard chess tournament every year, and the association provides a prize for everyone who wins first place. Trust me, those prizes are things you love to own. Immediately, several curious young wizards approached the second-year student, eager to find out what the Wizard Chess Association was all about. The victory surfaced twice during its journey to Yen Kingdom. The first time was around 10 o'clock after lunch. At that time, the Arctic Ocean was ablaze with stars, and many young wizards saw Professor Ophelia Quinn observing the celestial phenomena on deck. Ophelia Quinn was looking at the stars, writing something on the deck, and muttering to herself. Many young wizards guessed she was the astronomy professor. The second-year wizards, however, understood Professor Ophelia Quinn was performing divination. Why the arithmetic and divination professor was using astrology was a mystery to them. Because Professor Ophelia Quinn's divination took longer than expected, the anticipated half-hour extended to an hour. So, when the victory surfaced a second time, the ship had already passed through the Bering Strait, and some of the young wizards, who had gotten up to watch the sunrise, were shivering in the cold wind. However, their wait was worthwhile, because in addition to seeing the sunrise, they also saw a pod of bowhead whales. These enormous creatures surfaced, spewing seawater into the sky, eliciting gasps of surprise from the young wizards on deck. One of the wizards, who looked somewhat like an Easterner, remarked with a sigh, "These sea creatures are indeed being hunted to extinction by humans." Just as the other wizards nodded in agreement, General Nelson's voice came from behind. "Humans are the most important. Any creature can be hunted for the survival of humanity. You only have these feelings because you live in an era of abundance. In my time, those who could feed and clothe their families were heroes, no matter what they did. But those Japanese chickens clearly have no shortage of food, yet they're still hunting whales and dolphins on a massive scale. Japanese chickens. They're all crazy, no wonder. Yeah. Those Japanese chickens are the most shameless." General Nelson didn't say anything, just quietly watched the whales swim away. "All right, children. The victory is going into stealth mode. You should all go back to your cabins. Go back and ask Chiao for a hot coffee. Don't catch a cold." The young wizards obediently returned to their cabins, with General Nelson being the last to enter and close the door. The victory slowly submerged, quickly heading towards Tianjin Port in Yin Country. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, 300 young wizards from Yin Country waited together at the Tianjin Port dock. The victory slowly entered Tianjin Port, but strangely, the controllers in the port tower seemed oblivious, chatting amongst themselves. The young wizards from Yin Kingdom were overjoyed to see the victory, excitedly discussing their school ship. Passers-by looked bewildered, thinking the children were too young to have seen much of the world. All they saw were ordinary cruise ships docked at the pier. There were no sailing battleships among them. Just as the young wizards' chatter grew louder, Pang Minghui and Sun Jiawei stepped forward. They first had the girls organize the second-year wizards, while the boys struggled to organize the first-year students. When Andres disembarked and saw the orderly group of Yen Kingdom wizards, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he found Pang Minghui and Sun Jiahui and said to them, "Very good. They were already lined up before we arrived. Now, let's get them on board." Chapter 208. With the help of Guo Mingyu, Duan Yuze, Zheng Yunwen, and others, Pang Minghui and Sun Jiahui quickly organized the young wizards to board the ship. However, the scene was quite strange. A group of about 200 or 300 students boarded a wooden sailing ship, while the surrounding passengers and staff acted as if they hadn't seen it. Only a little girl, who was boarding with her parents in the waiting room, saw this. She couldn't understand why there was a large wooden ship on the dock. Then, the little girl tugged at her mother's sleeve and asked, "Mommy, look. There's a really big wooden ship over there. So many older brothers and sisters are boarding it. Can we go too?" The girl's mother was engrossed in playing on her phone and didn't have time to pay attention to her daughter. So she replied dismissively, "What wooden ship? There aren't any wooden ships now. You must be mistaken. Stop bothering Mommy. Be good and play by yourself for a while." The little girl felt a little wronged. There was clearly a wooden ship, but her mother said there wasn't. So, taking advantage of her mother's inattention, the little girl dashed off to the group of Hogwarts students. Andres noticed this scene and realized that those who could see them, and the people on the Victory, must be magical beings. This meant that this child would also become a member of Hogwarts in the future, so Andres walked over and stared at the little girl, asking, "Child, is there something you need?" The little girl was a little scared to see a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who could speak Mandarin, and she instinctively wanted to hide among the students. However, she hesitated when she saw the 2 candies in Andres' hand, and then she stammered. "I saw you all boarding the wooden boat, and I wanted to go with my mom. But Mom said she couldn't see it, that I was mistaken. But the boat was right there, Mom was lying." The students queuing to board the boat listened to the little girl's story with smiles, feeling a genuine sense of pride that they were wizards and different from ordinary people. After listening to the little girl's story, Andres squatted down and gave her the candy he was holding. Here, sometimes adults are blinded by their own ignorance. "Child, maybe in a few years you can board this wooden boat like the older brothers and sisters over there. Then you can use what you learned to tell your mother that she's wrong and you're right." The little girl took the candy and ran happily back to her mother. Andres stood up and watched her return to her mother. This was a future student, so young and already possessing magical abilities. You must know that this kind of shielding magic is only for ordinary people. For wizards, it cannot be shielded unless there is specific magic. He wondered how many people would witness this scene like the little girl, but Andres had no intention of shielding even those with wizarding potential. Because qualified individuals are potential allies, and perhaps in the future, these people can be brought to our side. Moreover, even if a few individuals mention this to ordinary people, most won't believe it, because they've never seen it. Even if someone tells them it's real, they stubbornly believe they're being lied to. How to put it? Humans can be incredibly stubborn sometimes, like their questioning of extraterrestrial life. But if such a vast universe doesn't even have extraterrestrials, that would be truly terrifying. Andres watched the last young wizard board the Victory, then turned and boarded the ship himself. Many bearing wizards stood on the deck watching the spectacle, perhaps getting to witness another sorting ceremony. Sure enough, as the Victory departed from Yen, the sorting ceremony began on board. The 200 Yen students spent nearly 3 hours there, with most of the new students being assigned to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Darius and Diane were still complaining that at this rate, Ravenclaw would soon become Yen's exclusive sorting house. Too many Yen students were going to Ravenclaw, while the number of students from other countries was too small. By the time the sorting ceremony ended, many young wizards were starving. Andres didn't waste any time and immediately ordered Bosun to serve the food. Today's lunch was clearly in Yen style, and the young wizards ate happily. During the meal, the Victory surfaced once, and Andres instructed Captain Nelson to dock at the Hawaiian Islands. After a day of fun on the island with the young wizards, they docked in the Land of the Lighthouse the following evening. After the Land of the Lighthouse, the Victory sailed around the Panama Canal and entered the Caribbean Sea. Captain Nelson reminisced about his time fighting the Land of the Lighthouse for independence there. Andres then had Captain Nelson find a good port and take the students on another day in the Caribbean. Thus, before school even started, the students had already circled the globe. From departure to return, Andres and his group spent a week at sea aboard the Victory. During this week, the Victory picked up 750 young wizards, who arrived at Hogwarts around 2 p.m. on August 25th. Darius and Diane, along with the prefects, organized the students according to their house assignments and escorted them to their respective common rooms. Meanwhile, Elliot Turner, who had traveled to France, returned to Hogwarts with students from France and Great Britain. Due to the large number of students this year, Andres canceled the tradition of fairies arriving at Hogwarts by boat. This left some professors feeling uneasy, but they understood that the number of students attending the school was increasing every year. It was no longer practical to have students ferry by boat, both now and in the future. Even years from now, it was possible that some students would arrive before others were still waiting for boats on the lake. Currently, Hogwarts had 1,600 students. Including 10 students on internship, there were only about 20 professors, but this should be enough for this year. Next year, Andres would need to recruit more professors. Of these 1,600 students, 700 from Great Britain had come to Hogsmeade Village during the summer to buy necessities, while the remaining 900 students had a week to shop. Because September 1st, 2008, fell on a Monday, they only had 7 days to shop and familiarize themselves with the magical castle of Hogwarts. The arrival of these young wizards revitalized business in Hogsmeade Village. Of course, it wasn't just the second and third year students who came to replenish their supplies, such as quills and parchment. Just as the students were happily preparing for the start of the new school year, the student council members began their first meeting of the new academic year. Chapter 209. The day after all the students arrived at Hogwarts, Darius Pick announced a meeting for all student council members on Friday at noon in the 5th floor meeting room. On Friday, all the prefects from the 3 years gathered in the meeting room. The older students chatted about their summer vacation experiences. The new prefects, along with their home country's prefects, looked around the magical meeting room. They noticed that although the portrait on the wall appeared to be asleep, closer inspection revealed that he was merely pretending, his eyes actually observing the room. Soon, the meeting room door opened, and Darius and Diane entered. They took the main seats and began the meeting. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you're all looking forward to the new semester after a long summer break. Let's keep today's meeting brief, as both new and returning students will be very busy. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Darius Pick, the first head of the Hogwarts Student Council. Next to me is Diane Bryan, head of the Girls' Council. Feel free to come to us if you have any questions. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, we'd be your acting professors this year. I teach charms, and Diane will teach transfiguration. The new prefects looked at the student council presidents, who were presiding over the meeting, with surprise. They were confused. Shouldn't the professors be teaching them? Darius noticed their expressions and explained, "Don't look at us with that surprise. Actually, our third-year students are perfectly capable of teaching you. We discussed it privately with the school, and our current level is equivalent to that of a typical 7th-year student at Hogwarts. 7th-year students can easily teach first-year students, and you won't be learning any advanced magic in your first year anyway. Believe me, it's not that you lack ability, but rather that your magical power is insufficient. Even if you learn a high-level spell, you won't be able to cast it smoothly. Therefore, the most important thing for you in your first year is to learn those simple and practical low-level spells. After you choose your mentors, you can gradually delve into high-level spells. This is both your advantage and disadvantage as 3-year students. I hope that as the last cohort of 3-year students, you will work even harder." Darius paused, looking at the expressions of the others. The first-year prefects visibly relaxed, and then Darius continued. "Second-year students, don't think you can relax? You know about the Ravenclaw time chamber. Although the student council has secured benefits for everyone, I still hope that you will strive to earn your places through hard work, not through power." Darius finished speaking and looked at the second-year prefects, then suddenly addressed Pang Minghui. "Pang Minghui, our year's prefects will likely have to spend more time teaching and their own studies. We have less and less time in the student council, so I hope you second-year students will take the initiative to take on some responsibilities." Pang Minghui, who had been sitting there listening to Darius's rambling, was a little taken aback by being singled out. "What specific responsibilities will we be responsible for?" "The formation of the student council. Principal Andres talked to me during this global trip. He believes that relying solely on us to organize a group of 1,600 people is insufficient. Therefore, he hopes we can establish our own disciplinary committee to assist the school in managing students. Principal Andres has granted the disciplinary committee certain disciplinary powers, but these must be confirmed by a professor at the dean level or above afterward." "No problem. It's just student council recruitment. Is there a limit to the number? Who will manage the newly formed disciplinary committee? Let's tentatively set the number at 30. As for the future, that's not my concern. That's a matter for the successors. The newly formed disciplinary committee will have one president and one vice president. One candidate will be selected from the third year and one from the second year, through a competitive election. As for who will manage it, do you have any opinions? The prefects looked at each other without speaking. This was mainly because the third-year students were used to following Darius's arrangements, and the second-year prefects mostly protected their own country's young wizards, and hadn't formed a unified ideology. As for the first-year students, they were only attending the meeting because of Andres' appointment of the prefects, otherwise, they wouldn't have any role to play. Seeing everyone silent, Darius began to explain his thoughts. Let's appoint the new disciplinary committee's head and deputy head at the prefectural level, and they be jointly managed by the student council presidents and vice presidents. Of course, if the Hogwarts Student Council establishes any new departments in the future, this plan will also apply. Darius paused after explaining his idea, looking for any objections. Just then, a voice came from the first-year students. What if the elected head and deputy head have problems? I mean, they might make mistakes in their work. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Darius. Darius thought for a moment and continued, here's how it works. The student council presidents and vice presidents will have the power to dismiss the disciplinary committee head. During the vacancy of the disciplinary committee head, the deputy head will preside over the work until a new head is elected. If any student council member proposes impeachment, a 2/3 majority vote is required for dismissal. After these words were spoken, the prefects below began to murmur amongst themselves. Seeing that the discussion hadn't quieted down, Darius looked at Diane. Having partnered with Darius for so long, Diane understood his meaning and spoke up. Ahem. I personally agree with Darius's method. I don't think anyone has a better solution, right? Let's vote by raising our hands. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Diane and Darius were the first to raise their hands, followed by the third-year prefects. The second-year and first-year students thought for a moment, and then gradually raised their hands. Darius nodded in satisfaction when he saw that everyone agreed. All right, that's settled then. Pang Mingwei, I trouble you to select suitable people to organize the disciplinary committee. Now let's discuss another matter, the Chamber of Secrets. As you all know, Guamingyu, a second-year student last semester, discovered and cracked the Ravenclaw time chamber. Since there's a Ravenclaw chamber, then there should be chambers of secrets in the other 3 houses as well, so I hope everyone will diligently search for the remaining 3 chambers. The mention of chambers of secrets raised everyone's enthusiasm, when a weak voice reached their ears. President Darius, shouldn't the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets be in the abandoned girls' changing room on the 2nd floor? That's correct, but we don't have Parsley here, so we can't open the chamber. Chapter 210. Perhaps we don't necessarily need someone to open the Chamber of Secrets? How can we open it without someone? I don't quite understand what you mean. I saw snake pets for sale at the magical animal shop before. If we find a wizard with a high affinity for their snake pet, and have their snake point at the entrance and say open, would that work? Everyone was surprised to hear this, but they thought it was worth a try. After all, there wasn't a better way right now, and everyone was curious about what benefits other chambers of secrets might bring. Darius and Diane exchanged glances, then spoke up. That's a good idea. We try to find a way to do it. At least we have an idea. Besides the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, I hope everyone can think of ways to find the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Chambers of Secrets too. The prefects' meeting was basically over by now, with the remaining time spent in small groups chatting. The 10 third-year students were the main focus, discussing preparations for the upcoming lessons. Although none of them had attended a teacher's college, they all had studied at Hogwarts for 2 years and possessed considerable ability, but lacked teaching experience. So Darius obtained some teaching notes and insights from Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Sprout, and Aurora Sinista, and distributed them to everyone using a copying charm. They didn't need to receive everyone's notes. They only needed those for their own courses. Darius Pick and Gryffindor Prefect Kalima Molina took charms, so they primarily looked at Professor Flitwick's materials, while Diane Bryan and Melissa Carlson chose Transfiguration. Joanna Hampton and her boyfriend, Bernhard Wiggins, chose Sprout's Herbalism course. The 2 Slytherin prefects, Hal Kinmiller and Eleanor Morrison, had no choice but to take Professor Snape's Potions course. They believed that if they chose other courses, their future would be very difficult. The last astronomy materials were taken by Ricardo Geese and Sharon Dempsey, so everyone divided the work and began studying the materials separately. They wanted to make a good start to their careers, even if they might not remain professors forever. The new prefects of the final year, seeing that their seniors were too busy to pay attention to them, started sneaking away. They were all eager to get back and share the gossip they had heard about that day with their roommates or friends. There hadn't been any rule against spreading it during the meeting, right? While the prefects were in the meeting room discussing their plans for the year, Headmaster Andreas wasn't idle either. A house elf stood before him, seemingly reporting something. Headmaster Andres, the herb garden at the Imperial Cemetery is finished. I sent Hall there with 4 other companions to tend the herbs. But that leaves Hogwarts short-handed. So I came today to see if I could ask Headmaster Andres to summon a few more companions. I swear we haven't been slacking off, but we're still overwhelmed. Andres said confidently, looking at Dobby, who was on the verge of a breakdown. Dobby, I believe you haven't been slacking off. In fact, our expansion has been a bit too rapid. That was an oversight on my part. I summon a few more house elves now. 20 should be enough. Dobby was naturally thrilled to hear that Andres trusted him so much. Hearing that 20 companions would come to help made him even more excited. So he watched with wide eyes as Andres redeemed 20 house pocket creatures from the system and summoned them before him. Dobby, settle them in. I trust you can assign them tasks appropriately. I will, Headmaster Andres. I'm going now. Call me anytime if you need anything. With that, Dobby led his new companions and vanished from Andres' office. After he left, Andres didn't rest. He first apparat to his London home. Then he called Catherine, asking her to clear her office. He had something to discuss. Soon after, Andres received a message from Catherine. The office was ready, awaiting the arrival of the big boss. Andres apparat again to Catherine's office, where she had already prepared coffee and was quietly waiting. Andres entered Catherine's office, and the two shared a brief hug. Catherine, it's been a long time. Of course it's been a long time. I've been thrown into the desert to eat sand. Meanwhile, someone else is living the high life in young country. Seeing Catherine's resentful look, Andres quickly changed the subject. This brat is getting bolder and bolder, daring to openly flirt with her boss. Catherine, I'm here on business. How's James's team doing? Boss, why are you suddenly concerned about James and his team? They're still in the US on standby. We've done a lot of preparation. Now we're just waiting for the dominoes to fall. Isn't today the right time to ask? That's right, in September. Something big is going to happen in the US. As soon as the problems at Radin Brothers Investment Company surface, our opportunity will come. Tell James and the others to keep a close eye on the US. You can tell them that 1% of the profits will be given to them as a bonus. Boss, you're so generous. I'm tempted. You know, this is a huge profit. If they manage it well, they could all become millionaires. What's so tempting about you? Your year-end bonus will be more than all of theirs combined. But compared to you, boss, it's still a long way off. Andres rolled his eyes, knowing Catherine was joking. But Andres couldn't help but sigh. People are always insatiable. Just 2 years ago, Catherine was a lowly office worker who couldn't even support her younger sister. Now she's so arrogant that she looks down on small goals. Stop fooling around, Catherine. Tell James and the others that the US government won't react quickly this time. They'd probably take some measures in November, but it won't affect the overall situation. Their efforts will only be a drop in the ocean. Hearing Andres' instructions, Catherine became even more enamored with her boss. This kind of precognitive ability can't be described as robbery in the financial markets. It's practically cheating, printing money on its own. And it's the kind of money that's printed 24/7 without any concern for inflation. Chapter 211. After giving instructions, Andres quickly left Catherine's office. Staying any longer might get him devoured by her. Andres wasn't in the mood for romance right now, and as for Catherine, he could only apologize to her for the time being. Watching Andres disappear, Catherine sighed and quickly got back to work. You have to have both people and money, right? If you can't have people, then grab the money. So, without caring what time it was in the US, she called James. At that moment, James in the US was lying on a large bed in a hotel, with a US girl he met at yesterday's party on the same bed. It has to be said that US girls are more independent and self-reliant than British girls. As a rising star on Wall Street, James had attended countless parties, like yesterday's. On Wall Street, there are all sorts of parties every day, and these financial tycoons certainly don't waste money organizing these events for nothing. In reality, many important financial decisions or events in the United States are decided in such settings after discussions among a few people. This may sound absurd, but it's true. Those overt negotiations are merely infighting among subordinates. The real decision makers simply chat and drink together, and the matter is settled. James attended such a dinner last night. He's recently been making frequent moves in the financial markets, with tens of billions of pounds from the UK. This has already attracted the attention of major Wall Street financial firms. Everyone is eyeing his money. Besides wanting to get their hands on it, they also want to see what he's up to. If James were simply here to invest, everyone would welcome him with open arms. However, if the British are looking to establish a foothold on Wall Street, that's a different story. Like a scene from the movie EP111, outsiders wanting to open a martial arts school have to ask the other masters for permission first. But for now, it seems James and his group are here to invest, so the big players are putting in a lot of effort to win them over rather than suppress them. Just last night, Merrill Lynch hosted a celebratory dinner, which James was invited to. At the dinner, James was bombarded with sweet talk from Merrill Lynch, and he worked very late before finally falling asleep. Just as he was sound asleep, his phone rang in the early morning. James covered his head with his pillow, trying to pretend he didn't hear it. But the phone stubbornly woke him up, and finally, groggily, James picked it up. "I don't care who you are, you better give me a reason not to get angry." Then James heard a cold voice that instantly woke him from his sleep. "James, the signal wasn't very good just now. Could you repeat what you just said?" Just as James was wide awake, his sweetheart beside him was also woken up and asked groggily, "Darling, who's so annoying as to disturb our sweet dreams? Hang up the phone, we can talk about it when you're fully awake." Sweetheart's voice came through the phone to Catherine's ears on the other side of the ocean, her tone even more unfriendly. "James, you better find a quiet place now, and don't let anyone know what you're about to say, not even your grandfather." James immediately picked up the phone, went to the living room outside the bedroom, stood by the TV, turned it on, and turned the volume up to maximum. This was all he could do. He couldn't guarantee there weren't any hidden cameras or listening devices in the hotel arranged by Merrill Lynch. As long as money was made, conscience was a luxury for capital. Don't think too highly of them. "Boss, I attended a dinner hosted by Merrill Lynch last night. I'm resting at the hotel they arranged now. Just let me know if you have any instructions." Catherine understood immediately. It seemed James was still thinking clearly. "Listen, James, I don't care about your private life in the US. But you must complete your work diligently, otherwise, your family might not be able to protect you. By the way, the package has been sent and should arrive in about a week. Be prepared to sign for it. The big boss said he's prepared a base bonus for you and your team. Do a good job, don't let the big boss down." Catherine hung up after saying this, but James on the other end of the line was both nervous and excited. He had been in the US for a year, and in that year, he had first traveled all over the country to understand its economic situation. After 2 months of laying the groundwork in the US, he has now received instructions from his boss. This hit was prearranged. Once the boss receives certain information, he will be notified. If information security is guaranteed, he will be informed of the full details. If one party is unwilling to speak openly, code words will be used. Now, the boss has told James that a large-scale financial crisis will erupt in a week, and this powder keg will most likely be Radin Brothers Investment Company. His current task is to keep a close eye on Radin Brothers Investment Company. The reason for his nervousness was that his plan had been approved by his boss, and the big boss behind him, who had invested 90% of the company's funds. In addition, there were funds from his own Hammond family and the education minister's family, a total of approximately £60 billion. If things went wrong, he wasn't even sure if he'd see the next day. His excitement stemmed from Catherine's words. The big boss was truly generous. He was willing to offer a percentage of the profits as a reward to him and his team, not to complain about a small percentage. This gamble, with £60 billion as the base, could yield returns several times the initial investment if successful. Several times. His team now consisted of nearly 100 people distributed across major financial markets worldwide, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, Australia, Japan, and Hong Kong. Even with just 100 people, each receiving tens of millions. Thinking of this, James immediately felt no longer sleepy, even though there was still a week left. He had a lot to do. He needed to prepare as much as possible within the limited time available. Opportunities that could trigger a global financial crisis are rare. For the unprepared, a financial crisis is a disaster, but for the prepared, it's an opportunity to become rich overnight. On the evening of August 30th, regardless of external changes, Hogwarts Castle held its annual grand opening banquet. Because there were so many new wizards, only those from Great Britain enjoyed the privilege of being sorted in the Great Hall this year. However, wizards from other countries didn't mind, as they were all sorted on the HMS Victory. The opportunity to be sorted on the Victory is not something everyone gets. As for the wizards from France, they were less fortunate, as they were sorted on the Hogwarts Express. In any case, the new school year had begun. Chapter 212. On September 1st, Andres woke up early. He had Dobby bring breakfast to his headmaster's office, and then he ate while looking at the 3D model of Hogwarts in his mind. He wasn't worried about the old professors. They were all experienced teachers with many years of teaching experience. His main concern was the 10 prefects of the third year. It was their first day of teaching practice, and he hoped nothing would go wrong. Through the 3D model, Andres could see their current mood and state of mind. Most of them were nervous, except for Darius and Diane, who appeared confident. The students below the stage were mostly curious. It seemed that their first lesson in the wizarding world was more about curiosity about magic and the unknown. Andres quietly observed, and all the classes went smoothly until the end of the morning session. This was good. This showed that having the 3-year students teach in their final year was feasible. Although it would take up their study time, it could help them solidify their foundation. Besides, Ravenclaw's time could be covered by the Chamber of Secrets. Speaking of the Chamber of Secrets, Darius had suggested an idea yesterday, which Andres thought was excellent. Since he didn't have a Parsleyan voice, he figured he'd try to simulate it or find a similar sound. So he found a young wizard from Yen Kingdom, who was taking Diane's Transfiguration class. The reason he found this young wizard wasn't anything else, but because he had the title of Archdruid. The system showed that those with the title Archdruid were born with an affinity for animals, and were more favored by magical creatures than ordinary wizards. This was like a godsend. This young wizard from Yen Kingdom was named Qi Yongqiang and was 15 years old. The only problem was whether he could withstand the test of the secret chamber when he opened it. Unsurprisingly, he would be facing that damn basilisk. But that's all for later. First, they need to figure out how to open the Chamber of Secrets. So Andreas wrote a note, and called Dobby to deliver it to Qi Yongqiang's bed in Hufflepuff. After dinner, this young wizard from Yen Country named Qi Yongqiang would come to Andreas's headmaster's office, and then he could be taken to the magical creature shop in Hogsmeade to pick out a snake. At midday in Hogwarts Great Hall, the new students were discussing their first class. 2 Gryffindor wizards were exchanging opinions. Who taught your charms class today? Mine was Prefect Kalima, a third-year male. His lessons were alright, at least I could understand them. My charms class was taught by Student Council President Darius. Darius, well, he was a bit too serious. It made the atmosphere a little tense, and I was afraid he'd catch me making a mistake. Is he too nervous? Which is why he seemed so serious? You know, sometimes people act very assertive to hide their nervousness. No, he seemed more like a company executive giving a meeting. You know? The kind that exudes authority. Got it. Like the former your master? Yes, absolutely. While the 2 Gryffindor lions were discussing their 2 prefects, the Slytherin snakes were also discussing their 2 prefects. Senior Harkin must be a bit of a goofball. His classes are all about explaining the consequences of various failures. Many mistakes I wouldn't even dare to imagine were actually made by upperclassmen. Goodness, I really don't know how they manage that. This also reminds us never to make such basic mistakes. Otherwise, we might really become a laughingstock that circulates throughout Hogwarts. I really can't imagine how embarrassing it would be if my child came to Hogwarts and heard about some stupid thing I did. Come on, aren't you thinking too far ahead? You're only 11 this year. Who knows when you have kids? Besides, at least your classes are easy, right? My senior, Eleanor, is probably too nervous. Her classes aren't so easy. We can feel her trying very hard to explain how cold medicine works, but the results? Well, it's hard to describe. I can only say she tried her best. Haha, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Today, besides the failure examples, Senior Harkin taught us more about operational methods and techniques. He even had us go out into the wild to dig up some tree roots to cut, and when all the slices were the same size, that was it. Pass. That's a good idea, I should try it too. I used to watch Mom cook so easily, but today in class, it was a complete mess. Even though the knife was right in my hand, it seemed to be out of control, cutting things into uneven sizes. What's that saying again? Practice makes perfect. Hurry up and eat, then go back and rest. We have other classes this afternoon. I wonder how they be. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. I'm even more looking forward to when I can have flying class. Hee hee. The 2 little snakes seemed to be talking about something funny, laughing nonstop, causing the people next to them to move away to indicate they weren't with them. While the junior wizards were discussing or complaining about their seniors, the seniors were also complaining about their juniors. To exchange their experiences and problems from the first class, They ate lunch in the conference room on the 5th floor. Almost everyone had been tense all morning, and lunchtime was a time to relax. They also took the opportunity to complain about the various situations that occurred in class today, with Eleanor complaining the most. I finally understand why Professor Snape always had such a cold face in class. They're so stupid, wasting so much material. Thank goodness it wasn't Professor Snape teaching, otherwise I don't know how many points I'd lose today. Sharon Dempsey quickly handed Eleanor a glass of juice, comforting her. It's not that dramatic. We were all freshmen once. Do you think we don't know how bad freshmen are? They can't be that bad. It's just a matter of not being proficient enough. They get better with more classes. No, Sharon. You haven't even had class yet. I hope you still be smiling when you have class tonight. I'm so angry with these brats today. Cold medicine, the simplest medicine imaginable. Harkin grinned mischievously, asking happily. So what did they make of the cold medicine? Harkin, how can you laugh? Are all the little wizards you gave it to geniuses, who haven't messed things up? That's impossible. Everyone knows cold medicine is purple, right? But these kids made red, pink, and even blue ones. I really don't know how they managed to do it. Chapter 213. Shaluna, seeing Hawkins' mischievous grin, quickly comforted Eleanor. Eleanor, look at that grin, there's definitely something wrong with him. Let's interrogate him. Eleanor nodded, and together with Shaluna, they took out their wands and pointed them at Halkin. Halkin immediately raised his hands in surrender, begging for mercy. The others at the table were also attracted by the commotion, so they wanted to hear what Halkin had up his sleeve. Eleanor, actually, I think you got it wrong. You're too eager for quick results. You know we were freshmen once too, we should understand the problems freshmen face. You should have noticed that in our first class, it was mostly theory. We didn't really start practicing right away. Making the first class interesting is very important. You need to make the young wizards enjoy your class. After Halkin finished speaking, everyone at the table fell into deep thought. They began to reflect on their own classes, wondering if they were doing what Halkin said. Seeing that everyone was silent, Halkin continued. I didn't have them start brewing potions right away in the first lesson because I knew that would be a complete waste of time. They would definitely be flustered and make a lot of mistakes. Since they weren't prepared for brewing potions, I spent the whole lesson explaining common mistakes and showing them the correct way to do it. I also gave them some simple homework. Practice on tree roots until the slices were evenly sized. Everyone listened attentively to Harkin's explanation. Indeed, they had become accustomed to learning magic with classmates of similar skill levels, and had forgotten what it was like when they first entered the school. Just like the new students now, they experienced nervousness and discomfort. Back then, they couldn't control their magic power, and various problems arose when casting spells. Seeing that everyone had taken Harkin's words to heart, Darius summarized, Harkin's words today have been very enlightening. It's wrong to expect new wizards to run before they can even walk. Harkin's method is correct. Let the young wizards learn to walk first, practice the basics, and then think about running. The prefects present, except for the 2 astronomy teaching assistants, who hadn't yet taught their classes, nodded thoughtfully. Looking back on their first lesson today, they all had their shortcomings, but the students, being newcomers, hadn't noticed. So, some minor oversights were masked, and these were areas they needed to improve. While they were discussing, they didn't notice that the wizard in the portrait in the meeting room had disappeared. This wizard was now in a mural in Andres' headmaster's office, recounting everything that had just happened. Andres had initially worried that the teaching assistants would be under pressure, but now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. They had begun to summarize the day's gains and losses, and Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. Their performance today is much better than when I first started teaching. Back then, I didn't know who to consult with on many things. Fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore at the time was a great help to me, although he was the Transfiguration professor then. Headmaster Andres, I think we can rest assured now. Their performance was excellent. Should we invite them to the professor's meetings from now on? Yes, their performance today exceeded my expectations. They even knew to summarize their experiences together. Very good. Want to have a meeting? Sure. You can handle these administrative matters. Just let me know afterwards. No, you're the principal. Many decisions need to be made by you. Chi Yongqiang, who had lunch in the auditorium, returned to his room with his roommate. This morning's Transfiguration class had truly broadened his horizons. He hadn't realized that a wizard could do so many things. This was something he hadn't expected. When Chi Yongqiang returned to his dormitory, he found a folded note on his bed. He was very curious, wondering who had left it there. However, he was certain it wasn't his roommates, because everyone had classes and had to go to the dormitory this morning. No one was there. So, he curiously unfolded the note, only to find a simple sentence on it. Mr. Chi Yongqiang, please come to my office after dinner. The password is Dragon Scum. Andres Moriu. Chi Yongqiang was puzzled. Why did the headmaster want to see him? He hadn't caused any trouble since arriving at Hogwarts. Chi Yongqiang looked completely bewildered. His roommate, seeing him standing there in a daze, came over and asked with concern. Xiqiang, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out here? Chi Yongqiang quickly gripped the note in his hand and answered somewhat flusteredly. Nothing, I'm just a little sleepy. I want to go to sleep quickly, I have classes this afternoon. After saying that, Chi Yongqiang hurriedly went to sleep under his roommate's puzzled gaze. Chi Yongqiang spent the afternoon in confusion, even missing dinner. He kept reassuring himself, telling himself not to be nervous, maybe Headmaster Andres just wanted to talk to him, or something. After dinner, around 7 p.m., Chi Yongqiang nervously arrived at the principal's office on the 8th floor. After giving the correct password, the water droplet beast made way for him. When Chi Yongqiang entered, Andres was attempting to silently cast a spell to condense a water ball in his hand. Just as Chi Yongqiang knocked and entered, Andres finished the spell, and a water ball quietly appeared in his hand. Chi Yongqiang was a little dumbfounded. He thought, I've been worried all afternoon, and this is what you show me. Andres clearly didn't see through his thoughts. After canceling the spell, Andres warmly welcomed Chi Yongqiang. Andres invited Chi Yongqiang to sit on the sofa in the principal's office and poured him a glass of juice. How are you doing? Are you settling in well at Hogwarts? Chi Yongqiang looked at Andres with a bewildered expression, wondering what was wrong with the principal. Why was he suddenly concerned about his life? But he didn't have time to think further before answering. It's great, Hogwarts is the best school I ever seen. Haha, I think so too. I called you here today because I need your help with something. Under Chi Yongqiang's puzzled gaze, Andres recounted the events of the Chamber of Secrets. But Chi Yongqiang still didn't understand what this had to do with him. He was just a first-year student. However, Andres didn't explain much, simply taking him to the magical creature shop in Hogsmeade Village. Andres and Chi Yongqiang chose a bird snake from among the many pet snakes, and then the two returned to Hogwarts. Andres instructed him to take good care of the snake before sending Chi Yongqiang back to the Hufflepuff Common Room. Chapter 214. Back in the Hufflepuff Common Room, Chi Yongqiang was completely bewildered. Today had been a truly bizarre day. Not only was it his first official day at Hogwarts, but he also been forcibly given a harpy by the headmaster. Harpies were no pushovers. According to the salesman at the magical creature shop, they possess strong aggression and protective instincts. The harpy's venom could also erase memories. What if this little snake went berserk and attacked him one day? Would he fall into a vicious cycle where the harpy bites him, he forgets, and then continues to care for it, only to be bitten again by the snake thinking he wasn't afraid? The thought was terrifying. Chi Yongqiang looked at the harpy coiled around his arm with some fear, but the harpy clearly didn't see it that way. It stretched its head out, curiously observing the Hufflepuff Common Room. What to do? If this thing bit someone, that person might forget they were bitten by a snake due to amnesia? Thinking this, Chi Yongqiang shuddered. The harpy turned to look at him. Seemingly asking why he was leaving, Chi Yongqiang took a deep breath and then said to the bird snake, I take you back to my dorm, but you have to promise me you won't bite anyone, understand? The bird snake seemed to understand Chi Yongqiang's words, nodding human-like and then shrinking back into his sleeve. And so, Chi Yongqiang took the bird snake back to his dorm. Originally, Chi Yongqiang wanted to buy the bird snake a cage. However, Ms. Nancy from the magical creatures shop told him that bird snakes change size depending on their environment. So buying a cage was pointless, it would be better to let it roam freely in the common room. Back in the lounge, the other three young wizards curiously gathered around Chi Yongqiang, asking what he had been doing that day. Chi Yongqiang could only call out the bird snake hidden in his sleeve to explain the situation. He discovered that the young wizards weren't afraid of the bird snake at all, in fact, they seemed quite curious about it. Upon learning that Chi Yongqiang hadn't named it yet, they all agreed that today was Chi Yongqiang's lucky day, therefore, the bird snake should be named Lucky Day. The bird snake itself had no say, and could only silently accept the name. Finally, Chi Yongqiang placed Lucky Day in a drawer on his bedside table. This drawer wasn't usually used, but Lucky Day could control its body to open and close it. Then, he asked a house elf to get some hay to line the drawer, and the bird snake was officially settled in. In the days that followed, Lucky Day's behavior reassured Chi Yongqiang more and more. He could feed it raw meat strips when he had free time. If Chi Yongqiang forgot to feed it, it would go out and hunt mice on its own. Whether these mice were legitimate mice was unknown, but Chi Yongqiang hadn't heard of anyone's pet mouse going missing. While Chi Yongqiang was carefully tending to his pet Lucky Day, Andres and Catherine were caught up in the excitement of making money like crazy. Although Andres was already very wealthy and didn't care much about money anymore, who could complain about having too much? As September arrived, the global economy began to collapse like dominoes, and James, far away in the United States, experienced a roller coaster of emotions. At the end of last year, James, using information provided by Andres, had shorted shares of Radin Brothers Financial Investment Company at a high price. When he established his position at the beginning of the year, Radin Brothers stock price was around $60, and by June, when Hogwarts was holding its final exams, Radin Brothers' second quarter financial report had already been released. At that time, it was already reported that Raytheon had suffered a loss of $2.75 billion in the second quarter, and its stock price had already reached $7.50. Andres' Magic Financial Investment Company made billions of dollars through short selling in those 6 months, but this wasn't the main issue. The main issue was the subsequent economic collapse. The U.S. Treasury, despite its efforts, failed to reach an agreement with two potential buyers, Barclays Bank of the UK and Bank of America, leading to the failure of the acquisition of Raytheon. The main disagreement was that Barclays and Bank of America wanted the U.S. Treasury to bail them out, but the U.S. legislators, tired of supporting greedy capital, refused this request. Therefore, after Raytheon's third quarter financial report was released in September, its stock price plummeted again, as the third quarter showed a loss of $3.9 billion. In just 9 months, Raytheon's stock price had plummeted by 90%, and its market capitalization was reduced to only $6 billion. On September 7th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Paulson announced financial assistance to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, with the Federal Housing Finance Agency taking over the two companies. While this was good news for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, it sent a dangerous signal to the entire financial market. Large amounts of capital began to flee the financial markets. The bankruptcy filing of Bear Stearns on September 15 directly signaled the start of the financial crisis. At the time, the U.S. Treasury was unwilling to let the government bear all the risks of the financial markets. The U.S. did not want the Treasury to make wrong decisions during the subprime mortgage crisis. The Treasury believed that the bailouts of Bear Stearns, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac were sufficient. At the time, the Treasury believed that the bankruptcy of Bear Stearns would not trigger global destruction because its scale was not large enough. However, the resulting panic proved that the U.S. Treasury had made a wrong decision. While the United States was paying a heavy price for this crisis, James's team was reporting a string of successes. They had anticipated the economic crisis and made thorough preparations. James's team would continue to profit from this financial crisis, as this past 2 weeks was only the beginning. Then, on September 21st, two of Wall Street's most successful investment banks applied to become regular commercial banks, seeking protection from the Federal Reserve. On September 26th, Washington Common Bank went bankrupt. On September 29th, the U.S. House of Representatives rejected a $700 billion bailout package, causing the Dow Jones Industrial Average to fall by over 700 points. Bovespa in Brazil was halted after a 10% drop. The London FTSE 100 fell by 15%, gold soared to over $900 per ounce, and oil prices fell to $95 per barrel. The economic crisis then spread to the manufacturing sector and simultaneously to global financial markets. Our principal Andres, with his prophetic abilities and massive capital investment, amassed unimaginable wealth, and his Magic Financial Investment Company's assets approached the trillions. What's even more terrifying is that Magic Financial Investment Company's assets are mainly cash. From then on, Magic Financial Investment Company, Catherine, and James' team all became famous overnight, attracting attention from countries all over the world. Chapter 215. First, the intelligence agencies of various countries were the first to discover this situation, because while all countries and financial markets were in a state of panic, the Magic Financial Investment Company stood out. Its rampant short-selling activities across the entire Blue Star market were only belatedly discovered. Then, intelligence agencies from various countries began collecting data, including James's team and Catherine's personal information. Of course, Andres, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Magic Financial Investment Company, was also thoroughly investigated. Then, the intelligence agencies and leaders of various countries discovered a living legend, a young man under 30, who had accumulated wealth enough to influence the Blue Star in less than 3 years. That's trillions of pounds in assets, and he started from scratch. Therefore, Andres' file received a separate page in the intelligence agencies of various countries. What a joke. Andres' net worth is probably richer than most countries in the world. He has already reached the pinnacle of wealth on the Blue Star. But what they don't know is that Andres' power also lies within that small group of people at the very top of the Blue Star. This information then began circulating from intelligence agencies and high-ranking government officials to the financial world, and James received even more bribes after this operation. Although much of the profit had returned to the headquarters of the Magic Financial Investment Company, James still managed a significant amount of funds. These assets included substantial investments in cash, stocks, futures, options, and equity in a number of high-quality companies. The Magic Financial Investment Company was now transitioning from a purely financial investment firm to an asset management company, beginning to establish control over several large corporations. Ultimately, James remained in the Kingdom of Galewind, becoming the CEO of the Magic Financial Investment Group there, and his status within the Hammond family rose dramatically. The cunning old fox, Torrin, even began considering grooming James as his successor. The news media, always on the present, started in the U.S. media, extensively reporting on James and his Magic Financial Investment Company. Then, they obtained more information from Britain and began a frenzy of reporting on Catherine. Catherine instantly became the world's youngest and richest eligible bachelor, because the media hadn't yet obtained information about Andres, or perhaps they had but dared not report it. Therefore, Catherine became a headline figure in media outlets worldwide, consistently dominating trending topics. She had no choice but to dominate. No one could compete. A beautiful, single woman under 30 with such vast wealth, who wouldn't be mesmerized? This only added to Catherine's troubles, as she had even more suitors. Because of Catherine, the flower shops near her company saw a surge in business, receiving so many flowers that they filled the Magic Financial Investment Company's headquarters every day. Just when Catherine was troubled by this, her secretary gave her an idea, to divert the attention, not let the media focus solely on Catherine. That would only attract more suitors, so Catherine began devising a plan to divert attention. Diverting it to Andres was out of the question, but diverting it to James should work. After all, James was now a prominent figure. He was also unmarried and controlled a significant portion of the company's wealth. Yes, that's it. Catherine wrote to Andres, mentioning the project bonuses. The point was to distribute profits to shareholders and the operations team now, because waiting for future returns would be a long time coming. Upon receiving the letter, Andres failed to notice Catherine's ulterior motives, simply agreeing with her assessment. A significant portion of the funds came from investors, and the team's bonuses were also his own contribution. Since most of the money had already been recovered, he decided to proceed according to the original plan. Money was no object. Don't bother him with such trivial matters. Principal Andres readily approved. With Andres' signed authorization, Catherine immediately instructed the company's finance department to distribute bonuses to James's team according to the list. Then, Catherine secretly sent the list and amounts to a reporter she knew. The reporter was overjoyed. Any news from the Magical Financial Investment Company was crucial to the media. It meant sales. It meant money. So, just as James's team members received their bonuses, the Blue Star media erupted. The entire planet knew about it through the media, and everyone was talking about it. This is absolutely insane. James' personal bonuses are a whopping £2 billion. In just 1 year, he's earned enough for a lifetime. Yeah, and the key is he's still so young and unmarried. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. You fangirls, don't you dare lay a finger on my husband. James is my husband, you can't take him from me. A person nearby moved away with their newspaper, wanting to stay away from these crazy people in case they caught something. Another group was also discussing it, but their opinions differed. Wow, the news media on Earth are so powerful now. Not only do they know about the Magic Finance Company's profit-sharing plan, but they even got the personnel list and personal information. Yeah, look at all these people, they're not even that old. And now they all accumulated a small fortune. Exactly. I wish I worked at Magic Finance Investment Company. A bonus like that is a small fortune. It's so enviable. The socialites from the US were all eyeing James, while girls from other countries were targeting members of James's team. After all, James was just one person, while his team had hundreds. Capturing even one of them would guarantee a lifetime of happiness. As a result, Catherine's plan to divert attention worked, and James and his team members' recent romantic luck started to turn into a disaster. Just when Catherine thought she could finally catch her breath, she received a call from her former professor at Imperial College London. "Catherine, I knew you were excellent when you were my student. But I never imagined you'd be this excellent. Thank you for your praise. What brings you here, Professor? I've been asked by the school to invite you back to your alma mater. You can also give a lecture to your disappointing juniors." Catherine understood immediately. This kind of trouble comes with fame and fortune. You can refuse many people and things, but some are simply unavoidable. Like the invitation from your alma mater, it's something most people can't refuse. Because you're part of the school's community, your success means you have to take care of the school or other members of your community. Chapter 216. Catherine understood that this time she had to spend some money. She couldn't just come back to her alma mater for nothing. She made so much money. She had to show some appreciation. Even if it wasn't building a new building, she had to set up a foundation or something. Otherwise, would she still want to use the school's resources in the future? So, without a second thought, Catherine accepted her professor's invitation. "Sigh, Catherine, that depends on when you're available. I'm already very happy that you're giving this old hag face. How could I possibly arrange your schedule? Just let me know a week in advance when you're available. I have the school arrange it." "No problem, Professor. I have someone contact you when I have some free time. How have you been at school lately? What can I do? I'm almost driven crazy by these good-for-nothing students. If they were all like you, I have so much less to worry about. Please help me discipline your juniors when you have the chance." Catherine understood. Her professor was trying to find a way out for her juniors. This is the advantage of being famous. Once you're famous, all sorts of people with connections flock to you. These people are relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates. In short, they're all considered one of us. Catherine figured the company needed to hire anyway, so it didn't matter who they hired, as long as they were capable. "Don't worry, Professor, I definitely help you mentor your juniors. Here's what I do. When I go back to school this time, I go see them. If I find any suitable ones, I bring them back to mentor. Don't be reluctant to let them go." Catherine's professor, having received a satisfactory answer from her, laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. "Of all my students, Catherine, you're the one I'm most satisfied with." The two chatted for a while longer about their time at school before ending the call. Catherine rubbed her temples and called her secretary to arrange the upcoming schedule. 10 days from now, arrange for the HR manager and business manager of the Magic Financial Investment Company to go to Imperial College London with me. This is my professor's number. Send a message to my professor after arranging the time. I might disregard other people's feelings, but I can't disregard my professor's. "Yes, boss. Is there anything else you need?" "No, you can go ahead and get busy." After Catherine finished giving her instructions, the secretary hesitated and didn't leave. Catherine immediately noticed the secretary's unusual behavior. "What? Is there anything else?" "Boss, it's like this. I notice my boyfriend seems a bit off lately." "Are you mistaken? Your boyfriend acting strangely is your problem. Why are you telling me?" "I know, boss, but what's acting strangely about him is related to the company. When we were dating, he never asked me about company matters, but lately I noticed he's been constantly asking me about it. For example, whether the company has any promising business opportunities, or whether there have been any major inflows or outflows of funds. I didn't pay much attention at first, until one time he thought I was asleep and went through my phone, and that's when I realized he might be having problems." Catherine immediately understood. The secretary's boyfriend might have been bribed by a corporate spy or some powerful force. He was unlikely to be a professional spy, because professional spies wouldn't be so foolish as to be discovered. Catherine thought for a moment, and first comforted the secretary. "I understand about this. I have someone investigate. Now it's up to you. If you want to stay by my side, you might have to break up with him. If you don't want to break up with your boyfriend, then I demote you to a lower department as a supervisor. But that would make it unlikely you'd be able to get promoted to better or more important positions in the future. Think it over carefully, and let me know." The secretary replied without hesitation. "Boss, I made up my mind. The reason I told you this is that I'm going to break up with my boyfriend. I think he might have loved me before, but now his love has changed. I want to stay by your side. I confront him tonight." Catherine was relieved. After all, the secretary had been with her since the company was founded. Replacing her would be a bit of a shock. "Then you better find a public place tonight, and have 2 security guards secretly protect you to prevent him from hurting you in a fit of anger." "Thank you, boss, I will. I go out now." Watching the secretary leave her office, Catherine began to reflect. This time, The company's sweeping victory in the financial market had unknowingly changed the fate of countless people, not to mention her mentor. The secretary's life alone underwent a dramatic change, and this incident also served as a wake-up call for Catherine, reminding her that she might not be the only one facing similar situations. The secretary clearly understood priorities, and knew what she should and shouldn't do. But what about the others? This building currently houses hundreds of people, soon to exceed 1,000. How can their loyalty be guaranteed? Slacking off at work is one thing, but what if someone develops inappropriate intentions? Money can be a powerful motivator. Just as Catherine's thoughts began to wander, she heard the chess pieces clamoring on the bookshelf. Knights charge. Kill these sons of bitches. Yes, your majesty. Soldiers, I will lead the charge. Pa! Don't push your luck. You think you can just call for reinforcements? I have subjects too. Then Catherine saw the black and white chess pieces begin fighting again, and her eyes lit up. That's right, I still have the all-powerful Principal Andres behind me. If there's anything, I just ask him for help. So Catherine took out paper and pen from the drawer and began to write a letter, roughly saying, Boss, we made a huge mess of things this time. Many high-ranking officials in Great Britain are trying to contact us. What do you think we should do? Also, several partners in this project want to invite you to a gathering. What do you think we should do about that? After finishing, she called over the postman, who was dozing on the shelf, and stroked his feathers. Deliver this letter to Headmaster Andres. If you want to play at Hogwarts a little longer, you can come back later. But you have to be back before I go to sleep. The postman rubbed his head against Catherine's hand, and then flew out of Catherine's office. It was several hours later when Andres received the letter. Looking at the letter in his hand, Andres thought carefully and decided that it wasn't a bad idea to start cultivating relationships with the upper echelons of British society. He couldn't keep working behind closed doors forever. Sooner or later, he would have to meet people. So his reply to Catherine was, The time can be arranged for the day after tomorrow. I will be in London for 3 days. I will follow your arrangements for those 3 days. Chapter 217. Catherine saw the reply that evening and gave a wicked smile. 3 days? She had to make the most of these 3 days. Otherwise, all that worry would be wasted. So Catherine picked up the phone and called Alfred. They exchanged pleasantries for a while, then set a time. Alfred, after hanging up, rubbed his forehead. He hadn't expected a member of a collateral branch of the Hammond family to cause such a stir. It even seemed to be subtly threatening his position as the heir to the family fortune. Money really does have power. Just a few days ago, the old man was complaining about not investing enough in James's project. He said the older he got, the less daring he became. If he had known their £50 million would yield 20 times the return, he would have sold the entire family to invest even more. Look at Earl Andres, how bold he was, betting his entire fortune. And now he was regretting it. The old man was becoming more and more like a child. These things weren't so easy. Many in the family had opposed the £50 million back then. But thinking about it, who could resist the temptation of such a 20-fold return? It was practically robbery. And legal robbery at that, so no one could say anything. Lost in thought, Alfred picked up another private phone. He first called his father, Tory Hammond, to tell him that he and Catherine had arranged a time, the day after tomorrow evening, at their manor. His father readily agreed, adding that some government officials might be attending. Then Alfred called the old man again. The old butler answered once more. After consulting with his superiors, the old butler handed the phone to the old man. Upon hearing that the god of wealth was coming, the old man readily agreed to attend. He then told Alfred that the manor needed some preparations beforehand, as some old friends would be visiting, and he didn't want any embarrassing situations. Alfred hung up and shook his head with a wry smile. There weren't many old friends who would receive such a formal reception from his father. It must be one of those prominent figures, yet he still had to toil for a pittance. Before leaving get off work, Alfred called his supervisor to inform him that he needed to take the day off. The supervisor paused for a moment, then asked what was wrong. Alfred explained that his father was meeting an old friend. The supervisor immediately understood. He knew the Hammond family's background. In England, there weren't many people whom the Hammond family patriarch would call an old friend. So the supervisor quickly assured him that he didn't need to take leave. Just bring a few men to protect his father and his friend. His superior was indeed a shrewd individual, using public resources to cultivate his own network. Anyone who could rise to a high-ranking position in the Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, was a master strategist. Indeed, Alfred was under the SIS's jurisdiction. The SIS, also known colloquially as MI6, was Britain's foreign intelligence agency, primarily responsible for collecting classified intelligence concerning vital interests such as British security, defense, foreign policy, and economic policy. Alfred was originally an intelligence officer, and coincidentally, his father was the head of the Foreign Office. Therefore, it was natural for the SIS to place him under the Foreign Office's name, though most people in the Foreign Office were unaware of this, assuming he was just a regular staff member. 2 days later, Andres arrived at Catherine's office on time. Catherine immediately took out the clothes she had prepared and helped Andres change into them. She tidied him up from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction. "Boss, what do you think? Don't you think my taste is pretty good?" Andres said quietly, pursing his lips. "Come on, that's because I'm good-looking. I'm handsome, so anything looks good on me." Catherine almost choked on her breath at Andres' retort. When did this jerk become so narcissistic? After they were almost done getting ready, they started talking about recent company matters. The secretary's situation was a top priority. "Boss, the secretary's situation is definitely not an isolated case. She told me willingly, perhaps because of loyalty, or perhaps because the temptation wasn't strong enough. But what about next time? What if the temptation is strong enough next time? And there are almost 1,000 people at headquarters now. What about the others? Could there already be a mole among them?" Andres understood Catherine's worries. Indeed, fame brings trouble. Fortunately, this matter wasn't difficult to resolve, so he reassured Catherine. "Don't worry, I go back and prepare. Before I leave, I set up an array at the company headquarters. This array can detect people with ill intentions." Catherine asked excitedly after hearing this. "There's such magic? That's so convenient. It can directly tell who's up to no good." "Of course, it's a defensive magic. It's just that it's very expensive, and some materials are extremely rare, so it rarely appears. The rarity of the materials would definitely be a big problem for others, but for Principal Andres, who possesses a system, it's no big deal." However, Andres still reminded Catherine of something. "Catherine, even with the detection magic circle to help you, you still need to establish your own intelligence department. What I mean is, while the detection magic circle can help you find people with malicious intentions, you need a legitimate reason to dismiss them, otherwise it will be very troublesome. But if you have an intelligence department specifically to screen these problematic individuals, it will be much easier to gather evidence. Some people should be dismissed, and those who need to be reported to the police should be reported. Do you understand what I mean?" Catherine nodded in understanding. "I understand what you mean. I have my men start organizing this right away." Andres and Catherine had finished their conversation, and it was time to leave. So, accompanied by security personnel, the two drove together to the Hammond family manor, arriving after about an hour. As soon as Andres' vehicle approached the manor, Andres sensed something amiss through his magical perception. There were several vehicles and armed personnel within a kilometer of the manor, but fortunately, these vehicles and people seemed to be protecting something rather than lying in ambush. If Andres hadn't realized they meant no harm, he would have insisted on taking Catherine away. Even so, Andres was still somewhat displeased. "I've been to your Hammond family manor before," he thought. "Why are you acting like this is a major crisis?" So, when Alfred greeted Andres, Andres didn't give him a friendly look. This embarrassed Alfred and left Catherine bewildered. Chapter 218. Alfred slowed his pace slightly to walk alongside Catherine, then quietly lowered his voice to ask her, "Catherine, what's wrong with Earl Andres today? He seems rather unhappy." "I don't know either. He was fine in the car. I don't know why, but he seems a bit displeased now that we arrived." Hearing their conversation, Andres turned to Alfred and spoke frankly. "I was initially very happy to be a guest here, but I found this gathering to be more than it seems. Alfred, can you tell me if there's anything unusual about today?" Alfred then realized that Earl Andres might have misunderstood the increased security. So Alfred quickly explained, "Your Excellency, you must have misunderstood something." Andres looked puzzled. "Oh, you probably saw the security personnel on the perimeter. These personnel aren't there for you. Actually, they're not from our family, but rather people from my father's friends. They're here to protect that important person, whom you meet soon." Andres' displeasure subsided upon hearing Alfred's explanation. Although he knew it was unlikely to be aimed at him, being surrounded by security personnel for no apparent reason wasn't pleasant. What if Torin went mad and smashed a glass as a signal? Soon, Andres and his party arrived at the manor's reception room, where the old fox Torin stood at the door as a greeter. He greeted Andres very warmly. "Count Andres, you finally arrived. Everyone's been waiting impatiently. Please come in. The banquet is about to begin. I'm very sorry to have kept you all waiting, but I'd like to ask who this important person is today that they deployed so many security personnel? Could it be the Prime Minister? Prime Minister? No, not him. His travels don't require such tight protection. After all, there are plenty of people who could be Prime Minister. Andres was taken aback. So the old fox meant the Prime Minister was an expendable asset, or that it didn't matter who was Prime Minister. But thinking about the Western political and economic structure, it really does matter who is Prime Minister. As long as it doesn't affect my economic interests, anyone can be Prime Minister. If it does, then we change it. Seeing Andres' hesitation, the old fox continued. Ha, Count Andres, please don't mind, it was just a little joke. Andres thought to himself, a joke my foot. You're just trying to tell me that no matter who's Prime Minister, it won't affect your power. Andres didn't say anything more, and then walked into the banquet hall with Catherine. As Andres entered the banquet hall, he was immediately pulled aside by the Minister of Education, who struck up a warm conversation with him. The two chatted quite amiably, whether genuine or feigned was unknown. Soon the banquet began, and the host Torin took the stage to give a speech. As the host, I am deeply honored by your presence. Those who are here today are all our close partners. However, I would like to introduce a new friend to everyone, and I believe many of you have already guessed it. That's right, it is none other than the Lord Earl of Sky Isle, Mr. Andres Mori, the senator who led us to sweep through the financial markets this year and made us a fortune. Now let us welcome him to say a few words. The crowd below applauded enthusiastically. This was the newly crowned god of wealth. Although only a few had caught this year's windfall, it didn't diminish their admiration for Andres. Besides, if they missed this year, there would be other years. As long as this god of wealth managed to squeeze a little out of his pocket, it would be enough to live on for a lifetime. Andres, watching from below, hadn't expected the old fox to have such a trick up his sleeve, so he could only take his wine glass and go up to the stage. Andres was, after all, the headmaster, and the number of people standing below wasn't even as many as the entire Hogwarts house. Therefore, Andres showed no nervousness whatsoever. He calmly raised his glass and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all today. The success of my magic financial investment company is inseparable from your help. I know many of you are here not to see me, but to see the more fascinating British pounds. I won't take up any more of your time. Later, those who participated in this financial project, please go to Miss Catherine to learn about your returns. Your returns will be credited to your accounts no later than noon tomorrow. Now, let's enjoy this wonderful evening together. Cheers." Andres then led the way, raising his glass and drinking it down. The crowd below cheered loudly and joined in. Then, melodious music filled the hall. Torin, who already knew the returns, didn't surround Catherine like the others. Instead, he went to Andres' side and spoke quietly with him. "Andres, I won't say much more in thanks. Now, please come with me. My grandfather and a distinguished guest wish to see you. However, they are of advanced age and not suited for this occasion. I hope you can understand." Andres knew the main event was about to begin, so he readily nodded in agreement. Led by Torin, Andres left the banquet hall and went to an adjacent drawing room. Upon entering, Andres saw two elderly men seated inside. One of them looked very familiar, but Andres couldn't quite place him. Torin, as the British Foreign Secretary, quickly stepped forward and introduced the two men to Andres. "Andres, this is His Highness Prince Charles, Duke of Wales, on the left." Andres was instantly stunned. Wow! So it was him. No wonder he looked so familiar. Wasn't this Prince Charles, who had been the Crown Prince for 70 years? No wonder there were so many security personnel outside. They were there to protect him. No wonder that old fox Tory looked so disdainful when he asked Tory at the door if he was the Prime Minister. Indeed, compared to Prince Charles, the Prime Minister can be replaced. Of course, the Crown Prince can also be replaced, but the price is much higher. As for why His Highness the Crown Prince is the Duke of Wales, the reason is simple. The British royal family declared this title for the sake of its rule. All princes or princesses who wish to ascend the British throne must hold the title of Duke of Wales. Because the British royal family, in order to rule the British Isles and appease the Welsh people, stipulated that the Crown Prince must hold the title of Duke of Wales to demonstrate the British royal family's legal authority over Wales. Chapter 219. Hello, Your Highness Prince Charles, I am Andres Morley. It's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm also delighted to meet such an outstanding young man as you. Andres, This is the patriarch of our Hammond family. Andres greeted the patriarch of the Hammond family again, with great politeness. It was only natural for a junior to be courteous to someone who had lived so long. Hello, patriarch. Thank you for the Hammond family's full support of our financial plan. The patriarch of the Hammond family burst into laughter upon hearing Andres's words, even winking at Prince Charles beside him. Ha ha ha, are all young people these days as eloquent as you? No wonder you achieved so much at such a young age. I should also thank you for bringing such huge profits to the Hammond family. Well, Charles, what did I just say? Andres is a very capable young man. Prince Charles also chuckled and teased. You old codger, do you even need to tell me? Earl Andres's abilities are undeniable. All right, Earl Andres. Don't stand there. Sit down and chat with us two old men. It's an honor, chieftain. Andres then sat down, waiting for the two elders to speak, to see what they wanted him to do today. The head of the Hammond family spoke first. Could you tell me how you achieved such success? You should know you're probably the richest person on earth now. You flatter me, chieftain. I'm far behind some of the ancient families. Money is only one aspect. There are many things more important than money. Look at Charles, such a successful young man, and he still maintains such a calm mind. That's much better than we were in our youth. Prince Charles, sitting to the side, said dismissively, scoffing. That's much better than you. When you were his age, you were spending all your time in bars or lying in girls' arms. I seem to remember you doing those things with me. I was young and ignorant. You led me astray. You know I'm a prince. My upbringing was very strict. Prince my foot. There are plenty of princes in all of Europe. Andres, listening to the two old men's increasingly biased words, thought, is this something someone without VIP access should listen to? Then he slightly turned to look at the old fox Torin. Andres noticed that the old fox, probably used to this conversation, had his eyes closed as if asleep. Finally, the two old men had finished arguing, and remembering there were others present, they quickly continued. Excuse me, Andres. You know, older people tend to be a bit long-winded. By the way, how old are you this year? Have you considered marriage? Prince Charles, thinking he couldn't let you get ahead of him, quickly replied. You know, Andres, there are several young princesses in the royal family who are still single. I think you two would be a good match. How about we arrange to have afternoon tea together sometime? Andres thought to himself, goodness, it seems that pressuring people to get married isn't unique to our country. But how can I settle down when the Huns, haven't been defeated yet? I'm sorry, I'm only 27 years old this year. I haven't considered marriage yet. I'd let you two know if I have any such desires. The patriarch of the Hammond family could only express his regret upon hearing this. That's truly a pity. Of course, we understand that young people don't like being constrained. However, Prince Charles, somewhat unwilling to give up, said, it's all right, whether or not to get married depends on fate. How about getting to know my nieces or granddaughters first? And Reston felt a headache coming on. He genuinely hadn't considered these matters. So he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Hammond, do you plan to recoup your profits all at once or reinvest them? Of course, I reinvest. I trust your team to manage the money. However, I might need to withdraw a portion for working capital, you know? A family's expenses are always quite high. Of course, no problem, Mr. Hammond. Please let me know what you require later, and I have Catherine arrange it properly. Of course I trust you. Actually, Charles came here today to discuss something with you. After saying this, the patriarch of the Hammond family gave his old friend Prince Charles a wink, meaning to stop the small talk and get down to business. Then Prince Charles coughed lightly and said, well, it's like this, Andres. You know the royal family is a large family, and they've spent a huge amount of money over the years to maintain their dignity. And now, government funding for the royal family is decreasing day by day, so I come hoping to get your help. Andres understood that Prince Charles was here today specifically to get the pounds. He suddenly remembered a news story from his previous life. The British government had cancelled hundreds of millions of pounds in naval maintenance funding, and a few days later, the British royal family announced a palace repair plan worth hundreds of millions of pounds. This move reminded Chinese netizens of the Empress Dowager Cixi's actions during the Qing dynasty, drawing considerable ridicule from them. What kind of assistance do you need? The royal family currently has some funds that they hope your company can manage, but we hope you can guarantee the safety of these funds. Andres wanted to curse after hearing this. These scoundrels wanted to make money without taking any risks. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If it were available, I want it myself. Prince Charles, your request is somewhat unreasonable. You know that investments are risky. Don't be fooled by my current high profits. One mistake could wipe me out. Prince Charles knew his request was unreasonable, so he could only smile and continue. The royal family won't let you help for nothing. We believe your title seems somewhat unworthy of your current strength. Hearing that he was only being given a hollow title rather than any real benefit, Andres felt a surge of anger. What good was a title? A princess would be far more practical. If the princess had a high line of succession, maybe he could even become a grandfather of a European. However, despite his complaints, he couldn't accept a princess from the British royal family. A princess would interfere with his magic studies. But considering his future need for royal support, Andres decided to agree. This kind of request might be too much for others, but it was nothing to a transmigrator. He could simply use the royal money to buy 100,000 bitcoins and hoard them. At this point, wouldn't 100,000 bitcoins be worth about £1,000? The rest could be put into his own private coffers. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking this, Andres said with a conflicted expression. All right, I can agree to the royal family's terms. But the royal family must also provide me with appropriate protection. I don't want to be harassed by people from other countries because of these matters. Prince Charles said, overjoyed that Andres would agree to such a condition. Of course, even if it means sacrifice for the royal family, I will do everything in my power to protect you, Earl Andres. Ah no, perhaps I should now call you Marquis Andres. Chapter 220. That evening, Andres, Prince Charles, and the head of the Hammond family had a long conversation. Compared to political and military issues, they discussed economic matters more. It was largely a probing attempt by Andres, representing Great Britain, to seek his opinion, given his background and perceived accuracy in economic predictions. However, Andres had never studied economic development. He only knew the general trend of the world economy over the past decade. Therefore, he only mentioned a general trend, without delving into specific details. Prince Charles and the other men assumed it was just a casual chat out of politeness, and that Andres was unwilling to reveal deeper insights. A common tactic for Andres, so they weren't too concerned. While Andres was being led into the small drawing room, Catherine was also struggling in the banquet hall. Besides dealing with inquiries from shareholders, she also had to endure compliments and flattery. Catherine understood that these people were all powerful and wealthy. Their main purpose in coming today was to ensure the steady appreciation of their wealth. If she didn't agree today, her future might not be so secure. So Catherine had no choice but to accept their investment, albeit reluctantly. The total amount and distribution ratio would have to be agreed upon later. Tonight's banquet, for reasons unknown, was leaked to the British news media. When the specific amount of the Magic Financial Investment Company's dividends was published, the entire planet Earth was in an uproar once again. The reason was simple. Previously, James's team had only taken 1% of the profits. Now, they were taking the remaining 99%, thus attracting the attention of most people on Earth. Although the leakers revealed the dividend amounts, they only dared to expose the publicly known companies and individuals. They dared not disclose the family forces behind them. The front page headline in Britain that day was, "The world's first female richest person was born in Britain." France, facing its rival success, shamelessly accused Britain of sucking the blood of the world, calling it a big shot who grew up by sucking the blood of the world's people. The United States, on the other hand, tried to divert attention from domestic problems, but the Republican and Democratic parties began to split. The Republican media accused Britain of being the biggest culprit in the U.S. financial crisis, completely ignoring the facts and shifting blame. The Democratic Party, however, bypassed this issue and began to praise the U.S. dream. The place where the U.S. realized its dream, a world's richest person under 30. The official media in China reported on the impact of the economic crisis on China, with a bunch of so-called experts and professors talking at length on television. I believe this global economic crisis presents both an opportunity and a challenge for Yin country. The opportunity lies in the fact that everyone has been severely impacted. If we mortgage our surplus villas and cars, and use our surplus funds for technological upgrades, we can quickly capture other markets. The challenge, however, is how to get people to invest their surplus money. According to my research, our people prefer saving to investing. Now, which family can't afford a few $100,000? This statement immediately drew criticism from netizens, making him a trending topic. Surprisingly, this professor, spouting nonsense, was promoted upon returning to his university. The reason given was readily available. Outstanding academic research achievements. Compared to the other 4 major rogue states on Earth, Bering's news media were much more composed. Their headlines were quite interesting. Market research shows that our country has an overcapacity of vodka production, and market prices have declined sharply. A few days later, A huge banner appeared in a college at Imperial College London, attracting a lot of attention. The banner announced that Catherine Morey, a distinguished alumna, would be giving a lecture at the college. Hearing that Catherine was coming, even some department heads from the Magic Financial Investment Company came. Not only Imperial College students came, but students from surrounding universities also flocked to the event. They weren't there for anything else but to hear rumors that the Magic Financial Investment Company would be using this opportunity to recruit employees. This was the Magic Financial Investment Company, which, in less than 3 years, had created a large number of young billionaires. What could be more important than working there? This was their closest chance to become rich. So, on the day Catherine returned to her alma mater, she received a warm welcome. In her excitement, Catherine donated £10 million to her alma mater as protection money. Of course, the money wasn't wasted. Once the news broke, all Imperial College alumni knew that Catherine was one of them. They could prioritize contacting her for any good projects or ideas. And of course, Catherine didn't neglect her juniors either. Many outstanding students were taken from Imperial College London, and the school did not obstruct its students from pursuing better career paths. During this period, Magic Financial Investment Company added several new fund companies. These companies were mainly used to establish partnerships with the British royal family and other high-ranking individuals. These partner families and royal families would send representatives to the companies, but they only had supervisory power, not decision-making authority. The decision-making level of these subsidiaries was entirely composed of those who had contributed to this financial plan, a move that greatly boosted the enthusiasm of lower and middle-level employees. Andres spent 3 days at the London headquarters. Aside from meetings with some high-ranking officials, his main task was detecting magic circles. Andres used the system to exchange for a magic stone as the energy source for the magic circle, along with some bronze ore, radiant ore, and millennium crystal as materials. To avoid attracting attention, he crafted these materials into various oddly shaped trinkets. Catherine had these trinkets placed in designated locations throughout the building, instructing the company not to move them, and to report any loss. Then, on the night of the 3rd day, the entire Magic Financial Investment Company building flickered briefly before falling silent again. Before leaving, Andres handed Catherine a notebook. Opening it, she saw several names written on it. Catherine looked at Andres curiously without saying a word. "Don't look at me. Anyone whose name is on this list is problematic. I checked yesterday, thankfully not too many, maybe 20 or so. But this formation has a drawback. It can only find problematic people, but it doesn't know why they're problematic. You have to investigate that yourself." "That's great, boss. Once we know who's problematic, the rest is much simpler." "Well then, Catherine, see you at Christmas." "Is that an invitation?" "I guess so.